Chapter 1. The Red Lotus Hell. In the year 1510 of the Marine calendar, within the confines of impelled down prison, lies the Red Lotus Hell. Hey, wake up, get up, and eat, don't pretend to be dead. A voice gradually penetrated into Qin Chuan's consciousness. In the next moment, Qin Chuan felt a sudden, forceful impact against his backside, jolting him awake. Damn it, if you're alive, hurry up and eat, it's your turn to go on soon. A man wearing a military cap, clad in a white coat and green trousers, glared menacingly at Qin Chuan as he spoke. Where's this? Qin Chuan asked, bewildered, as he surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. Ha, kid, it seems you've been so frightened that you're stunned. Allow me to clarify once more. This is the first level of impelled down prison, the Red Lotus Hell. This meal could very well be your last, so enjoy it while you can. The man chuckled sinisterly before turning to leave. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Chuan found himself utterly alone. Just as he was about to rise and assess the situation, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. A sharp pain shot through his head, forcing Qin Chuan to let out a soft grunt. In the next instant, the pain began to dissipate. Images began to materialize in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Chuan suddenly slumped back down onto the cold floor. How is this possible? How could I have transmigrated? And to the world of pirates at that? Qin Chuan muttered repeatedly to himself. Indeed, Qin Chuan had genuinely transmigrated, and not into the body of powerful figure as he had hoped, but rather into that of an ordinary pirate. To make matters worse, this pirate had recently been captured by the Navy and thrown into this dark and desolate prison known as Impelled Down. The inmates here were notorious criminals, and the atmosphere was fraught with terror, teeming with monstrous guards and surveillance by the omnipresent Dendamushi. Moreover, the ocean depths surrounding the prison were home to numerous colossal sea kings, earning Impel Down the moniker of Impenetrable Fortress. Additionally, once imprisoned and Impelled Down, the only means of escape for inmates was through a daring jailbreak. Historically, only the infamous Gold Lion Shiki had ever succeeded in such an endeavor. Damn it, not only did I transmigrate into a pathetic pirate, but I wasn't even granted a system? Qin Chuan cursed inwardly. Yet, just as his thoughts settled, a familiar voice indeed reverberated in his mind. Ding! The interface for the Ninja Character Possession System has been successfully constructed. Congratulations on activating the system and the accompanying shop. You are now rewarded with a beginner's gift package. Please check your inventory. It's here, it has truly arrived. Qin Chuan exclaimed excitedly as he opened the so-called system. In the next moment, a character panel appeared in his mind. Host, Qin Chuan. Available possession characters, none. Possession uses, 0. Reputation points, 0. What is this? A ninja possession system? Qin Chuan gazed at the system panel in confusion, completely bewildered. Then he recalled the so-called beginner's gift package and quickly opened it with his thoughts. Ding! The beginner's gift package has been successfully opened. You have received 1 Might Guy character card, along with 10 uses of possession. Wow, Might Guy. Isn't he the strongest martial artist in Naruto? And he was even called the strongest man by Madara. At that moment, Qin Chuan's system character panel refreshed once more. Host, Qin Chuan. Available possession characters, Might Guy. Possession uses, 10. Reputation points, 0. Now Qin Chuan began to grasp the essence of this system. It allowed him to possess characters from the Naruto universe. Upon possession, he would inherit all the jutsu and martial arts of the character. However, to possess a Naruto character, he first needed to obtain a character card, and he also required possession uses. Both were indispensable. Yet, how to acquire these character cards and possession uses remained a mystery to Qin Chuan. Recalling that the system had mentioned a shop, he immediately opened the system shop with his thoughts. In the next moment, rows of Naruto character cards appeared in Qin Chuan's mind. Sage of the Six Paths character card, redemption requirement, 10 million reputation points. Sage Mode Naruto Uzumaki character card, redemption requirement, 1 million reputation points. Uchiha Madara character card, redemption requirement, 800,000 reputation points. Senju Hashirama character card, redemption requirement, 500,000 reputation points. Uchiha Itachi character card, redemption requirement, 100,000 reputation points. Possession uses lasts 1 hour. Redemption requirement, 1,000 reputation points. The list encompassed nearly all the powerful ninjas within the Naruto series, each requiring a different amount of reputation points for redemption. The legendary sage of the Six Paths required an astounding 10 million reputation points. Conversely, the cheapest option was the possession uses, yet even that demanded 1,000 points for a single use. Casting another glance at his own reputation points, which displayed a conspicuous 0, Qin Chuan could only shake his head in bitter amusement. He then noticed a brief descriptive text in the shop interface. Reputation points can be acquired by defeating opponents. The stronger the opponent, the higher the reputation points gained. Now, the system's functionalities were entirely clear. To accumulate reputation points, Qin Chuan would need to engage in battle and defeat his foes. Before he amassed enough reputation, he was limited to 10 uses of Might Guy, with each use restricted to 1 hour. Once that hour elapsed, he would revert to his ordinary self. Fortunately, Might Guy's inherent strength was formidable, particularly with the 8th gate of death being unparalleled. So as long as he didn't encounter one of the so-called four emperors or an admiral, Qin Chuan felt confident in his ability to vanquish opponents within that hour. Chapter 2. Signing in for great rewards. Having familiarized himself with the system, Qin Chuan rose once more to survey his surroundings. He found himself confined in a cell surrounded by iron walls on 3 sides, with iron bars on the 4th. Even in the uppermost level of the Red Lotus Hell, a thick, lingering stench of blood permeated the air. From the memories of this life, Qin Chuan had learned that he was about to confront a deadly struggle. This was due to the chaos that erupted following Gold. Roger's execution. The entire world of pirates had descended into madness after his final words. Consequently, an influx of pirates had surged into the seas. This led to a dramatic increase in the number of inmates at Impel Down. Due to its unique geographical position, there was only one Impel Down in the world, and expansion was impossible, resulting in overcrowding in the cells. As the prison's higher-ups, including Magellan, grappled with this dilemma, the sadistic chief guard, Shady, proposed a plan for the inmates to engage in mortal combat. In her scheme, inmates on each level would periodically participate in life-and-death duels, with their names replaced by numbers. Each day, 2 numbers would be drawn for a duel. Victory could only be achieved by killing the opponent. But that was not the end of it. To survive here, one must partake in ceaseless battles. This meant that after killing an opponent, the guards would select 2 more inmates for a duel the following day, and one could find themselves drawn again. Theoretically, this approach aimed to drastically reduce the prison population. So after a high-level meeting, Magellan consented to Shady's proposal. After all, most of the inmates here were heinous criminals, so he did not feel particularly sympathetic towards their fates. However, he did insist that the prisoners in the 6th level must never be summoned for these duels. It was evident that even Magellan held a certain apprehension towards those incarcerated in the 6th level. Impel Down itself consists of 6 levels of imprisonment. The 6th level is known as the Infinite Hell, the most terrifying of them all. Within this infinite hell reside notorious individuals, either facing execution or serving life sentences. The criminals held here are so vile that they have been erased from history. Monstrous pirates whose malevolence has led to events so brutal that they have been covered up by the government, intentionally concealed even from the newspapers to end the annals of history. The renowned Golden Lion, Shiki, once successfully orchestrated his escape from the 6th level of the prison. Subsequently, in the unfolding anime narrative, the formidable members of Blackbeard's pirate crew found themselves incarcerated in this very location. Additionally, the former head jailer of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, was also confined within the confines of the 6th level. Consequently, Magellan dared not liberate these heinous pirates lightly, allowing them to engage in combat. Upon Magellan's reluctant acquiescence, the likes of Suddy and the other guards of Impel Down promptly commenced the so-called life-and-death duel tournament. Today, the unfortunate Qin Chuan, designated as number 55, was selected by the guards. To enhance the entertainment value of each duel, the guard ensured that both combatants were well-fed prior to their impending battle, thereby enabling them to perform at their best. Observing the meager, head-chopping meal laid before him, Qin Chuan scoffed, declaring, I would rather starve than consume such abominable fare. Approximately 10 minutes later, the same guard returned to Qin Chuan's cell. Hey, have you finished eating? You have half an hour left, so hurry up. I'm almost done. Qin Chuan replied promptly after swallowing a piece of meat. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and Qin Chuan finally satiated his hunger. After all, one cannot engage in combat on an empty stomach. As the time arrived, two guards approached, unlocking Qin Chuan's cell door and escorting him out, shackled with chains on his hands and feet. As he traversed the narrow, frigid stone floor, the chains emitted a series of chilling clinks, resonating eerily in the silence. On either side of this path lay countless cells, with inmates gathering at the iron bars, relishing the misfortune of today's fortunate contestant. Oh, buddy, you're done for. Your opponent boasts an unprecedented record of 5 consecutive kills now. 38, exclaimed a voice from a nearby cell. Shut your mouth. If you keep babbling, you'll be the one fighting in his stead. The guard barked menacingly at the loquacious prisoner. The inmate, chastised, fell silent, yet his gaze towards Qin Chuan bore the weight of morbid curiosity, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. It was evident that the consensus was clear. Qin Chuan was as good as dead. Moments later, Qin Chuan was led to a hastily constructed circular arena situated at the heart of the prison. Surrounding the arena stood numerous guards, all eager spectators of this life-and-death contest. On the elevated platform of the arena appeared several distinctive figures. A short, stocky man wielding a trident and adorned with a horned hat fixed his gaze upon Qin Chuan. Recognizing him instantly, Qin Chuan identified this individual as Salutes, the chief warden of Impel Down. Simultaneously, another figure stood upon the arena, clad in prisoner garb, yet exuding an imposing physique. A deep scar marred his face, rendering him all the more menacing. Upon locking eyes with Qin Chuan, an unmistakable aura of murderous intent radiated from him. No wonder his claimed 5 lives. The aura of death surrounding him is palpable. Qin Chuan mused inwardly. Get up there, urged the guard behind him, giving Qin Chuan a shove. Chapter 3. The Death Match. With that, Qin Chuan ascended the arena. As he stepped onto the stage, the surrounding guards erupted into cheers, their anticipation for this confrontation palpable. Bets are open. Number 38 killing number 55 within 1 minute has odds of 1:1 within 3 minutes, 1:3 within 5 minutes, 1:5, and if it exceeds 5 minutes, 1:10. A guard shouted, immediately prompting the others to pull out their berries to place wagers. I bet 1,000 berries that number 38 will kill number 55 within a minute. I bet 3,000 berries that number 38 will kill number 55 within 3 minutes. I bet 5,000 berries that number 38 will kill number 55 within 5 minutes. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced the air. What are the odds for number 55 defeating number 38? Instantly, the arena fell into a hushed silence, all eyes turning towards Qin Chuan, who stood grinning atop the platform. Kid, are you tired of living? The imposing number 38 snarled in response to Qin Chuan's provocative words. How can you claim that you can kill me? Am I not capable of killing you? We have come here to duel, relying solely on our own abilities, correct? Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Humph, it seems you possess quite a bit of confidence in yourself. However, even if I were to offer such odds, you lack the funds to wager. The jailer sneered ominously. What a pity. I had hoped to earn some money to spend once I am released from this prison. Qin Chuan feigned regret. This fellow must be mad. He speaks as if he intends to leave this place. How amusing. The inmate numbered 55 is truly humorous. Alas, such a witty prisoner has drawn the ire of number 38. The jailers chimed in. I can lend you money. How much do you desire? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the second floor. Qin Chuan looked up and saw Saradizi smiling down at him. It matters not. Lend me whatever you can. After all, if I lose, I shall simply perish. He laughed. Excellent. Do you have odds for number 55 to defeat number 38? Saradizi abruptly turned to the jailers below. Indeed. The odds for number 55 to kill number 38 are 1/500. One of the jailers promptly replied. Very well, place a bet of 10,000 berries for me. The moment Saradizi uttered this command, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. This marked Saradizi's first wager. Prior to this, He had merely observed the match in silence. Yet now, he not only placed a bet, but did so in such an unusual manner. Humph, boy, I shall tear you apart soon. The inmate numbered 38 growled menacingly. Qin Chuan did not respond. Instead, he immediately accessed his system backpack through his thoughts and selected the Might Guy character. Ding. The host has successfully used the Might Guy character card. Usage count -1. In the next moment, Qin Chuan felt a surge of energy flooding into his body. Simultaneously, a myriad of taijutsu techniques possessed by Might Guy flashed through his mind. Techniques such as Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Strong Whirlwind, Body Flicker Technique, Dynamic Entry. And the 8 gates all instantaneously imprinted themselves in Qin Chuan's consciousness. This is intriguing. Observing the transformation within himself, a smile crept onto Qin Chuan's lips. Prepare yourselves. For I now declare the commencement of today's life and death duel. At that moment, a jailer stood at the foot of the platform, shouting toward the two above. Ding. With the ringing of a bell, the duel officially began. At that instant, the inmate numbered 38 could hardly contain himself and charged toward Qin Chuan with fervor. Stood there, calm and collected, awaiting his opponent. Die. The inmate numbered 38 charged towards him, launching a powerful punch aimed at his head. At that moment, Qin Chuan finally sprang into action. With the technique known as Wood Leaf Whirlwind, he executed a rapid kick directed at the chin of inmate 38. Just as 38's fist was about to make contact with Qin Chuan's face, his right hand abruptly halted in midair. This was due to Qin Chuan's foot having struck fiercely against 38's chin. A resounding thud echoed, and inmate 38 was propelled into the air, crashing down hard onto the arena floor. In that instant, the scene descended into an eerie silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, as if the event before them was utterly inconceivable. As 38 fell, blood immediately oozed from the corner of his mouth, and he lay unresponsive. To the seasoned guards, accustomed to life and death, it was evident that inmate 38 had breathed his last. Even Saradais, seated on the second-floor balcony, couldn't help but frown. Clearly, Qin Chuan's move had taken him by surprise. He was a notorious killer from this level, yet he hadn't even been able to muster a defense against Qin Chuan. It seemed that Qin Chuan would need to be reevaluated. Should his strength be reassessed, it was possible he might be relegated to a lower level of the prison. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated your enemy. You have earned a reward of 500 prestige points. Upon realizing that defeating a mere inmate from the first level of the advancing city had granted him 500 prestige points, Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had seen character cards for seemingly insignificant figures requiring hundreds of thousands of prestige points, which had raised concerns about the accessibility of such rewards. However, it appeared that acquiring prestige points was not as arduous as he had feared. Yet, being imprisoned in this advancing city meant he had lost his freedom. Thus, escaping was of utmost priority. Kid, it seems you indeed possess some skill. This time, consider yourself fortunate. Guards, put him in handcuffs and light chains, and return him to his cell. Additionally, assign 2 blue gorillas for his solitary supervision. Hey, Saradais, have you forgotten something? You mentioned lending me 10,000 berries. Now, according to the odds, I should be receiving 5 million berries, correct? Where's my money? Chapter 4. Slaying Saradais. Kid, are you courting death? Asking us for money here? The guards below began to scold Qin Chuan. If I don't receive that 5 million berries today, things won't be so easily resolved. As soon as Qin Chuan's words fell, Saradais leaped directly onto the stage below. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp kick to the fallen 38th prisoner. In the next moment, the body of the 38th prisoner was sent flying to the side by his forceful kick. Now your opponent is me. This time, I propose another wager. What do you say? Saradais coldly remarked, brandishing his trident. Very well, what are the terms of the wager? If I lose, I shall pay you 5 million. If you lose, you forfeit your life. That seems rather unfair. What if I choose not to gamble? Qin Chuan pretended to ponder before speaking slowly. Choosing not to gamble is also an option, but you must leave your life here as well. Upon hearing Saradais's words, Qin Chuan instantly realized he had become a figure of peril. Here, perilous individuals were either imprisoned in the depths below or met with a fatal end. Clearly, Salud seems intent on meeting his demise here. By this point, Qin Chuan has conceived a bold notion. He is no longer willing to remain in this place, relying on the so-called life and death duels to accumulate prestige points. After all, each battle yields merely a few hundred points, which is far too slow for him. Thus, he has resolved to harness the power of the Might Guy character to obliterate the entire advancing city, to obliterate the advancing fortress. The initial objective is undoubtedly to vanquish the formidable Saradais, who guards the first level of the prison. Very well, I am willing to accept this wager. But I desire to raise the stakes. Oh, pray tell, what do you wish to wager? Should I lose, I shall forfeit my life. Should you lose, you too shall leave your life here. How does that sound? You shall never defeat me. Perish. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's intent to slay him, Saradais let out a derisive scoff, and with that, he lunged forward, brandishing his trident towards Qin Chuan. Utterly foolish. With a slight scoff, Qin Chuan invoked the leaf instantaneous technique. Just as Saradais's trident was poised to pierce Qin Chuan's chest, the latter's form suddenly flickered. In the next moment, he astonishingly appeared behind Saradais. Your speed is woefully inadequate. Realizing that his thrust had missed, and that Qin Chuan now stood at his rear, Saradais felt a jolt of alarm, accompanied by an ominous premonition. He hastily pivoted, attempting to launch another assault against Qin Chuan. However, at the very instant he turned, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick. Prelude of power. This time, Qin Chuan held nothing back. He channeled all his strength into his right foot, coupled with an explosive burst of speed. Upon impact, Saradais's visage contorted in agony. With a thunderous crash, Saradais was propelled backward like a kite, soaring several meters before crashing violently onto the frigid floor. At that moment, the inmates in the cells adjacent to Sarudai's were momentarily stunned upon witnessing him sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, in the next instant, a fervent cheer erupted from every cell. It was abundantly clear that all the prisoners reveled in the sight of Sarudai's being mercilessly beaten. Having endured endless torment at his hands within the confines of this prison, they now felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At that moment, upon witnessing their leader Saradais being vanquished, the surrounding guards fell into a state of disarray. Quick, apprehend him. Additionally, hasten to inform Chief Guard Little Suddy. One of the guards exclaimed. All the guards stationed in the advancing fortress were under Little Suddy's command, while Saradais merely oversaw the Blue Gorillas. However, due to the Blue Gorillas' lack of intellect, Saradais had requested a squad from Little Suddy to specifically handle this life-and-death duel. Thus, instinctively, they sought to notify Little Suddy, who was stationed on the 4th level of the advancing fortress. Upon witnessing individuals hastily fleeing, Qin Chuan chose not to intervene. After all, within the confines of Impel Down, surveillance telephone worms were omnipresent. These surveillance devices functioned much like cameras in the real world, transmitting every event within the prison to the monitoring room. Consequently, the scene of Qin Chuan vanquishing Saludai's had undoubtedly been relayed throughout the entire prison. Furthermore, should he wish to obliterate Impel Down, he would need to systematically defeat all the guards starting from the topmost level. Hence, rather than pursuing this course of action, it seemed far more prudent to await their arrival. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated the enemy. You have earned a total of 5,000 prestige points as a reward. After vanquishing Saruds, Qin Chuan astonishingly received a reward of 5,000 prestige points in one go. If he were to eliminate the Warden Magellan of this fortress prison, would he not be rewarded with a staggering number of prestige points? In a mere span of 10 minutes, Qin Chuan unexpectedly amassed 5,500 prestige points. At that moment, the guards, alerted by the commotion, had already formed ranks, their weapons aimed squarely at Qin Chuan. Fire! One of the guards commanded. Bang! 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 In the next instant, a barrage of bullets surged toward Qin Chuan. Dare to display such trifling skills in this domain? Grand Heavenly Dragon! Apologies, I misspoke. Let us try again. Dare to showcase such trivial techniques in this arena? Body flicker technique. This time, Qin Chuan adeptly evaded the bullets using his lightning-fast movement. He then advanced with a swift stride, closing in on the guards at the front line. At this moment, Qin Chuan had not only inherited all of Might Guy's martial arts, but had also fully assimilated Guy's physical attributes, endowing him with remarkable agility and formidable offensive capabilities. Bang! 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 After a series of impactful collisions, the guards lay scattered across the floor. Simultaneously, the inmates in the cells erupted in excitement upon witnessing this scene. Brother, please save us. Let us fight our way out together. A voice echoed from an unknown cell. As these words rang out, the atmosphere became electrified. Countless inmates began to pound on the iron bars of their cells, the clanging sounds reverberating throughout the entire first level of the Red Lotus Hell. Glancing at the surveillance camera on the wall, Qin Chuan smiled slightly and said, "Since you all feel this way, let the revelry begin." Chapter 5. Beast Hell. No sooner had Qin Chuan spoken than he delivered a powerful kick to one of the cell doors. With a resounding crash, The steel door was flung open by his strike. Instantly, the inmates surged forth. They rushed to the fallen guards, eagerly scavenging for the keys dangling from their belts. In just a few minutes, every cell door on that level swung open. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, the guards in the surveillance room hastily made their way to the prison warden's office located on the 4th floor to report the situation. Once the inmates on the 1st floor were released, they gathered around Qin Chuan. At that moment, it was evident to everyone that relying solely on their strength would render any escape from this place utterly impossible. The man before them is their sole beacon of hope. Brothers, if we do not eliminate those advancing towards the city below, it is certain that our escape will be impossible. Will you join me in this fight? Qin Chuan called out from the martial arts arena, addressing the crowd below. With fervor, they responded, "We are willing. Let us vanquish them." The prisoners, long suppressed, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of resistance. Having seen no glimmer of hope in this oppressive stronghold, they resolved that it was better to fight back than to languish in torment. In the next moment, at Qin Chuan's command, they surged forward towards the 2nd underground level. This level, known as the Beastly Hell, housed a variety of ferocious monsters, including serpent chickens, man-faced lions, and venomous scorpions. Ruling over this domain is one of the prison guards, the Sphinx. This Sphinx possesses the body of a lion, yet its visage is grotesquely disfigured, presenting an exceedingly unsettling appearance. As Qin Chuan and the main force reached the 2nd underground level, the Sphinx remained leisurely sprawled, indulging in a languorous slumber. Dismember those jailers. Upon entering the ferocious beast realm of the 2nd level, someone immediately shouted towards the diminutive hippopotami, gigantic manises, and hybrid scorpions ahead. In the next moment, countless inmates, armed with firearms and ammunition procured from the 1st level of the Red Lotus Hell, began to unleash a frenzied barrage upon the jailers. As the thunderous sounds of cannon fire echoed, a multitude of jailers at the forefront collapsed in disarray. This spectacle further exhilarated the prisoners, who surged forward in a fervent rush. This action utterly startled the Sphinx. Upon witnessing such a multitude of prisoners being liberated and rebelling, it rose abruptly, letting out a fierce roar, and then charged directly towards the crowd. As the Sphinx plunged into the throng, it immediately incited chaos. Several prisoners fell victim to its razor-sharp fangs, meeting their demise on the spot. Moreover, when the surrounding inmates raised their long rifles and fired at it, the bullets, upon striking its form, failed to penetrate its skin. This clearly demonstrated the formidable defensive strength of the Sphinx, one that warranted its deployment to quell the 2nd layer of the Beast Hell. With the Sphinx's entrance, the guards of the Beast Army began a vigorous counterattack. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan did not hesitate. He leaped into the air, soaring above the dense crowd, and then, using the heads of those below as stepping stones, charged towards the Sphinx. In the next moment, as he reached the Sphinx's side, he suddenly let out a soft grunt. First gate, open. The opening of the 1st gate, a technique from the 8 gates of Duanjia, lifted the constraints of the cerebral domain, allowing him to unleash 100 of his physical potential, thus overloading his bodily energy to enhance his speed and power. Simultaneously, upon successfully opening the 1st gate, the host could employ the Lotus Blossom Body technique to strike at the target. At that moment, the Sphinx also became aware of Qin Chuan's presence and, with a gaping maw, attempted to swallow him whole. "You wish to devour me? Take this. Lotus Blossom." In the next instant, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick directly to the Sphinx's jaw. The Sphinx could scarcely anticipate that Qin Chuan would employ such a tactic, and was immediately caught off guard. Sent soaring through the air, Qin Chuan then swiftly employed his teleportation technique to ascend to the skies, embracing the creature before driving it downwards with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as the Sphinx, unable to react in time, found its head violently colliding with the unyielding floor. The impact created a gaping crater in the ground. Following the brutal blow to its head, the Sphinx succumbed to unconsciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triumphing over the adversary. You have been awarded a total of 3,000 prestige points. The Sphinx, though formidable, was not as powerful as Saradice, thus Qin Chuan's victory yielded a mere 3,000 points. Witnessing this, the remaining prison beasts were struck with terror, prompting several of them to contemplate a hasty retreat. In contrast, upon witnessing Qin Chuan effortlessly vanquish the Sphinx in but a single exchange, the prisoners' morale surged once more. Subsequently, they charged forward with renewed vigor. Those guards, who had turned to flee into the 3rd level of the Hunger Hell, found their path abruptly obstructed by several colossal beasts surging up from that very level. In the next moment, a woman with cascading golden curls, her bangs concealing her eyes, adorned with candle-shaped white earrings and clad in a fitted pink leather outfit, gracefully emerged from amidst these imposing guards. She is the commander of the 4 infernal wardens of the 4th layer of the advancing city, known as Little Suddies, who also serves as the chief warden of the prison. Slowly, Little Suddy raised her trident, pointing it towards the retreating warden beasts, and exclaimed, "Who dares to take another step back shall face merciless consequences." As her words echoed, the 4 towering warden beasts beside her advanced a step forward. Witnessing this, the miniature warden beasts were filled with terror. Though they feared the prowess of Qin Chuan, their dread of the tormenting Little Suddy was far greater. Thus, they turned once more, gritting their teeth as they charged towards the oncoming horde of prisoners. However, confronted with the overwhelming force of the prisoners, the warden beasts were utterly powerless. In mere moments, they were vanquished. Soon after, the 2 factions encountered each other in the central area of the prison's 2nd layer. Little Suddy, despite her authority, was significantly outmatched by the Sphinx, causing the prisoners to instinctively halt in their tracks upon seeing her. Chapter 6. Magellan's Decision. You wretched lot. You should have been tortured to death from the outset, sparing your pitiful lives, and yet you dare to rebel. Little Suddy's venomous voice rang out. "Hey, little girl. Your words are quite bold. It seems you have lingered here too long and possess a misguided confidence in your abilities." Qin Chuan retorted coolly. "I wonder if the self-assured Saradais and Sphinx from earlier still draw breath. Should you be fortunate enough to survive, do remember to pay them a visit." Qin Chuan leisurely approached the front of the line, and the prisoners, recognizing his presence, parted to create a path. Upon hearing his words, Little Suddy's expression darkened. She understood that Qin Chuan's arrival signified he had defeated both Saradais and Sphinx, prompting her to grip her trident tightly. It was evident that this individual before her was no ordinary pirate. "You think you can impede me?" Qin Chuan scoffed, and in an instant, he had teleported to Little Suddy's side. At that moment, Little Suddy was taken aback. Qin Chuan's speed had been astonishingly swift, leaving her no time to react. Just as she instinctively prepared to retaliate with the trident, Qin Chuan's fist came crashing down. With a resounding thud, it struck young Suddy's face. Accompanied by the sound of a bone cracking, young Suddy was instantly propelled against the adjacent wall. A notification chimed, congratulating the host for successfully overcoming the enemy, awarding a total of 10,000 prestige points. It must be noted that young Suddy indeed possessed considerable strength, which directly granted Qin Chuan an increase of 10,000 prestige points. This scene startled everyone in the monitoring room, especially Magellan, who sat in the warden's office, rising to his feet in astonishment. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan was positioned across from him, yet in an instant, he had materialized beside young Suddy. Furthermore, the sheer power of that punch was astonishing. While young Suddy was not the most formidable in the prison, she was certainly not an opponent to be easily vanquished. At this moment, within the confines of the video frame, Qin Chuan ambled over to the side of Little Suddy, grasping her disheveled hair as he cast a glance at the surveillance phone bug affixed to the wall. "Magellan, must you compel me to breach the gates of Impel Down?" he inquired, his temper flaring. "Should I unleash a massacre, it is uncertain whether anyone here will escape unscathed." With that, he released his grip, causing Little Suddy's face to crash heavily against the floor once more. Although both were resilient, the severe injuries inflicted upon her now would likely hinder any future recovery of her former combat prowess, even with treatment. "Magellan, woe unto you. For your opponent is clearly provoking you. Once you are bested, I shall usurp your position as warden of this prison, hee. "Ah, my apologies, warden. That was not my intention. I merely fear that you might be vanquished by that individual, and should that occur, our prison would be doomed." At this juncture, a man adorned with a headdress reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, his belly swollen like a demon's, muttered from the sidelines. "Scoundrel, Hannibal, as deputy warden. Your focus should be on thwarting the inmate's escape. If we are defeated, the world government will lay the blame at our feet, and you shall bear the consequences. Yet you are the warden. I am merely a subordinate." "It is not my place to assume responsibility," Hannibal retorted softly, a man of grand ambition. Hannibal harbored aspirations of supplanting Magellan as the warden of the deep-sea prison, and he consistently sought to offload blame onto Magellan whenever crises arose. Even now, despite Qin Chuan having vanquished several high-ranking prison officials, Hannibal maintained an air of indifference. "I command you to immediately lead a substantial force to the 3rd underground level of the prison to intercept them. Otherwise, I shall deem your actions insubordinate." Magellan thundered in fury. Typically, he would not bother to engage in petty disputes with Hannibal, but with the entire Impel Down facing imminent destruction, the latter's nonsensical chatter incited Magellan's considerable ire. Although Hannibal harbored aspirations to usurp Magellan, he was equally apprehensive of Magellan's formidable prowess. Upon witnessing Magellan's ire, he hastily paid his respects and swiftly departed with his trident in hand. After Hannibal's exit, a slender woman approached, exuding elegance. She donned reddish-brown sunglasses, a hat tilted to shield her right eye, and sported long, wavy golden hair. Her attire consisted of a brown jacket and shorts over a white shirt, complemented by a black tie, deep crimson knee-high boots, and matching long gloves. Director of the prison, allow me to accompany Vice Director Hannibal in confronting those adversaries. The speaker was Domino, the chief warden of Impel Down, who had ascended to her position following the incarceration of the former warden, Uzixili, in the 6th level. Domino, I must entrust you with a daunting task, one that may well dictate the fate of all Impel Down. Thus, you must proceed with utmost caution, Magellan declared with sudden gravity. What task? She inquired. Descend to the 6th level and closely monitor the surveillance of the 4th level. Should you witness my defeat, you are to promptly release Uzixili, who is imprisoned there. What? Release him? Director, this is a matter of great significance. The Uzixili they referred to was the former chief warden of Impel Down, a figure whose strength was on par with Magellan's. The advancement of Impel Down has earned it the formidable reputation of an impregnable fortress, largely due to these two trump cards. However, his penchant for bloodshed has led him to indiscriminately execute prisoners, resulting in a commuted death sentence, confining him to the deepest depths of the notorious prison. Now, the unexpected decision by Magellan to release Rain Shirita has left Domino in a state of indecision. Regardless of the circumstances, he remains one of our own. And given that his previous victims were all inmates, I believe he will ultimately make the most judicious choice at this critical juncture. Chapter 7. In a moment of crisis. The system fails. Moreover, if he is indeed capable of achieving remarkable feats in this battle, I shall submit a report to the world government, advocating for his pardon. Magellan spoke solemnly. Warden, is he truly as terrifying as they say? I am uncertain, yet I shall exert every effort to thwart him. Upon hearing Magellan's words, Domino comprehended that the impending assault on Impel Down was fraught with peril. She nodded gravely and promptly turned to depart the office, making her way to the 6th underground level. In contrast, on Qin Chuan's side, following a chorus of jubilant cheers, Qin Chuan and his companions, alongside the released second-tier prisoners, descended to the 3rd level of the underground prison, the Hell of Hunger. This grim prison houses the most vicious criminals, each with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. The searing heat from the lower level, the scorching hell, permeates this level, creating an unbearably sweltering atmosphere, coupled with the torment of deprivation of water and food. The inmates are left in a state of near death. At this moment, they have already heard the commotion from above while languishing in their cells. When Qin Chuan and his group descended, the entire prison erupted into a lively uproar. It was evident that Qin Chuan had come to be regarded as a savior in the eyes of all. In this lair, Qin Chuan encountered the deputy warden, Hannibal. Hannibal's prowess paled in comparison to Magellan's. Thus Qin Chuan did not regard him with much concern. Upon seeing Hannibal, Qin Chuan smiled slightly and remarked, "Oh, is this not our esteemed deputy warden? Why has Magellan not come himself, sending you to meet your demise instead? What nonsense you speak. Such a significant matter naturally warrants my personal involvement," Hannibal retorted, striking the trident forcefully upon the ground. The power of the trident instantly shattered the floor beneath it. I observe that the guards behind you seem rather fearful of death. Qin Chuan cast a glance at the group of guards wielding long spears behind Hannibal and spoke again. At this moment, a significant disparity in momentum had emerged between the two sides. The prisoners on Qin Chuan's side fought with the unwavering resolve of those who had accepted their fate. They held no hope for survival. And even in the throes of this battle, they would not lament their demise. In stark contrast, the guards across the way harbored entirely different sentiments. They were reluctant to meet their end in this place. Moreover, with the likes of Saradais and the young Sati, elite forces of the advancing city, having been defeated one after another, these lesser guards had little chance of withstanding such a formidable army. Hannibal was acutely aware that the situation was severely disadvantageous for the garrison of the advancing city, and thus he was unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. Without hesitation, he brandished his trident and charged towards Qin Chuan. As Qin Chuan smiled faintly, he suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Hannibal. However, Hannibal, being the deputy warden, possessed strength that surpassed that of Xiao Sudi and her companions. Even though Qin Chuan had managed to close the distance in that fleeting moment, Hannibal was still able to detect his presence immediately. He then raised his trident with great force. With a resounding clang, Qin Chuan's fist collided with Hannibal's trident. Despite possessing formidable physical prowess and defensive capabilities, Qin Chuan felt a tingling numbness in his arm. Yet, before he could contemplate another assault, an exceedingly inappropriate sound echoed through the air. Ding! The usage time for the Might Guy character card has expired, restoring the host to their original state. Please take heed. Host. As the system's voice faded, it felt as though Qin Chuan's very soul had been extracted, causing him to become utterly limp in an instant. At that moment, after Hannibal successfully fended off Qin Chuan's onslaught, he noticed that his opponent did not immediately launch another attack. Without pausing to consider the possibility of a ruse, he swiftly delivered a powerful kick to Qin Chuan's abdomen. Boom! Caught completely off guard, Qin Chuan was sent flying, landing amidst a group of prisoners in the rear. The sight startled the inmates, who quickly extended their hands to catch him. However, upon being received by the prisoners, Qin Chuan could not suppress a spurt of blood. In that instant when Hannibal's kick struck his midsection, he felt as though a tempest had erupted within him. Hannibal had not anticipated that his casual kick would injure Qin Chuan. Coupled with Qin Chuan's earlier display of valor, a subtle smile began to emerge on Hannibal's face. Subsequently, he slyly winked at the surveillance device nearby, clearly intending this gesture for Magellan, who was overseeing the situation from the fourth floor of the prison. At this moment, Hannibal's ambitions surged to its zenith. Initially, he had hoped to shift the blame for the uprising entirely onto Magellan, compelling him to resign in disgrace. This would naturally elevate Hannibal, the deputy warden, to the position of master of the vast underwater prison. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. If he could decisively defeat Qin Chuan and quell the insurrection, he could present himself to the world government as a worthy candidate for the warden's position. Boasting of his triumph. Contemplating this, Hannibal could not suppress a sly grin. After this round of confrontation, the morale of both sides underwent a significant transformation. The previously despondent guards erupted into cheers upon realizing that Qin Chuan was indeed fallible. At this moment, the guards and Qin Chuan fell into a profound silence. After all, if even Qin Chuan could not fulfill his promises, then the prospects for all present were even more dismal. You, young man, seem utterly inept. With such meager abilities, you dare to entertain thoughts of escape? Soon, once I bind you, I shall make you acquainted with the true essence of suffering. Hannibal mocked, standing firmly in place. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh and immediately exchanged for the character card of Might Guy through his thoughts. A notification resonated. Ding. Host successfully used Might Guy character card. Usage count -1. As this system voice echoed, Qin Chuan's body regained its former vitality. In the next moment, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged towards Hannibal at an exhilarating speed. Chapter 8. Toxic. The 8 Gates of Duanjia, the third gate. The opening of life, activate. After silently acknowledging this, Qin Chuan felt his entire body surge with blood, turning crimson, while simultaneously enhancing his speed and attack power. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's entire body in motion, Hannibal swallowed hard, gripping the trident tightly in preparation for the impending fierce battle. The game has concluded, Lilian Hua. Qin Chuan bellowed. In the next instant, Hannibal felt as though some mysterious entity had flashed past him, and before he could register what had occurred, Qin Chuan's fist had already ascended and struck his chin. Subsequently, Hannibal soared upward like a rocket, his visage contorted in utter disbelief. Yet this was not the end. As he soared into the sky, Qin Chuan, standing firmly on the ground, exerted his legs with great force, propelling his entire being into the air in an instant. Upon reaching Hannibal's side, Qin Chuan raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick downward. Boom! Hannibal was propelled into the ground by this rapid strike. The floor around him fractured swiftly, radiating cracks from his position. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating your foe. You have earned a total of 15,000 prestige points as a reward. With the system's announcement, Qin Chuan realized that Hannibal could no longer rise again. Upon witnessing this scene in the surveillance footage, Magellan let out a sigh, rose to his feet, and adjusted his black suit before making his way out of the office. After successfully vanquishing Hannibal, the guards of the three-tiered prison found themselves in utter disarray. A multitude of guards were mercilessly beaten to death by the desperate inmates. Similarly, throughout the entire passage, the nursery rhymes have left behind numerous corpses of criminals. Everyone surged towards the fourth level of the advanced city as if invigorated by a stimulant. The fourth level of the advanced city is the most crucial tier of the entire deep-sea prison. Not only is Magellan's office situated here, but it also houses the kitchen and granary, with an overall temperature that is exceedingly high. In the center of the fourth level lies a vast pool of blood, resembling a colossal iron cauldron filled with boiling flames. However, upon reaching the entrance of the fourth level, Qin Chuan was taken aback to find countless prisoners sprawled motionless on the ground ahead. Simultaneously, the air in this infernal realm was saturated with a dense, deep purple gas. Observing this unsettling scene, Qin Chuan hastily retreated to the third level. It was evident that this was a manifestation of Magellan's devil fruit ability, the poison fruit. This superhuman fruit allows Magellan to generate lethal deep purple poison from any part of his body, including sweat, saliva, breath, and even sighs, all of which emit toxic gas. This potent toxin can paralyze the nerves of living beings, inflict excruciating pain, induce hallucinations, or even lead to death. With a toxicity so formidable that it can dissolve stone with a single strike, those afflicted must obtain Magellan's antidote to secure their salvation. However, a significant drawback exists. Frequent utilization of the fruit's power leads to a constant state of diarrhea. This explains why Magellan is able to maintain his dominion over the impelled down prison and subdue numerous legendary pirates. Aha, young man. Regardless of how formidable your attack may be, it is utterly impossible to counter my toxic assault. Upon encountering the panicked Qin Chuan fleeing in terror, Magellan, having wreaked havoc in the depths of hell, erupted into hearty laughter. At this moment, Qin Chuan, trapped in the third layer of hell, was not idle. He promptly accessed the system shop in search of a solution. The formidable strength of Magellan was largely attributed to the inescapable toxin coursing through his veins. Thus, in order to vanquish his opponent, Qin Chuan first needed to select a character capable of resisting toxic assaults. And it was evident that Might Guy no longer met his requirements. Initially, the first character that came to Qin Chuan's mind was the semi-divine figure known as the pufferfish Hans. Hans possessed the remarkable ability to release toxic gas simply through his breathing, necessitating that he wear a respirator to prevent poisoning others. However, considering that Magellan's toxin could infiltrate a victim's body through mere contact, even Hans would be unable to withstand such a toxic onslaught. Just then, Qin Chuan heard the sound of footsteps ascending from the fourth layer of hell back to the third, indicating that only one person could emerge alive from that perilous descent. A wave of anxiety washed over him, but in the next moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He discovered a new character within the system shop, Scorpion, a member of the Akatsuki, adept in the art of puppetry. While it was true that virtually all characters could be susceptible to toxic infiltration, a puppet would remain unaffected even if the toxin were to breach its defenses. However, upon seeing the exchange requirement of a staggering 50,000 reputation points, Qin Chuan could not help but mutter a curse under his breath, branding the merchant a swindler. Nevertheless, even though he could not acquire Scorpion, this revelation sparked an idea within him. After all, the world of Naruto was replete with ninjas skilled in the art of puppet creation. At this moment, another puppet master emerged within Qin Chuan's line of sight. Granny Chio character card, redemption requirement, 30,000 points of reputation. Perhaps due to her advanced age, Granny Chio's redemption criteria are significantly less stringent than those of the Scorpion. As Qin Chuan examined his system panel, he discovered that after vanquishing formidable opponents such as Sardaukar and Hannibal, he had accumulated over 30,000 points of reputation. Without hesitation, he opted to exchange for the character card of Chio Obasan. Ding! The exchange for Chio Obasan, character card, was successful, and the system automatically deducted 30,000 points of reputation from the host. Following Qin Chuan's successful exchange, Magellan finally arrived at the third layer of hell. Kid, do you still wish to resist? You may find yourself facing a most gruesome demise. Magellan slowly approached Qin Chuan, his entire being enveloped in a deep purple poisonous mist. Chapter 9. The Villains of Infinite Hell. Magellan, you overestimate your own power. Should your toxin prove ineffective, you are nothing but a useless entity. Unfortunately, my toxin remains potent, and thus, your demise is inevitable. Poison passage. In the next moment, the poison emanating from Magellan surged forth like a torrent along the floor, aimed directly at Qin Chuan. At that moment, Qin Chuan instantaneously activated the Chio Granny character card. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had successfully utilized the Chio Granny character card, reducing the usage count by 1. As the system's alert echoed in the air, Qin Chuan swiftly retreated over 10 meters, narrowly evading Magellan's toxic assault. However, even though Magellan's toxins failed to strike Qin Chuan, They quickly permeated the atmosphere upon settling. Thus, an invisible wall of poison was unwittingly erected. "Let us see how long you can evade, toxic pufferfish," Magellan proclaimed, before opening his mouth wide and unleashing a torrent of toxic orbs. These orbs surged through the dense miasma of poison, hurtling towards Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan understood that he could no longer delay. Allowing these toxic orbs to approach and detonate would inevitably lead to his own corruption by the poison. With a soft grunt, he summoned the white secret technique, the 10 puppets of Chikuzan. Instantly, 10 fine threads shot forth from the tips of his fingers, each terminating in a figure clad in a flowing white robe, each wielding a distinct weapon. These 10 threads deftly controlled the 10 puppets. The remarkable creations of the puppet master, Min Zeman, known as the 10 puppets of Chikuzan. In the next moment, with a subtle movement of his fingers, the puppets surged forward to intercept the incoming barrage of toxic orbs. In the blink of an eye, the numerous poisonous spheres expelled by Magellan were deftly severed by the puppets. Toxins swiftly permeated the air. Observing his attack once again thwarted by Qin Xuan, Magellan's expression darkened. I did not expect you to possess some skill. Now, let us see where you shall flee from this next move." Summon the venomous dragon. As Magellan's voice echoed, 3 colossal, dragon-like embodiments of venom emerged from his being. These 3 venomous dragons surged forth towards Qin Xuan with the ferocity of actual dragons. Aware of the impending threat posed by Magellan's fierce assault, Qin Xuan recognized the necessity of unleashing his own formidable technique. "Let us see which is superior. Your venomous dragons are my puppets." Puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. In the next moment, the 3 puppets in Qin Xuan's grasp swiftly gathered together. One of them leaped onto the shoulders of the other 2. Just as the dragon-shaped toxins were about to reach the trio of puppets, they suddenly extended their arms, and a violent whirlwind rapidly formed around them. These tornadoes possessed the remarkable ability to draw in everything in their immediate vicinity, compressing the absorbed matter instantaneously before projecting it forward. In a mere heartbeat, the violent tornado swiftly condensed 3 streams of dragon-like toxic essence into a singular mass of poisonous gas, which then surged directly toward the direction of Magellan. Naturally, Magellan harbored no fear of his own toxic gas, as it emanated from himself. However, when the 3 streams of dragon breath poison that were released from his being were unexpectedly returned to him by Qin Xuan, a look of sheer terror manifested upon his face. At this moment, not far away, Qin Xuan realized that if he delayed any further, he would find himself ensnared within a web of toxins. Resolutely, he commanded the 10 puppets at his disposal, armed with weapons, to charge towards Magellan. Meanwhile, on the 6th layer of the abyss, the most terrifying infinite hell, Domino stood before an exceedingly dim prison door. Her heart raced, and the key in her hand was thoroughly soaked with perspiration. The atmosphere of this layer of hell was palpably distinct from that of the upper layers. The cells along the corridor were enveloped in an eerie silence. In this place, all the imprisoned souls were the most notorious criminals, either condemned to death or sentenced to life imprisonment. Thus, once confined here, their only fate was to await their demise. The heinous deeds committed by the inmates on this layer, some of which surpassed the bounds of cruelty, had been meticulously concealed by the government, even shrouded from the newspapers. It was no surprise that even someone of Domino's high rank within the advancing city felt an immense weight of pressure standing here. "Domino, has something extraordinary emerged above?" A familiar voice echoed from deep within the cell. "Yuzahiro, we need you now." Domino spoke gravely after a moment's hesitation. Her tone was laden with gravity, suggesting that the battle above was fiercely intense. However, what intrigued her more was the nature of the individual capable of threatening our esteemed Warden Magellan. A mere inmate from the Crimson Lotus Hell, employing some bizarre trick, had managed to successively defeat Salutis, the cell captain, Sphinx, the chief guard, and Hannibal, the deputy warden. If all went as expected, Warden Magellan was currently fending off his assault on the 4th layer of hell. How fascinating it was. She never anticipated witnessing someone escape from this place in her lifetime. At that moment, a sharp female voice pierced the silence from a neighboring cell. Had Qin Xuan been present, he would have seen a heavily made-up woman clad in eccentric attire with an aquiline nose. "Katrine, you shall never leave this place alive," Domino retorted immediately upon hearing the voice. You should worry about yourself. Soon, someone will be coming to kill you." Katrine Butterfly replied languidly. "There's no need to wait. They have already arrived." "Open the door," Yuzahiro declared as he stepped out of the shadows and approached the prison door. The sudden appearance of Rain Shiria startled Domino, causing him to jump in surprise. Chapter 10. Battle. Rain Shiryu. At that moment, A resounding sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase not far away. Upon hearing this sound, Domino swallowed hard, steeling his resolve as he inserted the key into the lock of the cell where Rain Shiryu was confined. With a decisive click, the cell door swung open. Subsequently, a man clad in the attire of an impel-down guard, complete with a pilot's cap, emerged from the cell. Upon regaining his freedom, Yuji Shiryu could not help but curl the corner of his mouth into a sly smile. That fellow possesses formidable strength. Before Domino could complete his sentence, Yuji Shiryu swiftly extended his right hand and, in the blink of an eye, seized Domino by the throat. "You, release me at once." Domino gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Yuji Shiryu would turn against him, rendered speechless by the tightening grip. "Less chatter, hand over my thunderstorm." Yuji Shiryu scoffed coldly, then snatched a dagger from Domino's grasp. The dagger, known as Thunderstorm, has accompanied him throughout his journey. Suddenly, a conflict arose. At that very moment, Qin Chuan entered the line of sight of the two. Upon seeing Qin Chuan approach, Hiru exerted force and flung Domino backward. "Young man, I've heard tales of your strength, that you even managed to defeat Magellan," he exclaimed. "It's nothing extraordinary. My primary objective here is to bring you all to your knees before I take my leave," Qin Chuan replied casually. "Haha, while Magellan possesses formidable power, once his toxins are neutralized, he becomes a mere shell of his former self. But I am different. My blade is not to be trifled with. One moment of carelessness, and you may find yourself severed from your very essence. Indeed, a troublesome matter. However, it matters not, for my fists are stronger than your blade." Upon finishing his words, Qin Chuan swiftly exchanged for the Might Guy character card through the system. Ding. Host has successfully utilized the Might Guy character card, usage count -1. As he enveloped the elderly Chiyo with the essence of Might Guy once more, vitality surged through Qin Chuan's being. The prowess of Hiru was not something that an ordinary puppet could contend with, even with 10 puppets at his disposal. Qin Chuan believed that neither they nor their weapons could withstand the merciless onslaught of Hiru. Thus, he resolved to revert back to Might Guy and confront Hiru's swordsmanship with his own physical prowess. "Come, let me witness the extent of your strength." Upon declaring this, Hiru charged at Qin Chuan with Thunderstorm in hand. "Eighth gate, the gate of joy," Qin Chuan shouted with fervor. At that moment, a green energy radiated from Might Guy, instantly enveloping every inch of his skin, rendering Qin Chuan remarkably light and agile. At this moment, Yuji Shiryu had already approached Qin Chuan menacingly. "Die." Yuji Shiryu scoffed coldly, and with a swift motion, the blade of Thunderstorm descended rapidly towards Qin Chuan. The edge of the blade, infused with an overwhelming aura of death, seemed poised to slice the very air asunder. Just then, Qin Chuan sprang into action. He darted aside, barely evading the horizontal slash of the Thunderstorm blade that nearly grazed his sleeve. The flash of the blade illuminated the entire dungeon, its brilliance momentarily casting away the darkness of hell. The razor's edge came within mere centimeters of striking him. Simultaneously, as Thunderstorm struck down, a profound fissure erupted in the floor beneath them. The tiles on either side were violently displaced by the force of the blade. Upon witnessing the scar carved into the ground, Qin Chuan was drenched in cold sweat. Even having opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he found his speed insufficient to match his opponent's swordsmanship. At that moment, Yuji Shiryu was equally astonished. If they had engaged from a considerable distance, it would not have been surprising for the opponent to evade his strike. Yet, having closed the gap and thrust himself into Qin Chuan's vicinity, it was unprecedented for him to witness such a miraculous escape from his attack at such close range. However, he had no time to ponder this marvel, for Qin Chuan's counterattack was already upon him. Peacock Dance. This was a technique unleashed after opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, which rapidly enhanced his physical capabilities, allowing him to unleash a flurry of blows to overwhelm his adversary. In the next instant, countless fists surged from all directions toward the unsuspecting Yuji Shiryu. The speed of Qin Chuan's punches was so extraordinary that they ignited the air, creating flames that illuminated the surroundings as brilliantly as the dawn. The fiery display fell like a cascade of shimmering peacock feathers, which is precisely why this technique was aptly named Peacock Dance. As for the enigmatic Shiryu, he found himself under a relentless barrage of impacts before he could fully comprehend the situation. With a resounding crash, mere seconds later, he was forced to retreat over 10 steps, unable to withstand the onslaught of Qin Chuan's fists. At this point, the black attire he wore, designated for the impel-down personnel, had been singed, revealing several large holes, while his face bore a chaotic mixture of soot and ash, rendering him a pitiable sight. Ha ha. Shilio, you truly have become ineffectual. Who would have thought that the illustrious ace of Impelled Down would succumb today to a mere prisoner from the hell of Crimson Lotus? If word of this gets out, it would indeed be laughable. At that moment, a man with an unattractive hat and a comically large sausage-like nose, perpetually appearing inebriated, leaned casually against the prison bars, deriding him. Busker Jot, your incessant chatter is tiresome. Shilio, already fuming from the indignity of being so passive in his first battle upon release, felt his anger boil over at the taunt. His expression darkened as he abruptly raised his weapon, Thunderstorm, and swung it menacingly at the nonchalant Busker Jot. Chapter 11. The onslaught begins. Busker Jot did not anticipate Shilio's sudden attack, and with his hands shackled in special sea prism stone cuffs, his movements were naturally sluggish. In an instant, the blade's gleam met his arm. A piercing scream of agony echoed throughout the 6th level of infinite hell. Shilio, how dare you lay a hand on me? Busker Jot bellowed in fury. You wretched fool, if I were not confined in this cage, dealing with scum like you would be child's play. Release me, and I could crush you into a pulp with a single hand. Hey, what are you two squawking about? I'm still here. So, Busker Jot, I hear you were quite renowned before. However, given the current circumstances, you might want to tend to that bleeding arm of yours. Once I deal with Shilio, I shall come to speak with you. Do try to hold on. I would hate for you to bleed out. As the two exchanged barbs, Qin Chuan's voice cut through. At this moment, Shilio recognized that his greatest adversary was Qin Chuan, prompting him to turn once more. Get out of my way. Slash wave. Shilio raised Thunderstorm high and brought it crashing down. The next instant, a wave of azure energy erupted across the ground, hurtling towards Qin Chuan, who stood a short distance away. 8 gates of Duinjia. The opening gate. The opening gate is the last door before the death gate, representing the 7th of the 8 gates. As Qin Chuan uttered this incantation, his body began to emanate blue steam, a product of sweat evaporating rapidly. At that moment, his speed approached the very limits of human capability. To Qin Chuan, the rapidly advancing azure wave resembled a mere gentle ripple. With a deft sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Shilio's attack. The force of the strike crashed against a towering wall behind him, leaving a massive gash in its wake. Now it's my turn. Shilio. The game is over. Day Tiger. Qin Chuan roared to the heavens as the blue steam surged. In the next moment, he compressed the surrounding air at an astonishing pace, then released it in a single breath, forming an air cannon shaped like a tiger. In the blink of an eye, as Shilio merely blinked, the tiger-shaped air cannon materialized before him. In the span of a breath, Qin Chuan's fist collided with Shilio's face. With a thunderous impact, Shilio was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. The shockwave from the air cannon instantly radiated outward, repelling all in its vicinity. Even Domino, watching from a distance, was staggered back several steps by the force of this wave. Once she regained her footing, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The mere impact of a single attack was enough to injure her, a testament to the formidable power of Qin Chuan. After delivering that powerful punch, Qin Chuan was immediately greeted by 2 system notification sounds. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated the enemy. You have earned a total of 40,000 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully vanquished the foe. You have acquired an additional 30,000 prestige points. In an instant, 2 notifications announcing his triumph over the adversary popped up, leaving Qin Chuan utterly bewildered. What just happened? Is it a buy one get one free offer? Clearly, one of these notifications was related to Shilio, but the other, judging by the reward magnitude, could not possibly pertain to Delino. Just moments ago, after defeating Magellan, he had earned 50,000 prestige points, and now, with this sudden windfall of 70,000 prestige points, Qin Chuan had transformed into a millionaire in an instant. According to the classification of strength, Domino's power is simply incomparable to that of Hannibal, thus the system notification must be unrelated to Domino. Just as Qin Chuan pondered this, a pool of fresh blood suddenly flowed from a nearby cell. A glance revealed that the owner of this blood was Busker Jot, who had just lost an arm to Shilio. Busker Jot lay collapsed in his cell, his eyes wide with immense reluctance. He had never anticipated that after a life of glory, he would meet such a demise. Following the severing of his arm by Shilio, his physical condition rapidly deteriorated. Eventually, when struck by the shockwave from Qin Chuan's Day Tiger attack, his internal organs were shattered, leading to his immediate death. It turned out that even these imprisoned individuals possessed a reputation reward. With so many renowned pirates confined on the 6th level, it seemed that today would yield a bountiful harvest for Qin Chuan. His heart swelled with joy. However, he was acutely aware that the 8 gates Duanjia inflicted grave damage. Theoretically, opening the 8th gate left no chance of survival, unless one possessed the aura of a protagonist. Thus, Qin Chuan dared to open only up to the 7th gate. Nevertheless, even with the 7th gate activated, once the state was lifted, any slight touch would cause excruciating pain, posing a significant threat to his life. Seizing the moment before the shock gate closed, Qin Chuan slowly approached Domino. The surrounding pirates, who had been struck by Qin Chuan's shockwave, began to shout. They had witnessed and felt Qin Chuan's formidable power, and it was evident that he was the sole man capable of leading them out of Impelled Down. Years ago, if the Golden Lion Shiki could escape, then surely they could as well. Thus, renowned pirates around him began to call out to Qin Chuan. I am Abelo Pizarro. Save me, and I shall become your strongest crew member. A man, clad in a long white and deep brown fur coat and adorned with a light purple necklace, with cat-like eyes, frantically banged on the cell door. Chapter 12. The Devil's Heir. Qin Chuan recognized him. He was the one who had been rescued by Blackbeard upon his arrival and subsequently became his crew member, possessing strength similar to that of the recently deceased Busker Jot. Next, Qin Chuan approached Domino. At that moment, her expression was tense, sweat trickling down from her brow. It was evident that she could not withstand Qin Chuan now. Bring the keys. You shall not. With a brief exchange, Qin Chuan delivered a resounding slap to Domino's face. The next instant, her head collided with the wall, rendering her unconscious. How dare you resist? Your power pales in comparison to mine. This is merely folly, Qin Chuan scoffed, then crouched to retrieve the keychain from her waist. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated an enemy. You have earned a total of 15,000 reputation points. This system notification was indeed related to Domino. After acquiring the keychain, the shouts from the surroundings intensified. Subsequently, Qin Chuan approached the cell of the ever-flattering Abelo Pizarro. With a click, the cell door swung open. Abelo Pizarro gazed at Qin Chuan as though he had seen a savior, his eyes burning with eagerness. Brother, let me out, and I will help you obtain the legendary treasure. I'm afraid not, my friend. I am far more interested in the reputation points you possess. What reputation points? I have nothing on me. Feel free to search. Abelo Pizarro exclaimed in confusion. You had none before, but now you do. As Qin Chuan's words fell, agonized groans echoed from within Abelo Pizarro's cell. Moments later, Qin Chuan exited the cell. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated an enemy. You have earned a total of 30,000 reputation points. While the prisoners in the 6th level of Infinite Hell had initially been in a state of jealousy and excitement, Qin Chuan's sudden actions plunged the atmosphere into a chilling silence. The corridor of the prison became so quiet that even their breathing was audible. The next moment, Qin Chuan approached the previously noisy Catherine. Upon seeing Qin Chuan approach with a smile, the so-called Crescent Hunter, Catherine Butterfly, felt an ominous premonition. What do you intend to do? Catherine Butterfly could not help but speak as Qin Chuan opened her cell door. Did I not mention that I seek reputation points? Reputation points? Tell me how to give them to you, and I will do it now. Then thank you. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick to Catherine Butterfly, who was shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. A resounding crash echoed as she fell unconscious without even a whimper. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated an enemy. You have earned a total of 30,000 reputation points. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan knock Catherine Butterfly unconscious once more, the prisoners on the 6th level erupted in chaos. Heavens! Someone tell me what that guy wants. Why is he attacking people? What are reputation points? I have nothing but dirt on me. Why is this guy even more ruthless than the Navy? He strikes without hesitation. Despite their complaints, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, continuing to unlock cell doors and teach the occupants a lesson. In no time, the 6th level of Infinite Hell resembled a hellish battlefield. When Qin Chuan reached the final cell in this corridor, a deep voice emerged from within. Do not open the door. Otherwise, you will die. Taken aback, Qin Chuan was surprised to encounter such a defiant individual in the 6th level. Having witnessed many renowned pirates throughout his journey, including Blackbeard's crew, who had been thoroughly defeated by him, this pirate's identity piqued his curiosity. Could it be that the 6th level of Infinite Hell held a formidable opponent? With a sense of intrigue, Qin Chuan slowly pushed open the cell door. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a tall, strong physique, golden long hair, and clad in an old military uniform lunged at him from the darkness. The next moment, as he reached Qin Chuan, he raised a sea-stone handcuff to strike him. Overestimating yourself, Qin Chuan scoffed lightly. He then raised his foot with ease. Bang! Pain surged through the man's entire body, forcing him to kneel on the ground the next moment. Still feeling arrogant? Begone! In response to Qin Chuan's retort, the man bellowed once more, preparing to rise and launch a second assault against him. Thud! Qin Chuan delivered another kick, this time with considerably greater force. The man crashed to the ground, violently spitting blood, his harsh coughs rendering him breathless. If you have the guts, then kill me, even in such dire circumstances. He glared at Qin Chuan with an air of defiance, unyielding in his resolve. The man's tenacity piqued Qin Chuan's interest. Confined in the 6th level of the prison, clad in military attire and possessing golden locks, could it be that you are the fabled progeny of the devil, Douglas Barrett? Qin Chuan exclaimed, taken aback as he scrutinized the individual before him. Chapter 13. Recruiting crew members. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan actually recognized him, Douglas Barrett was momentarily taken aback. He had been absent from this world for far too long, to the extent that even the high-ranking officials of the Navy had forgotten about the existence of this formidable individual in Impel Down. However, the fact that this young man was aware of his identity filled him with astonishment. You know me. It seems you are indeed remarkable. Douglas Barrett struggled to rise. Qin Chuan was equally surprised to hear the other party acknowledge himself as Douglas Barrett, as he had believed this man to be deceased. Douglas Barrett was once a member of the Roger Pirates, possessing immense power that even his comrades referred to him as a monster. He was known as the successor of the Grinding Ghost, overwhelming others with his sheer strength. His prowess was comparable to that of Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, thus far surpassing the abilities of other pirates at this level. However, they were all shackled by the unique sea prism stone handcuffs of Impel Down, rendering their abilities ineffective. Moreover, Qin Chuan had employed the 7th gate of the 8 gates of pain, a technique that could lead to mutual destruction to deal with the group, which is why they appeared so feeble before him. Douglas Barrett, I am quite familiar with you, and I must say, I hold you in high regard. I offer you 2 paths. 1, follow me, and I shall lead you out of this dismal place. The 2nd, you are defeated by me and condemned to remain imprisoned here forever. The choice is yours. After much contemplation, Qin Chuan decided to extend an olive branch. Douglas Barrett's strength was considerably greater than that of the others, and even Silver's Rayleigh could not defeat him. Thus, having such a powerful ally would significantly enhance Qin Chuan's own strength. Now that he stood in opposition to the world government, he would face numerous perils in the future. Possessing a capable individual like Barrett to assist him would alleviate the burdens of many tasks. How laughable! You little brats think you are worthy of my allegiance? Surely, you must be out of your minds. Douglas Barrett had no inclination to express gratitude towards Qin Chuan. Instead, he openly mocked him, being an ancient being of terrifying strength. Despite Qin Chuan's victory over him, Barrett was in a state of incapacitation and thus remained unyielding. The prominent trait revered by these formidable pirates is sheer strength. The mightier one is, the greater their influence. Thus, even though Qin Chuan wishes to rescue him, Douglas Barrett remains unconvinced. I am aware that you place your faith solely in your own power, and more than anyone else, you yearn to become the Pirate King. However, you differ from the rest. While most aspire to the title for the sake of the so-called treasure, your motives are distinct. You wish to attain the title of Pirate King through conquest. And even if you were informed about Roger's treasure, the eternal pointer to Raftel, you would refuse to tread the path he once walked. Your ambition is to surpass Roger and become the strongest in the world, vanquishing the mightiest on the seas, including all 4 emperors and admirals. Is that not so? Qin Chuan's words struck Douglas Barrett's heart like a thunderclap, leaving him in a turmoil of emotions. Qin Chuan's insight was astoundingly accurate, akin to a parasite nestled within his very being. Were it not for the fact that Qin Chuan emerged from the depths of the prison, he might have believed that Qin Chuan had overheard the dreams he himself had spoken in slumber. Observing the long silence from Douglas Barrett, Qin Chuan was certain of his correctness. If you aspire to become the Pirate King and defeat the strongest in the world, then you should align with me. For my ambition mirrors yours, to conquer the strongest in this world and ascend to the pinnacle of existence. So, shall we battle together on the battlefield? And once we stand together at the apex of this world, we can engage in our final duel? Seizing the moment while Douglas Barrett's inner conflict lingered, Qin Chuan pressed his advantage. In contrast, Douglas Barrett was acutely aware of his current predicament. Unlike the illustrious Shiki, he possessed neither the means nor the prowess to extricate himself from this place. Furthermore, should he fail to escape this time, the arrival of naval reinforcements would undoubtedly bolster the defensive forces here. At that juncture, even a figure as formidable as Shiki would find it impossible to flee. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately arrived at a significant decision. What is your name? Qin Chuan. Take me out of here, and I shall willingly follow you temporarily, ensuring your safety. However, should we indeed find ourselves at the pinnacle of the world as you proclaim, I will become your greatest adversary. Douglas Barrett stated with gravity. No problem. It's a deal, Qin Chuan replied, extending his hand. Subsequently, Douglas Barrett's hand slowly reached out as well. The two engaged in a momentous handshake, symbolizing their partnership within this formidable city. Yet, at that instant, a voice resonated in Qin Chuan's mind. Ding. The usage period for the Mai Kai character card has expired. The host will now revert to their original state. Please be advised. As the voice faded, Qin Chuan swiftly returned to his initial condition. Although the character of Might Guy has vanished, one must still endure the repercussions of the 8 Gates technique that he employed. After all, Might Guy fought using his own body, thus Qin Chuan's physique would inevitably sustain all tangible injuries. Once the 8 Gates were closed, Qin Chuan's entire being collapsed in an instant. Given that his physical condition was not on par with Might Guy's, a profound ache coursed through his body upon recovery. Chapter 14. Escape from the Advanced City. The pain surged into Qin Chuan's mind, compelling him to clutch his head and slump to the ground. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, seated across from him, was equally astonished. How could Qin Chuan, who had previously exhibited remarkable combat prowess, suddenly appear so feeble? Qin Chuan, are you all right? Humph. I'm fine. It's merely a few after-effects from the intense battle I just endured. A brief respite will suffice, Qin Chuan replied, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he tossed the keychain to Douglas Barrett. In truth, Qin Chuan currently finds himself in a rather precarious position. Even an ordinary pirate could easily take his life. Yet, at this critical juncture, he places his unwavering trust in Douglas Barrett, primarily due to the latter's association with the notorious pirate Gold. Roger. Such individuals possess a deep-seated conviction. Once they have made a commitment, they are steadfast in their resolve. Thus, Qin Chuan harbors little concern that Barrett might betray him. Indeed, upon receiving the key, Douglas Barrett promptly freed himself from his shackles, unleashing a thunderous roar of cathartic fury into the heavens. He then approached Qin Chuan, grasped his arm firmly, and hoisted him onto his back. Leave the rest to me. Just rest easy. I will ensure your safe passage through Impel Down, Barrett replied with a calm assurance. Perhaps it was due to the immense sense of security bestowed upon him by Douglas Barrett, or perhaps it was simply a result of his overwhelming fatigue. But before Qin Chuan could muster a response, he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was unclear how long he had been asleep, but eventually, Qin Chuan gradually opened his eyes. Upon realizing he was lying on a soft bed within a cramped room, he immediately sat up. In that instant, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, compelling him to exhale deeply. Goodness, the after-effects of the 8 Gates of Duanjia are exceedingly potent. Although this technique is undeniably formidable, having allowed him to defeat the 2 paramount champions in impenetrable city with merely the opening of the 7th gate, it nearly cost him his life as well. Had he not managed to conquer Douglas Barrett in the final moments, it is highly probable that he would have been slain amidst the chaos following his fainting. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan rose and pushed open the door. As the door swung wide, a brilliant ray of sunlight flooded into the room, illuminating his face. At this moment, the vast expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly outside. Am I aboard a ship? Qin Chuan murmured softly. You are awake, Captain Qin Chuan. At that moment, Douglas Barrett himself stood by the railing at the bow of the ship. He remained steadfast to his promise, not only bringing Qin Chuan along, but also beginning to address him as captain. This title is not one to be bestowed lightly, for pirates like them. Calling someone captain signifies an acknowledgement of their strength and leadership. Where exactly is this place? Exhausted, Qin Chuan approached him. Somewhere in the East Sea. The specific location is rather unclear to me, as I am unfamiliar with such a weak area. Had I not encountered the naval support forces right after my escape, I would have taken you directly to the New World, Douglas Barrett explained. Naval support forces? Who came? Intrigued by Douglas Barrett's words, Qin Chuan was eager to learn the Navy's response to his recent commotion. Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Kazan. The mention of these 2 names startled Qin Chuan. Karp is the most esteemed figure in the Navy, renowned as the hero of the Navy, and he hails from the same era as Roger and Douglas Barrett. Although he holds the rank of a mere vice admiral, his strength and influence within the Navy's headquarters are unparalleled. Even the Fleet Admiral Sengoku must consider his opinions. Kazan, known by his naval code name Akiji, possesses the formidable powers of the ice fruit, being a former student of the legendary Admiral Zephyr, and is one of the Navy's top 3 combatants. The mere fact that both the hero of the Navy and a top-tier combatant were dispatched simultaneously underscores the significance the Navy places on Qin Chuan. This is precisely why Douglas Barrett resolutely chose to flee in the face of the Navy. After all, he had only just escaped from Impel Down, and his strength had yet to fully recover. Furthermore, the formidable might of the Navy's ranks meant that even at his utmost capacity, he would stand no chance against the likes of Garp and Kazan. Thus, in order to avert any peril, he decisively turned and fled towards the East Sea. Fortunately, at that moment, Garp and the others were concerned that Impel Down might descend into chaos. Pursuing Qin Chuan would have been a fruitless endeavor, leading Garp to issue the crucial command to refrain from chasing Qin Chuan and instead direct all warships to the depths of the underwater prison. In the office of the prison warden on the 4th level of the underwater prison, Garp sat gravely in Magellan's chair, while Kazan stood quietly to the side. Magellan and the high-ranking officials from the prison stood lined up before him. At that moment, they were all bound in numerous bandages, their bodies marred with bruises, appearing quite disheveled. Magellan's rank could easily place him on par with those who held the titles of Vice Admiral or even Admiral, given that the institutions of Impel Down, Judiciary Island, and the Navy are all under the aegis of the world government. Thus, as the supreme commander of Impel Down, Magellan's position was indeed significant. However, due to the grave blunder he had committed, he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of the Navy's rescue team. Moreover, Garp's strength and reputation were well established within the world government, compelling him to show respect as a junior. "Have all the prisoners in the 6th level been successfully detained?" Hu inquired solemnly. "All have been secured, however, casualties are still being assessed. Aside from a few minor characters, within the infinite hell of the 6th level, Baskerville Jot was killed, and the other notorious pirates sustained severe injuries," reported Domino, the chief warden. "What else?" Garp asked, his brow furrowing. "Additionally, Douglas Bullet escaped along with the inmate named Qin Chuan." "What? Douglas Bullet has fled?" Upon hearing this, Garp reacted as if struck by lightning, slamming his palm down on the table. His outburst caused an immediate tension among those present, particularly Hannibal, known for his lethal prowess, who began to tremble, fearing accountability. "Is that individual particularly formidable?" Kazan inquired with curiosity, having never witnessed Garp in such a disarrayed state before. He has been adrift at sea since the age of 15, undefeated in countless battles, having fought over 100 skirmishes without a single loss. It was during that moment that he encountered Roger and succumbed to defeat, ultimately trailing behind Roger as they roamed the world together. However, after Roger's misfortune, he departed from the Roger pirates and embarked on his own venture, stirring the seas into a tumultuous upheaval. At that time, the Navy was utterly powerless against him. It was not until he reached the age of 22 that, having acquired intelligence about his clandestine activities, the entire Navy mobilized, with myself and Admiral Sengoku at the forefront, to engage in a highly publicized confrontation with him. Eventually, due to his waning strength and the overwhelming might of the Navy, we managed to jointly defeat him and confine him here. Although many years have elapsed and our capabilities have grown formidable, particularly with the emergence of several esteemed commanders among you, we must remain vigilant." Admiral Garp reminisced. Despite the passage of time, the vivid memories of his battle with Douglas Barrett lingered in his mind, as this individual was among the rare few who compelled him to exert his utmost effort. Upon hearing Garp's account, several present gasped in astonishment. Many in attendance were quite young, and when Douglas Barrett rose to prominence, they were still in their early years, thus unfamiliar with his legacy. Now, hearing the formidable Admiral Garp speak of this titan from a bygone era, a palpable sense of unease emerged regarding Barrett's potential escape. Coupled with the mysterious Qin Chuan accompanying him, a wave of concern swept over the crowd. "Very well, I shall personally report this matter to the higher-ups. You all focus on recuperating here. Additionally, I will dispatch several heavily armed warships to maintain a vigilant watch for any unforeseen developments." "Understood." Magellan responded with a solemn nod. Soon, the news of Qin Chuan's escape sent shockwaves across the globe. In the highest-level meeting at the Navy headquarters, admirals and higher-ranking officers gathered, presided over by none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Can anyone enlighten me on the true identity of this Qin Chuan? How could a prisoner confined in the first layer of Hell's Red Lotus possibly turn impelled down upside down? Sengoku commenced with a query. Yet, his question seemed futile. For the others were equally in the dark regarding Qin Chuan's background, oblivious to his origins. Regardless of his identity or history, any pirate posing a threat to the world deserves to be eradicated. I am prepared to personally lead the Navy forces to apprehend them. At that moment, a man adorned with numerous tattoos, a sword on his right arm, roses and cherry blossoms extending from his left chest to his elbow, wearing a brooch. Dressed in a dark red suit, topped with a naval cap, and black leather gloves draped in the great coat of a Navy admiral. Calmly remarked while puffing on a cigar. Akaino, that fellow possesses formidable strength. Even Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain are no match for him. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, slender man with short, slightly curly black hair, sporting sunglasses, stubble on his face, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, and a dark green shirt responded languidly. These two were none other than the Navy's top three powerhouses, Akaina Sakazuki and Kizaru Borsellino. The situation is far from simple. We must also contend with Douglas Bullet. That individual, despite being imprisoned for 20 years, remains a force to be reckoned with. Interjected an elderly gentleman with graying hair, simply styled in a shoulder-length ponytail, his forehead exposed and adorned with a pair of emerald green earrings. He wore 2 gold bracelets on his right wrist and draped in the great coat of a Navy vice admiral. He replied with a calm demeanor. She was a remarkable figure, once renowned alongside Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, and a contemporary of Douglas Barrett, Admiral Tsuru. Having once engaged in battle with Douglas Barrett, she possessed a profound understanding of the formidable power he wielded, far surpassing that of the younger generation. Admiral Tsuru mused, the times have changed. We are now in the most prosperous era of our Navy, and even the formidable individuals of the New World no longer instill fear. After being countered by the two, Akaino remained unfazed. Very well, Akaino, since you are so confident, lead a naval fleet immediately to the East Blue to ascertain their whereabouts. This serves a dual purpose, to intimidate our adversaries and to convey our Navy's stance to the world. Although we are not at fault for the recent events at Impel Down, the higher-ups in the world government are displeased with us, particularly since our naval support allowed 2 major suspects to escape upon arrival at Impel Down. We are being urged to resolve this matter swiftly to appease the public. After speaking, Sengoku cast a glance at Garp beside him. Kapu, seemingly unfazed, continued to pick his nose as if nothing were amiss. It was evident that Sengoku was irked by Kapu's nonchalance, particularly since he had unilaterally decided to abandon the pursuit of Qin Chuan, which had resulted in their current predicament of passivity. Yet, he found himself powerless against this old friend, leaving him to stew in his own frustration. Chapter 16. Full-Scale Bounty Humph. I am curious to see what this outdated individual can stir up. Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Doberman, prepare yourselves. Each of you will command a warship and await my arrival at the Marineford Harbor. Sakazuki addressed the assembled individuals. The 3 individuals he named immediately rose to their feet and subsequently exited the conference room. These 3 were all vice admirals within the naval headquarters, possessing formidable strength, making them the most potent forces beneath the admirals of the Navy. Thus, Sakazuki's decision to embark on this expedition accompanied by these 3 vice admirals indicated his unwavering determination to succeed. Meanwhile, across the globe, conversations buzzed with excitement surrounding the recent prison break incident involving Qin Chuan. The commotion caused by the uproar at Impel Down naturally drew the attention of Morgans, a prominent figure in the underworld. Morgans, a user of the bird fruit, model, Albatross, serves as the president of the World Economic News, whose primary endeavor is to uncover various news stories for publication. As the president of the World Economic News Agency, he was regarded as the most well-informed individual. Following the incident of Qin Chuan's escape from prison, he astonishingly managed to bribe the surviving guards within the prison at the very first opportunity, obtaining exclusive footage of Qin Chuan's battle. Upon viewing this remarkable footage, Morgans felt as though he had discovered a new world, subsequently penning an audacious headline for his newspaper, The New Emperor Sins, A Great Era of Change. Beneath this sensational title, Morgans elaborated on the footage, employing exaggerated language to depict how Qin Chuan, single-handedly, traversed the entirety of the prison in a mere half-day, ultimately departing from the city of Chaojin with Douglas Barrett in full view of the naval support troops. The content of this newspaper swiftly spread across the globe, inciting a tremendous wave of panic and discourse. Everyone was abuzz with discussions about this enigmatic figure that had suddenly emerged before the world. Yet Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware of it all. After their small military vessel docked at a port in the East China Sea, the two of them arrived at a place known as Boge Town. Upon entering the town, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He beheld a peculiar flag suspended in the streets of this quaint settlement. The flag depicted a pair of intertwined skulls, with a menacing red shark featuring a pointed snout at its center. The entire banner exuded an eerie aura, entirely unlike the kind of flag one would expect to see in respectable company. Is this not under the jurisdiction of the Navy? Surely, if a flag were to be displayed, it should be one symbolizing peace, like that of the seagull. Qin Chuan murmured to himself. Even in the East Sea, numerous islands remain under the control of pirate crews, and this flag appeared to be the distinctive emblem of a certain pirate faction. Their audacity in brazenly displaying this flag is a clear indication that they have, without a doubt, claimed this territory for themselves. Douglas Barrett remarked. Humph. It seems the Navy is utterly ineffectual, unable to even maintain control over a mere fragment of the East Sea. It is inconceivable that they could conquer the New World with such incompetence. Yet, one cannot solely place blame on them. Rather, the fault lies with my captain and his words before the execution, which spurred countless individuals to venture into these waters and embrace the life of piracy. The Navy itself is limited in manpower, and it is impossible for them to station soldiers on every island across the globe. Thus, whenever the naval forces depart, the pirates adrift at sea will seize the opportunity to invade. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Upon further examination of the depicted image, he felt a sense of familiarity. However, he could not recall the specifics at that moment. Moreover, given that the East Sea lacks any notable pirate crews, it is hardly surprising that Qin Chuan was unaware. Let us step into that tavern for a drink, Douglas Barrett suggested after discovering the town's Soul Tavern just a short walk away. In the world of pirates, drinking is a cherished pastime, particularly among the prominent pirates. After being confined for 20 long years, it would be a miracle if they did not emerge with ailments. Therefore, upon reaching the shore, Douglas Barrett's immediate inclination was to seek out the nearby tavern. Qin Chuan was indeed eager to savor the flavors of the libations found in this pirate realm. Subsequently, the two ventured into the tavern. Upon entering, Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett immediately sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. A considerable number of individuals had gathered here, and to their astonishment, they were all members of the Fishman tribe. The Fishmen possessed a unique appearance, characterized by features that were half human and half fish, breathing through lungs on land and utilizing gills in the water. Most of the Fishmen reside in the underwater paradise of Fishman Island, located at a depth of 10,000 meters. They are rarely found elsewhere, as their appearance often subjects them to discrimination by some humans. Consequently, they seldom engage or coexist with humans. However, the presence of such a multitude of fishmen on this unknown island perplexed the two individuals. As soon as the two entered, the fishmen immediately focused their gaze upon them. An unusual sight indeed, given the multitude of fishmen present. It's curious here, so many fishmen, Qin Chuan remarked casually. No worries, they are merely insignificant characters. If you wish, I could eliminate them all in the blink of an eye. No need for that. Our objective is not these trifling beings. Qin Chuan signaled Douglas Barrett to refrain from unnecessary bloodshed, for he was not one to take pleasure in rampant killing. Subsequently, the two settled themselves at the bar. What can I get for you, gentlemen? Inquired the tavern owner with a broad smile. 2 glasses of rum. Douglas Barrett replied after glancing at the bottles on the shelf. Qin Chuan, unfamiliar with the local libations, had no objections upon hearing Barrett order a rum for him. Just as the tavern owner retreated to fetch their drinks, a sharp-nosed fishman stood up from a nearby table and strode directly towards them. Are you two from outside? The sharp-nosed fishman inquired, draping an arm over Qin Chuan's shoulder and the other over Douglas Barrett's. What is the matter? Qin Chuan turned, puzzled by the fishman's approach. Haha. Do you know whose territory this is? The fishman laughed boisterously. Whose territory? Have you heard of the Evil Dragon Pirate Crew? This is the domain of our Evil Dragon Pirate Crew, the fishman declared with pride. Oh, so it's the Evil Dragon Pirate Crew. No wonder the insignia hanging outside the town seemed so familiar. It belongs to that incompetent leader, Qin Chuan realized. The leader of the Evil Dragon Pirate Crew, known as the Evil Dragon, was indeed a fishman and a former officer of the Sun Pirate Crew. After parting ways with the Sun Pirate Crew, he established his own. Upon returning from the Grand Line with his crew, the Evil Dragon embarked on his quest for dominance in the East Sea. He swiftly attacked numerous villages, capturing over 20. including Nami's hometown of Cocoa Village, where he established his own evil dragon empire. Douglas Barrett, having been imprisoned for 2 decades, was naturally oblivious to the state of the outside world. Is the evil dragon pirate crew truly formidable? They are reputed to be the mightiest pirate group in the East Sea. However, their captain's bounty is merely 20 million berries. What do you think? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's explanation, Douglas Barrett nearly erupted in expletives. 20 million berries, such a sum scarcely exceeds the worth of a single finger of his. Yet, this is considered the highest bounty among pirate crews in the East Sea, illustrating just how feeble the pirate strength is in this region. Hey, kid, what did you just say? Are you implying that our evil dragon pirate crew's captain is worthless? It seems you are tired of living. The sharp-nosed fishman, upon hearing the seemingly ordinary young man speak with such audacity, immediately darkened his expression. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the other fishmen in the tavern rose to their feet. Douglas Barrett, I have yet to witness your prowess. I have only heard tales of your formidable skills. If you wouldn't mind, could you showcase your abilities here? Qin Chuan suddenly proposed. Although defeating these minor characters would grant him prestige points, it would inevitably deplete his limited instances of possession. The cost to exchange for a single instance of possession is 1,000 prestige points. And to squander one on these insignificant adversaries would likely yield insufficient rewards, even if you were to vanquish them all. Though I have amassed over 400,000 points of prestige in advancing within the city, it remains insufficient to exchange for a character card of Senju Hashirama. Naturally, I am disinclined to engage in such thankless endeavors. Moreover, I am quite curious about the strength of the legendary figure I have recruited. One who stands shoulder to shoulder with the King of Hell, Rayleigh. After listening to Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett let out a cold snicker. You are utterly insulting me. Without waiting for Qin Chuan's response, Douglas Barrett surged forward, directly confronting the sharp-nosed fishman. In the next instant, before the fishman could react, Douglas Barrett's hands had transformed into a glossy black. Almost instantaneously, his seemingly indomitable fist struck the fishman's face with tremendous force. Boom. With a muffled thud, the fishman was sent hurtling out of the tavern. Kill him. The surrounding fishmen cried out in alarm. Yet, before they could act, Douglas Barrett had already plunged into their midst. Moments later, all the fishmen within the tavern lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This scene left the tavern owner, who had emerged with 2 glasses of rum, frozen in shock. As Douglas Barrett slowly returned, he accepted the beer from the tavern owner and handed it to Qin Chuan. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? Using hockey against mere minor characters? Qin Chuan remarked with a laugh as he took the beer. Hockey, particularly the armament hockey, is one of the 3 types of hockey. It enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities and can even affect the fluid forms of users with Logia-type devil fruits. Thus, possessing such hockey is truly a formidable aspect. As Douglas Barrett's skin transformed into a lustrous black hue, Qin Chuan understood that he had employed the formidable power of armament hockey. The most prominent indication of armament hockey lies in its ability to render the host's body as resilient as steel. It seems you are familiar with armament hockey. You wish for me to demonstrate my strength? Very well, I shall offer you a glimpse, so you may comprehend the might of those from my era. After taking a hearty gulp of his drink, Douglas Barrett spoke casually. Oh, I am aware of many things. For instance, it won't be long before that wretched dragon and his band of miscreants come seeking trouble with us. Following his words, Qin Chuan took a sip of rum, only to find himself nearly choked by its intensity. Goodness, is this drink so potent? He exclaimed. Haha, it appears you are still quite inexperienced. Rum is among the strongest spirits in this world, yet I was able to consume several large cups at the age of 15. Witnessing Qin Chuan's reaction, Douglas Barrett could no longer contain his laughter. TCH, how dull. Qin Chuan attempted another sip, realizing that the moutai from his homeland was far more palatable, and promptly set the glass down upon the table. At that moment, the tavern owner, regaining his senses, hurriedly interjected, Gentlemen, you ought to leave swiftly. Soon, the officers of the dragon pirates will arrive, and you may find it difficult to escape. Chapter 18. Simply bow 3 times for me, it is too late. They have already arrived. With a slight smile, he stood up and stretched languidly. Douglas Barrett downed the rum in the wooden goblet in one swift motion. Subsequently, the 2 men made their way out of the tavern. Upon exiting, they found the street utterly deserted, save for a group of armed fishmen standing at the far end. It was evident that they had effectively sealed off the small town. A lockdown? How extravagant of this pirate crew. Douglas Barrett could not help but scoff at the sight. Let us proceed. Qin Chuan clapped him on the shoulder, and together they began their march towards the harbor. "Halt! If you approach any closer. Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," shouted a spear-wielding fishman at the duo. However, in the next instant, Douglas Barrett had already taken action. Without a hint of hesitation, the scene was soon littered with several lifeless bodies. At that moment, the common folk residing in the houses lining the streets gazed through their windows, gasping in apprehension. To them, the vile dragon was akin to a demon. However, the man before them appeared far more terrifying than any devil they could imagine. As the two approached the port, a vessel adorned with a flag depicting a pair of interwoven skulls, along with a menacing red shark with a pointed snout at its center, came into view along the shore. "They certainly moved swiftly," Qin Chuan remarked with a wry smile. "Oh well, let us consider it an opportunity to assist the Navy. Perhaps one day we shall even be awarded the commendation of a noble pirate," Douglas Barrett replied nonchalantly. At this moment, upon the arrival of the pirate ship at the shore, more than 10 pirates leapt down from the vessel. At the forefront stood a fisherman with a sharply pointed, serrated nose, clad in an open casual shirt. Upon his exposed chest, the symbol of the Sun Pirates, the sun, was emblazoned on the left side, while the emblem of the Dragon Pirates adorned his left forearm. It was evident that this individual was none other than the captain of the Dragon Pirates, known as the Dragon. To his left and right stood two remarkable figures. One, a fisherman with a mouth resembling a trumpet, adorned with 6 arms, whose endearing and somewhat clumsy appearance was complemented by a mane of silvery gray hair. At the center of his forehead was etched the sun emblem of the Sun Pirates. This fisherman was none other than the beloved Jinbei, later rescued by Monkey D., Luffy, and now a cadre of the Dragon Pirates. The other figure, sporting 2 towering pompadours, bore a soft-bodied fisherman insignia on his right chest, symbolizing the Sun Pirates as well. This individual was Crocodile, another cadre of the Dragon Pirates. Behind them loomed a host of underlings from the Dragon Pirates. "What do you two think you are? Dare to cause a ruckus on my territory? It seems you are tired of living." The dragon bellowed as he disembarked. "I am Douglas Barrett. Are you familiar with me?" Douglas Barrett spoke with an air of calm. "B. Barrett?" The dragon faltered at the mention of this name, momentarily taken aback, and began to stammer. He had indeed read the morning edition of the World Daily, which prominently featured the notorious pirate Douglas Barrett from the Roger era, alongside a young man who had managed to escape from the heavily guarded Impel Down. Now, the other party actually claims to be Douglas Barrett, and the young man beside him is none other than the fugitive featured on the newspaper's front page. At this realization, the dragon could not help but swallow hard. He was indeed facing formidable opponents this time. Although he had been thriving in this area, the absence of any powerful entities in the nearby villages had allowed him to flourish. However, now confronted with 2 individuals of absolute strength, he began to feel a sense of trepidation. "Boss, should we eliminate them?" At this moment, the headstrong Kroby, seeing the dragon remain silent, spoke coldly. Unaware of the terrifying nature of Douglas Barrett due to his ignorance of today's news, he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Kroby's words, the dragon's face turned pale. Yet, with numerous subordinates present, he could not afford to show weakness. Thus, he forced himself to ask, "What brings you two here?" "Nothing much. Just passing through for a drink when a certain fisherman from the so-called Dragon Pirate crew, feeling bored after a meal, decided to provoke us. And this is how things escalated," Qin Chuan replied, arms crossed over his chest in a nonchalant manner. "Then it seems this is merely a misunderstanding. You two should leave quickly. I have no desire to engage in conflict today," the dragon tentatively suggested. At that moment, he desperately wished for Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett to simply depart, allowing him to save face. However, he was clearly overestimating the situation. "Leave? Not a chance. Kneel and bow 3 times before me first," Qin Chuan retorted furiously. The dragon's underhanded dealings in the vicinity had become intolerable even for Qin Chuan. To utter such audacious words was nothing short of an affront to both Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett. Upon hearing the demand about 3 times, the dragon's expression instantly fell. On the other side, Kroby could no longer contain his impatience. In a swift motion, he dashed forward towards Qin Chuan. The next moment, as he rapidly reached Qin Chuan's side, he forcefully extended his right fist. However, Qin Chuan stood still, a smile adorning his face. Just as Kroby's fist was about to strike Qin Chuan, it abruptly halted mid-air. At that moment, his fist was a mere 10 centimeters away from Qin Chuan's face. Yet this mere 10 centimeters became an insurmountable chasm for him. In the next moment, Kroby could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at the fist that had struck his abdomen. Just as he attempted to speak, he realized he lacked even the strength to utter a word. Chapter 19. The dragon bows his head. Subsequently, he fell straight backward before the eyes of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, the members of the evil dragon pirate crew were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that their opponent would possess such terrifying strength. Even the leader of the evil dragon was contemplating a hasty retreat. Enough, let us not squander any more time. Eliminate them all, commanded Qin Chuan. His demeanor as calm as the gentle breeze. These ruffians had wreaked havoc in the vicinity, and deep down, Qin Chuan harbored a desire to rid the world of these scourges of the sea. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's command, Douglas Barrett's expression turned icy, and his gaze ignited with a fierce, murderous intent. At that moment, the malevolent dragon comprehended that his chances of survival were exceedingly grim, and the notion of departing unscathed had become utterly impossible. Without hesitation, he swiftly extracted his regenerable teeth and bellowed towards the multitude of mermen behind him. Slay them. However, just as they surged forward, Douglas Barrett unleashed a thunderous roar, and in an instant, the formidable aura emanating from him was set free. The next moment, a radiant blue mist erupted from his being, radiating outward in all directions. Upon contact with the azure gas, the malevolent dragon and his companions were instantaneously hurled away. The Conqueror's Haki? Qin Chuan was internally astounded by this spectacle. He was aware that Douglas Barrett had mastered the 3 types of Haki. Yet witnessing the Conqueror's Haki wielded with such finesse was a first for him. The Conqueror's Haki is a manifestation of royal aptitude. Those who possess it can intimidate and instill fear in their adversaries without raising a finger, even causing those significantly weaker to faint. Unlike observation Haki and armament Haki, the Conqueror's Haki is innate. It cannot be acquired through training nor inherited, but is determined solely by one's destiny. It was evident that Douglas Barrett had thoroughly mastered the Conqueror's Haki within him. At that moment, the malevolent dragon struggled to rise from the ground, his body marred by numerous scars, all of which were the result of encounters with Douglas Barrett. The others need not be mentioned. The overwhelming majority of the fishmen were struck down on the spot, their bodies succumbing to the lethal force of the Conqueror's Haki, resulting in blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Even the cadre member, Little 8, now lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Consequently, only the slightly formidable evil dragon remained, managing to stand, albeit with great difficulty. At this moment, he had completely lost the splendor of his former self. Blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth, and he appeared utterly disheveled. "Gentlemen, could you spare me my life?" the dragon implored with great difficulty. "Kneel," Qin Chuan commanded, stepping forward with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this directive, the dragon hesitated not for a moment and immediately fell to his knees. "Can I be released now?" he inquired, his dignity stripped away, gazing up at Qin Chuan with pleading eyes. "Did you ever consider sparing the villagers when you mercilessly slaughtered the innocent in these settlements?" "I did not slaughter the innocent. I merely sought to protect them from the marauding pirates who burn and pillage." The dragon hastened to defend himself against Qin Chuan's accusations. "You were characterized by your greed and brutality, coveting wealth above all. Not only have you preyed upon the nearby villages, but you have also colluded with high-ranking naval officials. That Colonel Rat is but your pawn, am I mistaken?" Upon mentioning the colonel, the dragon's pupils dilated in shock, staring at Qin Chuan with a look of disbelief. It was evident that he was astonished by how this stranger knew so much about him. "Out of words, are we? Good. Close your eyes, it won't hurt," Qin Chuan remarked, casting a glance at Douglas Barrett beside him. "Please, no," the dragon cried out in desperation. Yet, it was far too late. Having successfully vanquished the dragon, Qin Chuan then reboarded the naval vessel he had commandeered, accompanied by Douglas Barrett. As they boarded the warship, a large crowd of townsfolk suddenly surged to the shore. What could they possibly want? Qin Chuan pondered, his confusion evident. Yet, in the next moment, the villagers erupted into cheers, waving enthusiastically towards them. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Chuan cast another glance at his warship and experienced a profound epiphany. It dawned on him that these residents had been observing from the shadows all along. And upon witnessing the slaying of the malevolent dragon and the subsequent boarding of the warship, they assumed that Qin Chuan and his companions were naval soldiers dispatched specifically to eradicate the dragon pirate crew. Thus, as they vanquished the dragon and prepared to depart, the townspeople spontaneously emerged to bid farewell to Qin Chuan. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently performed a noble deed. It seemed the Navy might indeed consider his induction into the Shichibukai. Qin Chuan mused wryly. What does Shichibukai mean? Douglas Barrett, who had been isolated from the world for quite some time, inquired with skepticism. The Shichibukai is a temporary organization comprised of 7 members. All 7 members, without exception, are universally acknowledged by the world government as the 7 Great Pirates. These marauders possess catastrophic destructive power and formidable combat strength that rivals that of nations. Consequently, the world government has conferred upon these pirates special privileges and qualifications, permitting them to engage in all manner of illicit activities. However, during certain specific periods, they are also required to heed the commands of the Navy. Qin Chuan elucidated. It is utterly ridiculous that the world government's recognized 7 great pirates would willingly serve as lackeys for the world government. This tarnishes the reputation of all pirates. Yet, do I happen to know any among these 7? Surprisingly, there is indeed someone you are familiar with among these 7, and you have crossed paths with him in the past. Moreover, he is currently faring quite well. Who? Chapter 20, Advancing to Alabasta. Could it be him? Douglas Barrett pondered after hearing this. But in the next moment, he abruptly widened his eyes and gazed at Qin Chuan. Taken aback by Barrett's intense stare, Qin Chuan exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Captain Qin Chuan, it is true that I battled with Sir Crocodile, but that was over 20 years ago. You must understand that my becoming Captain Roger's subordinate is not surprising. Considering Roger's immense fame at that time, it was entirely normal for his crew to be well known. However, how did you come to learn about the events I encountered after I set sail alone?" Upon hearing Douglas Barrett's inquiry, Qin Chuan realized he had inadvertently let slip a crucial detail. Logically, there was no way Barrett could have known of his battle with Sir Crocodile. The secrets of fate cannot be revealed. You will gradually come to understand in due time. At that moment, Qin Chuan refrained from admitting that his knowledge stemmed from watching an animated series, as such a confession would be undeniably foolish and likely met with disbelief. Thus, he resorted to a facade of mystery to mislead his counterpart. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett was immediately struck with astonishment. Prior to witnessing Qin Chuan's prowess, he might have dismissed him as a mere bluffer. But the terrifying strength Qin Chuan exhibited in Impel Down had compelled him to believe that Qin Chuan might indeed possess some form of formidable power. This terrifying power seems capable of perceiving everything. If that is the case, it is truly dreadful. At this moment, Douglas Barrett began to harbor a sense of reverence towards Qin Chuan, a reverence stemming from his fear of Qin Chuan's unknown identity. "Captain Qin Chuan, where shall we head next?" he inquired. "To the kingdom of Alabasta to meet Crocodile." Qin Chuan replied, "He's in Alabasta? What do we need to see him for?" "To confront him and inquire whether he would like to join us. If he refuses, I wouldn't mind clearing a position among the 7 warlords of the sea." Qin Chuan said nonchalantly, "Are you aiming to usurp his position as a pawn for the world government?" Douglas Barrett responded with immediate caution upon hearing Qin Chuan's words. Although he acknowledged Qin Chuan as captain, it did not imply he would bow to the world government. "Haha, you think too much. The title of a mere warlord of the sea holds little weight. Those fellows in the New World often deploy dozens of pirate ships together. If it were just the 2 of us, we would be utterly exhausted in a skirmish. Therefore, along this journey, I plan to recruit and assemble a pirate crew of our own. Does that fellow possess the strength to collaborate with us?" Douglas Barrett responded dismissively. He remained dissatisfied with Crocodile, recalling their previous encounter, which had yielded no results. Now, with Qin Chuan suddenly suggesting collaboration, he was rather reluctant. His strength is somewhat adequate. After all, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and wields a Logia-type devil fruit. You should be aware of the formidable nature of Logia-type devil fruits, right? In the world of pirates, devil fruits are categorized into 3 main types: Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan, each granting certain superhuman abilities upon consumption. The natural type is widely recognized as the most formidable among the 3 categories of devil fruits. Its most notable characteristic is the ability to render the body elemental, thereby nullifying physical attacks, aside from specific counters that can affect certain natural entities. Only the Busashoka Haki and the abilities of the Yami Yami no Mi can harm these elemental forms. If the wielder's mastery of the armament Haki is insufficient, they will find it nearly impossible to inflict harm upon a Logia-type devil fruit user. Thus, those endowed with the powers of a Logia devil fruit inherently possess formidable strength. Even the formidable Douglas Barrett possesses merely a Paramecia-type combined devil fruit. The superhuman-type devil fruit possesses the remarkable ability to rearrange and combine all objects, enabling them to merge. Douglas Barrett can fuse inorganic matter he touches with his own body, and not only can he integrate these materials with himself, but he can also amalgamate various inorganic substances to forge new weapons. Therefore, although Douglas Barrett does not possess a Logia-type devil fruit, He is by no means inferior to those who do. Humph, what significance does a Logia-type devil fruit hold? In our forthcoming encounter, I shall personally defeat him, Douglas Barrett declared coldly. In the ensuing moments, guided by Qin Chuan's memories, the warship set its course towards the kingdom of Alabasta. After drifting aimlessly on the vast sea for a full 2 days, Qin Chuan suddenly spotted a colossal ship emerging in the distance. It appeared to be a pirate vessel. Should we intercept it? Inquired Douglas Barrett upon noticing the sight. Qin Chuan cast a glance ahead and saw that the bow of the ship was adorned with a magnificent red dragon, while a skull emblem ominously hung from its twin masts. Upon the skull are 2 intersecting swords. Could it be? Here I encounter an acquaintance of yours. Qin Chuan smiled wryly. My acquaintance? The individual who once sailed alongside you, though they were likely still an intern back then. I wonder if you recall them. Who? Red-haired Shanks, who is currently one of the most prominent pirates in the New World. In the near future, he may very well dominate the New World, thus making him one of our targets. Qin Chuan elucidated. Before me lies a pirate ship that, in both scale and appearance, bears an uncanny resemblance to the flagship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force. Furthermore, considering the timeline, it appears that Shanks has recently suffered the loss of an arm in Windmill Village. If all goes as expected, they are poised to venture into the New World. Chapter 21. Shanks, may I commandeer your vessel? Shanks? It seems there was indeed such an individual aboard at one time, though his prowess was not yet formidable. Who would have thought that time would bring such transformation? Captain Roger may have perished, but the crew continues to shine brightly. Douglas Barrett mused. Let us meet this fellow. I wish to requisition his ship, for this military vessel is rather diminutive. Qin Chuan chuckled. Ha, I share your sentiment. Since that fellow also sailed with Roger, I shall see if he still remembers me. Douglas Barrett exclaimed in hearty laughter upon hearing Qin Chuan's suggestion. He then steered the mini-warship swiftly toward the approaching Red Force. Captain Shanks, a small military vessel is rapidly approaching us. What shall we do? Should we evade them? A portly man on deck, adorned with small sunglasses, a green and white striped hat, a matching shirt, a yellow coat, blue belt, beige trousers, and red sneakers, was holding a piece of fresh meat as he pondered aloud. He was none other than Lokru, a fighter of the red-haired pirates. Let us ascertain their identity first. If they are of the caliber of an admiral, we shall reconsider, remarked a man on deck, his red hair flowing beneath a long black cloak. Clad in patterned brown capris and flip-flops, with a distinguished sword named Griffin at his side. At that moment, his left arm was entirely vacant. In this world, there exists only one man who, despite losing an arm, can still ascend to the rank of captain, and that is the red-haired Shanks. Aboard the warship were merely 2 men, yet their identities remained obscured, for they were not clad in naval coats, suggesting they were not part of the Navy. Lachi Lu responded, Captain, it appears that those 2 individuals may be akin to us. They have merely seized control of this warship. Beside Shanks stood a man with gray hair, an elongated visage, a prominent nose, sharply defined facial features, a robust physique, scars adorning his arms, and a rifle secured at his waist. He was dressed in a black 3/4 sleeve shirt, with a belt cinching his waist, fastening the rifle to his side, and draped in a cloak adorned with spiral patterns. This man was none other than Ben Beckman, the formidable intellect of the red-haired pirates and the first mate. Interesting. 2 little pirates have set their sights on us. Let us pay them a visit. Shanks remarked with a hint of a smile as he gazed at the swiftly approaching warship. Soon, the 2 vessels drew alongside each other, and Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett promptly leaped onto the deck of the Red Force. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a gathering of dozens of onlookers. Among them stood the renowned red-haired Shanks, leading the assembly. What are you doing here? Ben Beckman inquired coldly, exhaling a plume of smoke. Oh, it's nothing really. As you can see, our vessel is rather cramped and uncomfortable. Your ship is quite spacious, so we thought we might come aboard to discuss the possibility of exchanging our ships. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's remarks, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Do you even know who we are? Or perhaps which pirate crew we belong to? At that moment, a man dressed in a cloth-collared shirt and trousers, with an iron rod at his waist and a long gun slung across his back, could not help but scoff. Jisubu, your son Usopp is just as foolish as you. Qin Chuan shot a glance at the man and then boldly replied. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere in the vicinity grew solemn. Many pirates around had quietly grasped their weapons. Even the first mate, Ben Beckman, extinguished his cigarette. It was evident that Qin Chuan's statement had landed upon them like a heavy bomb. I suppose you know my son? Indeed, but he is too foolish to be my crew member. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Hey, kid, it seems you know us quite well. Since you are aware of our background yet still dare to confront us, it suggests you possess considerable confidence. Shanks remarked, gripping his famed sword, Griffin, with a grave tone. If your hand is severed, you should simply retire in peace. Why would you wish to venture into the New World? Leave the ship behind and remain in the East Sea. Upon the completion of Qin Chuan's statement, before Shanks could act, Ben Beckman had already made his move. In the blink of an eye, he had drawn a rifle from his waist. Bang! Without any warning, a bullet erupted from the muzzle of the rifle. However, just as the bullet sped towards Qin Chuan, a powerful hand swiftly intervened. In the next moment, the bullet was astonishingly halted by a sleek, dark hand. Witnessing Ben Beckman's attack being thwarted left the onlookers utterly astonished. Even Ben Beckman himself couldn't help but furrow his brows. Sir, have we met before? The red-haired man quickly realized that the individual by Qin Chuan's side must possess considerable prowess. The fact that he had enveloped himself in Conqueror's Haki in an instant and was able to swiftly deflect Ben Beckman's bullets indicated that his strength was indeed formidable. In contrast, the young man beside him, who had been boasting incessantly, appeared rather ineffectual, prompting Shanks to shift his gaze towards Douglas Barrett. Ah, how time flies. The young lad who used to scrub the deck no longer recognizes me. It seems I have truly aged. Douglas Barrett was filled with nostalgia upon hearing Shanks' words. Haha. Times have changed, my friend. That's precisely why I wanted to take you out to broaden your horizons. Otherwise, people might think you've perished and impelled down. Qin Chuan chimed in playfully. Chapter 22. Is your reputation that significant? Although the two exchanged laughter, and their tone seemed quite casual, the individuals across from them held a different perspective. Upon hearing their conversation, his mind began to race. Clearly, the implications of their words were unmistakable. He had undoubtedly known them in the past. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind. Douglas Barrett? Shanks cautiously inquired. Haha, you still remember me, which makes things much easier. You may leave the ship. Since you are members of the Roger Pirates, I shall let you go today. Hearing Douglas Barrett's audacious declaration, Shanks' expression instantly darkened. The others around him also displayed expressions of indignation. Unlike Shanks, the name Douglas Barrett remained unfamiliar to them. The Douglas Barrett who once roamed alongside Roger? At that moment, Ben Beckman, standing nearby, could not help but express his astonishment. Being of considerable age himself, he recalled some events from those years. Upon hearing their conversation, memories began to resurface. Clearly, you are quite out of touch. Has today's newspaper not reached your hands? Qin Chuan could not resist a taunt. In the world of pirates, there exists a unique delivery system wherein seagulls transport newspapers to people across the globe. Many individuals spend years adrift at sea, and waiting until they reach shore to procure the latest news would be futile. Thus, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, trained a species of seagulls for this purpose. These birds would clutch the day's freshest newspapers, departing from land to deliver the news accurately to various pirate ships. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, a newspaper seagull appeared in the sky. It gracefully descended onto the deck, dropping the newspaper onto the ground. At that moment, Ratchlew approached and tossed some berries into his small basket attached to the seagull's chest. Only then did the seagull take flight once more, departing the scene. Immediately, Ratchlew picked up the newspaper and handed it to Shanks. Though Qin Chuan and his companions had escaped from prison several days ago, their deeds had only been fully revealed the previous day. People in towns had already received the latest information, while those at sea had to await today's fresh edition. Upon receiving the newspaper, Shanks glanced at the front page, where the figures of the two individuals stood prominently. After a thorough reading, he could not help but gasp in disbelief. Douglas Barrett, I never expected you to escape from the 6th level of the deep-sea prison, and to have defeated all the guards of Impel Down. Shanks' voice resonated loudly, clearly audible to everyone aboard the ship. Upon hearing that these two unknown individuals had managed to escape from the impenetrable deep-sea prison, many began to feel a sense of trepidation. Mr. Douglas Barrett, while I hold you in great esteem, it would be unrealistic to expect me to surrender this ship, for it carries not just my aspirations, but the hopes of the entire red-haired pirates, Shanks explained solemnly. Although Douglas Barrett was considered a senior and they had shared a bond, this did not instill fear in Shanks. His strength had risen to a certain level, making it impossible for him to relinquish the Red Force. Your aspirations? Shall I disclose to your crew the dealings between you and the Gorosei? Qin Chuan interjected with a hint of amusement. If the prior remarks had left everyone astounded, this statement rendered the atmosphere utterly silent. For Qin Chuan not only mentioned Shanks, but also the Gorosei. The Gorosei, consisting of 5 elder statesmen, truly represent the pinnacle of world power, serving as the highest leaders of the world government. They are the backbone of the world government, holding a status far superior to that of the supreme commander of the world government's military, Akainu. By linking Shanks with the Gorosei, Qin Chuan inadvertently ignited the imaginations of all present. At this moment, beads of sweat, as large as peas, began to form on Shanks' forehead. Qin Chuan was the second man to evoke a sense of fear within him since he became aware of the world around him. The first man had already been publicly executed by the Navy due to his terminal illness. Mr. Qin Chuan, who exactly are you? With your remarkable skills and strength, why do you have your sights set on me? Or rather, what is it that you truly desire? Shanks did not directly respond to Qin Chuan's inquiry, but attempted to divert the conversation with a counter-question. I have already stated, leave the ship to me. As for why I have focused on you, I apologize, it is purely a coincidence. Qin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. Do me a favor, let today's events be forgotten, and I can promise to assist you in acquiring a brand new warship. At that moment, Shanks made a startling proclamation. This left even the crew members nearby looking at their captain in disbelief. They had roamed the seas for many years and had never witnessed Shanks plead for a favor. Yet, here he was, making such a request to an inconspicuous young man. Huh, do you think you have consumed the fruit of favor? Do you expect me to grant you such a privilege? If you desire respect, earn it yourself. Qin Chuan scoffed. In this era of survival of the fittest, discussing face is utterly absurd, leading Qin Chuan to promptly reject Shanks' request. Chapter 23. The Contest Among the Strong in Truth. Vanquishing one's opponent is the highest tribute one can bestow upon a heroic figure. With this in mind, I too wish to test the mettle of a person who has been imprisoned within the confines of Impel Down for the past 2 decades. Upon finishing his statement, Shanks unsheathed his sword with a decisive motion of his right hand. In the next instant, a radiant flash of sword light illuminated the entire deck of the ship. Simultaneously, the sky transformed, shrouded in ominous clouds. You face me, Shanks. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, could hardly contain his eagerness. He was keen to ascertain the true strength of this individual who had once merely been an intern. Enveloping himself entirely in the aura of armament hockey, Douglas Barrett surged forward with great force. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Shanks. Upon witnessing the approaching foe, Shanks's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly lifted Griffin. In the next moment, a crimson sword light erupted from his blade. Douglas Barrett, showing no intention of evasion, raised his hands before him in an effort to withstand the oncoming assault. However, he grossly underestimated Shanks's formidable prowess. As one of the 4 emperors, Shanks commanded a bounty that soared into the tens of billions of berries, rendering his attack immensely powerful. The clash resounded thunderously as the sword light collided with Barrett's arms, which were already enveloped in armament hockey. Yet, in the subsequent instant, Douglas Barrett was propelled several steps backward, nearly teetering off the edge of the ship before he managed to halt his retreat. At this moment, the armament hockey on his arm had completely vanished, and the exposed skin was stained with an abundance of fresh blood. In this battle, Shanks emerged victorious. Goodness, my brother, those are not the weaklings from the dragon. Do not foolishly present your face to their fists, shouted Qin Chuan from a short distance away. He had never anticipated that Douglas Barrett would underestimate his opponent to such a degree. Even the most formidable armament hockey would struggle to be effective in the face of absolute power. Haha, I merely sought to test this fellow. I never imagined that the intern of the Roger Pirates would grow so formidable. I am quite impressed. Douglas Barrett bellowed with laughter. He himself was not particularly obsessed with treasures. Rather, he yearned to stand atop the world. Standing at the pinnacle of the world necessitates vanquishing all formidable foes, and Shanks is undeniably among them. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left agape upon witnessing Douglas Barrett withstanding one of Shanks' attacks with his bare hands. They were well aware of Shanks' prowess. Even the admirals of the Navy headquarters would never dare to confront a sword with mere flesh. It is evident that Douglas Barrett possesses considerable strength. Very well. I shall begin my transformation now. Pay close attention, young one, Douglas Barrett calmly declared, as a purple aura began to emanate from his surroundings. This violet essence swiftly enveloped his body, which was already enshrouded in the Busashoka hockey. As the two merged, a dazzling purple radiance emanated from him. Goodness! Is that the devil form? Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the phrase devil form, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, then immediately shouted to those around him, "Everyone, disperse. Do not approach me." The devil form is a unique combat style of Douglas Barrett. He merges his own ominous energy with his domineering presence, resulting in a significant enhancement of both speed and strength, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. This is one of the reasons he is referred to as the descendant of the devil. In the devil form, Douglas Barrett is virtually invincible, underscoring the gravity with which he regards this battle. In the next instant, Douglas Barrett made his move. Devil form, the mightiest fist. Douglas Barrett surged towards Shanks with the velocity of a rocket launch. Shanks, embodying the formidable strength of one of the four emperors, remained steadfast even in the face of such turmoil. With resolute determination, he raised his sword once more. Suddenly, the heavens were rent asunder with flashes of lightning. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck Shanks' sword. Instantly, a bolt of dragon-shaped lightning surged forth from his blade, roaring towards the oncoming Douglas Barrett. In a heartbeat, the dragon-shaped lightning opened its gaping maw, while Douglas Barrett unleashed his mightiest punch. The resounding boom reverberated through the sky, sending colossal waves crashing against the deck. Concurrently, the collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave. This shockwave propelled several nearby individuals off the deck and into the sea below. As the tumultuous wave subsided, two figures remained at the center of the battlefield. Clang, clang, clang. After shattering the dragon-shaped lightning with a single punch, Douglas Barrett swiftly appeared beside Shanks. The two then commenced a fierce exchange of blows, with Douglas Barrett suddenly launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Shanks' face. Shanks raised his western sword and forcefully blocked the strike, with a sharp crack as the sword collided once more with the fist. The entire deck could no longer withstand the pressure, emitting a crisp sound. In the next moment, the deck began to fracture rapidly. This won't do if this continues. Even if we win the fight, the ship will surely sink, Qin Chuan muttered under his breath, promptly opening the system store. At this moment, he needed to find a character capable of securing victory in this battle. Chapter 24. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi after a swift review. The character card of Uchiha Itachi appeared before him. Uchiha Itachi was a prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, who had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan at an early age and possessed formidable illusionary abilities. Whether this illusion can be effective against Shanks remains untested by Qin Chuan. However, the exchange condition for the Uchiha Itachi character card requires merely 100,000 points of prestige, a trifling amount for someone like him who has already amassed considerable prestige in Impel Down. With this thought, Qin Chuan promptly exchanged for the Uchiha Itachi character card. Ding! Exchange for Uchiha Itachi character card. Successful. The system automatically deducts 100,000 points of prestige from the host. At that moment, Qin Chuan's system panel data updated instantaneously. Host. Qin Chuan possessed characters. Might Guy, Uchiha Itachi, Chio usage count for possession. For prestige points, 315,000 even after spending 100,000 points of prestige. Qin Chuan still retained a substantial 300,000 points. Following the completion of the exchange, he immediately chose to possess Uchiha Itachi. Ding! Host successfully used the Uchiha Itachi character card. Possession usage count decreased by 1. As the system's announcement echoed, Qin Chuan felt a surge of power enveloping him. Concurrently, his pupils underwent a sudden transformation. Hey, have you had enough? Your opponent is me, Shanks. Qin Chuan shouted towards the two figures ahead. In the next moment, Qin Chuan transformed into a multitude of black crows. At that moment, both parties engaged in battle glanced over in surprise upon hearing Qin Chuan's exclamation. Their astonishment grew as they witnessed his body morph into crows. Before Shanks could react, Qin Chuan suddenly appeared at his side. With a resounding crash, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful punch directly to his abdomen. In the next moment, Shanks collided forcefully with the adjacent railing. Ben Beckman, who had been observing from a short distance, could no longer contain himself. He promptly drew his firearm and aimed it towards Qin Chuan's direction, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet, just as the bullets were about to strike Qin Chuan, he transformed once again into a multitude of crows, deftly evading the onslaught. On the other hand, the swiftly rising Shanks shouted to those around him, "Leave this guy to me, you all go after Douglas Barrett." As soon as his words fell, a surge of dark crimson aura emanated from him. The crows that had been soaring in the sky instantly transformed into humanoid forms upon contact with this dark crimson energy. Qin Chuan's expression darkened immediately. His momentary movement had been disrupted by Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. Both Shanks and Douglas Barrett possessed this formidable power, and they could effortlessly unleash their Conqueror's Haki. Douglas Barrett was taken aback upon witnessing that Shanks possessed a similar formidable aura as his own. However, in the next moment, Ben Beckman and the other crew members surged forward to launch a fresh wave of attacks against him. At that juncture, Douglas Barrett's attention was entirely fixated on the unfolding battle involving Qin Chuan. The clash there was intense, while the two adversaries stood poised in confrontation not far from one another. Is that the ability of a Zoan-type devil fruit? Shanks instinctively assumed upon seeing Qin Chuan transform into a raven, believing he must have consumed such a fruit. Haha. You think I would indulge in that nonsense when you haven't even partaken in a devil fruit? Only a novice would resort to such trivialities. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. At this moment, not far away, Douglas Barrett, engaged in a fierce battle against multiple foes, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Qin Chuan's words. After successfully parrying yet another wave of attacks, Douglas Barrett shouted towards Qin Chuan, I haven't even used my devil fruit yet. Not a devil fruit? Qin Chuan mused. To possess such formidable strength at such a tender age, it seems the East Blue truly breeds exceptional talent. Indeed. How do I compare to that lad who severed your arm? Is it really wise to place all your hopes upon him? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Shanks was once again taken aback. He was astonished that Qin Chuan even knew of Luffy. Had this individual been covertly tailing him all along? After all, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, what were the odds of such a fortuitous encounter unless one was deliberately following another? My friend, this game is truly over. Prepare to experience terror. Tsukuyami. In the next instant, deep within the pupils of Qin Chuan's eyes, 3 Tomo appeared, converging from different directions, manifesting in a razor-sharp form. Just as Shanks was pondering this development, the scene before him suddenly darkened. When he awoke again, he found himself inexplicably bound to a wooden stake, ensnared by thick chains forged from sea stone. As he surveyed his surroundings, Shanks realized he was adrift in the midst of a boundless ocean. The color of the ocean is not a serene blue. Rather, it is an eerie shade of crimson, reminiscent of blood. Shortly thereafter, dozens of crows descended upon him, and in their wake, the figure of Qin Chuan materialized. Where is this place? Shanks feigned composure. You may perceive this as a new world I have constructed, and you are ensnared within it. Shanks attempted to break free from the thick iron chains, yet he found himself utterly powerless. It was evident that he was trapped. In my realm, even if you possessed extraordinary abilities, escape is futile. Do not engage in futile struggles. Qin Chuan spoke once more. Ridiculously absurd, if I am not mistaken. This is undoubtedly a fabricated virtual space of your own design. Though I may be unable to leave this place, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Once the external conflict concludes, my crew will swiftly eliminate you, rendering this virtual realm defenseless. Chapter 25, The World of Illusion. Shanks. Truly a man worthy of becoming one of the 4 emperors, remains capable of rational analysis even in perilous circumstances. However, regardless of his level of reasoning, he now faces adversaries not from the world of pirates, rendering his theories ineffective. The moon reading, a genjutsu initiated by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, ensnares the minds of any who dare gaze upon Qin Chuan, drawing them into the realm of illusion. The mere sight of Qin Chuan activating the kaleidoscopic Sharingan seals their fate in an instant. Within the world of moon reading, all elements, time, space, and substance, are under the caster's dominion, subjecting the adversary to immense psychological and physical torment. This is regarded as the most formidable form of mental assault. In general, the moon reading technique is impervious to disruption, requiring either the ocular prowess of the Sharingan to surpass the practitioner or an exceptionally formidable mental fortitude to unravel it. It is evident that Shanks could never possess the so-called ocular powers of the Sharingan. Concurrently, Qin Chuan sought to diminish Shanks' mental strength by swiftly conjuring a chain of ocean and sea stone. The intention was to allow Shanks to genuinely perceive this as a tangible reality. Yet, despite Qin Chuan's meticulous efforts, Shanks discerned at first glance that this was indeed an illusion. Aware that mere trivial distractions would never suffice to utterly vanquish Shanks, Qin Chuan resolved to escalate his efforts once more. In the next moment, a longsword materialized in his hand. Upon encountering the magnificent longsword, Shanks immediately gasped, exclaiming, "Griffin!" The very sword in Qin Chuan's possession was indeed the renowned weapon, Griffin, previously wielded by Shanks himself. It was, in fact, a mere illusion conjured by Qin Chuan's will. A truth only he fully comprehended. "Go ahead, kill me if you possess the capability," Shanks bellowed, an undercurrent of despair seeping into his voice, a sensation he had not experienced in many years. Even the formidable Roger had never instilled in him such profound fear and helplessness. Well, in my lifetime, I have never encountered anyone making such a request. However, for your sake, I shall acquiesce. Is this truly for my benefit? Shanks was utterly bewildered by Qin Chuan's words. Moments ago, he had implored for a favor, which Qin Chuan had refused, yet now, his casual remark was taken with utmost seriousness. But as Shanks was lost in his chaotic thoughts, the western sword held by Qin Chuan pierced through his chest. Despite his extraordinary physique and formidable haki. Upon being struck by his own blade, a wave of pain coursed through Shanks's body. All he could feel was agony. "You are bleeding." Qin Chuan feigned surprise, pointing at the wound on Shanks's abdomen. As Shanks lowered his head, he discovered that the spot where the sword had pierced him was indeed oozing fresh blood. Though everything here was an illusion, the pain felt achingly real. Gazing at the blood that flowed from his wound, Shanks began to doubt his own judgment. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Shanks cursed inwardly. Conversely, on Qin Chuan's side, his palms had begun to perspire profusely. Although the kaleidoscope Sharingan allows the user to activate the formidable Jinjutsu known as Tsukuyami, it comes with the substantial drawback that the caster must endure. According to the lore of Naruto, excessive use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan significantly increases the likelihood of the user succumbing to blindness. However, Qin Chuan had already realized after activating the 8 gates of Duinxia that although his body was currently possessed by Uchiha Itachi, the various functions of his physique were still his own. In other words, frequent usage would inevitably lead to the blinding of his own eyes. If one were to lose their sight, no amount of embodying any ninja character would restore their vision. Thus, one's body becomes akin to a vessel. If shattered, no usable vessel remains. At this juncture, Qin Chuan felt the repercussions of prolonged utilization of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This cannot continue. I must swiftly subdue him, he thought to himself. With a sudden motion, he drew forth his western sword. Simultaneously, Shanks instinctively let out a cry of anguish. Nevertheless, Shanks showed no inclination to surrender. Observing this, Qin Chuan realized he had to resort to his ultimate technique, for his opponent's extraordinary prowess rendered him less susceptible to compromise. With this in mind, Qin Chuan concentrated his will. In the next moment, 5 elders materialized beside Shanks. 5 elder stars. Shanks stared in astonishment at the aged figures surrounding him. At that moment, one elder clad in a black suit, sporting a mane of white curls, a voluminous white beard, a flat cap, and a scar on his left cheek, spoke slowly. "Shanks, you have greatly disappointed us, sacrificing your arm for a mere child. Indeed, you have become a mere shell of your former self. An armless individual has lost all significance." As his words hung in the air, another elder dressed in a deep blue suit, with long white straight hair and an extensive beard, promptly added, "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us act and send him on his way. Our time is precious. We cannot afford to squander it here." Lastly, an elder clad in a deep green suit, bald with 2 curled mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead, chimed in, "Let us proceed." Following his remark, the others nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this scene, Shanks nearly succumbed to despair. Prior to this moment, everything he had seen could have been a deliberate illusion conjured by Qin Chuan. Yet, the dialogue with the 5 elders felt so palpably real that he began to question whether he was truly ensnared in a phantasm. Chapter 26. Shanks defeated. In the next instant, the 5 elders encircled Shanks, thrusting their swords fiercely into his body. A cry escaped Shanks as he could no longer contain his anguish. He lifted his head and bellowed to the heavens, only to collapse unconscious moments later. The fact that Shanks succumbed to the torment of the illusion indicates that, in reality, he had completely shattered and lost consciousness. Subsequently, Qin Chuan severed the illusionary realm created by Suki no Yomi. In an instant, the scene transformed, and the two returned to the reality from which they had diverged. Upon returning to reality, Shanks released the western sword, Griffin, which clattered to the ground. The sound of the sword striking the floor resonated sharply, capturing the attention of the surrounding pirates. They halted their battles, redirecting their gazes toward him. However, at that very moment, darkness enveloped Shanks, and he collapsed straight down before the astonished crowd. The arena was instantly shrouded in an eerie silence. It was then that the long-awaited voice of the system finally emerged. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating your opponent. You have earned a total of 150,000 prestige points as a reward." After vanquishing Shanks, Qin Chuan amassed a staggering 150,000 prestige points, a considerable fortune that not only recouped the 100,000 points required to purchase the character card of Uchiha Itachi, but also granted him an additional 50,000 points. Yet, amidst his elation, a sudden pain surged through his eyes. "Ah," Qin Chuan murmured softly, his eyes welling with tears. This was the consequence of prolonged use of the Meijiki Sharingan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was not exempt from the side effects that accompanied the activation of the Meijiki Sharingan, let alone an ordinary individual like Qin Xuan. Thus, the strain on his eyes was far more intense than that of anyone else. After a considerable duration, he finally managed to reopen his eyes, but they were now veined with blood, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Upon witnessing that the battle on this side had concluded, the skirmish on the other side was also abruptly halted. Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess swiftly rushed to Shank's side, aiding him to his feet. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett hastily positioned himself beside Captain Qin Xuan, shielding him from harm. "Captain Qin Xuan, are you all right?" Qin Xuan waved his hand dismissively and gradually approached the opposing side. At that moment, the others gathered around Shanks, assisting him to rise. After a thorough examination, they discovered that Shanks had merely lost consciousness, prompting Ben Beckman and the others to exhale in relief. However, just as they began to relax, Qin Xuan commenced his approach towards them once more, causing an immediate resurgence of tension among the group. "Do not come any closer. Advance, and I'll blow your head off," Jesus Burgess warned, aiming his sniper rifle at Qin Xuan's head. "With your capabilities, if you believe you can kill me, then by all means, give it a try." Qin Xuan retorted dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at Jesus Burgess. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's mocking voice, Jesus Bu's expression shifted dramatically, and he gradually lowered his sniper rifle. It was evident that he recognized the gravity of Qin Xuan's words, although they had not closely monitored the events unfolding. The fact that even the formidable Shanks had fallen before Qin Xuan was undeniable. How could he, then, hope to inflict harm upon the man who had bested Shanks? "I have great respect for Shanks, yet this world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. Today, I merely seek your ship. Frankly speaking, with your current strength, it is impossible for you to defeat me and Douglas Barrett. So surrender your vessel, and I may grant you a chance at survival. Besides, Shanks is merely unconscious. He should awaken in a few days." Qin Xuan's words reverberated across the entire deck of the Red Force. After a prolonged silence, Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, finally spoke. "Abandon the ship. Take Captain Shanks to that mini-warship." Upon hearing Ben Beckman's command, the gathered crew lowered their heads in unison. Clearly, this marked the most humiliating day for the red-haired pirates. The transfer proceeded smoothly, under Ben Beckman's orders. The crew of the red-haired pirates gathered some provisions and descended onto the small military vessel brought by Qin Xuan and his companion. Once the others had departed, Qin Xuan turned around and collapsed onto the deck. "Captain Qin Xuan, are you all right?" Douglas Barrett hurried over to assist him. "The battle with Shanks drained too much of my energy. Please help me inside to rest." On the other side, shortly after the red-haired pirates set sail on their diminutive warship, a larger pirate vessel suddenly emerged in the vicinity. Upon spotting the mini-warship approaching, the crew of the formidable pirate ship erupted in joyous exclamations. "Ha ha, brothers! Today we shall seize this naval vessel and demonstrate to them our true prowess." At that moment, a one-eyed man on the deck raised his voice in a spirited cheer to the pirates behind him. Upon the collision of the two vessels, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from one of the ships. In an instant, the entire deck was awash with sorrowful wails, and blood flowed like a river. By the following morning, as Qin Xuan awoke and stretched lazily, he could not help but marvel at the comforts of the red-haired pirate crew. Even the bed was delightfully plush, a stark contrast to the wooden planks of the military ship he had previously endured. At that time, Douglas Barrett, in an effort to conserve his strength, compelled two pirates from the red-haired pirates to remain and navigate the ship for them. Initially, these two pirates were so terrified that they nearly lost control of themselves. Fortunately, Douglas Barrett harbored no interest in such insignificant characters. Chapter 27: The Ascension of the New Emperor. Moreover, he was contemplating how to utilize these two laborers to transport them to Alabasta. Thus it was unlikely that he would resort to any form of violence against them. At that moment, Douglas Barrett entered, holding a newspaper. "You've made the headlines again, and the world government has issued a bounty on you. You are now a wanted fugitive." Qin Xuan had long anticipated being labeled an enemy of the world government, so he was not particularly concerned about the bounty. However, upon receiving the newspaper, Qin Xuan was taken aback. Morgan's was truly terrifying. In just one day, he had managed to uncover so many details. Firstly, regarding the world government's news. 3 days after Qin Xuan and Douglas Barrett's escape, the world government finally released a warrant for their arrest. Beneath Qin Xuan's photograph, a staggering bounty of 1 billion was boldly inscribed. while Douglas Barrett's bounties soared to an astonishing 18 billion. The stark disparity in their bounties can be attributed largely to Douglas Barrett's established notoriety, whereas Qin Chuan is merely an emerging talent. Ultimately, he has only managed to escape from Impel Down without committing any other acts that pose a significant threat to society, which is why his bounty has yet to rise substantially. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters has issued a global warrant for the capture of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. With the Justice Fleet, led by Admiral Sakazuki, having departed from Marineford and set sail towards the East Blue, it is evident that this illustrious fleet, under the command of the Admiral, is targeting none other than Qin Chuan himself. In a subsequent page of the newspaper, it was reported that Qin Chuan's warship encountered the red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, in the East Blue. The report indicated that an intense battle erupted on the deck of the Red Force, engulfing the surroundings in chaos. Ultimately, the outcome of this battle culminated in a complete defeat for the red-haired pirates, who were subsequently compelled to abandon their vessel, the Red Force, and make a hasty retreat. After their retreat, they stumbled upon another formidable pirate ship, which they subsequently seized. By dusk, they had anchored on a certain island in the East Sea to recuperate. Furthermore, reports from the newspapers revealed credible information indicating that during the fierce battle of that day, Qin Chuan single-handedly vanquished the renowned red-haired Shanks. It is evident that as soon as the red-haired pirates set foot on an island that night, the news swiftly leaked out. The news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the world. Just as the global government had issued an international arrest warrant, Qin Chuan had decisively defeated the infamous pirate Shanks from the New World. Although Shanks had yet to be officially designated as one of the four emperors, his formidable prowess had already garnered recognition from various factions. The sudden emergence of an unknown individual, who first escaped from the guards of Impel Down and then faced off against the powerful red-haired pirates, compelled all global forces to take Qin Chuan seriously. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku sat gravely at his desk, his expression one of profound concern. On the table lay today's newspaper. Once again, this audacious individual, having escaped, continues to act with such arrogance, seemingly disregarding our Navy. At that moment, Paulusolino lounged comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed. This situation has turned rather intriguing. Not only has he dealt with the personnel of Impel Down, but he has also subdued the infamous pirate, thus alleviating a considerable burden from our shoulders. I hope he perseveres and defeats more individuals from the New World, allowing us a semblance of respite. Carp stated, arms crossed with a serious demeanor. Carp, does your statement imply that you actually hold some admiration for him? Sengoku inquired, looking quizzically at Carp. Is it so strange for me to appreciate him? In my view, if he could be recruited into the 7 warlords of the sea, it would be most fitting. What? You wish to enlist him into the 7 warlords of the sea? Upon hearing Carp's proposal, Sengoku's brow furrowed deeply. Just as the world government and the Navy had jointly issued a bounty for Qin Chuan, Carp's suggestion to recruit him was undoubtedly a slap in the face to both the world government and the Navy. As the supreme commander of the Navy, he is understandably reluctant to comply. The 7 warlords of the sea is inherently an illogical system. One cannot fathom whether the higher-ups were simply out of their minds or what led them to propose such a feudal institution. Just observe those who have joined the ranks of the 7 warlords. How many of them adhere to any semblance of order? These individuals wield the identities bestowed upon them by the world government to wreak havoc across the globe. It is indeed the most absurd of circumstances that the righteous Navy can only watch helplessly as they commit crimes without the ability to apprehend them. Now, there exists an individual capable of vanquishing the pirates of the New World. Why should we not grant him a title, allowing him to serve our cause? Carp stated with gravity. Your words hold merit. However, the 7 warlords of the sea inherently require that candidates possess a certain degree of influence and strength. While Qin Chuan has demonstrated formidable power, he lacks the necessary influence. With merely a single ship and 2 individuals seeking to join the 7 warlords, it seems rather implausible. Moreover, the Shichibukai consists of only 7 individuals, and the quota is currently filled. Unless he can defeat one of the pirates here and seize their territory, he would not qualify for membership in the Shichibukai. Borsalino pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. It is still premature to consider his inclusion in the Shichibukai. Perhaps Sakazuki will manage to capture him all at once this time. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Meanwhile, upon the deck of the Justice Fleet's flagship, Sakazuki, after perusing the latest edition of the newspaper, unceremoniously tossed it into the vast ocean. Transmit my orders. Let the remaining warships align in formation and broaden the search radius. No vessel, no matter how small, shall pass through. Understood, replied Rear Admiral K. Gitsun, saluting before swiftly departing. Beyond the world government and the Navy headquarters, formidable pirates familiar with the red-haired pirates were also engaged in fervent discussions regarding this matter. On a remote and secluded island, a burly middle-aged man, lacking several teeth and sporting a dense mane of hair, sat beneath a tree with a bottle of liquor in hand, laughing heartily as he read the newspaper. His attire included a headscarf and multiple necklaces adorning his neck, while various rings embellished his 10 fingers. Notably, 3 flintlock pistols were conspicuously sheathed at his left hip. Ha ha. This fellow is quite amusing. He appears to possess a formidable devil fruit. I hope I do not cross paths with him. Ha ha ha. Master Marshal D. Teach. We have spotted a merchant vessel ahead, accompanied by a naval escort. Shall we seize it? A pirate hurriedly approached, respectfully inquiring. Upon hearing this news, Blackbeard narrowed his eyes and replied slowly, seize the merchant ship, and let the warship be sunk. Ha ha. On an island composed of towering cakes and cream, a statuesque, plump middle-aged woman, adorned with vibrant lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, donned a pirate hat and a voluminous pink dress, indulging in a delectable cake with great relish. She is none other than the formidable Charlotte Linlin, who has ascended to become one of the emperors of the sea. Mother. A terrifying individual has emerged in the East Sea, having vanquished the red-haired pirates led by Shanks. At this moment, the slender and tall eldest son of the Charlotte family, the candy minister Charlotte Perispero, adorned with a top hat embellished with numerous lollipops, respectfully interjected, holding a candy cane. Mother, when did Shanks grow so weak? It is utterly disgraceful for our new world. When that brat dares to set foot in the new world, given the chance, I shall teach him a lesson in humility. Furthermore, these cakes are far too few. Send me more cakes, quickly. Charlotte Linlin's excitement grew with each word. Yes, mother, I shall prepare new cakes for you at once. Charlotte Perispero, sensing her impending wrath, swiftly turned and fled in haste. On an island resembling a monstrous horn, within a vast cave, stood an exceptionally tall and robust figure, with shoulder-length black hair and a pair of horns resembling those of a dragon. He sported a long beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers and bore dragon scale tattoos on his left arm. His upper body was bare, revealing an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, while he donned a purple garment draped with 2 golden chains and loose, dark green trousers secured with a shimenawa. Clad in a purple fur cloak, this middle-aged man, embodying the essence of a demon, was drinking beer heartily. Humph, have they defeated Shanks? It seems the new world will soon have another fearless contender. But it matters not. Once my army of artificial devil fruit users is assembled, the world shall bow before me. The speaker was none other than Kaido, the king of beasts and one of the emperors of the sea. As he downed the last of his beer, he abruptly hurled the bowl to the ground, unleashing a resonant roar that echoed through the skies. The inhabitants of the island trembled at the sound of Kaido's presence. On the deck of an enormous pirate ship, adorned with a figurehead resembling a whale, a formidable man with a crescent-shaped white beard, donned in a white pirate hat, sat with an air of authority. However, his condition was far from optimal. He was connected to numerous forge drips, with an oxygen tube inserted into his nose. Behind him stood a dozen young women clad in pink nurse uniforms. These women were not his crew, but rather his medical team. He was none other than Edward Newgate, one of the emperors of the sea, famously known as Whitebeard. Edward Newgate is regarded by many as the man closest to becoming the Pirate King and, following Roger's demise, he was acknowledged as the strongest man in the world. He possessed the formidable devil fruit, the Tremor fruit, which was described by Fleet Admiral Sengoku as a power capable of annihilating the world. His weapon, the renowned supreme greatsword, known as the Tsongyin Cut, is equally legendary. However, Edward Newgate had entered his twilight years, having endured countless battles in his youth. His health had significantly deteriorated due to the ravages of time. Despite this, the Whitebeard pirates remained the most fearsome crew in the New World and were greatly feared by the world government. Old man, there's an intriguing lad out there. Should I go meet him? At that moment, a man with deep brown skin, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of leaves sprouting from a pineapple and long, drooping eyelids, casually remarked as he stood before him, wearing a loosely buttoned gray and white top that revealed a cross emblem on his chest, complemented by a blue belt and a dangling golden ornament. He is none other than Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, renowned as the Phoenix. He possesses the extraordinarily rare ability of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Phoenix fruit, and is thus justly regarded by outsiders as the second most formidable man in the Whitebeard pirates. But fret not. If this young man's ambition lies in the treasures of the New World, we shall inevitably cross paths. What perplexes me, however, is the current endeavors of Shanks. How could he, in the diminutive seas of the East Blue, not only lose an arm, but also be bested by an unknown adversary? Whitebeard spoke in a deep, resonant tone. While he may not be well known, I am certain that you, Captain, are quite familiar with his crew. Chapter 29, A Gamble? Upon hearing Marco's words, Edward Newgate's expression darkened instantly. It must be said that he and Douglas Bullet were once sworn enemies. Before the rise of the Roger Pirates, there existed a fearsome crew in the pirate world, the Rocks Pirates, of which Edward Newgate was a part. The captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rox D. Zeebeck, had already dominated the entire maritime realm over 40 years ago. Concurrently, his crew members were of equally formidable lineage. Among them, aside from Shanks, Kaido, Charlotte Lin, and Edward Newgate himself were all members of his crew. Historically, apart from the legendary Qin Chuan, the only individual who managed to breach the fortified city was none other than the formidable Golden Lion, Shiki, who was among his crew. With such a formidable assembly of crew members, the Rocks Pirates basked in an era of unparalleled glory, rendering themselves virtually invincible across the globe. However, it was precisely due to their overwhelming strength that the naval hero, Garp, allied with the Roger Pirates to dismantle them. This decisive confrontation led to the utter annihilation of the entire pirate crew, scattering its members across the world, where they subsequently evolved into regional sovereigns. Thus, if one were to delve into the matter, Edward Newgate would undoubtedly harbor a profound resentment towards Douglas Bullet. 2 decades have passed, and we have all grown into old codgers. Your words have unexpectedly ignited in me a yearning to encounter him. Father, do you mean we should personally seek them out? There is no need to search. I firmly believe these two individuals would never wish to confine themselves to that insignificant East Blue. Should they dare to venture into the seas of the New World, I would not hesitate to vanquish them in one fell swoop, Edward Newgate proclaimed, as he seized the formidable sword, the Tsongyun Chia, and struck it fiercely against the deck. In that instant, the entire deck trembled, causing numerous weaker pirates to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, on Qin Chuan's side, while the world believed they were headed towards Fishman Island, they instead found themselves in the waters of the kingdom of Alabasta. According to Sakazuki's assessment, it was certain that Qin Chuan's vessels would sail from the East China Sea towards Fishman Island. In the realm of pirates, the entire red line divides the Grand Line into 2 segments, with the latter segment referred to by the world as the New World. To reach the New World, one must navigate 2 distinct paths. The first involves petitioning the world government and subsequently traversing the holy land of Mariawa, nestled atop the Red Continent. This route necessitates abandoning one's vessel, demanding a considerable sum and consuming ample time, yet it offers a secure passage. The alternative entails enveloping the ship in the resin of the Yarkaman red tree, plunging to a depth of 10,000 meters, and navigating through a colossal cavern beneath the Red Continent. This journey leads through the underwater pathways to Fishman Island, ultimately arriving in the New World, albeit fraught with peril. However, for Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett, who have recently been placed under a bounty by the world government, it is abundantly clear that traversing from Mary Geos to the New World is an impossibility. Thus, the only path left before them leads to Fishman Island, which possesses an underwater tunnel. Yet, when Admiral Sakazuki's Justice Fleet intercepted the vital route to Fishman Island in the East Sea, they found no suspicious vessels passing through. In contrast, after several days of drifting, Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett finally set foot on the Rain Base of the Alabasta Kingdom. Alabasta boasts several major cities. Yet Rain Base is renowned as the City of Dreams, and it is here that Crocodile's stronghold resides. Consequently, the two made haste to this very location. Upon arriving in Rain Base, Qin Chuan instructed the 2 crew members to remain aboard the ship while he and Douglas Barrett ventured into the heart of the city. Alabasta, a superpower positioned in the first half of the Grand Line, should theoretically wield formidable strength. However, it has begun to exhibit signs of disarray, aside from its capital, Alyaborna. The other major cities have not experienced rainfall for several years. Under the deliberate manipulation of Baroque works, the populace has been led to believe that the drought is the result of the king's clandestine use of rain-inducing dance powder, ultimately igniting a civil war that has wrought significant casualties and severe economic losses throughout the nation. Yet, in stark contrast to the plight of other large cities, Rain Base remains a bastion of tranquility. The inhabitants here enjoy a far superior quality of life compared to their counterparts in other cities. And it is home to the largest casino in the Alabasta Kingdom, the Rain Feast. The casino in question is one of the many treasures controlled by SHK Liu KDR. Thus, when Qin Chuan arrived in the Rain District, his gaze was immediately drawn to the renowned Yuein Casino. Its fame was so widespread that Qin Chuan effortlessly discovered its location. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Yuein Casino, Douglas Barrett cast a puzzled glance at Qin Chuan. What brings you here? What can one do here? Naturally, to gamble. Come on. Qin Chuan stretched lazily and confidently led the way into the Grand Casino. Upon entering, two alluringly dressed bunny girls approached them. Ladies, do you wish to join us for some fun? They inquired. Haha, since we've arrived in the Rain District, we must try our luck. Lead the way. Qin Chuan replied with a grin. Very well, please follow us. The two bunny girls responded, guiding Qin Chuan and his companion to a gaming table. On this table rested a large roulette wheel adorned with various numbers and a prominent directional pointer. The gameplay is quite straightforward. Gamblers may place bets on any number at the table or wager on the magnitude of the number as well as whether it is odd or even. Chapter 30. Who says I am broke? At this moment, a female dealer, one hand resting on the spinning wheel, announced, Now, everyone may commence their bets, once placed. They are final and cannot be retracted. No sooner had her words fallen than the gamblers in attendance eagerly began to place their wagers. However, at that instant, both Qin Chuan and Douglas Barrett remained motionless. The reason was simple. They were devoid of funds. After robbing Shanks, they discovered that he was also a pauper. They had never intended to rob others, and with their constant indulgence in alcohol, they had long since accrued a mountain of debt, leaving Qin Chuan without any means to profit from them. They had previously escaped from the prison, leaving them with even less money. At that moment, the bunny girl who had accompanied them furrowed her brow in concern. Gentlemen, what troubles you? She inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to forget my money today. But no worries, isn't this a fortunate turn of events? Qin Chuan replied, extending his hands to gather the bets from the other gamblers at the table, placing them all beside him before consolidating the total on the number marked for odd. No one anticipated that Qin Chuan would undertake such an action, and immediately, all eyes were drawn to him. Hey, I've placed my bet. Let the game commence. Qin Chuan remarked with a slight smile. However, simultaneously, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he activated the Might Guy character card directly through his thoughts. Ding. The host successfully utilized the Might Guy character card, usage count diminished by 1. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a surge of energy. With the prowess of Might Guy at his disposal, Qin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. What do you mean by this, kid? This is clearly our money. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man beside him became visibly displeased and began to shout at Qin Chuan. Soon after, others in the vicinity joined in protest against Qin Chuan's actions. This fellow is clearly here to cause trouble. Won't you intervene? Are you going to let him squander our money at will? Indeed, drive these two unidentified individuals away. Just then, the bunny girl realized that Qin Chuan and his companion were likely seeking a confrontation, and she immediately turned to signal a nearby security guard with a glance. In the next moment, several guards approached Qin Chuan and his companion. Oh, you refuse to leave? Then let us see how the rest of you enjoy your game. Qin Chuan declared as he abruptly extended his right hand and forcefully slammed it down on the gambling table before him. With a resounding crash, the table was instantly split in two, and the entire structure collapsed. At this moment, Qin Chuan's actions caught the attention of other gamblers in the casino. At that moment, several security guards hastily arrived at the scene. Hey kid, are you seeking death? Exclaimed one guard, clad in sunglasses, as he prepared to rush towards Qin Chuan. However, before he could close the distance, a shadow suddenly darted past him. In the next instant, he felt a violent impact to his face, and then he collapsed into a pool of blood. As onlookers witnessed the fallen figure, chaos erupted throughout the casino, with numerous patrons frantically fleeing from the gaming hall. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the casino was fraught with tension, as individuals rushed in a state of alarm to report the situation on the second floor of the gaming hall. Eliminate them all, Qin Chuan stated coolly, without turning his head. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's directive, Douglas Barrett sprang into action once more. When confronted with these minor players, he expended no effort whatsoever, swiftly dispatching several nearby security personnel in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying prowess rendered those around him momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. Particularly, the bunny girl who had escorted him in was now too frightened to utter a word. At that moment, Qin Chuan placed a hand on her shoulder and, gripping the roulette wheel with the other hand, inquired softly of the dealer, "May I place a bet now?" The dealer's heart raced, and upon hearing Qin Chuan's question, she instinctively nodded. "Precisely. Earlier, I was conversing with you politely, yet you resorted to violence. Is this truly your standard of hospitality?" Just then, a heavy thudding sound echoed from the staircase leading to the second floor. Thud, thud, thud. Instinctively, everyone present turned their gaze toward the source of the noise. In the next moment, a man with slick-back hair, draped in a black fur coat, bearing a long scar across his face, an earring in his right ear, a golden hook dangling from his left hand, and smoking a cigar, descended slowly. Initially taken aback upon receiving news of disturbances on his turf, he recognized that no one had yet dared to cause trouble in his domain. Thus, he promptly made his way down. However, upon encountering the visitors, his expression darkened, and his brows furrowed. It was evident that he had recognized Qin Chuan and his former adversary, Douglas Barrett. "Long time no see, Sir Crocodile," Douglas Barrett remarked, a sinister smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing his name spoken, he confidently approached the two. At this moment, the distance between the parties was minimal, and should either side strike first, they would gain a significant advantage. Consequently, everyone around held their breath in anticipation. "You two truly possess remarkable audacity. Are you not aware that I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sanctioned by the world government? I hold the authority and duty to apprehend pirates who are wanted by the world government," Sir Crocodile stated coldly, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Come on now. The 7 warlords of the sea? Quite impressive, isn't it? What should we do, Douglas Barrett? Are we to kneel and beg for mercy from your old rival?" Qin Chuan retorted with a teasing tone. Chapter 31. Wager your life. At this remark, a palpable aura of menace emanated from Sir Crocodile. "What exactly do you two wish to accomplish by coming here?" Being a shrewd individual, Sir Crocodile was well aware that Qin Chuan and his companion had traveled a great distance to stir trouble, and it certainly was not for a mere handful of berries. Moreover, based on his speculation, Qin Chuan must also be aware that this is his territory, casting doubt upon their motives. "It is nothing much, in fact. I hold you in high regard, which is why I specifically traveled to this Alabasta to wager with you. What do you think? Haha. If you wish to gamble with me, that is certainly acceptable. However, what do you intend to take from me?" Shockloctor remarked with a cold sneer upon hearing this. "Nothing in particular. I am currently in need of a strong ally. Given that you possess a Logia-type devil fruit, why not join me and collaborate?" Qin Chuan stated earnestly. As soon as Qin Chuan's words fell, Shockloctor was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter soon after. "Is it truly amusing?" Qin Chuan retorted on the spot. "Qin Chuan, why should I serve as your enforcer? Is it merely because you have vanquished the so-called red-haired pirates?" Shockloctor, a wielder of a natural-type devil fruit, could scarcely entertain the notion of being bested by mere denizens of the New World. Thus, even upon hearing that Qin Chuan had confronted and defeated the captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks, seizing his flagship in the process, Shockloctor remained devoid of any fear. "There is no need for me to enumerate the disgraceful deeds you committed in Alabasta, is there? Once I have triumphed over you, I shall expose not only your misdeeds, but also the involvement of you and your Baroque works in the king's entrapment here. Your aspirations to acquire information regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton, will surely be dashed, and your title as a warlord of the sea will be swiftly rescinded by the world government. At that juncture, it seems the only place to encounter you will be in the infinite hell of Impelled Down." Qin Chuan articulated each word with precision. As he concluded his words, beads of sweat began to form on Crocodile's forehead. Not only that, but even Douglas Barrett, who stood beside Qin Chuan, gazed at him in astonishment. Their surprise stemmed from the fact that Qin Chuan had just mentioned the ancient weapon known as Pluton. Pluton is one of the 3 ancient weapons in the pirate world that bears the name of a deity. It is not a weapon in the conventional sense, but rather is referred to as the most formidable warship in the annals of shipbuilding. Constructed in Water 7, Pluton wields tremendous power, capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. Now it lies in slumber somewhere in the world, its location discernible only to those who can comprehend the essence of history. How intriguing. Are you also drawn to the underworld? Crocodile inquired gravely, his right hand beginning to caress the venomous golden hook on his left. Clearly, since Qin Chuan has mentioned the ancient weapon, the underworld, it seems that today we are destined to engage in battle. I have no interest in the underworld. In this era, relying on warships for survival is rather undignified. Don't you think? Moreover, I have stated that my purpose in coming here this time is solely you. So, shall we engage in a wager? If that is the case, I shall indeed take the gamble with you. However, to be honest, it has been quite some time since I encountered someone as intriguing as you. Moreover, it is evident that you possess considerable prowess. Otherwise, Douglas Barrett would not so willingly remain in your shadow. This remark from Crocodile is clearly a derisive jab aimed at Douglas Barrett, insinuating that he has become a mere lackey of Qin Chuan, with the intention of inciting discord between them. However, at this moment, Douglas Barrett remains unmoved by the scornful comment. Ever since Qin Chuan triumphed over Shanks in his presence, Barrett has developed a genuine admiration for him. After all, he had previously engaged Shanks in combat, thus possessing a deeper understanding of Shanks' formidable strength than anyone else. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's intervention, facing the entire red-haired pirate crew alone would likely have led to his defeat and retreat. Very well, this wager is quite simple. I will spin the wheel, and you shall guess the number, Qin Chuan stated leisurely. What are the stakes? If you lose, you shall accompany me. Should you emerge victorious, I will personally vanquish you and ensure the world is aware of your petty schemes. Upon hearing such a wager from Qin Chuan, Crocodile felt a surge of murderous intent. He could not fathom how Qin Chuan had acquired knowledge of his affairs. A master of strategy, Crocodile had meticulously crafted the Baroque works, yet within the organization, no one possessed true names, all were referred to by code names. This meant that it was exceedingly difficult for anyone within to conspire or uncover each other's secrets. How does this fellow, who has just emerged from the Push City, know about his affairs? This undoubtedly begins to perplex him. More importantly, it seems that Qin Chuan has come well prepared today. Initially, he harbored some concern when facing Douglas Barrett, as the two had clashed in the past without a decisive victor. However, it now appears that Qin Chuan possesses strength surpassing that of Douglas Barrett, and his associates are scattered across various locations. Thus, he finds himself in a position of facing two adversaries alone. Will you come or not? There is only one chance, Qin Chuan urged once more, observing Sha Clockter hesitating in place. Very well, I shall engage with you. I wager 7. Let the wheel spin. Sha Clockter replied with a serious demeanor. Agreed. The bet is placed, and no regrets shall be entertained. This is the rule here. Let it spin. At Qin Chuan's command, he forcefully propelled the entire wheel into a rapid whirl. As all eyes were fixed upon the spinning wheel, Sha Clockter lunged forward with great vigor towards Qin Chuan. Chapter 32. Ineffectual Assault? The Might of Elemental Transformation. After all, the participants were adults, well aware that the spinning wheel held no true significance in this world. The might of one's fist reigned supreme. Thus, when Sha Clockter charged forward, Qin Chuan effortlessly sidestepped with a swift maneuver. In the next moment, Sha Clockter's venomous hook slashed fiercely, instantly tearing the spinning wheel asunder. Hey, that's not right. The outcome of this wager has yet to be determined, Qin Chuan remarked with a hint of melancholy as he evaded. The outcome is already decided. You are destined to lose today, Sha Clockter retorted with a scoff, swiftly extending his right hand. In an instant, a sandstorm materialized in his grasp. Mere trifles. How dare you attempt to show off in my domain? Open. The third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the life gate. As the green energy radiated from Qin Chuan's entire being, the sandstorm in Sha Clockter's hand began to whirl with astonishing speed. Die for me, sandstorm. Without waiting for Qin Chuan to retaliate, Sha Clockter rapidly hurled the fully formed desert tempest towards him. This whirling sandstorm surged towards Qin Chuan with a deafening howl, scattering all debris in its path. Many bystanders were left squinting against the onslaught of the tempest. Not only could Sha Clockter control its trajectory, but the sandstorm also intensified as it advanced. However, when employed at close range, it possesses the capacity to pulverize rock and even topple a building, showcasing its formidable destructive power. Yet, despite this, when the desert storm surged toward Qin Chuan, he bellowed a battle cry and plunged directly into the tempest. Witnessing Qin Chuan's audacity, everyone present was taken aback, particularly Douglas Barrett, who had once crossed swords with Shad Crocodile and was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. Now, seeing Qin Chuan brazenly venture into the opponent's trap, he could not help but feel a surge of apprehension for him. Upon encountering Qin Chuan, who recklessly plunged into his desert storm without any defensive measures, the corners of Sand Crocodile's mouth finally curled into a peculiar smile. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Qin Chuan emerged forcefully from the rapidly swirling desert tempest, his body radiant with an even more brilliant green light. Witnessing this scene, Sand Crocodile's brow furrowed slightly, and he immediately extended his right hand, intent on seizing Qin Chuan by the throat. Yet, in his current state of high-speed motion, Qin Chuan was far from easy prey. As he surged beside Sand Crocodile, he abruptly planted one hand on the ground and launched a powerful kick aimed at Sand Crocodile's chin. The speed of his attack was so swift that Sand Crocodile found himself unable to mount any form of defense. However, just as Qin Chuan believed he was on the verge of success, his foot met what felt like mere air upon striking Sand Crocodile. In the next instant, Sand Crocodile's entire face transformed into a cascade of fine sand, elementalization. Meanwhile, not far away, Douglas Barrett's brow knitted momentarily. In the world of pirates, only those possessing sufficiently formidable armament haki could genuinely inflict harm upon a being capable of elementalization. While his own armament haki was powerful, he remained uncertain whether Qin Chuan possessed any, given that from the outset, Qin Chuan appeared devoid of any devil fruit abilities, let alone haki. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that his attack could be evaded. Though the opponent's body could elementalize, he believed that with sufficient speed, he could strike before the transformation occurred. Yet, it seemed that this maneuver had proven ineffective. Before Qin Chuan could retreat, the pile of fine sand returned to Sand Crocodile's neck, reconstituting an identical head. It appears, young one, that you lack armament haki. In that case, you were truly doomed. With a cold smile, Sand Crocodile instantly enlarged his arm, shaping it into a crescent-shaped sand blade. Seeing this, Qin Chuan was taken aback. This terrifying technique would siphon all moisture from an enemy's body upon contact, ultimately rendering them powerless and transforming them into a desiccated husk. As the sand blade of Sir Crocodile sliced through the air, Qin Chuan found himself utterly incapable of employing his instantaneous movement technique. Thus, he instinctively bent down in an attempt to evade the incoming attack. Although he successfully dodged the lethal strike thanks to the enhanced speed granted by the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he inadvertently left an opening for Sir Crocodile. In the next moment, Sir Crocodile seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick directly to Qin Chuan's waist. Bang! Qin Chuan was propelled out of the casino hall, landing squarely onto the sandy ground outside. The onlookers, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure and erupted into cheers. Simultaneously, Douglas Barrett rushed to Qin Chuan's side. Captain Qin Chuan, are you all right? Allow me to take over. My armament haki is more than sufficient to deal with him. Douglas Barrett spoke in a deep voice. Then, Sir Crocodile appeared before them. Boy, do not think that after causing chaos and impelled down, you are unaware of your own limitations. Today, not even Douglas Barrett can save you. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan not only chose not to call upon Douglas Barrett for assistance, but also pushed him aside. After wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, he broke into a smile. Qin Chuan's peculiar behavior immediately bewildered everyone present. Captain? Douglas Barrett attempted to speak, but Qin Chuan gestured for him to remain silent. Chapter 33, Come forth, Terumi Mei. Your physical attacks are ineffective against me. Do you comprehend? No matter how swift your speed or formidable your strength, they bear no significance. Thus, even if you can defeat the red-haired pirates, you cannot vanquish me. Therefore, prepare to meet your demise. Desert Sword, Sir Crocodile declared solemnly. He then transformed his arm into a blade of sand and unleashed it in an instant. In the next moment, a streak of purple lightning shot forth in a straight line, cleaving the ground in two as if it were an unstoppable force. The game has not merely yet concluded. It has only just begun. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. In the next instant, 2 system notifications resonated in his mind. Ding. Successfully exchanged Terumi Mei character card. The system automatically deducts 300,000 reputation points from the host. Ding. The host has successfully utilized the Terumi Mei character card. Usage count -1. Just moments ago, as Qin Chuan was sent flying and others were engaged in conversation, he had promptly accessed the system store to browse. Dealing with Sir Crocodile's elemental transformation is quite straightforward, as it consists of sand. Thus, if his body comes into contact with water or any other liquid, he cannot maintain his elemental form. At that point, ordinary physical attacks can harm him. Therefore, Qin Chuan swiftly chose the origin of water-style ninjutsu. Terumi Mei from the Land of Water. Although the character card for Terumi Mei required 300,000 reputation points, Qin Chuan, now affluent, was able to redeem it. Upon feeling Terumi Mei officially possessing him, Qin Chuan immediately activated her exclusive ninjutsu with his mind. Water Release, Water Pillar. In the following moment, as the purple lightning was about to strike him, Qin Chuan opened his mouth wide and expelled a water sphere resembling a meteorite. This water sphere exploded upon contact with the purple lightning. Boom. The collision of the two powerful attacks produced a tremendous shockwave, shattering all the windows in the surrounding houses instantaneously. The forceful shockwave forced both individuals to stagger back several steps. What kind of technique is this? Sir Crocodile's expression darkened instantly. He was on the verge of successfully slaying his opponent when that water sphere was expelled from their mouth. No one understood better than he did where his advantages and disadvantages lay, so when Qin Chuan initiated a water attack, he began to feel a sense of panic. Douglas Barrett was utterly perplexed. The techniques employed by Qin Chuan appeared utterly chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Despite having lived for decades in this world and having encountered numerous legendary figures, none had ever exhibited such a capacity to wield attacks he had never before encountered. You seem to relish evading my strikes with elemental manipulation, do you? Very well, I shall indulge you in that regard. Water release, hidden mist technique. As Qin Chuan's words echoed, he opened his mouth once more and expelled a dense fog in copious amounts. This thick mist rendered the surrounding environment hazy and indistinct. Moreover, the fog was saturated with moisture, and when Sand Crocodile made contact with it, he unmistakably sensed an unsettling discomfort in his body. This discomfort signified that he had come into contact with the moisture, making subsequent elemental transformation considerably challenging. Yet, the direst predicament was not this. It was that he had become ensnared within the mist, with visibility severely compromised. In the next moment, his right hand gathered the energy to conjure a formidable desert storm. This tempest was broader in scope than the previous one, its velocity astonishingly swift, and its lethality significantly heightened. This was a heavyweight sandstorm, an enhanced version of the sandstorm. He could only rely on this rapidly spinning desert storm to disperse the surrounding fog entirely. However, before he could unleash the storm from his hand, an attack suddenly surged towards him from the front. As this assault pierced through the mist, Sand Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically. It was, astonishingly, a liquid attack shaped like a true dragon. This assault was none other than the basic water release technique unleashed by Qin Chuan. Water release, water dragon bullet. In an instant, the water dragon pierced through the desert storm composed of sand and wind, striking Sand Crocodile squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Sand Crocodile was sent flying backward. Meanwhile, the sandstorm conjured by Crocodile abruptly ceased. In the next moment, as the mist dissipated, the once seemingly victorious Crocodile was found lying on the ground. In stark contrast, Qin Chuan stood a short distance away, exuding an air of ease as he observed him. At that instant, the atmosphere was engulfed in an eerie silence. Moments ago, everyone had been shrouded in the fog, unable to discern the unfolding events. Yet, with the clearing of the haze, the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. Shortly thereafter, Crocodile could not suppress a spurt of blood. It was evident that Qin Chuan's water release technique had successfully struck him, inflicting a degree of injury. However, he understood that this solitary water bullet attack would not suffice to secure his defeat. Thus, he prepared to launch another wave of assault upon Crocodile. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from behind him. Everyone turned in unison to investigate. They beheld a towering figure, muscular and clad in the garb reminiscent of a Shaolin monk, adorned with snake motifs on the sides of his chest and a tattoo of the character on his bald head, rushing towards Qin Chuan's position with remarkable speed. Upon catching sight of the other party for the first time, Qin Chuan immediately recognized his identity. He was none other than Das Bonus, a senior operative of the Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. One. Within the Baroque Works, a lower numerical codename signifies a more formidable strength. Chapter 34. Follow me, or perish. The individual known as Mr. One, Das Bonus, is undoubtedly the most formidable force following Shichibukai Crocodile. Mastering the art of slashing, Das Bonus transformed his fingers into razor-sharp blades. Assuming a fierce claw-like stance as he lunged forward, intent on engaging Qin Chuan in close combat. Close combat with me? How naive. Qin Chuan declared, unleashing his technique. Boiling escape, mist technique. Upon witnessing Das Bonus charging towards him, Qin Chuan felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. Clearly, he relished the thought of an opponent charging at him without a second thought. In the next instant, he exhaled a plume of vapor, but this was no ordinary mist. It was a seething vapor, capable of adjusting its acidity at will. This high-temperature vapor could gradually evaporate objects, its potency surpassing that of dissolution, while the acidic mist could melt anything it touched. Upon seeing this formidable attack unleashed by Qin Chuan, Das Bonus was momentarily taken aback. He halted in place, letting out a grunt. Slash. In the blink of an eye, he assumed a stance, fortifying himself with an unyielding, steel-like hardness. Das Bonus possessed the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, granting him the ability to transform his entire body into blades as hard as iron, rendering him nearly impervious to conventional attacks. Even the formidable slash of the world's mightiest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, could be deflected, severing whatever came into contact with him. However, this time, he faced none other than Qin Chuan. The attacks of Qin Chuan, regardless of their formidable strength, proved utterly futile. Thus, in the next moment, as the mists enveloped him, he emitted a heart-wrenching wail. These vapors swiftly infiltrated his iron-like skin. The intense heat scorched him to the point of rendering him speechless. Nearly 2 seconds later, Das Bonus collapsed onto the sandy ground, his body flushed as if he had just plunged into boiling water. Ding! Congratulations, host. On your triumphant conquest of the enemy, you have earned a reward of 15,000 prestige points. The instant this system notification resonated, Qin Chuan understood that his adversary was unlikely to rise again anytime soon. The assault unleashed by Qin Chuan left those nearby, who had been harboring fantasies of stealthily attacking him amidst the chaos, utterly stunned. Even Sand Crocodile, standing before him, began to feel a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. To expel such a torrent from his mouth? This individual is truly formidable. Douglas Barrett, witnessing this spectacle, felt a twinge of trepidation. He was acutely aware of the formidable defensive capabilities exhibited by Das Bonus moments ago. Thus, even with his own armed color hockey bolstering his strength, he surmised that it would be exceedingly challenging to withstand Qin Chuan's onslaught. It seems your subordinate is on the verge of collapse. What shall you do? He is, after all, a key asset of your Baroque works. At this juncture, Qin Chuan turned once more, gazing at the now upright Sand Crocodile, and spoke slowly. Shocklochter cast a cold glance at Das Bonus, who lay on the ground not far away. He then smiled faintly and remarked, "Since he has been defeated, he is nothing more than refuse in my eyes. Thus, I have no concern for his survival." However, despite his words, his heart yearned to see Qin Chuan torn to shreds. Is it not true that this individual is the chief conductor of the Baroque works, who has remained steadfastly loyal to you? Were you not the one who placed your utmost trust in him? Qin Chuan interjected, "Moreover, let me remind you that no matter how one may disguise oneself outwardly, the heart will never lie." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's retort, Shakiro Kadar's face finally exhibited a look of sheer terror. It was evident that he was genuinely taken aback this time. Prior to this moment, none of Qin Chuan's assertions had particularly rattled him. Even the revelation of Das Bonus's true identity and the nefarious schemes of the Baroque works he had established were within the realm of possibility. After all, with so many individuals within Baroque works, the presence of 1 or 2 spies was hardly surprising. However, the fact that Qin Chuan was aware that Das Bonus was his most trusted confidant sent him into a frenzy. It must be noted that he had never shown any inclination to trust others throughout his dealings. Moreover, he had consistently portrayed himself as a rather self-reliant individual, often brazenly proclaiming to everyone that he required no subordinates, as he was sufficient on his own. Therefore, when Qin Chuan penetrated the depths of his psyche, he began to panic thoroughly. Who was the seemingly inconspicuous individual, and how could he possibly know everything about him? Qin Chuan, what is it that you truly desire? At this juncture, Shakiro Kadar could only erupt into a furious inquiry directed at Qin Chuan once more. The interrogation this time bore a markedly different tone compared to their previous encounter. Although it appeared to possess considerable force, it was, in reality, rather feeble. "Follow me, or perish here. The choice is yours," Qin Chuan stated nonchalantly, standing firm as if the very life of Shichibukai Crocodile rested entirely in his hands. At this juncture, no one would consider Qin Chuan's threats to be mere bluster. It was evident that the scales of victory had tipped in his favor. Not to mention that Qin Chuan could scarcely contend with his opponent. Even if he could manage to defeat him, he would lack the strength to engage Douglas Barrett, who had remained passive throughout this ordeal. "You know I have never been one to submit to others," Crocodile retorted coldly. Even now, he sought to resist Qin Chuan, for as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, how could he easily yield to another? Chapter 35. Do not move recklessly. It could be fatal. The old guards of Mariewa have ruled this world for far too long, and I shall, in the future, surpass them and stand atop the pinnacle of the world. You, being an astute individual, must understand how to make a choice, so I grant you a minute to ponder this carefully. Qin Chuan spoke in a tone as light as a gentle breeze. Should this statement be disseminated, it would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval. A pirate, recently escaped from prison and wanted globally, brazenly proclaiming his intent to annihilate the world government, would certainly exacerbate his precarious situation. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sir Crocodile felt a stir of emotion. Sir Crocodile, I hope you will join him aboard his ship, for this young man possesses a certain power. A power that will gradually bind us, compelling us to willingly remain at his side. At that moment, Douglas Barrett, who had been standing nearby, approached Qin Chuan and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Sir Crocodile finally responded, Can you make me concede wholeheartedly? Otherwise, I shall remain unwilling. At that moment, he still yearned for a direct confrontation with Qin Chuan. Overestimating oneself. Water release, hidden mist technique. Seeing Sir Crocodile's unyielding resolve, Qin Chuan exhaled a thick fog once more. The same technique cannot succeed against me a second time. Sandstorm. Sir Crocodile, undeterred, swiftly conjured a small desert storm with his hands. In the next instant, he hurled it forward. The desert storm grew increasingly potent as it spun rapidly, while the swirling sands promptly dispersed the fog. At that moment, Qin Chuan made his appearance, charging directly towards Sir Crocodile. Let us see what other techniques you possess. Desert Greatsword. At last, Sir Crocodile unleashed his most formidable attack in the face of Qin Chuan. In the next moment, transforming his arm into a blade of sand, he swiftly thrust it towards the oncoming Qin Chuan. Yet, Qin Chuan appeared utterly unconcerned, charging straight towards the sand blade. At that moment, Sand Crocodile's sand blade arm pierced directly into Qin Chuan's body. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. However, Sand Crocodile suddenly furrowed his brow. It was evident that, no matter how foolish Qin Chuan might be, he would never recklessly collide with the gun's muzzle. Such an act would be tantamount to suicide. Indeed, in the next instant, Qin Chuan's form abruptly transformed into a mist of water and vanished. I am here. A familiar voice echoed from behind Sand Crocodile. How is that possible? Sand Crocodile's heart sank in disbelief, and he swiftly turned around. Yet, as he did, a powerful, water-soaked arm lunged towards his throat. In the next moment, Qin Chuan's right hand seized Sand Crocodile's neck with lightning speed. Due to the fact that Qin Chuan's hand was drenched, the moment it made contact with Sand Crocodile's neck, it instantly stained the area with liquid. Consequently, it became impossible for Sand Crocodile to transform his neck into sand. My patience is limited. Should you make another reckless move, it could very well cost you your life, Qin Chuan admonished coldly. He had no desire to squander excessive time on Sand Crocodile, and moreover, the effect of his possession was nearing its expiration. Moreover, for his sake, he had already expended 300,000 reputation points. Thus he was loath to squander another instance of possession. At this moment, Crocodile finally comprehended the disparity between himself and Qin Chuan. With a sigh, he slowly uttered, I concede. Upon the completion of his statement, a system notification resounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating your adversary. You have received a reward of 50,000 reputation points. Damn, only 50,000 reputation points. In an instant, he had incurred a loss of 250,000. Had he known, he would have refrained from posturing and simply allowed Douglas Barrett to handle it directly. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt his heart bleed. Initially, he had anticipated that Crocodile would yield at least 80 or 100,000 reputation points, yet the outcome was merely 50,000. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible, for Crocodile was not particularly formidable at present. Although he possessed a Logia-type devil fruit, his weaknesses were evident. Should others truly seek to target him, he could easily be restrained. Following Crocodile's declaration of surrender, a commotion erupted in the venue, as everyone in the casino stood agape, staring in astonishment at their leader. Lying not far away, the nearly lifeless Desbonus could only watch in despair. Moreover, this was the superpower of Alabasta. Thus, when Shichibukai Crocodile was defeated, the news swiftly spread across the globe. What are you all standing there for? Go check on the fellow lying on the ground, but be cautious. He may be a bit hot to the touch. After dealing with Crocodile, he turned to address the individuals in the nearby casinos. At this moment, their leader had been vanquished by the opponent, leaving them with no courage to resist. What do you wish to do next? I have been defeated by you. And according to the regulations set forth by the world government regarding the 7 warlords of the sea, I am now completely disqualified. You shall become my successor. Yet the outcome hinges on whether you and the world government are willing to engage in dialogue. SHK Liu KD inquired solemnly. Since he had resolved to temporarily follow Qiu Chuan, it was only natural for him to discern Qiu Chuan's plans. Chapter 36. The Orphan of O'Hara? The 7 Warlords of the Sea? I must admit, I am rather eager to visit Mariewa, Hu Chu-in remarked, narrowing his eyes. Upon hearing that he specifically requested these 2 individuals, SHK Liu KD felt a twinge of confusion. Are not others needed? Humph. Do not bring any of your people. Their abilities are insufficient for the new world. Accompanying me would merely lead to their demise. Let them live their own lives. Hu Chu-in disdainfully responded. After hearing Hu Chu-in's words, SHK Liu KD ceased his prattle and summoned the 2 individuals, instructing them to contact the ones Hu Chu-in desired using the secret signals he provided. The following morning, indeed, Hu Chu-in's name once again graced the headlines of the World Economic News. Marineford, Marshal's office. Haha, I told you, that fellow would not remain idle. To my surprise, he has once again vanquished a 7 Warlord of the Sea within a mere few days. According to protocol, we must now confer with the world government regarding this individual. At that moment, the legendary marine hero, KP, leisurely crossed his legs as he perused the newspaper's headlines. Humph. Does he aspire to become a 7 Warlord of the Sea? His transgressions are considerable. Merely creating chaos and impel down is sufficient to warrant his execution. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Those old geezers only pledge their allegiance to the celestial dragons, who currently possess but one objective, to stabilize the world. They will do whatever it takes to achieve stability. Have you forgotten the incident of the Buster Call? Upon hearing the term Buster Call, KP finally retracted his smile. The Buster Call was a military operation, a ruthless and indiscriminate assault. The operation involved 5 Marine Vice Admirals, 10 Rear Admirals, thousands of elite Marines, and 10 top-tier warships. Years ago, the one who instigated the Buster Call on O'Hara was none other than the then Marine Admiral Sengoku. However, the true mastermind behind the O'Hara Buster Call was the world government. O'Hara was a renowned archaeological sanctuary in the West Blue and the homeland of Nico Robin. The world government, fearing the dangers posed by the interpretation of historical texts and truth, they were reluctant to have the truth of 800 years ago exposed. Unleashed the Buster Call when Nico Robin was merely 8 years old, obliterating O'Hara. Only Nico Robin survived the devastation of the entire island. Thus, Sengoku, as the Marine Admiral at the time, was reluctantly made the scapegoat. This very incident propelled Sengoku to rise above his peers, directly ascending to the position of Marine Marshal in subsequent selections. Let bygones be bygones. As members of the Navy, we must steadfastly pursue our own sense of justice. KP declared solemnly as he set aside the newspaper. Your understanding of justice differs from mine, and you are well aware of this. Regardless, we are both old bones now. Perhaps you are indeed right. Let us observe how those old fellows in the world government perceive this matter. At that moment, the sole survivor of the O'Hara massacre, Nico Robin, stood in the opulent VIP lounge of the Rain Party Casino. Seated on the sofa before her was none other than Qin Chuan himself. The room contained only the 2 of them. Even Douglas Barrett and Sir Crocodile were deemed unworthy of entry. I hear you were looking for me. Is there something you wish to discuss? At this juncture, Nico Robin had come to understand the background of the man before her, and she harbored no affection for Sir Crocodile. Rather, she felt a deep-seated aversion towards him. Thus, when Qin Chuan vanquished Sir Crocodile, she experienced not sorrow, but an overwhelming sense of joy. You are both fortunate and unfortunate. Unfortunate in that your homeland has been annihilated, yet fortunate in that you have narrowly escaped disaster. Qin Chuan remarked nonchalantly, holding a glass of champagne as he spoke of this matter. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Nico Robin's previously serene face. Simultaneously, her heart began to quicken in that very moment. Do not be alarmed. I do not intend to harm you. On the contrary, I seek your assistance in investigating the so-called historical texts. You are familiar with these historical texts, are you not? Who exactly are you? Upon hearing Qin Chuan mention such a sensitive subject, Nico Robin could no longer remain seated. You need not know my identity, however. I can assure you unequivocally that I mean you no harm. Moreover, in the underground burial chamber of Alabasta, there exists historical documentation regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton. You may examine it, but I implore you to keep this secret forever, at least until you have divulged it to me. Do not share it with anyone else. After taking a sip of red wine, Qin Chuan spoke with calmness. The mere mention of the ancient weapon Pluton caused Nico Robin's body to tremble uncontrollably. After all, she was more knowledgeable about the historical texts than anyone else, and was among the last of the O'Hara people. How can you be so certain that I will find the ancient weapon Pluton and not disclose it to others? Nico Robin hesitated momentarily before speaking. For no particular reason. Other than the fact that you understand, well, that should this knowledge fall into the wrong hands, it would wreak catastrophic havoc upon the world. You are more aware than anyone else of the taste of despair, so I trust you are not foolish enough to engage in such folly, Qin Chuan retorted. Since you are already privy to my thoughts, how can you be certain that I would divulge the secrets of the historical texts to you? Nico Robin inquired. Chapter 37, Subduing the 7 Warlords of the Sea. For no other reason than that I shall be the one to alter this world. The old fogies of the world government cannot achieve it, the high-ranking officials of the Navy cannot accomplish it, and the pirates of the New World are equally incapable. As I stand on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of the world, you will perceive the entirety of my being and, at that moment, make the most judicious choice. Qin Chuan spoke with unwavering confidence. After hearing the seemingly nonsensical statement, Nico Robin was instantly plunged into contemplation. Though it appeared absurd on the surface, it bore profound significance. The fact that he possessed such knowledge of his own lineage indicated that his identity was undoubtedly far from ordinary. It is perfectly fine if you cannot comprehend many matters at present. Return and ponder them slowly. Furthermore, do not court danger again. Had I not intervened, it is likely that before long, you would have fallen victim to Sir Crocodile. Therefore, your foremost task in the future is to safeguard your own life. Do you understand? Qin Chuan reiterated. Nico Robin had once been shielded by the protagonist's aura of Monkey D. Luffy, which had spared her from peril. Now, while Luffy indulged in playful frolics in Windmill Village, he had vanquished Sir Crocodile. Thus, the entire narrative arc of the pirates had been irrevocably disrupted, leaving Qin Chuan uncertain of the fates that awaited all individuals within this world. Undoubtedly, Nico Robin's identity and knowledge are of paramount importance to Qin Chuan, for there remain numerous matters he has yet to comprehend. However, at this juncture, he cannot afford to bring her aboard, as he is poised to confront the onslaught of formidable factions for an extended period. Accompanying such a vulnerable individual may not only jeopardize her safety, but could also inadvertently attract peril to her existence. Thus, Qin Chuan ultimately resolves to refrain from allowing her to embark, recognizing that this decision serves as a form of indirect protection for her. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Nico Robin nodded in a daze. Subsequently, Qin Chuan instructed her to leave the private room and to summon Miss Wednesday. After a brief moment, a young woman with large, sparkling blue eyes and long, aqua-colored hair that cascaded past her waist cautiously entered. "Did you call for me?" she stammered. "Nefertari Vivi, do not be anxious. I am here to assist you," Qin Chuan replied with an unwavering calmness. Upon hearing Qin Chuan unexpectedly utter her name, Nafe Lutali Wei Wei gasped in fright and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Let us be succinct. You are aware of the current state of this nation, all of which can be attributed to that fool outside. However, now that he has boarded my ship, I am obliged to ensure his safety. Therefore, let us strike a deal. I will assist your father in quelling the civil unrest in Alabaston, and in return, you must safeguard this secret for eternity. How does that sound? Qin Chuan proposed directly. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of inner turmoil crossed Nafe Lutali Wei Wei's face. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. What if I refuse? If you refuse, I'm afraid this country will vanish from the world map. Remember, I am not seeking your consent. You have but 2 options: accept my proposal, and you will remain a princess of Alabaston. Another possibility is to become a princess of a fallen kingdom. Upon uttering these words, Qin Chuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he fixed his piercing gaze upon Nefertali Vivi. Witnessing Qin Chuan's demeanor, Vivi's countenance darkened significantly. After a brief moment, she raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, and declared, "On behalf of the Alabaster royal family, I accept your proposal." Hearing her words, Qin Chuan finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. In truth, he was not the type to revel in the senseless slaughter of innocents. If he were to depart with Sir Crocodile, it would be indisputable that, devoid of the support from Baroque works, the rebels would be utterly incapable of establishing a foothold in this realm. Consequently, at that juncture, the Nefertari royal family would reclaim their power, and the truth would ultimately be revealed. At that time, Sir Crocodile's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, should Sir Crocodile remain as his crew member, he would inevitably bear a share of the blame and responsibility, which he sought to avoid. Hence, he feigned a threat to Princess Nefertari Vivi in order to compel a compromise. Fortunately, this young lady was rather easy to deceive, and based on Qin Chuan's observations from the animated series, Sir Crocodile seemed to be quite trustworthy, alleviating his concerns about any potential betrayal. Upon concluding his conversation with the two, Qin Chuan proceeded with a series of decisive actions. First, he compelled Sir Crocodile to disband Baroque works entirely. With the dissolution of his influence, the kingdom of Alabasta finally experienced a deluge. As the torrential rain fell upon the arid desert, the populace of the nation glimpsed a beacon of hope. Simultaneously, the rebels promptly announced their surrender. After all, they had previously fought under the pretense that the royal family was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, contributing to years of drought. With Baroque works dismantled and rain finally gracing the land, they found themselves devoid of any justification to continue their struggle. Before long, King Nefertari Cobra of the Kingdom of Alabasta regained control. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and Sir Crocodile, among others, boarded the Red Force and departed from Alabasta for good. After drifting at sea for 2 days, Qin Chuan had not received any news regarding Alabasta or Sir Crocodile from the newspapers. This indirectly indicated that the Nefertari royal family had honored their agreement with him, finally allowing Qin Chuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Captain Qin Chuan, where shall we head next? Inquired Douglas Barrett and the others, gazing at the increasingly distant kingdom of Alabasta from the deck. Chapter 38. The decision of the world government. I wish to visit Logetown. There is someone I seek, Qin Chuan stated after a moment of contemplation. Logetown? Upon hearing that name, Douglas Barrett furrowed his brow. He was intimately familiar with Logetown, known as the town of beginnings and endings, situated in the East Sea. It lies near the entrance to the Grand Line. Furthermore, the former pirate king, Gold Roger, was both born and executed there, granting Logetown a significance beyond the ordinary for him. To search for someone there, it seems a mere duo is insufficient for a journey to Mariewa. Qin Chuan remarked with a slight huff as he turned to face the two. You intend to go to the Holy Land, Mariewa? You truly possess an audacity that borders on recklessness. Your collective bounties now exceed 2 billion, exclaimed Sir Crocodile, astonished by Qin Chuan's boldness. Were you not there before? Why the fear now? My previous visit was an invitation to the appointment ceremony. What purpose do you have for going there? How could you be certain that I am not attending as an invitee? It is possible that discussions regarding my affairs are already underway there. At this, Qin Chuan squinted towards the direction of the Holy Land, Mariewa. At this moment, in Mary Geos, it indeed transpired as predicted by Qin Chuan. The 5 elders summoned Admiral Sengoku immediately following the defeat of Sir Crocodile. Sengoku, the world has been rather turbulent of late. The last incident involving the escape stirred discussions about our world government throughout the globe. Not only has that individual evaded capture, but he has also begun wreaking havoc, even defeating the warlords of the sea whom we appointed. Do you not bear some responsibility for this? At this juncture, one of the 5 elders, clad in a deep green suit, bald with 2 prominent mustaches and a distinct birthmark on his forehead, could not contain his reprimand. One cannot make such assertions. The impel down prison does not fall under the jurisdiction of our Navy. Should you wish to classify it as such, then our Navy headquarters would naturally dispatch formidable individuals to oversee impel down. Sengoku replied coldly. His words held a degree of validity. Although the Navy acts as the guardian of justice in the world, they operate on par with impel down, and their relationship is primarily one of cooperation in numerous matters. The Navy headquarters has not stationed anyone in impel down, thus establishing them as 2 distinct entities within different systems. At this moment, the 5 elders articulated their intent, merely desiring someone to bear the burden of responsibility. Having ruled for many years, Sengoku was well aware of the machinations of these 5 old men, which prompted him to retort sharply. The matter of impel down is not your concern, but surely the affairs of Sir Crocodile are of relevance to you? At this juncture, another elder, clad in a white robe, bald, bespectacled, and notably the only one among them without a suit or a beard, expressed his displeasure. This matter bears no relation to me. I did not establish the Shichibukai system, and besides, these individuals are notorious pirates. Thus, allowing them to turn against each other serves our interests, does it not? Sengoku further elucidated. However, he continued, currently, our intelligence indicates that he has joined Qin Chuan's crew. Consequently, Qin Chuan's strength has been significantly augmented. Does this not concern your Navy? He asserted, where there are pirates, we shall issue bounties. I have already dispatched Admiral Sakazuki to the East Blue. Yet, that individual's vessel is erratically adrift, and he lacks a fixed base, making it arduous to locate his hiding place. I see no necessity, another elder interjected, for that individual is capable of seizing Shank's pirate ship. Your sending of Sakazuki is futile. Should he be defeated, how would we preserve the dignity of the world government? Is that truly your intention? Upon hearing these words, Sengoku's expression darkened, as he grasped their implications. Indeed, The next moment, another of the 5 elders spoke again. We have resolved to appoint him as the successor to Sir Crocodile's position within the Shichibukai, thus becoming a new generation member of this notorious assembly. Furthermore, we will extend invitations in the name of the Navy to the other Shichibukai, summoning them here for a conference. During this assembly, you must insist that they accept the responsibility of safeguarding their surrounding waters and caution them that any further instances of being easily defeated will result in their permanent expulsion from the world government. While your world government seeks to maintain its reputation, do you think we in the Navy do not care for ours? A mere pirate has emerged, and our admiral has yet to confront him, yet you bestow upon him a legitimate title. Have you considered the implications of your actions on our Navy? How am I to justify this to my subordinates? After hearing this, Sengoku could no longer restrain his indignation. He had always been staunchly opposed to the Shichibukai system, as its existence continuously undermined the honor of the Navy. As a Grand Admiral, he naturally bears the weight of responsibility, which fuels his profound disdain for the Shichibukai system more than anyone else. He has long yearned for the abolition of this abhorrent institution. Moreover, intelligence gathered by the Navy indicates that those appointed as Shichibukai have not ceased their nefarious activities upon being embraced by the world government. Instead, they have exploited their newfound legitimacy to plunder the resources of the populace in their territories, fundamentally contradicting the essence of justice and, conversely, emboldening the pirates. Thus, upon hearing that Qin Chuan and his crew were to be inducted into the Shichibukai, Sengoku was the first to voice his opposition. Chapter 39. A new Shichibukai? What value do your faces hold? Nothing is more paramount than the stability of the world. Moreover, let it be known that all authority vested in your Navy is a privilege bestowed upon you by our world government. Even your esteemed position as Admiral was conferred only with our consent. Thus, you lack the standing to negotiate with us and are obliged to act in accordance with our directives. Upon hearing Sengoku's dissent, another member of the 5 elders reprimanded him on the spot. If you are also resolute, then why summon me? You could simply issue a public announcement. Although Sengoku's temperament is not as volatile as Garp's, being publicly chastised in such a manner greatly displeased him, prompting him to turn and prepare to leave. We caution you to advise your subordinates against provoking that individual lightly. Should a Marine Admiral be vanquished by a pirate, not only would your Navy suffer disgrace, but our world government would share in your humiliation. By that time, you shall no longer hold the title of Marshal. After listening to this statement, the warring states paused momentarily. However, after a brief silence, he chose not to utter another word and proceeded to depart from the sacred Mary Geos. Just as the world government was fervently attempting to reach Qin Chuan and negotiate his allegiance as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Qin Chuan's vessel had quietly arrived at Roguetown. Roguetown was originally the site of the execution of the Pirate King, and thus it has long been under the control of the Navy. Therefore, when Qin Chuan's striking pirate ship, the Red Force, arrived at the harbor, word was swiftly sent to the garrison in Roguetown. At this juncture, it is Colonel Smoker of the Navy stationed in Logtown. Coincidentally, he is also a wielder of the smoke fruit, a natural-type devil fruit. However, in Qin Chuan's recollection, this individual's abilities are rather lackluster. Aside from initially overpowering the young pirate Luffy, he possesses no noteworthy accomplishments to speak of. However, Qin Chuan's visit was not in search of him. At this moment, Smoker, seated in his office chair, furrowed his brow upon hearing the report from the naval soldiers. He promptly decided to inform Admiral Sakazuki at the Navy headquarters and urged him to come here immediately. Furthermore, he ordered all naval soldiers to assemble in the square. Smoker spoke in a grave tone. Yes, the soldiers saluted and swiftly exited. As Qin Chuan and his companions stepped into Roguetown, they discovered that it remained quite lively. Various shops lined the streets, each adorned with an inviting porch. The trio made their way through the portico towards the heart of the town. Meanwhile, in the square of Roguetown, a significant number of naval soldiers had already gathered. The reason Smoker gathers soldiers here carries significant meaning. This place was once the site of the execution of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Thus, whenever he is about to engage in a fierce battle, he makes a pilgrimage to this location, as if it bestows upon him a stroke of good fortune. In his perspective, this place was the very land where the most ruthless pirates met their demise, thus ensuring that no pirate could ever emerge victorious here. At that moment, numerous townsfolk of Roguetown turned their curious gazes toward the imposing presence of the Navy, oblivious to the impending battle that would soon engulf their town. In no time, hundreds of naval soldiers gathered in the square. Shortly thereafter, a smoke-powered amphibious tricycle sped toward them from a distance. Just as the tricycle was about to collide with the crowd, Smoker swiftly brought the vehicle to a halt. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers in front of the 3 motorcycles were already drenched in cold sweat. How could one be so timid and still serve in the Navy? Upon dismounting, I could not help but admonish them upon witnessing the expressions on the faces of these naval soldiers. After being reprimanded by Smog, these naval soldiers promptly lowered their heads. After all, their superior was not only stern with them, but also exhibited a fierce demeanor towards the higher echelons of the Navy. It was precisely because he often disregarded the orders of his superiors that his path to promotion was fraught with challenges. Despite possessing a Logia-type devil fruit, he remained merely a branch colonel. Those who possess the same natural-type devil fruit abilities as he have ascended to the rank of Marine admirals, illustrating just how fiercely independent he truly is. At that moment, Qin Chuan and his companions arrived at the square. Returning to this familiar ground, Douglas Barrett felt a weighty sense of nostalgia. After all, he had witnessed the execution of Roger firsthand, and now, standing here once more, he was profoundly moved. The group paused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the gathering of Marine soldiers not far ahead. "Captain, might you enlighten us as to why we are here?" one of them inquired. "As far as I know, there is no one here more formidable than myself," Crocodile interjected, visibly disgruntled. For some time, Qin Chuan had subtly mocked his abilities, which irked him greatly. Look at that individual ahead, with silver short hair, clad in a coat emblazoned with the word justice and sporting windbreakers around his neck. That is Colonel Smoker of the Marine branch, and he, too, wields a natural-type devil fruit power. If you can defeat him, I shall concede to your prowess," Qin Chuan declared, gesturing towards Smoker in the distance. Meanwhile, Smog promptly noticed them. Upon seeing Qin Chuan point in his direction, he cast a grave look back. Could it be that a user of the natural devil fruit was merely a branch colonel? Has the value of the natural devil fruit diminished to such an extent? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett, who stood aside, expressed curiosity. After all, the devil fruit is exceedingly rare, and the natural variant is the most precious among them. Even he had never possessed one. Chapter 40. Arrival at Logtown. If a mere branch colonel were to wield the natural devil fruit, he would find it quite remarkable. Does a branch colonel truly warrant my attention? Crocodile scoffed dismissively. The disparity in strength and rank between a colonel at the Navy headquarters and one in the 4 seas is quite significant. Should a branch colonel return to the Navy headquarters, he would equate to a lieutenant there, representing a considerable difference in rank. However, the situation differs for branches within the Grand Line, as they are directly under the Navy headquarters, with the highest rank being Vice Admiral, aligning with the headquarters rank system. Ironically, Smog would later ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral within the Navy's G5 branch. Yet at this moment, he remained an inconspicuous branch colonel. It is no wonder Crocodile looked down upon him. After all, he was already a notorious pirate whose fame resonated throughout the world. And even the world government could only seek to placate him by bestowing upon him the title of a warlord of the sea. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's interference, he could have continued to live comfortably in the kingdom of Alabasta. Do not underestimate this fellow. His strength is comparable to that of a rear admiral or vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. Qin Chuan remarked. "Humph. What does it matter to be a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters?" After S.H. Clockter finished speaking, he flicked his coat behind him, then lit a cigar and slowly stepped forward. Smoker, a notorious smoker himself, even possessing a devil fruit related to smoke, took out a cigar and lit it. Although the surrounding Navy soldiers were of low rank, they had certainly heard of the infamous title of the 7 warlords of the sea, and thus recognized Sir Crocodile, a member of this elite group. Upon witnessing Sir Crocodile's presence in the square, the soldiers were momentarily stunned. Subsequently, Sir Crocodile strode directly towards the group of Navy soldiers. "Sir Crocodile, have you now become that fellow's lackey?" Smoker inquired, gesturing towards Qin Chuan, who stood behind him. "Humph. Do you think you are worthy of questioning me? A mere branch colonel. Even the marshal of the Navy headquarters must speak to me with deference. Do you understand?" Sir Crocodile retorted, fully aware that his opponent aimed to provoke him. "Is that so? It seems your master has summoned you to deal with us. How absurd it is that a dignified warlord of the sea has become a subordinate lackey. In this regard, you are even inferior to me, a branch colonel of the Navy. After all, in this territory, no one has the authority to command me." Smoker scoffed. "Enough of your prattle. You should know well that I, too, am a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Reveal your haki and let me witness the true capabilities of a Navy branch colonel." Upon finishing his words, a crimson gas swiftly enveloped Sir Crocodile's form. This is a manifestation of the armament haki known as binding. Armament hockey encompasses various techniques, which can be categorized into hardening, binding, external projection, and internal destruction. Hardening remains the most prevalent and fundamental application of armament hockey in the New World. It involves enveloping the user's body with hockey. This technique can render the user's body harder than steel, thereby enhancing both defensive and offensive capabilities. Furthermore, it can also be applied to objects beyond the user's own body. The technique of wrapping involves enveloping the body in a gaseous form of armament hockey, which can also be applied to weapons, endowing them with a certain degree of offensive capability. Emission refers to the concentration of armament hockey in one's hands or weapons, releasing it to manifest tangible offensive or defensive power. This can generate powerful shockwaves to propel adversaries or create a protective barrier, even capable of defending against intangible assaults. Internal destruction allows the user to penetrate the surface of an object with armament hockey, inflicting damage directly to its interior, and can be utilized in conjunction with hardening, wrapping, and emission techniques. While the proficiency in using armament hockey may vary, it does not necessarily reflect the strength of the hockey itself, nor does it indicate the overall prowess of the individual. Thus, it is conceivable that two individuals may simultaneously be in a hardened state. Yet one may possess a greater intensity of armament hockey and superior inherent strength, rendering the other incapable of withstanding their might, even while in a hardened state. Upon their encounter, Sir Crocodile immediately unleashed a crimson hue of hockey, signifying his preparedness for the confrontation. Smoker, as the possessor of a natural-type devil fruit, was acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses inherent to such abilities. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary dialogue and, in an instant, infused his large jutty, embedded with sea stone, with a faint red aura of hockey. His hockey's coloration was notably lighter compared to that of Sir Crocodile. Many consider this to be a criterion for the intensity of armament hockey. In other words, in the eyes of the populace, the deeper the color of the armament hockey when released, the greater the strength of both the hockey and the individual wielding it. Thus, upon witnessing Smoker's armament hockey, Sir Crocodile scoffed disdainfully and charged directly towards him. "Stay put. Do not engage without my command," Smoker bellowed, brandishing his weapon as he too surged forward. In reality, without his utterance, the ordinary soldiers behind him were already trembling in fear, let alone having the audacity to lend him a hand. In the next moment, Crocodile's venomous hook clashed instantaneously with Smoker's weapon. At that moment, the formidable armament color hockey was unleashed in its entirety. Bang! Upon their initial collision, both retreated several steps backward. Among them, Smog stands at a considerable distance. Chapter 41. The Duel of Nature Elemental Users. From this detail, it is evident that in their initial confrontation, Sir Crocodile held a distinct advantage. "Humph, your strength truly seems underappreciated for the rank of this division's major." At this moment, Sir Crocodile retracted his earlier disdain, having sensed that Smoker was not so easily vanquished. White Fist. Smoker, realizing the disparity in their hockey abilities, bellowed decisively. In the next instant, his arms and legs transformed into smoke. Once his limbs had entirely taken on a smoky form, he extended them forward, launching a fierce barrage of strikes towards Sir Crocodile. In a heartbeat, for smoke-infused assaults surged rapidly towards him. However, Sir Crocodile remained unfazed. He promptly spread his right palm and pressed it against the ground, just as the four smoke attacks were about to reach him. A small wall of sand rose abruptly before Sir Crocodile. The four smoke attacks collided with this sandy barrier. In an instant, the wall crumbled, and simultaneously, the four smoke assaults rebounded back towards Smoker. Once again, the two combatants found themselves at an impasse. At this juncture, Qin Xuan, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, shouted towards Sir Crocodile within the arena. "Hey, his Logia-type devil fruit allows him to transform into smoke, and your sand can disperse it. Although Smoker possesses a Logia-type devil fruit, it is not without significant vulnerabilities. Specifically, it is susceptible to both wind and fire. Yet Qin Xuan could effortlessly possess a ninja to vanquish him. However, now that he had followers by his side, he naturally preferred not to intervene personally. After all, even if he were to defeat Smoker, the accolades would be rather meager." Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, both individuals in the center of the battlefield were momentarily taken aback, particularly Smoker, who now bore a hint of apprehension upon his visage. It was evident that Qin Xuan had discerned his vulnerability. In contrast, upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Sand Crocodile immediately extended his right hand. In the next moment, a miniature desert storm coalesced in his palm. "I heard you fear the wind. Perhaps you should prepare for your demise." he declared, unleashing the swirling tempest from his hand. As the desert storm surged toward Smoker, its winds intensified and its reach expanded infinitely. Realizing he could not evade this elemental assault by transforming into smoke, Smoker understood that such a move would only lead to his disintegration by the swirling sands. Thus, he sidestepped, but in doing so, the naval soldiers behind him were left vulnerable to the oncoming storm. They had not anticipated their superior's command to evade, and their initial instinct was not to flee. However, as Smoker dodged, panic ensued among the ranks. The next instant, the desert storm collided with the fleeing naval soldiers, sending dozens of them hurtling in all directions. Moreover, as the storm barreled toward the remaining soldiers, Sand Crocodile's figure appeared behind it. After launching the tempest, he seized the opportunity to conceal himself and prepare for a swift attack. Noticing that Smoker's attention was diverted to the soldiers, he capitalized on this fortuitous moment, drawing his poisoned hook and darting forward. In response, Smoker swiftly enveloped his cross-shaped weapon in haki, ready to clash once more. Yet, as their haki-wrapped weapons collided again, a smirk graced Sand Crocodile's lips. In the next heartbeat, he enlarged his arm, transforming it into a crescent-shaped sand blade, aimed directly at Smoker. This was no ordinary strike. It was imbued with a substantial amount of haki, as his arm was already enveloped in it. And the sand blade was a manifestation of his arm's enlarged form. At that moment, Smoker attempted to retreat, but his weapon was ensnared by Sand Crocodile's poisoned hook, causing him to lose the prime opportunity to escape. Faced with the inevitable, Smoker could only raise his left hand, bracing himself to counter Sand Crocodile's impending attack. In an instant, the sand blade made contact with Smoker's body, yet it failed to inflict any immediate harm. Observing this, Smoker furrowed his brow in confusion. He was acutely aware that the sand blade had genuinely struck him, yet he felt no discernible reaction. However, in the following moment, an unsettling sensation began to wash over him. Within mere seconds after the sand blade's attack, he sensed the energy within his body rapidly dissipating. Simultaneously, a parched dryness surged through his throat. Realizing something was amiss, Smoker was taken aback and, disregarding all else, unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at the abdomen of Sand Crocodile. As Crocodile swiftly released the weapon ensnared by his poisonous hook, he elegantly retreated 2 steps, effortlessly evading Smoker's assault. Do you not feel parched and uncomfortable at this moment? Once steady, Crocodile let out a cold chuckle. Chapter 42. The Defiant Akainu. What manner of technique is this? Smoker felt the moisture within him rapidly dissipating, a dire situation indeed. His body relied on vaporization for its attacks, and in the absence of hydration, he would be rendered incapable of any elemental transformation. At this juncture, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Enough of this futile exchange. The game is over. Crocodile sneered disdainfully and once again brandished his poisonous hook, charging forward to strike. Meanwhile, upon the deck of a large warship situated at a considerable distance from Rogue Town, Sakazuki clenched his fist, ablaze with fury. Upon receiving Smoker's report, he immediately realized that he had been outsmarted by a mere child. He had wasted several days guarding the path to the Grand Line for naught. Even if they were to hasten there at full speed now, it would still require them a day's time. He was well aware of Smoker's strength. After all, it was precisely because Smoker consistently defied him and disobeyed his orders that he had persistently suppressed him. At this moment, it is utterly implausible for Smoker to endure a day while facing the Qin Chuan pirate crew alone. Therefore, he can only hope that after they eliminate him, they will not depart from Logtown hastily. Just then, Rear Admiral Weasel hurriedly emerged. Admiral Sakazuki, the Navy headquarters, has dispatched an urgent telegram. Upon delivering his message, Rear Admiral Weasel handed over the telegram. Upon receiving the telegram, Sakazuki's expression darkened instantaneously. The surrounding admirals, witnessing such a countenance, were engulfed in confusion. What has transpired? Has something occurred at headquarters? Inquired Admiral Ghost Spider. The naval headquarters has dispatched a telegram, stating that the upper echelons of the world government have issued an order to appoint Qin Chuan and his pirate crew as the new warlords of the sea. Sakazuki replied coldly. We have already publicly declared our intention to denounce the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Now to halt this endeavor midway, it is nothing short of absurd. How shall we maintain our dignity as the Navy? Admiral Doberman could no longer contain his grievances. However, considering that Sir Crocodile has been defeated, a position amongst the warlords of the sea has indeed become vacant. If Qin Chuan is genuinely willing to accept this title and cease his piratical pursuits, it may ultimately serve our interests, Ghost Spider analyzed. Having stepped onto this path, I cannot simply retreat. Furthermore, to concede without even engaging in battle, such a loss of face is something I cannot afford. Sakazuki firmly disagreed with Ghost Spider's perspective, his tone frigid. Admiral Sakazuki, are you implying? Ghost Spider cautiously ventured, sensing Sakazuki's disapproval. Yet, Sakazuki did not respond immediately. Instead, he clenched his right hand. In the next moment, a crimson flame ignited upon his palm. Instantly, the urgent telegram was reduced to ashes. Admiral Sakazuki, that telegram must not be destroyed. We require it to reply to headquarters. The sight of Sakazuki incinerating the telegram left Admiral Weasel utterly astounded. The telegrams serve as the most vital link between the various branches of the Navy. When a telegram is received from headquarters or another division, the recipient must sign their name on the document to confirm receipt. This process is essential to convey that the message has been duly acknowledged. Moreover, the telegram transmitted from headquarters bore the authentic signature and exclusive seal of Admiral Sengoku from the Warring States period. Now that Sakazuki has utterly destroyed this telegram, they possess no means to respond. There is no need for a reply. Simply state that our telegraph machine is malfunctioning and also deactivate the transponder. As long as the Qin Chuan pirates do not depart from Lowtown before dawn tomorrow, this entire affair will reach its conclusion. Sakazuki declared fiercely, casting a menacing gaze towards Lowtown. Sakazuki, by taking such actions, we are defying orders from our superiors. Kumo Spider voiced his concern. Being an admiral, Sakazuki's rank is second only to Sengoku's. Thus, if he were to truly disobey commands, Sengoku would not take any severe actions against him. However, their situation was different. There were numerous vice admirals within the Navy, and should they also choose to resist, it could very well provoke the ire of Sengoku and the higher echelons of the world government. Such a scenario would gravely impact their futures. If they were subsequently reassigned to a branch in the new world as leaders, their circumstances would become dire. Hence, Kumo Spider was somewhat reluctant to follow Sakazuki's insubordination. You are my subordinates. I shall bear the consequences for any issues that arise, Sakazuki asserted. In other words, should we successfully locate and defeat Qin Chuan and his crew, would the world government still wish to hold us accountable? They would likely express their gratitude instead. Sakazuki scoffed at this notion. What if we fail to find Qin Chuan and his crew? After all, relying solely on Smoker cannot sustain us for an entire day. If they manage to escape once more, it matters not. I will personally contact Sengoku via the transponder when I arrive in Lowtown to explain the situation. I will simply state that the telegram was accidentally misplaced. Does Sengoku intend to hold me accountable for the loss of a telegram? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, the others exchanged glances, then fell into a heavy silence. Clearly, they could not defy Sakazuki's orders at this juncture. For opposing him within the Navy's headquarters would lead to equally grim consequences. Chapter 43, Sengoku's decision. Conversely, within the confines of Admiral Marineford's office, the Warring State sat in his chair, anxiously awaiting a response from Sakazuki, which had yet to arrive. This delay stirred an unsettling feeling within him, for he understood Sakazuki's character better than anyone else. Sakazuki was known for his unwavering integrity and ruthless methods, showing no mercy and permitting not a trace of malevolence to endure. Moreover, in pursuit of his objectives, he can indiscriminately treat colleagues and ordinary citizens as targets to be eliminated. He adheres to an unwavering notion of absolute justice, holding the system of the seven warlords of the sea in utter disdain. Thus, at this moment, it is indeed plausible that he might choose to overlook this telegram in his quest to eradicate Qin Chuan. Accompanying him were seasoned admirals, adept in the art of diplomacy, ensuring that they would tread carefully around Sakazuki. Contemplating this, Sengoku's expression darkened. The journey from here to Lowtown would only take a day. Perhaps I should personally make the trip. If I can arrive before Sakazuki, all will be well. At this moment, the naval hero Garp interjected. Why don't I handle this matter? It's a trivial task that doesn't warrant troubling you seasoned veterans. Upon hearing Garp's words, the Admiral Kizaru, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, promptly chimed in. Humph. You seasoned fellows still have plenty of fuel left in your tanks. Do not underestimate us. Kizaru's subtle jab at Garp's age elicited a displeased response from Admiral Tsuru, who sat beside him. Though both she and Garp were admirals, they had fought alongside Sengoku during the illustrious era of Roger, making them heroic figures in the Navy. Thus, despite her rank, her prestige and standing were not diminished by the ascendancy of the newer admirals. Indeed, after Tsuru's unrelenting rebuttal of Kizaru's remark, he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, shrugging, Admiral Tsuru, that was not my intent. I merely feared you might make a fruitless trip. There is no need for concern. Sakazuki is not someone who can be easily subdued. It would be much safer for Garp to undertake this mission. Sengoku interjected before Garp could respond. Once he uttered these words, they definitively settled the matter. Witnessing the marshal's stance, Poliucelino naturally no longer wished to concern himself with this triviality. He promptly resumed his quiet demeanor, leaning against the wall with his hands tucked into his pockets. The primary reason why the warring states chose to send Garp to Logue Town in search of Qin Chuan, rather than dispatching another admiral of equal rank to Akainu, lies in his lack of trust in these admirals. Akainu, being inherently domineering, would render it highly improbable for Qin Chuan to escape if another admiral were present at the scene. If a bloodshed incident were to occur due to the forcible capture of Qin Chuan, and this matter were to escalate to the upper echelons of the world government, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for all parties involved. As the Admiral of the Navy, he must prioritize the overarching interests of the Navy. In recent years, the world government has deliberately bolstered the CP9 Secret Intelligence Agency, which guards Judicial Island, in an effort to undermine the authority of the Navy headquarters. This CP9 agency is said to have significant influence. Its functions include serving the world government and engaging in various clandestine activities, such as the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Army. Even he, as the Admiral, lacks comprehensive knowledge of the internal composition of the CP9 Secret Intelligence Agency. At present, if the matter concerning Qin Chuan were to further provoke the upper echelons of the world government, the status of the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly plummet. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to dispatch the relatively composed and capable Garp, who could effectively suppress Sakazuki, as a prudent choice. I shall accompany you. I am equally eager to witness what this young man possesses that compels the foremost powers of our era to bow in submission. At this juncture, Admiral Tsuru promptly expressed her agreement. Her intrigue regarding Qin Chuan stemmed not only from his remarkable escape from Impel Down, but also from the fact that he had managed to bring Douglas Bullet to his side. Douglas Barrett, a formidable pirate with numerous encounters against Crane in the past, recognized the urgency of the situation. There is no time to waste. You must set off promptly. And remember to avoid unnecessary conflicts, he advised. Since the world government has made its decision, we shall make every effort to persuade Qin Chuan and his companions to join us. Sengoku concluded with a reminder. Shortly thereafter, Garp departed the office alongside Crane, making their way towards a grand naval warship docked at the Marineford port. After approximately half an hour, a vessel carrying 2 vice admirals of the Navy gradually sailed out of the Marineford harbor. In the eye of the storm, the town of Rog is undergoing a monumental transformation. As the commander of the Rog Navy branch and the most formidable figure in the town, Colonel Smoker now lies on the ground, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, standing before him were the 3 individuals of Qin Chuan. What do you desire? Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, with great effort, he gritted his teeth and spoke through his weakness. At that moment, he was not afraid of death. Rather, his anger stemmed from being defeated by a few pirates, which he found exceedingly humiliating. However, just as he finished his words, Qin Chuan delivered a swift kick to his chest. You really do talk too much. With no strength to back it up, you still have the audacity to prattle on. Furthermore, I must inform you, this is the East Blue, the weakest sea in the world. Your sense of accomplishment here is not due to your prowess, but rather because the individuals around you are simply too feeble. If you truly wish to broaden your horizons, venture into the New World. Only there will you comprehend what it means to encounter genuine strength. Chapter 44. The impetuous Bartolomeo. As Qin Chuan concluded his remarks, Smoker finally succumbed to his extreme physical weakness and fainted. Lord Smoker. The surrounding naval soldiers, witnessing their superior's defeat, immediately erupted in alarm. Yet, they were intimidated by the prowess of Qin Chuan and his companions, rendering them too fearful to approach. Thus, they could only shout anxiously from a distance. Is he not to be killed? At that moment, Sir Crocodile raised his poisonous hook and inquired, what purpose would there be in slaying such a minor character? If word reaches the New World, those fellows might presume we delight in preying upon the weak. Qin Chuan replied with indifference. In truth, had he not been compelled by circumstances, he would have preferred to spare Smoker's life. After all, Smoker is a rather principled individual, albeit often oblivious to his own capabilities, which leads him to frequently find himself in dire straits. Furthermore, the naval presence in the East Blue is already feeble. If he were to eliminate a commander here, the region would inevitably transform into a veritable haven for pirates, a scenario Qin Chuan is keen to avoid. Additionally, as he may soon engage in negotiations with the world government and the Marine headquarters, taking out an opposing commander at this juncture would likely invite hostility and ill will from them. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolves to let Smoker be. Alas, if he spares this man, will he also allow the minions to escape? Upon hearing that Qin Chuan intended to refrain from attacking Smoker, Crocodile expressed his disappointment. His reputation was already in tatters. The once illustrious former Shichibukai had found himself allied with a relatively obscure pirate crew. At this moment, it was likely that the other Shichibukai were mocking him from the shadows. He had finally managed to become a naval commander possessing the powers of a natural-type devil fruit, even though his counterpart was merely a lieutenant colonel in the Navy. Yet, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh, should he succeed in slaying this individual. The news would undoubtedly reverberate across the globe, thereby allowing him to salvage a modicum of his tarnished reputation. Do not harm them. I still have use for them, Qin Chuan warned coldly before advancing towards the group of naval soldiers. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan approach, the naval soldiers immediately tensed, their anxiety palpable, with many trembling visibly. Assist me in a task. Should you succeed, your esteemed Smoker will remain unharmed. However, if you fail, the entire navy of Logtown shall accompany Roger to a grave of eternal repose. Qin Chuan articulated, each word resonating with a chilling finality. Instantly, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, as no one dared to question the veracity or feasibility of his words. Then, a middle-aged man, seemingly the temporary leader among the naval soldiers, mustered his courage and spoke, "What do you require of us? If it involves any illegal activities, we would rather perish than comply." Despite his fear of Qin Chuan and his comrades, he wore a naval uniform and could not allow himself to submit to the pirates' whims for the sake of survival. At that moment, Crocodile, observing the man's defiance, contemplated teaching him a lesson, but Qin Chuan swiftly intervened. "I shall not impose too great a burden upon you. After all, your capabilities are limited. I merely require you to locate a certain individual in Logtown." "Locate someone? Who?" The man's tone softened upon realizing that Qin Chuan sought only to find someone. "His name is Bartolomeo. He has a grass-green rooster comb hairstyle, an eye tattoo beneath his right eye, and wears a nose ring. His appearance is rather fearsome. Adorned with a black wing-like tattoo on his chest, a purple coat featuring a skull design on the back, and checkered trousers, with a short dagger at his waist. He speaks with a dialect, often adding bay to his sentences, and his unique laughter resembles hey ha ha. If you encounter someone of such peculiar appearance, it is undoubtedly he." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's intent to find a person named Bartolomeo, the two men beside the temporary leader exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their lack of familiarity with the individual. Since even Crocodile does not recognize him, it indicates that this individual is likely not of significant stature. Given this, it perplexes them that Qin Chuan would go to such lengths to seek him out. Are we to capture him and bring him here? It is futile to think you can apprehend him. To be frank, even if your esteemed Smoker personally intervened, it would be challenging to inflict any harm upon him. Therefore, simply convey this message. I will remain in this tavern throughout the day, and if he does not come to find me by midnight, he and his subordinates shall not see the dawn of tomorrow." Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he spoke slowly. His tone was remarkably calm, yet his gaze was laden with underlying menace. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, the middle-aged man swallowed hard and swiftly turned to the assembled Navy soldiers, commanding them, "From this moment on, search every corner of Logtown until that man is found." Yes, the remaining Navy soldiers, who had yet to flee, responded in unison before dispersing to carry out the orders. In the next moment, the naval commander rushed to Smoker's side, assisting him to his feet. Observing this, Qin Chuan refrained from uttering further words and promptly led the way into a nearby tavern. The proprietor of the establishment had witnessed the entire scene unfold, and upon seeing Qin Chuan approach, he was so startled that he collapsed onto the ground. "What are you panicking for? Quickly prepare us some fine wine and meat," Qin Chuan remarked, casting a stern glance at the tavern owner. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's command, the owner, filled with trepidation, hurriedly turned back to the tavern to arrange the refreshments. Chapter 45, The Tavern Skirmish. Once inside the tavern and indulging in drink, Shichibukai Crocodile could no longer hold his tongue. "Captain Qin Chuan, who exactly is this Bartolomeo that warrants such a grand spectacle for us to seek him out? After all, the commotion caused by the three of them in Logtown would undoubtedly have reached the ears of the world government and the Navy without delay, even to a fool's understanding. At present, The fleet of Sakaski is searching for their whereabouts in the East China Sea, should they fortuitously be in the vicinity. A direct encounter with the general is highly probable. A mere petty pirate, yet his devil fruit possesses intriguing qualities. Moreover, despite his average combat prowess, should he be successfully recruited, his loyalty would undoubtedly surpass that of many others. Thus, I believe it is a worthy pursuit, Qin Chuan mused. Upon hearing Qin Chuan openly question his loyalty, Sha Klokdal merely scoffed. It was inconceivable for him to willingly join Qin Chuan's crew, at least for now. He was reluctant to serve under another's command. Especially today, Smoker's words had struck a nerve within him. Consequently, he harbored a burgeoning desire to defect. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the significant disparity in strength between himself and Qin Chuan, compelling him to exercise restraint for the time being. What kind of devil fruit abilities does that individual possess? After hearing Qin Chuan's high praise, Douglas Barrett could not suppress his curiosity. He was a user of the barrier fruit, belonging to the Paramecia class of devil fruits. Do not underestimate the capabilities of this fruit. It grants the ability to create an impenetrable barrier that cannot be destroyed by any means, and it can also be employed offensively. In essence, even the most formidable opponents would find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses. The effect of this devil fruit will be particularly pronounced during team battles. Therefore, if it is present, we will have a significant advantage when we engage in full-scale warfare against the New World or the Navy, Qin Chuan elucidated. An impenetrable barrier fruit? Upon hearing this, Sir Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke, scoffing at the notion. Having encountered a plethora of formidable opponents, he had yet to witness a defense that could not be breached. Thus, he dismissed Qin Chuan's assertion. At that time, you may test it for yourself. Qin Chuan did not engage in a dispute but instead took a sip of the whiskey in his hand. As dusk descended, shortly after Qin Chuan and his companions finished their dinner in the tavern, the doors swung open with a resounding bang, kicked and forcefully. Entering was the very man Qin Chuan had described to the group earlier that day, Bartolomeo. Behind him followed several menacing figures. At that moment, Bartolomeo's attire was indeed exactly as Qin Chuan had described, as if Qin Chuan had encountered him before. This revelation startled both Shacklock Dahl and Douglas Barrett. After all, they were constantly by Qin Chuan's side, and how could he possibly know how Bartolomeo was dressed today? Bartolomeo, you have arrived later than I anticipated, Qin Chuan remarked casually, swirling the whiskey in his glass. Humph, I heard from those fools that someone was looking for me, claiming they wanted to ensure I wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. I fear many things, but death is not one of them. Hence, I came to see who possessed such audacity. Bartolomeo scoffed. Meanwhile, the men behind him brandished their weapons. Are you bringing your gang here to collect your own corpse? Qin Chuan asked, unable to suppress his curiosity as he glanced at Bartolomeo's entourage. Seems you are aware of my true identity. Bartolomeo's brow furrowed at Qin Chuan's words. Originating from Rogue Town, currently ruling its underworld, and also the possessor of the barrier fruit. A Paramecia-type devil fruit, am I correct? Now that you are aware of my devil fruit ability, do you still dare to court death? I shall grant you another chance to rephrase your words, for before you stands a man who has recently escaped from the world's most secure prison, defeated a formidable pirate crew from the New World, and recruited a warlord of the sea, as well as a legendary pirate from the Roger era. I have come to invite you to join my crew, but should you continue to display such arrogance, I shall not hesitate to ensure you never leave this place. Qin Chuan's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his expression growing markedly stern. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration, Bartolomeo's body trembled momentarily. Indeed, he recognized the three individuals before him as the notorious pirates currently causing a stir worldwide. Thus, even with his formidable defensive devil fruit, he knew he may not be able to contend with them. However, his character was one of arrogance and defiance. Thus, upon receiving Qin Chuan's threat, he was not inclined to yield. I am leaving right now. If you dare, try to stop me, Bartolomeo declared as he turned to exit the tavern. At that moment, Qin Chuan had yet to speak, yet his companion, Sir Crocodile, could no longer contain himself. The very notion of seeking out such an obscure individual had already ignited his frustration. Now, it seemed that the other party regarded their trio with disdain, which instantly fueled his murderous intent. Observing that Qin Chuan appeared ready to engage, he decided to take the initiative and test the extent of this fellow's devil fruit abilities. In the blink of an eye, Sir Crocodile brandished his poisoned hook and dashed towards Bartolomeo, eager to claim his life swiftly. Chapter 46. Absolute Defense. Beware of his devil fruit techniques. Upon witnessing Sir Crocodile's reckless advance, Qin Chuan immediately shouted a warning from behind. After all, he was well aware of the potency of the opponent's techniques. Yet, despite his timely caution, it was too late. Bartolomeo had already prepared himself for the impending confrontation. He swiftly turned, adopting a classic common's fingers gesture with both hands, and let out a soft grunt. Barrier ball. In the next instant, just as Sir Crocodile's poisoned hook was about to strike his face, it unexpectedly collided with an invisible object. With a resounding crash, Sir Crocodile was forced to retreat. However, barely 2 steps back, he found himself crashing against a solid object behind him. As he regained his composure, he was astonished to discover that he had become ensnared within a spherical barrier of glass. It goes without saying that this barrier is a manifestation of this individual's devil fruit ability. I am eager to see just how formidable your barrier truly is. After Shichibukai Crocodile uttered these words, a layer of crimson haki instantly enveloped his poisonous hook. He then channeled his energy and struck directly at the barrier. A resounding clang echoed through the air as his poisonous hook collided fiercely with the barrier, yet astonishingly, it failed to inflict any damage. How could this be? Crocodile's expression darkened at this revelation. If even haki could not breach it, could this phenomenon truly be insurmountable? If that were the case, would he not be invincible? At this moment, Douglas Bullet could not help but inquire. It is not so miraculous. While this barrier may be without equal, did you notice? That fellow's hands remain poised in that position. This is because he must be ready to activate his devil fruit ability at any moment to sustain the barrier. In other words, if you were to charge at him now, his barrier would vanish, even if you refrain from striking him. It won't be long before he cannot sustain that barrier any longer. Qin Chuan explained loudly from the side. His words were not solely directed at Douglas Barrett. They were also intended for Bartolomeo, who stood at a distance. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Chuan's remarks, Bartolomeo's expression shifted dramatically, and his hands dropped instantly. In the next moment, the barrier encasing Sir Crocodile vanished. Observing the disappearance of the barrier, Sir Crocodile contemplated re-establishing his dominance. Hey, Sir Crocodile, enough. Come back. He may not be able to defeat you, but should a confrontation arise, you would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon him. Qin Chuan interjected once more. This time, his tone was significantly intensified, as if he were commanding Shakloktal. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sha Kelokita, though reluctant, obediently returned to Qin Chuan's side. However, he wore an expression of displeasure, his gaze fixated on Bartolomeo ahead. It seems you possess considerable insight into my character. I even suspect you may have been lurking beside me all this time. My purpose in seeking you today was not only to confront Colonel Smoker, but I believe the Navy's warships have already reached the outskirts of Rogue Town by now. For your sake, I am currently at odds with the entire Navy. So you should feel honored. Do you understand? Haha, that fool Smoker, did he truly think I could not handle him? I merely sought to exploit him. After all, having such a useless individual stationed in Rogue Town greatly facilitates my endeavors. If I were to defeat him, it is highly likely that the Navy headquarters would dispatch someone else, which would only invite trouble upon myself, Bartolomeo remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, his strength was sufficient to vanquish Smoker. Yet he refrained from taking action, wishing not to attract the Navy's attention at this juncture. Even his underworld dealings were developing discreetly, remaining shrouded from public view. For Rogue Town held profound significance for the Navy. Therefore, should any major incident occur here, the Navy would undoubtedly intervene. Your devil fruit, in essence, has its merits, but its flaws are equally severe. You ought to be aware of this. Thus, if you truly intend to engage me in combat, you will have no chance of victory. Do you understand? Qin Chuan spoke once more. Spare me your trivialities. Until you have defeated me, it is impossible for me to willingly follow you. Bartolomeo firmly rejected Qin Chuan's proposition. Then I shall see how you will beg for mercy at my feet. Upon finishing his words, Qin Chuan immediately activated the system through his thoughts. Ding! The host has successfully utilized the Uchiha Itachi character card, reducing the usage count by 1. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration, Bartolomeo immediately became alert. In the next moment, Qin Chuan immediately began to take action within the confines of the cramped tavern. Dragonfire technique? Qin Chuan let out a soft grunt, then opened his mouth wide and unleashed a colossal fire dragon that surged towards Bartolomeo ahead. In this confined space, the fire dragon nearly threatened to shatter the entire room. Wherever it passed, all objects were instantly scorched. Upon witnessing the approaching fire dragon, Bartolomeo exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he promptly extended his hands and formed the common's fingers gesture. In the next moment, a transparent square protective barrier unfolded before him. With a thunderous roar, the colossal fire dragon collided with this transparent square shield. However, as Qin Chuan had anticipated, the fire dragon was unable to inflict any damage upon it. At that moment, within the transparent square barrier, Bartolomeo couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Chapter 47. Recruiting Crew Again. Since you are aware of my barrier fruit abilities, do you really think you can defeat me with such tactics? Do you not find that amusing? What just transpired was merely an appetizer. Now it is time for the main course. Technique of the bird doppelganger. In the next instant, Qin Chuan's form suddenly transformed into dozens of black crows. The reason he employed the formidable dragonfire technique was merely to ascertain whether the ninjutsu of the Naruto realm could indeed penetrate the powers of the devil fruits from the world of pirates. However, it proved ineffective. Thus, Qin Chuan had to exploit the weaknesses of the barrier fruit to turn the tide. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan transform into a swarm of crows, Bartolomeo was taken aback. Immediately, the flock of crows circled around his absolute barrier and lunged towards him. Consequently, his impenetrable defense was rendered utterly futile. Faced with this predicament, Bartolomeo hastily dispelled the barrier. Yet, the moment he did, the crows regrouped behind him. You're finished. Superhuman strength attack. Qin Chuan scoffed and unleashed a punch directly into Bartolomeo's back. With a resounding crash, Bartolomeo was sent hurtling towards the bar, shattering it into smithereens upon impact. The superhuman strength attack, originally conceived by Senja Hashirama, was also grasped by Uchiha Itachi. It entails precise chakra control, concentrating it in a single part of the body before unleashing it, resulting in devastating physical damage. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, residing within Qin Chuan, concentrated all the chakra he had brought into his fist, charging it with immense power before unleashing it. However, at the very last moment, Qin Chuan allowed himself to temper the force slightly. Otherwise, at such a close range, even a body as resilient as steel would have been grievously injured. His primary intention was to recruit Bartolomeo, and inflicting severe harm upon him would serve no beneficial purpose for anyone involved. Upon Bartolomeo's defeat, the surrounding gang members were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances before hastily fleeing the scene. Your subordinates have abandoned you. It seems your leadership is rather lacking. Moreover, I must say, is there any intrigue and lingering in such a minuscule place? If you do not mind, I would gladly escort you to the grand stage of a new world, where, with your unique devil fruit abilities, I am confident you shall shine brilliantly. At that moment, Qin Chuan once again urged him. Bartolomeo is quite different from Sir Crocodile. Although both possess a rebellious spirit, Sir Crocodile is astute and cunning, understanding the virtue of restraint. In contrast, Bartolomeo is rather impulsive, and should he become enraged, he would recklessly confront anyone without hesitation. Thus, Qin Chuan's strategy is to thoroughly shatter his confidence from the front, then seize the opportunity to lend him a hand. Indeed, after rising and brushing off the dust from his clothing, a flicker of struggle finally appeared on Bartolomeo's face. Like Sir Crocodile, both are individuals of inflated self-worth, and naturally, they would not take kindly to being diminished. Young man, allowing you to enter is a privilege. Both of us possess fame and strength that far surpass yours. Sir Crocodile remarked, unable to contain his reproach upon witnessing the young man's hesitation. After Bartolomeo cast a glance at Sir Crocodile, he coolly replied, If it weren't for the captain's intervention today, you would likely still be trapped within my barrier sphere, crying out for mercy. Are you courting death? Upon witnessing Bartolomeo's audacity to retort, Sir Crocodile prepared to strike once more. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. We shall all be allies henceforth. Let us retire early tonight, for we must confront some rather troublesome individuals tomorrow. Qin Chuan promptly interjected, signaling for calm. In truth, the moment Bartolomeo uttered the word captain, he was acutely aware that the other party had completely surrendered. However, feeling a bit hesitant to speak directly, he chose to express his thoughts in a more tactful manner. Simultaneously, as Bartolomeo declared his surrender, a notification chimed from his system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the enemy. You have earned a total of 30,000 prestige points. Indeed, the amount of prestige was not particularly high, but it was certainly better than none at all. With Bartolomeo having agreed to join his pirate crew, further confrontation seemed unnecessary, especially since the seas outside were unlikely to be tranquil. According to Qin Chuan's estimation, the Navy would arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Given that the Navy was coming for them, should they not make a hasty retreat? I have several inconspicuous ships available for us to escape. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Bartolomeo immediately proposed, if you wish to flee, do so on your own. I wouldn't mind eliminating a couple more Navy commanders. Crocodile seized the opportunity to mock. There's no need for retreat. I actually intend to pay a visit to Marineford to ascertain the true strength of those old-timers. Qin Chuan responded with nonchalance. What? You truly intend to go to Marineford? With the four of us, it would likely be a one-way trip. Should we not wait a bit longer? Douglas Barrett interjected, unable to contain himself. After all, he had just escaped from Impel Down, and if they were to venture to Marineford, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to escape unscathed under the Navy's joint assault. It's not that I wish to go. It is they who are begging us to come. Do you understand? Wow, your bravado surpasses even mine, yet I find it appealing. Qin Chuan's bold declaration profoundly moved Bartolomeo, as one who admired strength. Bartolomeo felt not fear but a flicker of excitement at the prospect of Qin Chuan's intent to venture to Marineford. Chapter 48. The Admiral of the Navy appears observing Bartolomeo's fearless demeanor. Sir Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea frequently traversing the grounds of Marineford, found retreat to be an unthinkable option at this moment. Noting the apparent disregard for Marineford among the group, Douglas Barrett could only fervently hope that the renowned naval hero would not make an appearance. The following morning, after the quartet had partaken in breakfast, they ventured out onto the streets of Logue Town. As the four individuals arrived at the location of yesterday's square, they immediately sensed that something was amiss. Have you noticed any peculiarities? Douglas Barrett was the first to speak. It is exceedingly quiet. This square is typically the liveliest spot in Logue Town. Even after the commotion you caused yesterday, it is utterly inconceivable that not a single passerby can be seen on the entire street, Bartolomeo remarked, gazing at the desolate street with curiosity. It was evident that something unusual had transpired in Logue Town. Here it comes, Qin Chuan suddenly remarked with a grave expression, having cast a glance towards the end of the street, not far ahead. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the other three individuals immediately readied themselves for battle. Even Bartolomeo, standing nearby, positioned himself protectively in front of the group, seemingly prepared to activate a barrier to shield them. In the next moment, a considerable number of figures clad in white coats appeared not far ahead. From a distance, it was evident that these white coats were the uniforms of the Navy. How intriguing, that fellow has arrived as well. As the adversaries drew nearer, a cold smirk crept across Crocodile's lips. Among them, aside from Qin Chuan, he was the most knowledgeable about the internal personnel configurations of the Navy. Douglas Barrett had been imprisoned for over 20 years and was no longer familiar with the outside world, while Bartolomeo had only developed his underworld business in such a small territory, leaving him equally uninformed about certain matters concerning the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Crocodile's remark, their curiosity piqued. Who is it? Bartolomeo casually inquired. The Admiral of the Navy, known as Akainu, Sakazuki. Before Crocodile could respond, Qin Chuan stepped forward and coldly stated. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Bartolomeo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although he had never directly encountered a Navy admiral, he had nonetheless witnessed their prowess and never doubted their formidable strength. The admirals of the Navy headquarters epitomized the pinnacle of naval strength, rendering them virtually invincible within the confines of the naval base. The prospect of confronting an admiral instills a sense of trepidation in him, prompting him to form the common's fingers gesture with both hands, ever poised to unleash a defensive maneuver. In the next moment, the naval forces, led by Akainu, gradually approached and came to a halt before them. Standing behind him were three vice admirals, thereby establishing a 4v4 standoff. At this juncture, Akainu, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, surveyed Qin Chuan before fixing his gaze upon Sir Crocodile behind him. Sir Crocodile, you are indeed a wretch. The world government conferred upon you the title of Warlord of the Sea out of respect, yet here you are, reduced to a mere lapdog. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Akainu commenced his derision. Upon hearing this, Sir Crocodile nearly coughed up blood, as this marked the second instance within a mere 24 hours of being ridiculed. Yet, standing before an admiral, a figure of a vastly different caliber than Smoker, he could only muster a verbal retort. What business is it of yours whom I ally with? Since the world government has disavowed me, I am no longer tied to you. Ha! Utterly laughable. Do you truly believe that joining forces with another worthless individual will enable you to challenge the world government and our Navy? Today, I shall eradicate you and your motley crew right here in Logue Town. Akainu coldly reprimanded. Just as the two were engaged in their verbal sparring, Qin Chuan suddenly interjected with a startling remark. "Hey, little red dog, has the world government failed to send you a message?" Upon hearing his words, those behind him were taken aback. Simultaneously, the four individuals across from them, including Sakazuki, were momentarily stunned, though they swiftly regained their usual composure. Nevertheless, their brief lapse did not escape Qin Chuan's astute perception. In truth, after his triumph over Shichibukai Crocodile, he had surmised that the world government would likely consider extending an invitation for his allegiance. After all, he not only had control over the former warlord of the sea, but also harbored a notorious rogue adrift upon the ocean. Thus, should Qin Chuan indeed ascend to the ranks of the warlords, it would be an exceptionally advantageous arrangement for the world government. One position could effectively ensnare three formidable pirates, a veritable threefold gang. Indeed, the world government had dispatched an official correspondence. At this juncture, Sakazuki spoke once more. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the three individuals behind him changed dramatically, and they all turned to look at him in unison. After all, they had agreed to keep this matter hidden together. Oh, what was said? The world government has mandated that our navy must impose severe penalties on the two criminals who escaped from the deep-sea prison, and we must utterly eradicate the disgraceful former warlord of the sea. Sakazuki articulated each word with precision. Haha. Falsely transmitting the orders of the world government is no trivial matter. Are you three admirals truly unafraid of the repercussions that may come from above? Upon hearing Sakazuki's statement, Qin Chuan could hardly believe it. He understood the world government all too well. Firstly, the warlords of the sea system was established by them with a straightforward purpose to maintain a semblance of order in a chaotic world. Yet, in reality, the disorder of the world was a result of their own machinations. In essence, they desired a world fraught with unrest, thus willingly granting notorious pirates a semblance of legitimacy. Although the world is under the control of the celestial dragons, for many years, they have persistently tested the limits of the global populace. Consequently, the higher-ups, in a bid to divert attention, naturally directed their ire towards pirates across the globe. If there were to be no pirates in this world, what significance would the Navy, Judicial Island, and the deep-sea prison hold? Moreover, at that time, the common folk would be preoccupied with the pursuit of a stable life. Would the celestial dragons still dare to treat the populace as mere slaves? Perhaps, if provoked, the people might indeed unite to resist the tyranny of the celestial dragons. Thus, for the celestial dragons and the world government, the existence of pirates is indispensable. If Qin Chuan were to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it would truly align with their greatest interests. Admiral Sakazuki may have already received prior intelligence. Should we not consider withdrawing? At this juncture, it appeared that Ghost Spider, sensing Qin Chuan had foreknowledge of certain matters, could no longer contain himself. Naturally timid by nature and consistently at odds with Sakazuki on this issue, he disregarded the presence of others and boldly opposed Sakazuki on the spot. What did you say? Upon hearing his subordinate defy him in front of Qin Chuan and the others, Sakazuki's expression darkened instantly. He then turned, clenched his fists, and glared at Ghost Spider. Upon witnessing Sakazuki's furious gaze directed at him, Ghost Spider was taken aback, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Although the two held only a 1-rank difference, their strengths were worlds apart. Ghost Spider's words only served to further solidify Qin Chuan's thoughts. As far as I am aware, the Navy headquarters is poised to create a new admiral position, and the three of you have lingered in the vice admiral ranks for quite some time. If today's incident incites the ire of the world government, then the admiral title will undoubtedly elude you. At this moment, Qin Chuan once again dropped such a bombshell revelation. As soon as this news emerged, it immediately stirred unrest within the naval ranks. Whispers began to circulate regarding Qin Chuan's statements. Fool, I have heard no such rumors about the Navy promoting a new admiral. Do not sow discord among the troops here. I have been ordered to apprehend you today. Anyone who dares to resist will face dire consequences. Furthermore, should anyone within the Navy defy orders, they shall not escape my wrath. Sakazuki sensed that the situation was becoming precarious. Initially, he had intended to incite discord between Shawclockter and his faction, but instead, signs of mutiny began to manifest on his own side. Thus, he felt compelled to adopt a firm stance. Upon witnessing Sakazuki's resolute declaration, the 3 lieutenant generals behind him, though reluctant in their hearts, dared not openly defy the command of their superior. Once they fell silent, Sakazuki turned his face once more. Who is that green-haired individual? Why have you infiltrated our ranks? Depart at once, lest you find yourself annihilated alongside the rest. He then shifted his gaze to Bartolomeo, who stood beside Qin Chuan. What business is it of yours? Bartolomeo retorted, incensed by Sakaski's blatant disrespect. Enough of this idle chatter. If we cannot reach an accord, let us engage in battle. As the situation spiraled beyond redemption, a surge of crimson energy began to envelop Douglas Barrett. This is indeed his unique demonic form. Concurrently, Qin Chuan instantaneously summoned Might Guy once more. Ding. The host has successfully utilized the Might Guy character card. Usage count decreased by 1. The last time he confronted Shanks, he employed Tsukuyami, which left him utterly debilitated for several days, inflicting significant damage to his eyes. Therefore, without the means to exchange for an eternal Meijiki Sharingan, he has resolved not to forcibly employ Tsukuyami again. Should it lead to blindness, it would be most unfortunate. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan decided to summon Might Guy first. Very well, you may meet your demise. Unleash your fury, Hellhound. In the next moment, Akainu also launched a full-scale assault. As he finished his words, his arm swiftly elongated and instantaneously transformed into molten lava. Following this transformation, his entirely lava-formed arm shot forth at an astonishing speed towards Qin Chuan and his companions. Witnessing the billowing smoke arising from the surging lava, Qin Chuan and the others furrowed their brows in concern. However, at that moment, the ever-restless Bartolomeo sprang into action. He rapidly formed his signature Common's fingers gesture. Just as the torrent of lava approached, a transparent square protective barrier unfurled before him. Boom. Sakazuki's molten assault crashed against this protective shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated across the skies of Rogue Town. At that moment, even Smoker, lying in his sickbed, was jolted awake by the resounding noise. Have reinforcements arrived? Smoker weakly inquired upon opening his eyes and seeing the Navy soldiers beside him. Yes, Lord Smoker. Admiral Sakazuki is leading our forces in an intense battle against the Qin Chuan pirate crew. That's good to hear. With them fighting, we should be victorious, right? Smoker sighed after hearing this, and then slowly closed his eyes again to rest. Chapter 50, Fierce Battle. Trapping Sakazuki. In contrast, upon the square, Sakaski's formidable assault appeared truly devastating. Even the shockwave from the explosion instantaneously reduced the buildings on either side to rubble. Yet, despite this, the protective barrier crafted by Bartolomeo remained utterly unscathed, devoid of even the slightest crack. Ha, the Admiral of the Navy is merely that formidable. Upon witnessing his barrier successfully withstand the full-force strike of the Navy Admiral, Bartolomeo could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. This left Shaw Clockter and Douglas Barrett in a state of astonishment. Just moments ago, they had clearly sensed the immense power behind Sakaski's attack. Yet it still failed to breach his impenetrable defense. Witnessing this scene, they began to realize that Qin Chuan's journey here had indeed been worthwhile. Yet, Qin Chuan observed everything with remarkable composure. After all, his protective barrier was capable of withstanding even the formidable King S-Fist of the War Monarch, Elizabeth II. Elizabeth II was the sovereign of the Pra-Dennis Kingdom, and with his innate, formidable physique, a single blow from him could effortlessly breach the strongholds of enemy nations. It is said that even beings as powerful as the four emperors would meet their demise if struck by such might, earning him the moniker of a natural weapon of destruction. Thus, Sakaski's attack was entirely incomparable to the King S-Fist and could not possibly penetrate the shield. However, as Qin Chuan remarked, the efficacy of this barrier was rather limited. It could only defend a small area directly in front, leaving the other three sides utterly vulnerable. If Bartolomeo were to relinquish his grip, the protective barrier would vanish entirely, thus presenting significant drawbacks. Act now, Bartolomeo. Seize the opportunity to ensnare Sakazuki with your barrier sphere, while the other three of us swiftly eliminate those three Marine admirals. Qin Chuan promptly issued commands to the trio beside him. In the next moment, he momentarily paused, then propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, utilizing the reaction force from the ground beneath his feet. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's decisive action, the three behind him surged forward as well, prompting Bartolomeo to retract his protective barrier. As the opposing force lunged forward, three rear admirals swiftly drew their weapons and charged ahead. In an instant, both sides erupted into a chaotic melee at the heart of the square. The surrounding structures were swiftly ravaged by these formidable combatants. In a moment of sheer agility, Qin Chuan, on the verge of closing in on Sakazuki, suddenly vanished, only to reappear like a specter behind him. The 8 gates, first gate, opening of the lotus, Qin Chuan shouted, unleashing a surge of vibrant green energy that enveloped him entirely. However, just as his foot was poised to strike Sakazuki, the latter instantaneously transformed into an elemental state. Consequently, when Qin Chuan's kick was unleashed, it met nothing but air. Damn it, Qin Chuan thought, his expression darkening as he realized that the explosive speed and power of the third gate of the 8 gates were insufficient to catch Sakazuki off guard. Almost immediately, Sakazuki re-emerged beside Qin Chuan with a disdainful grunt, his arm morphing into molten rock once more. In the blink of an eye, his lava-formed arm took on the shape of a canine head, extending its fiery appendages toward Qin Chuan. With no time to lose, Qin Chuan hastily activated the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Upon reaching the 5th gate, Qin Chuan's speed had escalated to a level where he could stir the air and disturb the ground as he moved. Should he venture to the 6th gate, the strain on his body would be immense and potentially debilitating. Thus, after opening the 5th gate, he immediately retreated at high speed. Yet, despite his utmost velocity, the molten, dog-headed arm brushed against his chest. In an instant, his garments were reduced to ashes, leaving his chest charred and blackened. Having steadied himself after the rapid retreat, Qin Chuan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that had he been any slower, his entire body could have been pierced through. The might of this admiral was indeed terrifying. At that moment, while Sakazuki was fully engaged in confronting Qin Chuan, Bartolomeo, who was battling the ghost spider nearby, seized the opportunity to evade a sword strike. He then dashed to Sakazuki's side and struck a classic pose. In the next instant, a transparent barrier enveloped Sakazuki entirely. "Hey, protect me. Don't let anyone hit me," Bartolomeo called out urgently to the nearby Sir Crocodile, feeling no joy at trapping Sakazuki. He understood that maintaining the barrier required his complete focus, leaving him vulnerable to attacks. Thus, if he were struck at this moment, his fate would be sealed. The ghost spider, possessing 8 limbs each wielding a long sword, was taken aback by Bartolomeo's success in ensnaring Sakazuki. He swiftly swung all 8 swords toward Bartolomeo. However, just then, a burst of purplish lightning-like gas surged toward him, compelling him to halt and raise his long swords in defense. Clang, clang, clang. The attack collided with the ghost spider's swords, producing a series of sharp sounds. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of blood and staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Clearly, despite his vice-admiral's strength, he was outmatched by an individual of the warlord level. At this juncture, trapped within the transparent barrier, Sakazuki was seething with fury. In the next moment, he slammed his fully molten fist against the barrier. A thunderous roar emanated from within the barrier, yet despite his full-powered strike, there was not a single crack to be seen. Outside, Bartolomeo wore a peculiar smile. How pathetic. Even an admiral is not so formidable. While Sakazuki was infuriated within the barrier, the 3 vice-admirals outside were feeling a deeper agitation. With Qin Chuan, Douglas Bullet, and Sir Crocodile now free to act, they quickly converged on their foes. Though the likes of the Weasel and the Ghost Spider were formidable in their own right, they found themselves overwhelmed against Qin Chuan and his allies. Bang! With a resounding crash, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was sent crashing into a nearby building by a single punch from Douglas Bullet. Simultaneously, even the powerful Weasel was driven back by Qin Chuan's 5th gate of the 8 gates of might. Ultimately, only the mightiest of them all, Vice Admiral Doberman, remained to bear the brunt of the assault. Just as the Navy appeared on the brink of collapse, a figure dashed in from the distance at breakneck speed. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the approaching silhouette. Upon witnessing the approaching figure, everyone present, with the exception of Qin Chuan, was utterly astonished. Particularly Douglas Barrett, who at that moment finally displayed a hint of trepidation on his face. The one hurtling towards them with remarkable speed was none other than the naval hero, Carp. Clad in the cloak of naval justice, Carp charged recklessly towards the crowd. "Everyone make way," he bellowed as he sprinted towards Qin Chuan and the others. At that moment, upon hearing Carp's words, everyone tactfully stepped aside. Now, at the center of the battlefield, only Bartolomeo remained, standing firm as he controlled Sakazuki. "Hey, don't leave me behind," Bartolomeo shouted, realizing that everyone had dispersed and he was now fully exposed before Carp. After all, at such a critical juncture, he dared not relinquish the transparent barrier sphere. For within it, Sakazuki's eyes were ablaze with fury. The original tactical plan was for him to delay Sakazuki while the others dealt with the remaining Navy forces before coming to his aid. In an instant, Kazara dashed towards him, raising his right hand and striking fiercely at the transparent barrier sphere. A thunderous boom reverberated as his massive fist collided directly with the sphere. The sky erupted with a terrifying roar. Following that, a sharp crack echoed from the transparent barrier. In the next moment, What was once an incredibly sturdy barrier began to fracture rapidly. This scene left everyone present utterly astounded, including Qin Chuan, who couldn't help but furrow his brow. Until now, he had firmly believed that Bartolomeo's absolute defense was impregnable. Yet, Kizaru had managed to create a fissure with a single punch. Although the transparent barrier had not completely shattered and Sakazuki remained confined, it was evident that this contraption had lost much of its efficacy in the face of Kizaru's might. Soon after, Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived with a contingent of Navy soldiers, significantly altering the dynamics of the battlefield. What was once a situation of assured victory for the Qinchuan pirate crew had now shifted dramatically into a precarious disadvantage. Shaw Crocodile and Douglas Barrett hastily moved to Qinchuan's side. Even the notoriously arrogant Shaw Crocodile refrained from speaking recklessly at this moment. Bartolomeo, release Sakazuki. Qinchuan suddenly spoke in a chilling tone. Upon hearing Qinchuan's command, Bartolomeo swallowed hard and promptly withdrew his gesture. Subsequently, the transparent barrier surrounding Sakazuki, which had already begun to crack, vanished entirely. Once the barrier disappeared, Bartolomeo quickly retreated to stand before Qinchuan. Carp first surveyed the surroundings before directing his gaze towards the furious Sakazuki, who was poised to strike again at any moment. Sakazuki, are you contemplating betrayal? Just when everyone anticipated Carp would issue an attack order, he unexpectedly uttered this remark. As he uttered those words, the expressions of the three other admirals present shifted dramatically. It was evident that their petty schemes could hardly escape the scrutiny of those two old-timers at Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Garp, I am at a loss for your words. Akainu, despite being an admiral, responded with remarkable composure. Marshal Sengoku issued an order yesterday, instructing you to cease your pursuit and apprehension of the Qinchuan pirate crew. Yet, you and your compatriots have chosen to disregard the commands of Navy headquarters. How do you justify this? I have received no such absurd order. All I know is that the Navy must uphold absolute justice. If we are to bow to a few powerful pirates day in and day out, what purpose do we serve as a naval force? We might as well hand over the management of Navy headquarters to those fellows in the New World. Akainu retorted fiercely. Though Garp was renowned and possessed formidable strength, Akainu, as an admiral, held a superior rank and status. Thus, even when confronted by Garp's inquiries, Akainu stood his ground resolutely. Chapter 52, Negotiating with the World Government. Akainu. Navy headquarters has now decided to suspend your position as admiral and demands that you halt all ongoing activities and return immediately to report in detail to Marshal Sengoku. This was a suspension order, and Tsuru tossed a piece of white paper towards Akainu. Upon catching the paper this time, Akainu refrained from incinerating it again. Instead, he crumpled it in his hand while casting a cold glance at Qinchuan and the others. You lot better watch yourselves. One day, I shall ensure you pay for this. After delivering this ominous statement, Akainu strode away from the square. Simultaneously, the remaining three admirals gathered around. You three should follow Akainu back and reflect on your actions. Tsuru understood that their choices were not without their own hardships, yet they had defied orders. So she could only instruct them to return for now. Understood. Thank you. The likes of Weasel showed respect towards the two naval veterans, expressing their gratitude before departing the scene. Once everyone had left, Garp slowly approached Qinchuan and the others. At this point, the effect of Qinchuan's Might Guy transformation had dissipated, which meant that should Garp choose to ambush him, a single punch could potentially incapacitate him. However, it was clear that Garp harbored no intention of engaging in combat with Qinchuan and his companions, thus he refrained from wasting another transformation opportunity. At this moment, the three individuals beside him became acutely vigilant, particularly as Bartolomeo once again invoked his signature gesture, ever ready to defend. Recently, the world government has issued a decree regarding you and your crew. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the Shichibukai. Congratulations, Kapu remarked with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Carp's words, the crowd, with the exception of Qinchuan, gaped in astonishment at Carp. Clearly, they had always regarded Qinchuan's intention to journey to the Holy Land of Mariewa as mere jest. However, the situation had now transformed entirely. If Qinchuan were to accept this appointment, he would indeed gain legitimate access to the Holy Land of Mariewa. How could those old geezers of the world government so boldly presume that I would acquiesce to their summons? After all, the position of warlord of the sea holds no allure for me. Just as everyone anticipated that Qinchuan would unhesitatingly accept the appointment, he unexpectedly voiced his astonishing refusal. What? Are you unwilling to accept this appointment? Upon hearing that Qinchuan contemplated declining the role of warlord of the sea, Carp's brow began to furrow with concern. The individuals behind him, including Crane, cast wary glances in his direction. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly shifted to one of palpable tension. Were they merely misled by their own folly, or were these others truly oblivious? How could a mere warlord of the sea expect him to comply? He had obliterated the entirety of Impel Down and commandeered the vessels of the red-haired pirates, yet this was how they chose to treat him? Qin Chuan did not hold back in his rebuke. His words bore a semblance of truth. While the warlords of the sea were indeed individuals of considerable status and formidable power, he had once served under Shanks. If he were to truly ascend to the rank of warlord, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule from the denizens of the New World. After all, should the world government decide to appoint those formidable emperors of the sea as warlords, they might very well retaliate with a punch. Clearly, the world government sought to dismiss him with a mere token gesture, and thus Qin Chuan's ire was fully justified. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Garp clenched his fists tightly. You must offer me a designation of a higher caliber, and I demand authority over the other warlords of the sea. With no obligation to answer to anyone, Qin Chuan gradually articulated his demands. Upon uttering those words, Garp was momentarily taken aback, but then he erupted into hearty laughter. Young man, you are rather audacious, aren't you? To suggest that the other members of the 7 warlords of the sea could become your subordinates is quite beyond our authority. In other words, such a notion is utterly impossible. May I conclude that you are merely jesting with us? Garp bluntly dismissed Qin Chuan's request. You are merely a vice admiral in the Navy. This matter is not for you to decide. The higher-ups dispatched you across great distances not to negotiate with me, but to convey a message and to probe my limits. Surely, you must be aware of this? Following Qin Chuan's retort, Garp's expression darkened instantaneously. Beside him, Douglas Barrett's fists began to quietly envelop themselves in a shroud of crimson and black gas. At this critical juncture, it seemed as though a grand confrontation was about to erupt. However, at that moment, Garp let out a soft snort and then spoke again. If you desire a higher position, mere words will not suffice. To gain personal benefits from the world government and the Navy headquarters, you must be willing to make significant sacrifices in return. It's quite simple. I can assist you in eliminating those infamous warlords of the sea, which would be immensely advantageous for your Navy, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Moreover, along this journey, I have resolved numerous issues for you. You should be well aware of this even without my prompting. Qin Chuan's stance was equally clear. Throughout this endeavor, he had dealt with many pirates and successfully subdued both Sir Crocodile and Douglas Barrett, which had indirectly aided the world government and the Navy considerably. Furthermore, he pledged to thoroughly defeat the remaining warlords of the sea and bring them under his command. Yet, this also posed a significant risk, as it would elevate Qin Chuan's power to a terrifying new height. At that point, even the Navy might struggle to confront him directly. Chapter 53. The bottom line of the world government. You just mentioned that I am merely a vice admiral. This matter is beyond my authority at present. So, go and deliver a message. I will grant you half a day. After saying this, Qin Chuan turned his back and stepped into the nearby tavern without a glance back. After exchanging glances with Douglas Barrett and the others behind him, they hastily followed suit. Once everyone had entered, Garp finally turned to face Admiral Tsuru. What should we do? Should we report this matter to the higher-ups? Tsuru, uncertain at that moment, decided to inquire of Garp instead. Inform Sengoku. If we truly intend to engage, we shall have no choice but to confront them head-on. Garp sighed and shook his head. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Had he known that Qin Chuan was not so easily subdued, he would have joined forces with Akainu and the others in defiance from the very beginning. With himself, Akainu, and a multitude of admirals, it would have been impossible for Qin Chuan to evade capture, regardless of his abilities. However, having already dismissed Akainu and the others, it was now impractical to summon them back. Thus, if the higher-ups truly refused to acquiesce to Qin Chuan's demands, he would have no choice but to face those 4 individuals alongside Tsuru. At this moment, Garp found himself astonished, realizing that his charged attack had merely created a crack in the transparent barrier. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to engage in a large-scale conflict with Qin Chuan and his companions. The Crane swiftly reported this incident, and upon receiving the news, Sengoku did not dare to delay. He promptly contacted the highest decision-making body of the world government, the 5 elders. Meanwhile, within the tavern, the atmosphere was quite pleasant, as everyone reveled in the recent victory over the forces led by the Marine Admiral, simultaneously compelling the legendary hero Garp to refrain from any rash actions. At this moment, Bartolomeo, who had previously harbored grievances and discontent towards Qin Chuan, began to actively assist him in relaxing his shoulders. Qin Chuan, for his part, found this outcome to be somewhat anticipated. However, he was somewhat displeased by the fact that he had not garnered any prestige points from the intense battle. The primary reason for this was that neither side had inflicted significant casualties upon the other. Observing that he was left with merely over 100,000 prestige points, Qin Chuan resolved that henceforth, he would take matters into his own hands whenever possible, for relying on others had yielded him naught but empty hands. After engaging in a half-hour confidential discussion with the 5 elders, the conclusion was finally reached. Following the latest directives from the higher-ups, Karp entered the tavern alongside Suru. Inside, Qin Chuan and his companions were savoring rum, and upon noticing Karp's entrance, they promptly set down their glasses. Karp then approached Qin Chuan and the others with deliberate steps. The response from above was that they found your request somewhat excessive, yet there remains a glimmer of room for negotiation. Oh, so you are indicating that you consent to our demands? At that moment, Bartolomeo could not refrain from interjecting. It is not so simple. The representatives from the world government stated that unless you can eliminate the other members of the 7 warlords of the sea, there will be no possibility for them to engage in negotiations. You are an astute individual. I trust you comprehend the implications. After hearing Karp's words, Qin Chuan merely smiled faintly. He was well aware of the 5 elders' intentions. Clearly, to attain unprecedented privileges, he must demonstrate genuine prowess. Although he had already subdued Sir Crocodile, 6 other warlords were still dispersed across the globe. Hence, only upon displaying absolute strength would the world government consider negotiations with him. How could one possibly eliminate all the other warlords of the sea in a short span? By the time that occurs, it may be too late. Upon hearing this proposal, Sir Crocodile immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Did you not just suffer defeat a few days ago? At that moment, Suru mercilessly mocked Sir Crocodile without hesitation. After Suru's remark, Sir Crocodile found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Indeed, he had been vanquished by Qin Chuan in a mere day. However, at that juncture, Qin Chuan spoke once more. If you wish to confront me with your fruit's laundry-like abilities, I assure you I will have you on the ground within 3 rounds. Do you believe that? Witnessing Sir Crocodile's ridicule, Qin Chuan felt compelled to defend his crew. After all, he was the unequivocal leader of this team. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, he was momentarily taken aback, and then she turned to face him with a serious expression. She was acutely aware that Qin Chuan's capabilities undoubtedly surpassed her own, for she lacked the confidence to confront the monstrous beings lurking within the depths of the deep-sea prison alone. Thus, finding herself in an equally awkward position as Sand Crocodile after Qin Chuan's sharp retort was quite disconcerting. Hearing Qin Chuan speak up for her warmed Sand Crocodile's heart, and a sense of admiration for him began to blossom within her. Enough of the pleasantries. Eliminate the 3 remaining warlords of the sea, and we shall personally escort you to the holy land of Mariehua. At that point, how you negotiate with the world government will depend on your own prowess. Observing the renewed banter among the group, Karp laid the cards on the table. In truth, the content of this passage was prearranged between the world government and the warring states. However, he had not intended to reveal it all at once. From his perspective, he harbored a desire for Qin Chuan to decisively vanquish the other 6 warlords of the sea in a single stroke. Yet, Qin Chuan and his companions were no fools. Faced with such unreasonable demands, they naturally could not acquiesce. If it had been stated earlier, none of this would have transpired. Nor would your partner have been subjected to my scorn. Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh, then downed the rum in his hand in one gulp. Chapter 54. The target, the warlords of the sea. He then strode confidently past Karp and Tsuru, making his exit with an air of nonchalance. After casting a sharp glance at Karp and the others, Shah Klokdal and his companions promptly followed suit. You had the opportunity to intervene just now. It was then that Crane suddenly inquired in a low voice, her tone not one of inquiry but rather of skepticism. I too contemplated taking action, considering that no one in this world has dared to be so arrogant before me. However, I ultimately restrained myself, for he is Qin Chuan, a figure I do not yet comprehend. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that we remain oblivious to the secrets he harbors. Thus, if I were to act recklessly and fail to subdue him, it would irreversibly sever our ties with him. Karp murmured as he gazed after the departing Qin Chuan and his group. Upon stepping out of the tavern, Qin Chuan suddenly took a deep breath. The atmosphere inside had been unbearably stifling. Despite possessing a formidable system, facing off against the immensely powerful Carp at such a close range required considerable courage. Fortunately, Carp had been relatively restrained, displaying no intention of resorting to violence, or else Qin Chuan would not have been able to leave so easily. Wow, Captain Qin Chuan. You were incredibly impressive just now, boldly reprimanding him to his face, and he dared not retaliate, exclaimed Bartolomeo, his face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, both Douglas Barrett and Shaw Crocodile gazed at Qin Chuan with expressions of profound admiration. After all, both had already achieved considerable success and were familiar with figures like Carp. Yet, even individuals of their stature would not dare to presume in the presence of Carp. The repercussions of underestimating him could be dire, especially if he were to deliver a sudden blow when they were least prepared. Captain, if a confrontation had truly ensued just now, would you have been confident in your ability to handle it? Douglas Barrett inquired, having previously sparred and collaborated with Carp, thus possessing a clearer understanding of his formidable prowess. At present, he remains uncertain about the upper limits of Qin Chuan's capabilities. After all, during today's battle, he narrowly avoided being injured by Sakazuki. It's hard to say, but in reality, the most formidable individual within the Navy headquarters is not him. Are you referring to Sengoku? Crocodile interjected into the conversation. No, I mean Sakazuki, who fought against us today. What? Sakazuki, that fellow couldn't even break through my transparent barrier. How can he be compared to that old man in the tavern? You underestimate him too much. If he truly unleashes his power, his strength will be quite terrifying. Furthermore, although you have temporarily confined him, if I'm not mistaken, you must continuously channel your energy to maintain that protective barrier, correct? Thus, even if he remains motionless, you cannot keep him trapped indefinitely. What will you do when your barrier is automatically released? Qin Chuan scoffed. Indeed, Bartolomeo's protective barrier is rather overpowered, yet it is not insurmountable. Anyone who understands his abilities would choose to sit back and wait for it to deactivate on its own. Hence, when faced with such a super-powerful adversary, Bartolomeo's barrier can only serve to delay the opponent's advance. Moreover, Sakazuki is the only one in the pirate world who has directly defeated another admiral. Not even the formidable Roger, Rocks from ancient times, or the current 4 emperors managed to do so. It is evident that if Sakazuki were to exert his full strength, the outcome would be catastrophic. It seems the Navy's power is not inferior to that of the past. What should our next step be? Should we actively seek out the other warlords of the sea? Douglas Barrett inquired. Old SH, you should be able to contact Morgans, right? At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly turned to Crocodile and asked, what do you want? I do know that guy, but he is a titan of the underworld, having no connection to the warlords of the sea. I am aware of that. I merely wish for you to disseminate the news about my intention to challenge the warlords of the sea and negotiate with the world government. What? You intend to leak this information voluntarily? This would not benefit us at all. If those warlords of the sea become aware that we are seeking them out, they simply hide or unite against us. If they choose to unite, that would be splendid, as it would save me the trouble of seeking them out individually. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Very well, but won't this provoke the world government? Crocodile expressed his concern. What do I have to fear? They are the ones begging us for positions, and besides, since they dare to establish these so-called warlords of the sea, what face do they have left? Qin Chuan's audacity stemmed from his understanding that the world government would not concern itself with such matters. A crucial aspect of this situation is the world government's demand for Qin Chuan to eliminate the other warlords of the sea, which would be a favorable outcome for the global populace. Thus, even if the news were to leak, it would only incite complaints from the members of the warlords, who would be limited to mere verbal grievances. After all, if they truly wished to leave, the world government would promptly turn their weapons against them. Very well. I shall reach out to Morgans, but who shall we target first? How many warlords of the sea remain? At this moment, Douglas Barrett finally interjected. Having been confined and impelled down for far too long and completely unaware of the so-called warlords of the sea, let alone the pirates currently present. Chapter 55. Recruiting a beauty for the ship. There are 6 others as formidable as I am. The first is widely regarded as the world's strongest swordsman, named Draculmihawk. Although this individual resides alone in a castle on Karigan Island, no one has ever dared to encroach upon his territory, marking him as a powerful and enigmatic figure, potentially challenging to deal with. The second is Bartholomew Kuma, the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, known as the Tyrant, once a ruthless pirate. He has since been entirely transformed by the Navy's scientist, Vegapunk, losing his own consciousness. Consequently, he is now aligned with the Navy. The third is Jinbe, the captain of the Sun Pirates and protector of Fishman Island. However, it is said that he has recently allied himself with Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, so targeting him may attract Whitebeard's attention. The fourth is Gecko Moria, the captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates. He is notorious for summoning countless corpses to fight, rendering him quite a repugnant individual. The fifth is the only female among the warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock. She is the Empress of Amazon Lily and the captain of the Kuja Pirates, often referred to as the Pirate Empress. However, Amazon Lily is situated in the calm belt adjacent to the Grand Line, making it exceedingly difficult for ships to navigate, compounded by the presence of formidable sea kings, thus rendering typical vessels incapable of approaching her island, let alone capturing her. Lastly, the most infamous of them all is Don Quixote da Flamingo. He is the king of Dressrosa and has consistently been in the spotlight. To eliminate him would necessitate venturing into the New World and confronting the entirety of Dressrosa. At this juncture, the former warlord Crocodile began to provide the others with a detailed account of these individuals. As you mentioned, Bartholomew Kuma is certainly not a viable option, as he has reformed, and targeting him would be a grave affront to the Navy and the world government. Among the remaining individuals, we must select three, yet ultimately, the decision rests solely with the captain. Douglas Barrett interjected. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present turned their eyes toward Qin Chuan. It mattered little. They might as well engage in a close encounter first. After all, we are all men aboard this vessel and boredom looms, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly squinted and smiled. That very night, Carp and Crane took residence in the Navy branch base of Rowtown, while also extending their condolences to Smoker. Although Smoker was unable to defeat the Qin Chuan pirates, it was hardly his fault. After all, even the Justice Fleet led by Admiral Akainu could not vanquish them, let alone a mere branch commander. Thus, it was evident that once Smoker recovered, a promotion was likely in his future. The following morning, a newspaper swiftly found its way into their hands. However, upon glancing at the headline, Carp, consumed by fury, hurled the newspaper to the ground. What transpired? Hearing his old friend's outburst while he was savoring his coffee, Crane could not help but inquire. We have been deceived. They have leaked the information. Carp replied with a frigid gaze. Upon hearing this, Crane immediately seized the newspaper to take a look. The paper boldly proclaimed the news of the Qin Chuan pirate group's fierce battle against the Navy Admiral and several vice admirals in Logtown. Moreover, it was unveiled that the world government and the Navy, in their endeavor to win over the Qin Chuan pirate crew, resolved to engage in a clandestine negotiation with him. However, the premise of this dialogue was astonishingly contingent upon Qin Chuan eliminating the remaining 6 members of the Shichibukai currently existing in the world. Once this news spread, it immediately sparked a tremendous uproar across the globe. The 5 elders of Mary Geos promptly confronted Admiral Sengoku via a Den Mushi. However, Sengoku could not vent his frustrations on Garp. As a result, he was left to bear the weight of the situation alone. Upon returning to the warship Marin Vondo, Sakaski, upon encountering this news, felt not a trace of anger, but rather a sense of elation. These fools, attempting to thwart my efforts to eradicate them, have now sealed their own fate. Let them brace themselves for the scorn and derision of the world. If the reactions from the world government and the Navy were somewhat expected, the other members of the 7 warlords of the sea scattered across the globe were in complete uproar. Jinbe, the captain of the Sun Pirates, directly contacted Admiral Sengoku via a transponder snail, demanding to know what was transpiring. On a ship engulfed in fog, surrounded by an eerie atmosphere, one of the warlords, the captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates, Gecko Moria, glanced at a newspaper with a cold smirk, exclaiming, "A mere brat dares to speak so arrogantly. It's tantamount to courting death. If you dare venture into the West Blue, I assure you, you shall not return." Seated in a grand chair, a man with short black hair, piercing yellow eyes akin to that of an eagle, adorned with a short beard and a black top hat trimmed with white fur, calmly set the newspaper aside after a brief glance. He then took a leisurely sip from his coffee. Only the man hailed as the world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, could remain so composed in the face of such developments. Meanwhile, within a vast palace, countless women surrounded a tall figure with long, jet-black hair and deep blue eyes, sporting a pair of serpent-shaped golden earrings. The woman, known as the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, coldly declared, "The world government and Navy are utterly despicable. They intend to eliminate us through others. Humph. They think they can come to Amazon Lily to capture me? Relay my orders to intensify patrols in the waters surrounding Amazon Lily. Any suspicious vessels approaching must be reported immediately. In a picturesque city where greenery flourished, a man with golden hair, clad in sunglasses, a pink feather coat, and pointed shoes, sat on an iron throne with a devilish grin as he perused a newspaper. Interesting. I never anticipated this fellow could compel the world government to compromise. He must be quite astute. Mr. Doflamingo, what shall we do now? Should we negotiate with the world government? Inquired a scruffy man draped in a circular, quilt-like cloak, sporting small sunglasses and a runny nose. No need for that. Given the current circumstances, Logue Town is the farthest from us. He likely won't come to us anytime soon. Let's see if he can deal with the other warlords first. Every year, so many aspire to rise, yet inevitably, they all vanish before they can bloom. Are you suggesting this fellow will be eliminated soon? I find that unlikely. He already has several powerful allies by his side. Moreover, the newspaper reported that even Admiral Sikaski and Captain Karp's personal presence could not sway them. Is the Admiral truly formidable? How does he compare to the one in Wano country? If he is indeed terrifying to a certain extent, then I shall seize the opportunity to lure that individual out to confront them. If they were to engage in a mutually destructive conflict, we could reap the benefits as bystanders. Upon uttering these words, a peculiar smile emerged on the face of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Meanwhile, on the side of Qin Chuan, everyone immediately caught sight of the content in the newspaper. What on earth? Why is there no mention of me? After all, I was the one who directly captured that Sakazuki. Upon noticing that the newspaper only mentioned Douglas Barrett and Sir Crocodile as his accomplices, Bartolomeo felt a surge of discontent within him. You may not even be the boss in Rogue Town, yet you still aspire to grace the headlines? At this moment, Sir Crocodile jeered from the sidelines. In reality, among the multitude, only his countenance appeared most charming. This was entirely due to the fact that he no longer felt lonely or ashamed. Initially, he harbored lingering resentment towards those who had incessantly mocked him. However, everything has now transformed utterly. Qin Chuan not only triumphed over him, but also vanquished two formidable generals of the Navy, compelling even the world government to seek negotiations with him. Furthermore, in the forthcoming events, Qin Chuan is destined to lead them in vanquishing the remaining members of the 7 warlords of the sea, one by one. When that moment arrives, the fact of his prior defeat shall naturally fade from discussion, for all shall have faced loss, rendering any shame irrelevant. After a protracted journey marked by uncertainty, the group has finally arrived at a region of the sea devoid of wind. Here lies the region known to the world as the doldrums. The defining characteristic of the doldrums is the utter absence of wind. Consequently, apart from a few modified vessels and warships, most pirate ships find it nearly impossible to navigate these waters. In this era, the majority of pirate ships rely on the wind to propel their sails forward. Thus, when the Red Force arrived here, it naturally came to a halt. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of the sea ahead, the crew fell into a profound silence. How shall we proceed? It was Bartolomeo who broke the stillness first. Qin Chuan spoke softly. Sand Crocodile, is it possible for your sand to take shape? I wish to utilize it as a sturdy rope. Is that feasible? Well, it is possible, but it won't hold if it comes into contact with water. Sand Crocodile replied earnestly upon being questioned by Qin Chuan. There is no need for it to touch water. Your sand merely needs to ensnare the heads that protrude above the water's surface. Protruding heads? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily perplexed. Isn't this place reputed to be teeming with sea kings? Why not capture a few and have them ferry us forward? Qin Chuan asserted with conviction. Goodness, Captain. You truly possess a knack for this. You would treat the fearsome sea kings as pets? Bartolomeo couldn't help but commend. The sea kings are the mightiest species within the ocean of the pirate world. This term does not refer to a single species, but is an umbrella designation for numerous species that share similar characteristics. They inhabit the oceans across the globe and are known as sea kings due to their dominion over the seas. They are colossal in size, diverse in variety, abundant in number, variable in appearance, exceptionally fierce, and possess intelligence akin to that of humans, making them the most dreaded creatures encountered by navigators in the vast ocean. At this moment, Qin Chuan unexpectedly intended to use them as mere playthings, which even took Sand Crocodile by surprise. However, how are we to lure them out? I am a user of the devil fruit. You wouldn't want me to plunge into the water, would you? Sand Crocodile spoke warily. After all, Qin Chuan is someone who can conceive and execute any plan. Thus, if he were to suggest that he enter the water, it would not be entirely out of the ordinary. Yet, there is a defining characteristic of those who have consumed a devil fruit. They are utterly incapable of swimming. Therefore, should he enter the water, Not only would his devil fruit abilities be rendered useless, but he would also be at the brink of drowning. Moreover, all present, with the exception of Qin Chuan, were also wielders of the devil fruit. No need for concern. You may simply observe my performance. Once I draw out that Sea King. Old Shah, you must act swiftly. Upon uttering these words, Qin Chuan let out a silent scoff within his mind. The next moment, a voice from the system resonated. Chapter 57, Capturing a Sea King for Amusement Ding. The host has successfully used the character card of Terumi Mei, reducing the usage count by 1. As Terumi Mei is the water shadow, Qin Chuan immediately summoned her forth. Subsequently, he stepped onto the deck and bellowed, "Water release, 1,000 armed waves." In an instant, the sky erupted with a deafening thunderclap, followed by a torrential waterfall plummeting ferociously from above. Witnessing this spectacle, the other 3 individuals on the deck were utterly astounded. What kind of devil fruit power is this? It is utterly terrifying. Captain Qin Chuan can summon the forces of nature. What other secrets does this individual conceal? While the trio engaged in fervent speculation, the cascading waterfalls crashed upon the water's surface. In an instant, the previously calm and windless sea transformed into a tumultuous expanse of waves. Soon enough, a ferocious sea monster, roughly 1/3 the size of the vessel, surged forth from the depths of the ocean. Act now. Qin Chuan urgently called out to Sand Crocodile behind him. At this moment, Sir Crocodile was already prepared. As the Sea King surfaced, he swiftly leaped to the edge of the deck and raised his right hand. Sand binding. In the next instant, a jet of fine sand erupted from his hand, aiming directly at the Sea King's head. The sand adhered firmly to its cranium. Simultaneously, this fine sand swiftly transformed into a rope-like structure, with Sir Crocodile firmly grasping one end. Thus, he gained the ability to directly control the Sea King. After being restrained, the Sea King initially attempted to struggle. However, the fine sand ropes held it firmly captive. Thus, it was utterly unable to approach Sand Crocodile. Consequently, this Sea King could only contemplate an escape. Quickly, subdue it and direct it towards the distant island shrouded in lush greenery. Qin Chuan exclaimed urgently upon witnessing the scene. Sha Clockter nodded in acknowledgement, and then, utilizing the strength of his right hand, he began to exert control over the sea creature. Fortunately, Sha Clockter's inherent power was formidable, causing the creature to abandon its struggle after a brief resistance. Subsequently, under his command, it swiftly advanced toward the Isle of Daughters. As they were nearing Daughter Island, a large vessel suddenly emerged in the vicinity. "Someone has spotted us." Bartolomeo immediately identified the presence of the opposing party. It was likely a patrol ship from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. "Are they going to attack?" Douglas Barrett inquired. "Leave one alive. Let her guide us to their king." Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. "All right," Douglas Barrett responded, then swiftly darted to the edge of the deck. With a powerful push from his legs, he leapt into the air. Meanwhile, several female soldiers aboard the ship, armed with spears, had yet to issue a warning to Qin Chuan and the others when they suddenly saw a figure hurtling towards them. "All units, prepare for battle. We have intruders," shouted a blonde woman with slightly curled hair. However, the moment Douglas Barrett landed heavily on the deck, the entire surface trembled. Instantly, the wooden planks surrounding him began to splinter. "Up, kill him," commanded Margaret, one of the nation's warriors. At that moment, Douglas Barrett was enveloped in a layer of crimson hockey. He held no particular disdain for these individuals. Rather, he was merely unfamiliar with their capabilities. Just then, 2 female soldiers lunged forward with their spears aimed at Douglas Barrett. Douglas Barrett stood his ground, allowing them to strike. Clang, clang. The sharp sound reverberated through the air as the 2 iron, razor-sharp spears pierced Douglas Barrett's body. Yet astonishingly, they were completely deflected. Witnessing this scene, Margaret was utterly taken aback. Could this be the power of a devil fruit user? In that moment, panic began to set in. It was evident that the 2 were not on the same playing field. Her immediate priority was to swiftly return and report to Empress Boa Hancock. However, as she contemplated her escape, she suddenly realized that Douglas Barrett had already dispatched the remaining soldiers on the deck. The battle lasted a mere 10 seconds. In that moment, Margaret's body began to tremble. Who are you?" "This is the Daughter Island of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, home to our king and also the 7 warlords of the seas appointed by the world government. So, you would do well to leave at once, or we shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death." With a mocking chuckle, Douglas Barrett charged forward in a single bound, declaring, "I have come for your empress." As Margaret contemplated drawing her bowstring to unleash an arrow at him, Douglas Barrett's fist came crashing down towards her face with great force. Instinctively, Margaret raised her arm to shield herself. However, As her arm made contact with his fist, a sudden, sharp crack resonated through the air. In the next moment, she soared backward like a kite with its string severed, engulfed in excruciating pain. Bang! Marguerite crashed violently onto the deck, unable to suppress the flow of crimson blood from her lips. Chapter 58. Who dares to stop me? Yet, what was even more dire was that her left arm, which she had just mentioned, had been completely shattered by her opponent, rendering her utterly immobile. As she beheld Douglas Barrett advancing towards her with deliberate steps, a glimmer of despair flickered across Margaret's face, prompting her to shout fervently, "The magnificent Amazon lily kingdom shall never wither. Even in death, you shall never conquer our king." With a resounding slap, Douglas Barrett silenced Margaret, replying curtly, "Enough of your nonsense. Lead us to your king at once." He then seized Margaret and leapt back onto the deck of the Red Force. "I've brought her back," Douglas Barrett declared, thrusting her unceremoniously towards Qin Chuan and his companions. "You are the Qin Chuan pirates?" Upon recognizing Qin Chuan, Margaret trembled as she inquired. "Humph, at least you have some sense to recognize me," interjected Bartolomeo before Qin Chuan could respond. Who are you?" Margaret glanced at Bartolomeo, bewildered. "Damn it, I am Bartolomeo, the notorious leader from Logtown." "You truly have no discernment," he retorted. "I know only of Qin Chuan, and this man who, like our empress, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, and this is Douglas Barrett, who escaped from Impelled Down alongside us." Had Bartolomeo refrained from uttering that last remark, it would have sufficed. However, his words only served to further ignite his fury. Meanwhile, the 2 crew members beside him wore expressions of schadenfreude as they observed him. "Captain, why not simply toss her into the sea to feed the sea creatures?" Qin Chuan cast him a sidelong glance and replied languidly. "How about this? You personally deliver her to that sea creature over there." Captain, perhaps we should forego that idea. After all, it is unnecessary for us to quibble with such women." He continued, "Let us hasten to locate the Empress, Boa Hancock." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's suggestion to personally escort the individual away, Bartolomeo felt utterly deflated. "Enough of this idle chatter. Look at what awaits us on the shore." At that moment, Douglas Barrett, who had been intently gazing towards the direction of Amazon Lily, spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing his words, everyone shifted their gaze forward. They beheld a multitude of female soldiers armed with spears and bows gathering at the harbor of Amazon Lily. Is this truly Amazon Lily? Not a single man in sight? Bartolomeo could not help but voice his curiosity upon seeing only women present. Previously there were none, but now there are 4. Qin Chuan remarked with a slight snort. Just as the ship was about to dock, he leaped into action, boldly jumping onto the beach ahead of the others. As he set foot on the ground, several female soldiers wielding spears swiftly surrounded him. "Who are you? Leave this place at once, or do not blame us for taking action." A striking woman with a high black ponytail and elongated phoenix eyes coldly reprimanded Qin Chuan. "The captain of the Guardian Warriors, Kaiki, if I recall correctly?" Upon recognizing her, Qin Chuan immediately identified her. "You know me?" Kaiki was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of suspicion as she regarded Qin Chuan. "I am well acquainted with the members of the Daughter Island, so if you wish to avoid demise, you will lead the way. Otherwise, today the Daughter Island shall run red with blood." In the next moment, Qin Chuan spoke with a dispassionate demeanor, his words resonating with an air of authority. As his imposing declaration echoed, the atmosphere turned tense, electric with anticipation. Simultaneously, Margaret was escorted off the ship. Margaret. Upon seeing her arrest, Kaiki's expression darkened further. "Captain Kaiki, I'm so sorry. I'm useless," Margaret cried out, desperately explaining upon seeing her captain. "Take my advice and do not seek needless trouble. Your empress is no match for me, let alone you insignificant pawns." Kaiki scoffed, her gaze turning icy as the spear in her hand became enveloped in a faint crimson aura. Qin Chuan had long been aware that she possessed the ability of armed color domineering. Thus, he swiftly utilized the Might Guy character card. A notification echoed. Host successfully used the Might Guy character card. Usage count -1. The moment the orange-haired Kaiki charged towards him, before Douglas Barrett and others could react, Qin Chuan took the initiative. This time, he refrained from idle chatter and directly activated the 8 gates, reaching the 3rd gate. The gates opened. At that moment, a verdant energy aura rapidly enveloped him. Just as Kaiki's spear was about to pierce his body, Qin Chuan vanished in an instant. "What? He has disappeared?" Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's sudden disappearance, Kaiki abruptly halted, momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of her bewilderment, Qin Chuan executed the body flicker technique and appeared behind her. The game is over, Kaiki. Qin Chuan smirked disdainfully, then delivered a powerful kick to her back. With a resounding thud, his right foot, infused with a faint green energy, struck Kaiki's back with great force. Although Kaiki was enveloped in armed color domineering, her defense was insufficient. As a result, she was propelled forward and crashed onto the ground. Chapter 59, Battle. 9 snake pirates. After being thrown down, Kaiki initially intended to rise immediately and continue the fight. However, just as she prepared to get up, she suddenly heard a crack from her ribs. Do not struggle any further. Today, for the sake of your empress, I shall spare your lives. But if you insist on resisting, I do not hesitate to eliminate women. Qin Chuan coldly stated this harsh ultimatum as he observed Kaiki, who lay on the ground, unable to rise. He then turned and strode towards the Grand Palace at the heart of Daughter Island. Meanwhile, a long-forgotten system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the enemy. You have been awarded 10,000 prestige points. As he had anticipated, such a formidable opponent could only yield a mere 10,000 prestige points. However, after deducting the 5,000 points required for transformation, he had merely accrued an additional 5,000 prestige points. Nevertheless, this marked his first earnings in several days. Seizing the remaining hour of Might Guy's possession effect, Qin Chuan hastened towards the palace to meet Boa Hancock. Due to Qin Chuan's swift defeat of that Kaiki, the surrounding soldiers hesitated to act rashly. Thus, the 4 of them made their way to the city center. Are these the legendary men? How terrifying. We have actually laid eyes on men. Why haven't Captain Kaiki and her companion stopped these foul men? At this moment, the residents of Daughter Island began to whisper among themselves about Qin Chuan and his companions. At this moment, a peculiar image suddenly emerged in Qin Chuan's mind, reminiscent of the scene when Tang Sung journeyed to the Kingdom of Women. Coincidentally, there were also 4 individuals in their group, lacking only a white dragon horse. However, as Qin Chuan's thoughts wandered, 2 enormous women, resembling serpents, obstructed their path. What was the purpose of these monstrous beings? Upon encountering the 2 grotesque women, who were grotesquely ugly and flicking their elongated tongues, Bartolomeo couldn't help but furrow his brow. These 2 were Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, both sisters of Boa Hancock and formidable members of the Kuja Pirates. To the side, Crocodile took the initiative to explain, as he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea and thus well informed about the affairs of the other warlords. Are you the Qin Chuan pirates? I've heard that you intend to capture our king, inquired Boa Sandersonia, her expression grave and intense. You have no right to ask me so many questions. Get out of my way. Qin Chuan understood that engaging in conversation with these 2 would be futile, seizing the moment while Might Guy's persona was still active. He dashed forward with remarkable speed. Witnessing Qin Chuan's audacity to charge directly at her, Boa Sandersonia swiftly opened her gaping maw and lunged towards him. However, upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan merely smiled faintly and promptly leaped directly into her mouth. What? Captain Qin Chuan was consumed just like that? Bartolomeo was utterly bewildered to see Qin Chuan fall straight into the other party's mouth. What on earth is happening? Even Sir Crocodile did not anticipate such an occurrence, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Do not worry. Captain Qin Chuan cannot be so easily vanquished. Let us merely observe the unfolding drama. At this moment, it was Douglas Barrett, seasoned by numerous trials, who managed to maintain his composure, calmly speaking. Indeed, as soon as he finished his words, the previously smug Boa Sandersonia's expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, her face contorted in agony. Sister, what is wrong with you? Seeing the pained expression on Boa Sandersonia's face, Boa Marigold became anxious. Just then, Boa Sandersonia suddenly opened her mouth once more. Meanwhile, a familiar figure was pressing a hand against her mouth. Astonishing, isn't it? Witnessing Qin Chuan leap into the opponent's mouth and emerge unscathed left Bartolomeo utterly in awe of Qin Chuan. As the scene unfolded, Qin Chuan leapt gracefully back to the side of his companions. Upon landing, before Boa Marigold could utter another word, her sister, Boa Sandersonia, collapsed to the ground in agony. This shocking spectacle left all the inhabitants of Daughter Island utterly astonished. Initially, they believed victory was assured after witnessing Qin Chuan's apparent demise. However, in that fleeting moment, the tides had drastically shifted. The seemingly vanquished Boa Sandersonia had quietly succumbed without a sound. Simultaneously, a notification from Qin Chuan's system resounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated your enemy. You have earned a total of 15,000 prestige points. Damn it, I will fight you to the end." Upon seeing her sister struck down, Boa Marigold prepared to retaliate against Qin Xuan and his allies. Just then, a thunderous feminine voice echoed from the nearby palace. "Everyone, stand down. Captain Qin Xuan, I await you in the palace." The moment that voice resonated, all the residents of Daughter Island turned their gazes toward the grand hall of the palace. Concurrently, Boa Marigold cast a venomous glare at Qin Xuan and his companions. Yet, with her sister's command given, she had no choice but to heed the king's orders. Chapter 60, as beautiful as a celestial being thus. The soldiers surrounding Qin Xuan and his companions parted to create a pathway. "Humph, you know your place," Qin Xuan remarked softly, striding purposefully towards the magnificent palace ahead. After a while, they finally entered the resplendent hall. In the center of the grand chamber, upon a raised platform, sat a woman of unparalleled beauty, tall and elegant. With long, dark hair and adorned with serpentine golden earrings, she was draped in a red python, her expression one of solemnity as she regarded them. While Qin Xuan had not found Boa Hancock particularly striking in the animated series, the reality of her presence took him by surprise. "Have you come to find me?" Boa Hancock asked, playfully tossing her lustrous hair, her voice dripping with sweetness. At that moment, not only was Qin Xuan captivated, but even the surrounding soldiers of Daughter Island were left in a state of bewilderment. Boa Hancock was undeniably alluring, her long, fair legs exposed, combined with her innate charm, making her irresistible to the male gaze. "You are far more beautiful than on television." Qin Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. Television?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar man's peculiar remark, Boa Hancock paused in surprise. "It's nothing. I merely complimented your beauty," Qin Xuan quickly clarified. At this moment, apart from Crocodile, who had already encountered the opponent, both Bartolomeo and Douglas Barrett were meeting for the first time, particularly for Bartolomeo, a passionate young man. The sight of such a stunningly beautiful female pirate undoubtedly ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. Douglas Barrett, given his age, bore an expressionless countenance despite finding Hancock particularly captivating. "Greetings, I am Bartolomeo, a key member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Would you care to make my acquaintance?" Just as Qin Xuan was about to speak again, Bartolomeo surprisingly interjected. Upon hearing these words, all the inhabitants of Daughter Island directed their gazes towards Bartolomeo, their faces revealing a flicker of indignation. "What expression is this? Have I spoken amiss?" Bartolomeo, taken aback by the peculiar looks he received, momentarily stood in confusion. "To stand before our king without kneeling is already a crime, and yet you dare to insult our sovereign with your words?" At this moment, Boa Sandasonia could no longer contain herself and scolded him once more. Just moments ago, she had felt intimidated by these individuals outside, but with her elder sister present, her confidence surged anew. "Is this what you call verbal insult? Truly a bunch of naive women." Upon hearing the rebuke, Bartolomeo sneered condescendingly, his displeasure evident. "Do you still dare to speak? Do you believe I won't kill you on the spot?" "Enough, sister, let them be." Just as Boa Sandasonia was about to strike again, Boa Hancock intervened. Clearly, Boa Hancock understood better than the others that these individuals were formidable adversaries. After all, even Sir Crocodile, who stood on equal footing with her, had chosen to endure, so Qin Xuan would undoubtedly prove to be no easy opponent. Looking at her companions, it seemed none could withstand the onslaught. Hence, even if she exerted all her strength, victory would be elusive. Hearing her sister's words, Boa Sandasonia reluctantly huffed and retreated, yet her eyes remained fixed on Bartolomeo. "Have you all caused enough commotion? I do not welcome any men here, so what is your true intention for coming?" Boa Hancock paused before coldly questioning Qin Xuan. "Are you truly unaware of the purpose of my visit, or are you feigning ignorance?" Upon witnessing Boa Hancock's act of pretense, Qin Xuan decisively exposed her deceit. Indeed, after being confronted, Boa Hancock's countenance darkened, exuding an aura of frigid intensity. "Do you believe you can defeat me, the ruler of Amazon Lily? My kingdom is one of the sovereign nations recognized by the world government, protected by both the world government and the navy. Pray, have you not grasped the situation? The elders of the world government only care about whose fist is stronger. The weak have never been within their consideration. Allow me to share a secret. The plan to eliminate the 7 warlords of the sea was proposed by them. This means they have long ceased to wish to play along with you. As for whether your Amazon Lily kingdom survives, does it hold any significance to the world government? To speak frankly, your location lies in a windless zone, surrounded by numerous sea kings, rendering it unsuitable for trade and commerce. Therefore, your existence in this place is of little consequence to them. I trust you understand my words." Qin Chuan ruthlessly mocked Boa Hancock before the assembled crowd. What he uttered was indeed the truth. Amazon Lily aspired to exist as a secluded nation, devoid of interactions with others. Initially, Boa Hancock accepted the title of Warlord of the Sea conferred by the world government to shield her homeland from any external threats. However, the current circumstances have become undeniably apparent. When the formidable Qin Chuan pirate crew emerged, seeking to usurp these factions, the world government assumed the role of arbiter. In Chapter 61, the palace is engulfed in fierce combat. The victor of this confrontation will undoubtedly capture the favor of the higher echelons of the world government, thus receiving an invitation to the Holy Land of Mariehua for negotiations, ultimately being granted a legitimate status. This is a tactic frequently employed by the world government. A fact not lost on Boa Hancock. Even if your assertions bear truth, I still possess the potential to turn the tides. If I can eliminate you, your entire scheme shall unravel, and it will be I who negotiates with the world government. Haha, shall we put this to the test? However, let me clarify in advance that I have a rather indulgent disposition, should you choose to engage me in combat and end up in my captivity. I cannot guarantee how I might treat you thereafter. Qin Chuan remarked, adopting a tone of playful levity. As soon as he uttered these words, he startled everyone present. Douglas Barrett, who had always been by Qin Chuan's side, couldn't help but display a look of skepticism. Clearly, he did not perceive Qin Chuan as such a person. Bartolomeo was even more astonished. He had initially thought that once Boa Hancock boarded the ship, he could draw closer to her. However, upon hearing Captain Qin Chuan's remarks, it seemed she had already caught his attention, leaving him with no chance at all. Captain Qin Chuan, be cautious. Her devil fruit is specifically designed to deal with lecherous men. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Crocodile felt a jolt of alarm and quickly interjected. He had witnessed Boa Hancock's prowess firsthand. Her devil fruit ability could petrify a person in an instant, so he believed it was wise not to underestimate her. What do you mean her devil fruit is designed for lecherous men? Bartolomeo inquired, intrigued. It's the paramecia-type sweet fruit. This devil fruit can turn those infatuated with its user into stone, and it can also be used directly to petrify opponents. Before Crocodile could elaborate further, Qin Chuan, wearing a broad smile, interjected. It was evident that he was already well acquainted with the extraordinary abilities of this stunning beauty's devil fruit. To confront Boa Hancock, there exist only two scenarios in which one could evade her petrifying powers. The first scenario is the presence of an individual devoid of any lustful intentions towards her. However, unlike the pirate monkey D. Luffy, who seems as unyielding as a block of wood, Qin Chuan is, after all, a man of normal disposition, making it quite challenging to assert that he harbors no such inclinations. Moreover, considering his earlier flippant remarks, it is likely that should he fall victim to her devil fruit powers, he would be immediately turned to stone. The second method, however, proves ineffective against those who are not focused on her. In the anime, the chipmunk general once resorted to stabbing himself with a small knife, compelling himself to redirect his attention through the pain in his palm, ultimately evading petrification. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan harbors no masochistic tendencies. Thus, he does not entertain this approach at all. Therefore, what lies before him now is the necessity to employ ninjutsu to counter the formidable abilities unleashed by Boa Hancock's devil fruit. As an hour had elapsed, the effect of Kagaya's possession had completely faded. Thus, Qin Chuan decisively utilized the Uchiha Itachi character card once more. With a chime, the system confirmed the successful use of the Uchiha Itachi character card, deducting one usage. Just as he engaged in this new possession, Boa Hancock on the opposite side could no longer contain her impatience. Initially, she intended to bide her time, waiting for the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack using her unique devil fruit ability. After all, to anyone's eyes, these were merely a group of lecherous men. Her devil fruit was specifically designed to counter individuals like them, so she had never contemplated that her abilities would prove ineffective. However, at this moment, not only had Sir Crocodile become aware of her devil fruit capabilities, but even Qin Chuan seemed remarkably knowledgeable about them. Thus, the prospect of patiently waiting for the opportune moment was no longer feasible. She was left with no choice but to seize the opportunity while her adversaries were still relatively unguarded and launch a sudden assault. Just then, Boa Hancock let out a soft hum, and with that, she formed a heart shape with her hands. Caution, she is about to strike. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan shouted urgently. It was too late, sweet wind. In the next instant, a dazzling pink beam erupted from the heart shape formed by Boa Hancock's hands. hurtling toward Qin Chuan and his companions. However, just as the beam was poised to make contact with Qin Chuan, he transformed his body into countless crows, swiftly dispersing into the surroundings. Simultaneously, Douglas Barrett, who was entirely unfamiliar with the nature of this devil fruit ability, instinctively attempted to defend against the beam with his armament haki. Yet, when the beam struck his red armament haki, he was instantly petrified. It was evident that the attack from this devil fruit could not be thwarted by haki. As for this wave, the astute jewelry Bonnie, possessing a certain understanding of the situation, immediately transformed his entire being into elemental form. Thus, he became nothing more than a mere scattering of sand. Coincidentally, this particular attack proved ineffective against non-living entities, allowing him to effortlessly evade it. Simultaneously, Bartolomeo promptly assumed his iconic Common's fingers gesture. Subsequently, a translucent barrier materialized before him with remarkable ease. When the ray struck this transparent wall, it too failed to produce any effect. Thus, the sudden onslaught initiated by Boa Hancock solely found its mark on Douglas Barrett. Meanwhile, upon re-emerging through elemental transformation, Sand Crocodile's countenance was already marred by fury. He was no tender-hearted soul, and without hesitation, he grasped his hook, preparing to engage. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had once again transformed back through the crow. However, in the next moment, Boa Hancock struck once more. Chapter 62, Ambiguous Actions. Clearly, she understood that relying solely on the element of surprise from her initial strike would not suffice to petrify these individuals. Thus, her first move was merely a smokescreen. Immediately after, she lightly touched her lips with her fingers, conjuring a colossal pink heart-shaped entity, which she drew back like a bow. In the next instant, a multitude of pink arrows surged forth, hurtling towards everyone in the vicinity. Boa Hancock, fearing she might miss anyone, ensured her attack encompassed a vast area. Even within the expansive palace, a dense swarm of pink arrows filled the air. This time, Sir Crocodile and Bartolomeo still contemplated employing their usual tactics. However, as Sir Crocodile elementalized his body, the moment the pink arrows made contact with his sandy form, the grains of sand instantaneously turned to stone in midair. Simultaneously, when the arrow struck Bartolomeo's translucent barrier, the barrier, too, was swiftly petrified. Once this transparent shield became ineffective, the remaining arrows shot directly towards him. At that moment, Bartolomeo could not have anticipated such an occurrence, leaving him unable to react or evade in time. In reality, he found himself with nowhere to escape. Thus, in the next moment, he was utterly petrified. In stark contrast, on the other side, Qin Chuan astonishingly exhibited no reaction whatsoever, standing motionless as the arrow struck him, leading to his own petrification. Yet, with formidable individuals like Qin Chuan petrified, one can only imagine the fate of the other soldiers from Amazon Lily present in the arena. In that fleeting moment, the entire scene was left with only Boa Hancock. Upon witnessing the petrification of everyone around her, Boa Hancock finally exhaled in relief. She then raised an eyebrow, a look of triumph gracing her features as she rose, preparing to advance towards the direction of Qin Chuan and the others who had been turned to stone. This time, she intended to eliminate them entirely while they remained in their petrified state. If she could single-handedly annihilate the Qin Chuan pirate group, it is conceivable that she might one day negotiate with the world government. In such a scenario, the standing of her Amazon Lily Kingdom could soar to unprecedented heights. With this thought, Boa Hancock could not help but reveal a faint smile. However, just as she rose to descend from the platform, her observation haki sensed unusual movements in her surroundings. Observation haki, one of the three types of haki, sharpens the user's senses, enabling them to detect the presence and emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, as well as to anticipate and evade impending danger. Thus, upon sensing the disturbance, Boa Hancock quickly became aware of a looming threat. Yet, just as she sought to ascertain the situation, a powerful arm suddenly emerged from behind her neck, swiftly constricting it with a vice-like grip. Simultaneously, a body pressed closely against her back. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Boa Hancock's heart raced. While being seized from behind was one thing, the intimate proximity of the assailant was undeniably provocative. Furious, she exclaimed, "Who dares to ambush me? Release me at once, or I shall end you." At that moment, everyone present was rendered speechless, and she naturally assumed that an outsider had stealthily infiltrated amidst the chaos and attempted to attack her. "I warn you, should you wish to engage me in combat, I shall show no mercy." At this juncture, a voice belonging to Qin Chuan echoed from behind her. In truth, Qin Chuan was playing with fire. His actions were not driven by a desire to take advantage of Boa Hancock. Rather, he aimed to dismantle her psychological defenses, knowing well her stubborn nature. Upon his sudden appearance behind her, Boa Hancock's complexion turned ashen. Weren't you petrified by me? At this moment, a hint of panic laced her voice. Bound tightly by Qin Chuan and unable to move, with her back turned towards him, she found herself utterly defenseless. With such trivial skills. Do you think you can restrain me? That was merely my substitute. If you don't believe me, unfreeze it and see for yourself. Aren't you adept at kissing the gun? Just fire a bullet. At this juncture, Qin Chuan not only revealed the truth, but also offered her a way out. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's surprising awareness of her devil fruit ability, Boa Hancock momentarily froze, her expression shifting as she instinctively touched her lips with a fingertip. In the next instant, a diminutive, rosy heart-shaped substance materialized at the tip of her finger. Without hesitation, she aimed her finger like a gun at the petrified Qin Chuan before launching the heart-shaped projectile. As anticipated, the rosy bullet struck Qin Chuan, instantly shattering his stone-like state. Yet a gaping hole appeared in his chest. Remarkably, no liquid flowed from the wound, and Qin Chuan stood there, expressionless, gazing at her. Subsequently, the living Qin Chuan abruptly transformed into a piece of wood, suspended in midair, before plummeting to the floor of the palace. This is precisely the technique of the shadow clone, commonly found in the world of Naruto. In truth, when Qin Chuan transformed into a crow, he promptly reverted to his original state. However, as he concealed himself in the shadows, everyone else's attention was diverted to the other individuals present, resulting in his temporary oversight. At that moment, he had already created a substitute, which he subsequently employed to reappear before the crowd. Chapter 63, Daughter Island. I've got this. He concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting the moment when Boa Hancock would reveal her true nature. Who are you exactly? It was evident that, to her, every maneuver, including the transformation into a raven, was utterly foreign, thus instilling a burgeoning sense of dread towards Qin Chuan within her heart. I am the one here to escort you aboard, Qin Chuan remarked with an air of playful intrigue. Simultaneously, he pressed his body even closer to Boa Hancock. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing desperately for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. Fortunately, the surrounding individuals were petrified. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to her embarrassment. There is absolutely no way I will step aboard your ship. You might as well kill me. Unlike Crocodile, who was indifferent to the lives of others and not the king of Alabasta, Boa Hancock bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom. Thus, it was inconceivable for her to embark on Qin Chuan's vessel or become part of his crew. Do you not desire vengeance? Do you not wish to avenge those who once saved you? At that moment, Qin Chuan unexpectedly interjected with this provocative remark. Upon the utterance of his words, Boa Hancock was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Who saved me? She inquired after a brief hesitation. However, at that moment, it was evident that her body had begun to tremble slightly. At the tender age of 12, you, along with your two sisters, Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold, were abducted by human traffickers from the ship of the Kuja pirates and sold to the Celestial Dragons. Subsequently, those Celestial Dragons imprisoned you in a cell and branded you with the mark of slavery, the hoof of the dragon. During your time as a slave, you were compelled to consume the cursed sweet devil fruit, which bestowed upon you such formidable powers. However, the Celestial Dragons could never have anticipated that you would be liberated by a merman named Fisher Tiger. That audacious individual ascended the red line with bare hands and reached the sacred land of Mariehua, where he freed the tormented slaves, including the three of you sisters. Ultimately, with the aid of others, you returned to the Kuja pirates. Am I correct? Upon the conclusion of Qin Chuan's words, the previously trembling Boa Hancock stood utterly dumbfounded. The grip she once had on Qin Chuan's arm slackened, leaving her in a state of complete bewilderment. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan gradually loosened his grip on her arm. The next moment, Boa Hancock suddenly turned around, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Qin Chuan. Are you a celestial dragon or a fishman? Her eyes burned with fury, particularly as Qin Chuan had brought up her painful past in her presence. Few are privy to this matter. Only the celestial dragons and those who once aided her return to the Kuja pirates possess full knowledge of it. While I am neither, it is certain that I stand in opposition to the celestial dragons and the world government. This implies that you and I share a common objective, to eradicate the celestial dragons from this world entirely. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration of intent to annihilate the celestial dragons, Boa Hancock was once again taken aback. In her lifetime, She had encountered only 2 individuals bold enough to oppose the celestial dragons, one of whom was Fisher Tiger, who had rescued her from dire straits. The other individual is the seemingly youthful and enigmatic Qin Xuan before her. At that moment, she unexpectedly discerned a trace of the resemblance to Fisher Tage from years past in Qin Xuan. Fisher Tiger has always been the unequivocal hero and object of her admiration in her heart. Initially, Fisher Tiger succumbed to severe injuries after being ambushed by the Navy, leaving her without the opportunity to follow him and repay his kindness. However, now, Qin Xuan has appeared before her, sharing the same ultimate goal as her own. This revelation stirred a tempest within Boa Hancock, and it was evident that she felt a flicker of excitement. What shall it be? Since I have arrived, I cannot leave empty-handed. Either you shall be defeated by me, at which point the world government will erase your name from their records. Your nation will no longer be sheltered by the Navy. Either you accompany me aboard, in which case your Amazon Lily Kingdom will be under my protection. At this moment, Qin Xuan laid everything bare. You have yet to reveal how you came to know my lineage. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. However, I assure you that at an appropriate moment, I shall willingly disclose the entire truth to you. Furthermore, I can guarantee that I will not harm you or your country. Otherwise, I would have struck down your soldiers the very first moment we met. It is worth noting that I am someone who dares to confront even an admiral of the Navy, Qin Xuan boasted, seizing the opportunity. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, Boa Hancock found herself ensnared in inner turmoil. It was evident that the only path before her was to follow Qin Xuan. If I were to declare my allegiance to you, do you comprehend the repercussions my Amazon Lily Kingdom would face? Not only would pirates set their sights on us, but the world government would also not spare Daughter Island easily. At this juncture, Boa Hancock was primarily concerned about the fate of her entire nation. As the sovereign, if she truly boarded Qin Xuan's ship, it would equate to an automatic relinquishment of her position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Such an action would undeniably provoke the world government and the Navy. You are overthinking it. I have already stated, your country is under my protection, Qin Xuan proclaimed with an air of confidence. Chapter 64. Is the Empress to be taken advantage of? But, what do you mean by but? The world government would be eager for me to eliminate the other warlords of the sea and then engage in talks with them at Mariewa. Therefore, at least for the foreseeable future, they will not consider making a move against your nation. By the time they truly desire to act, I might have already taken the fight to Mariewa. Although Qin Xuan's words were somewhat exaggerated, the reality was indeed as he stated. Should I publicly announce the recruitment of Boa Hancock into my ranks, the world government and the Navy would likely refrain from seeking confrontation, as that would be tantamount to opposing Qin Xuan outright. Moreover, Daughter Island is situated in a windless zone, rendering it a place where ordinary pirates would not dare to approach. Only capable pirates are found in the New World or among the few warlords of the sea. Now, it is I who must seek trouble with them. How dare they still roam about freely? Thus, Daughter Island will, in reality, face little trouble in the near term, at least until I sever ties with the world government. This is one of the reasons why Qin Xuan possesses such confidence. Indeed, after hearing Qin Xuan's words, Boa Hancock was thoroughly swayed. I am willing to follow you, but this matter concerns the fate of our entire Amazon Lily Kingdom, so I cannot decide alone, she declared. Well, summon Joel D. Roger, Qin Xuan suggested unexpectedly after Hancock voiced her concerns. You know Joel D. Roger? Hancock was taken aback to learn that Qin Xuan was familiar with Joel D. Roger, as few in this world even knew of her existence. Joel D. Roger was a former empress of Amazon Lily, and it was she who, alongside Rayleigh and others, had rescued Boa Hancock and her sisters. This indicated that Qin Xuan might indeed be connected to those who had once saved her. With this realization, Hancock's animosity towards Qin Xuan evaporated entirely. After all, if he was associated with those who had once rescued her, he certainly did not wish her harm. All right, very well. Hancock conceded with a nod. Let us release these individuals. They have likely been petrified for too long and can no longer endure it. At this moment, Qin Xuan glanced around at the others present and spoke once more. In the next moment, Boa Hancock swiftly liberated everyone from their petrified state. Once the spell was lifted, they discovered, to their astonishment, that Qin Xuan was standing alongside Boa Hancock. This unexpected scene left everyone bewildered. Captain Qin Xuan, what on earth is happening? Douglas Barrett immediately inquired upon regaining his freedom. Let us extend our congratulations to Boa Hancock for joining our team, Qin Xuan remarked with a gentle smile, resting a hand on Boa Hancock's shoulder as he spoke. Upon encountering Qin Chuan once more as he made contact with her body, Boa Hancock trembled slightly. Just as she contemplated pushing his hand away, a faint voice from Qin Chuan broke the moment, pleading, "Please indulge me. Let me pretend for a while." At that instant, Qin Chuan wore a smile that radiated warmth towards everyone present. In light of his words, and considering he might be a descendant of her benefactors, Boa Hancock surprisingly chose not to resist. Upon encountering Qin Chuan, who was leisurely resting his arm on Boa Hancock's shoulder, not only were Douglas Barrett and his companions taken aback, but even the inhabitants of Daughter Island stood in astonishment. Particularly, her two younger sisters gazed at their elder sibling in sheer disbelief. They had never anticipated that in such a brief moment, their sister would undergo such a transformation. "Someone, go fetch Girolio." Boa Hancock spoke with a calm demeanor, although a subtle blush began to grace her cheeks. "Understood." One of the soldiers nodded before promptly departing. "Captain, what on earth is happening here?" At that moment, Bartolomeo could no longer contain his curiosity. He found it hard to fathom the scene before him, especially considering that Boa Hancock had previously been merciless towards them. How could it be that after merely being petrified for a short while, she now found herself with Qin Chuan's arm draped over her? This is the allure of charisma, you see. After all, she is the sovereign of a nation. Initially, she was somewhat obstinate, but following your petrification, I engaged in profound dialogue with Boa Hancock. Subsequently, she was inspired by my charisma and naturally inclined to join our little family. At this juncture, although Qin Chuan had withdrawn his hand from Boa Hancock's shoulder, he continued to boast unabashedly. Upon hearing these words, Boa Hancock could not help but roll her eyes at him. "Wow, Captain, I am increasingly in awe of you. You can even handle this woman. Remarkable. Please accept my admiration." Bartolomeo could not resist praising Qin Chuan. On the other side, Douglas Barrett and Shaw Crocodile were equally perplexed. They were not particularly surprised that Boa Hancock was willing to board, but they had never anticipated that convincing each other would be so effortless. After all, they were well aware of Boa Hancock's identity and stature. Even if Qin Chuan had truly defeated her, she would not readily acquiesce. Moreover, considering the current state of health for both parties, it was evident that they had not engaged in combat. This meant that Qin Chuan had managed to persuade her solely through words, which left both of them utterly astonished. After a considerable pause, a diminutive figure with white, wavy hair, adorned with a flower at the left side of her hairline, and accompanied by a serpent coiled like a cane, slowly entered the room. Chapter 65, The Empress Sports. Upon her arrival, the crowd bowed slightly, signifying their respect for her. "Defeated?" was the first thought that sprang to the mind of Giroliosa. This remark indicated her apparent familiarity with the situation. "Indeed, I may be departing from the Amazon Lily Kingdom," Boa Hancock remarked gravely at that moment. In truth, Boa Hancock was not particularly astonished by Giroliosa's words. Due to the location of Amazon Lily within the doldrums, it was challenging to receive news from the outside world. She is the sole individual on Daughter Island who constantly ponders ways to acquire information from the outside world. It was she who first learned that Qin Chuan and his companions had set their sights on them, prompting her to rush over and inform Boa Hancock, urging her to exercise utmost caution. However, at that time, Boa Hancock dismissed Qin Chuan entirely, never believing they would arrive at Daughter Island so promptly. This oversight allowed Qin Chuan and his group to land on the island with remarkable ease. Upon hearing that Boa Hancock intended to leave Amazon Lily, the surrounding soldiers gasped in astonishment. "Are you Qin Chuan?" In response to Boa Hancock's declaration, Gloria Osa exhibited no surprise. Instead, she regarded Qin Chuan with a grave expression. "Indeed," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. In truth, his invitation to her stemmed from his recognition of her sagacity. While the formidable strength of the Empress Boa Hancock was unquestionable, when it came to wisdom, this seemingly inconspicuous old woman undoubtedly excelled. As expected, Gloria Osa first nodded at Qin Chuan, then turned her serious gaze towards Boa Hancock, stating earnestly, "This individual may very well lead to the resurgence of our Amazon Lily Kingdom. Therefore, I believe your decision is sound. Additionally, I will expeditiously select a new emperor for the Amazon Lily Kingdom, so do not concern yourself with that." Her words sent a wave of astonishment through the assembly. No one anticipated Gloria Osa would utter such grave sentiments, especially regarding the revival of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a nation that had remained dormant for far too long. Composed solely of women, it was a realm even the united forces of the world government could not infiltrate, let alone participate in global conferences. Hence, Boa Hancock strove to become a warlord of the sea, utilizing that status to safeguard her homeland. Yet now, the prospect of a leader capable of revitalizing their nation ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of all present. Not only the soldiers, but even Boa Hancock gazed at Qin Chuan in bewilderment. Gloria Osa had always been her strategist, frequently validating her foresight with remarkable accuracy. However, the unequivocal endorsement she bestowed upon Qin Chuan compelled her to question his true identity. "Sister, are you truly leaving us?" The youngest sister, Boa Marigold, implored with a quavering voice. "Did you not hear what our matriarch said? Qin Chuan can guide us to greatness. If that is indeed the case, I shall follow in his footsteps," Boa Hancock resolutely declared. At that moment, her decision to align with Qin Chuan was absolute. "Mr. Qin Chuan, aside from escorting our empress aboard, is there anything else we can do to serve you?" Gloria Osa inquired once more. "Indeed, there is. Our journey across the sea has consumed considerable time, and we have yet to enjoy a proper meal. Please prepare a sumptuous banquet for us. And let it also serve as a farewell for your empress," Qin Chuan articulated thoughtfully. "Very well, you two heed my command. Go and arrange a national banquet, and announce it to the populace so that everyone may partake in this grand celebration," Gloria Osa promptly directed, turning to Boa Hancock's two younger sisters. After a moment of hesitation, the two sisters nodded in agreement and then led the crowd outside. Shortly thereafter, the announcement of Boa Hancock's abdication and departure from the Amazon Lily Kingdom fell upon Daughter Island like a thunderous bombshell. Initially, upon hearing this news, everyone was consumed with rage, feeling that Boa Hancock had abandoned them. However, once they learned that her decision was motivated by the desire for the nation's revival, their anger gradually dissipated. As night fell, the grand hall of the palace was ablaze with light, and all the high-ranking officials of the Amazon Lily Kingdom gathered in unison. Among them were also Kaiki and others who had been injured earlier by Qin Chuan and his companions. However, at this moment, they had all become allies, rendering past grievances irrelevant. During this banquet, everyone indulged in feasting, revelry, and merriment. Moreover, the enchanting Goroliosa had orchestrated a series of splendid dances. As Bartolomeo beheld the women of the island gracefully performing on stage, he found himself utterly entranced. In that moment, had he been asked to remain there forever, he might well have acquiesced. When the soiree eventually came to a close, the guests were all somewhat tipsy. Seizing this opportunity, Gloria Osa, on behalf of Boa Hancock, announced several significant matters. Firstly, she accepted the request of Boa Hancock to abdicate the throne, representing the entirety of the Amazon Lily Kingdom's populace. Furthermore, she appointed Boa Hancock's two younger sisters as the left and right guardians of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Simultaneously, she proclaimed herself the temporary guardian sorceress, overseeing national affairs, and pledged that upon Boa Hancock's return, she would automatically relinquish the throne back to her. Chapter 66. Great Turmoil. On the following morning, Qin Chuan and his companions embarked on a new journey. This time, they did not rely on the Sea King creatures for guidance, for they had acquired a superior companion. The is one of the unique animals indigenous to Daughter Island. They are of considerable size, with fully grown specimens capable of towing a vessel. This time, Boa Hancock decisively summoned 8 serpents to propel the colossal red force. Meanwhile, before her departure, she personally dispatched a letter to the world government in her own name. In this correspondence, she proclaimed her complete abdication, declaring herself a mere commoner of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Her words conveyed a clear message: I am no longer a king, and thus I am no longer one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Henceforth, all my actions will be detached from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Upon receiving this news, the world government was immediately informed, with Morgans being the first to learn of it. This was largely due to his extensive network of informants, even within the Holy Land of Mariehua, where he had planted individuals to provide him with intelligence. Soon after, before the high-ranking officials of the world government could react, the announcement of Boa Hancock's abdication and her subsequent alliance with the Qin Chuan pirates sent shockwaves across the globe. Once again, the Qin Chuan pirates surged into public consciousness, marking another sensational headline crafted within merely a month. If Sand Crocodile's decision to follow Qin Chuan was not sufficiently explosive, then Hancock's choice to step down in order to join the Qin Chuan pirates ignited a seismic shift. People everywhere were abuzz with discussions about this rapidly ascending pirate crew, while curiosity about Qin Chuan's identity intensified. It was indeed impressive that he had managed to win over Boa Hancock. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Kizaru leisurely perused a newspaper in his office, muttering to himself, though his words seemed to carry a deeper significance. Meanwhile, the entire naval headquarters was abuzz with discussion. It was a grave mistake to allow the world government to intervene in this matter. I could have eradicated that band of pirates in Rogue Town. However, now they have swiftly begun to bolster their military strength. Akainu Sakazuki stormed into Admiral Sengoku's office, slamming the newspaper onto his desk, exclaiming in anger. The sheep beside Sengoku was startled by Sakazuki's outburst. What you must do is comply with orders from above. I reinstated you to the rank of Admiral just yesterday. You wouldn't dare to provoke me into punishing you again today, would you? Sengoku, too, was filled with ire, knowing that the order to release Qin Chuan was not his own. Despite his esteemed position as admiral, should he defy orders, the supreme commander of the three armies, Kong, would intervene directly in the management of the naval headquarters. Thus, he found himself unable to oppose the decision of the five elders, cloaked in the mantle of justice. We ought not to hesitate when taking action. In the eyes of the Navy, pirates deserve death, not negotiations steeped in compromise. With that, Sakazuki stormed out in fury. In truth, he possessed the capability to stand his ground even against Garp. Yet, he harbored great ambition, which included the desire to usurp Sengoku's position. His motives were not driven by a lust for power, but rather a yearning to showcase his prowess on a grander stage. Consequently, he often found himself needing to temper his actions. Otherwise, even if Sengoku were to abdicate, it would be challenging for him to ascend. After all, compared to the other two admirals, he had a penchant for defying superiors. Similarly, Smoker, renowned for his defiance against superiors and possessing remarkable strength, has made a complete recovery. Although he suffered a devastating defeat in the fierce battle against the Qin Chuan pirate group, the Navy, mindful of its reputation, had no choice but to elevate him to the forefront. They reached out to Morgans, requesting him to compose a report on Smoker and his command in Rogue Town. In this report, Smoker valiantly faced three adversaries, ultimately succumbing to their overwhelming numbers. Few would believe that a Navy branch colonel could withstand the might of the Qin Chuan pirate group. After all, even the formidable Admiral Akaina could not halt their advance. How could such a minor figure hope to contend with them? Nevertheless, during a high-level meeting at Navy headquarters, individuals such as Garp championed Smoker's promotion to Rear Admiral. In accordance with his wishes, he was subsequently transferred to the G5 branch. The G5 branch of the Navy, situated in the New World, stands as one of the few divisions within this perilous region, alongside the G1 branch. It serves as the Navy's frontline bastion in the treacherous waters of the New World, rendering its geographical significance paramount. Given its position at the forefront, the G5 branch is perpetually shrouded in danger. Consequently, the Navy personnel stationed there exhibit a demeanor that starkly contrasts with their counterparts in other branches. They resemble pirates more than traditional Navy soldiers. Frequently, they disregard orders from Navy headquarters, resorting to brutal methods against captured pirates in the New World. Such actions have led to sporadic reports of heinous mistreatment and scandals surfacing from the G5 branch. Despite this, the Navy headquarters has refrained from imposing any sanctions on the G5 division. It is widely acknowledged that to survive in the G5 branch, one must adopt a certain ruthlessness. Otherwise, they risk being devoured by the far more merciless pirates that roam the New World. The G5 branch, renowned for its reputation and heightened danger, deterred many naval commanders from seeking permanent assignments there. Chapter 67. Reinforcements from the Four Emperors. At that time, the high-ranking officials of the naval headquarters had no intention of sending Smoker to the G5 branch. However, Smoker was spurred by Qin Chuan's provocative remark, challenging him to venture into the New World. Thus, upon learning of his promotion to Rear Admiral, he promptly expressed his desire to be assigned to the G5 branch. Considering that he had already attained the rank of Rear Admiral, the higher-ups recognized that he could no longer serve in his original post. Furthermore, he was among the few in the Navy headquarters endowed with the extraordinary ability of a Logia-type devil fruit. Thus, they acquiesced to his request. Consequently, he embarked with a contingent of naval soldiers aboard a formidable warship, setting sail for the New World. On the vessel, Smoker also came across the newspaper's headlines. Qin Chuan, I await you in the New World. In stark contrast to the internal dynamics of the Navy, the myriad factions within the pirate world began to take a genuine interest in Qin Chuan. This was especially true for the remaining members of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. In the early stages of the Grand Line, particularly at Fishman Island and in the West Blue, two pirate crews had commenced heightened vigilance. These crews were the Sun Pirates and the Thriller Bark Pirates, led by none other than Jinbei, one of the current warlords, and Gecko Moria. Among the 7 warlords, aside from the 2 who had already been defeated, 3 of the remaining 5 posed a considerable challenge. Geographically speaking, Dracul Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo were both stationed within the perilous waters of the New World. The journey from the Grand Line to the New World remains a formidable endeavor. Thus, it is unlikely that Qin Chuan would divert his attention to them at this moment. Additionally, another member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, has been assimilated by the world government and is currently residing in the Holy Land of Mariehua. Consequently, it is improbable that Qin Chuan and his companions would venture to Mariehua to cause a disturbance. As a result, the remaining 2 warlords of the sea in the first half of the New World naturally become the primary targets for the Qin Chuan pirates. Moreover, from a financial perspective, the strength of these 2 pirate crews appears relatively feeble. Consequently, within the Sun Pirates located at Fishman Island, Jinbei has adopted a demeanor of grave seriousness. Upon learning of Boa Hancock's defeat, he sensed that he had become a target for the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Particularly, the geographical location of Fishman Island is exceptionally unique. Situated 10,000 meters beneath Mariehua, serving as an essential waypoint to the New World. Typically, pirates must coat their vessels at Sabaody Archipelago and then navigate through the currents to safely reach this location. Subsequently, they would traverse the underwater tunnels to access the New World seas. Thus, if the Qin Chuan pirate crew wishes to venture into the New World, they must either seek permission from the world government or arrive at this juncture. If one wishes to petition the world government, one must first become a member of it. According to previously leaked information, the world government stipulates that Qin Chuan must subdue more than half of the 7 warlords of the sea to qualify for negotiations. Therefore, if the Qin Chuan pirate crew aims to engage in discussions with the world government, they must first achieve victory over him. Even if Qin Chuan refrains from negotiating with the world government, his passage to the New World inevitably traverses this place. Thus, he must confront Qin Chuan and his crew regardless of the circumstances. Captain Jinbei, I have already contacted the Whitebeard pirates, and they have decided to dispatch a team to support us. At this moment, a long-bearded man with prominent fangs, a towering ponytail, and a tattoo reading 1TC on his left arm approached Jinbei and spoke. He is Aladdin, a key member of the Sun Pirates. How can a single team suffice? The opponent has already defeated the red-haired pirates. Father is being far too complacent. Which captain from which crew has come to our aid? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Jinbei's expression darkened further, prompting him to inquire immediately. Long ago, after the demise of Fisher Tiger, the founder and first captain of the Sun Pirates, he took up the banner of the Sun Pirates and assumed the responsibility of safeguarding Fishman Island. However, at that time, Fishman Island harbored deep grievances against the celestial dragons of the world government. Following the death of the formidable Fisher Tiger, the rulers of the world, the celestial dragons, demanded that the Navy eradicate the Fishman race. With the onset of the Great Pirate Era, numerous navies and pirates passing through began to engage in large-scale abductions and plundering of the island's fishmen and merfolk. Young female mermaids, fetching high prices in human trafficking markets, became particularly sought after by the world. At that time, Jinbei, whose strength was vastly inferior to that of Fisher Tiger, ultimately decided to submit to the formidable Whitebeard pirates, who had dominated the New World for many years, in order to safeguard the entire Fishman tribe. Consequently, Fishman Island became a territory under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates and was officially placed under their protection. Upon learning of this news, the world government ultimately weighed the pros and cons and decided to abandon the plan to besiege Fishman Island. After all, at that time, the Whitebeard pirates were renowned as the most formidable pirate crew in the world, and their captain, Edward Newgate, was universally acknowledged as the strongest man alive following the death of Joel D. Roger. Thus, the world government was reluctant to engage in an all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates over a mere island. Now, the Sun Pirates find themselves under immense threat, compelling them to send yet another distress signal to Edward Newgate. In this instance, Edward Newgate astonishingly intends to dispatch merely one division commander to the rescue. Within the core of the Whitebeard pirates, there exist a total of 16 divisions, each led by a commander. Among them, the most formidable is the captain of the 1st Division, known as the Phoenix, Marco. Should he choose to personally intervene, it would seem that we still stand a chance. Chapter 68. The legendary figure, the king of the underworld, is the Flower Sword. What? The captain of the 5th Division, Vista? Upon hearing that moniker, Jinbei immediately envisioned the man with the curled mustache. Indeed, he has fought alongside Edward Newgate for many years, and his strength should not be underestimated. Furthermore, with the might of our Fishman Island, it is certain that the Qin Chuan pirates shall not prevail against us. Aladdin elucidated. Regardless, we must not let our guard down. Relay my command. All personnel must remain perpetually prepared for battle. In this confrontation, victory is the only option. Defeat is not permissible, Jinbei declared with utmost seriousness. At this moment, in the first half of the Grand Line, lies the West Sea, a colossal ship, adorned with a flag featuring the leader Moria, whose fiery hair and flaming bat wings take the form of a skull, dominates the deck, which resembles a gigantic mouth, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And a likely target for Qin Chuan's next offensive, Moonlight Moria gazes intently at the vast, endless horizon of the ocean. Report, Master, all preparations are complete. Should they dare to venture into the misty sea, we shall undoubtedly vanquish them. At this moment, a man of imposing appearance, dressed in opulent attire with a fearsome visage, long hair cascading down, sporting spherical earrings, and clad in a high-collared long coat over a shirt and trousers, with knee-high boots, stands beside him, reporting with utmost seriousness. He is none other than Absalom, a subordinate of Gecko Moria, known as one of the 3 terrifying figures aboard the fearsome 3-masted ship. He is also the individual in this pirate crew whose strength ranks just below that of the captain, Gecko Moria. The entire world perceives us as mere pushover. Even the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo looks down upon me. Yet, it matters not. Should they dare to tread upon the West Sea, I shall ensure their demise in this very place. When that moment arrives, I shall stand triumphantly over the heads of the other warlords of the sea. Hee. Upon finishing his statement, Gecko Moria's lips curled into a sinister grin, accompanied by an eerie laughter that echoed hauntingly through the dense fog. In a tavern somewhere on Sabaody Archipelago, the red-haired pirates were seated, indulging in their beers. Captain Shanks, shall we simply let this matter rest? Our ship has yet to be reclaimed, and if we venture into the New World under these circumstances, the reputation of the red-haired pirates may be irrevocably tarnished. Additionally, according to rumors, the world government intends to classify you alongside Edward Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, and Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates as one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Yet now, we have been defeated by a nameless upstart. Consequently, such a title is now unattainable. At this moment, Lucky Roo expressed his dissatisfaction while gnawing on a piece of meat. During this period, the atmosphere among the red-haired pirates, aside from Shanks, had become increasingly oppressive. Prior to this, they had established a formidable reputation and had rapidly risen to prominence across the globe. However, an inexplicable turn of events occurred when Captain Shanks lost an arm in East Blue's Windmill Town, causing a stir of unprecedented proportions. The outside world began to question whether Shanks' strength had been compromised. Soon after, an unknown adversary emerged, first demolishing the underwater prison and then seizing their flagship, the Red Force. Consequently, the reputation of the entire red-haired pirates plummeted to an all-time low. Moreover, whispers have circulated in the outside world that Shanks' strength has significantly diminished. Consequently, numerous pirates harboring grievances against him in the New World have boldly declared that should he dare to set foot in their waters again, they would ensure his utter demise beneath the waves. Yet, despite this, Shanks, as the captain, exhibits no inclination to reclaim his honor. Instead, he leads his formidable crew to the Sabaody Archipelago. It is evident that their intention this time is to undergo a transformation here before returning to the New World via the underwater tunnel from Fishman Island. This indicates that the red-haired pirates have been decisively defeated by the Qin Chuan pirates and have, out of necessity, retreated back to the New World, a notion intolerable to his crew. Nonetheless, while Lucky Roo continues to voice his grievances, Shanks remains unfazed, calmly savoring the rum in his hand. His calm demeanor and lack of any intention to trouble Qin Chuan ultimately stemmed from his profound understanding of Qin Chuan's capabilities. When he initially found himself ensnared in the other's illusion, he discerned the ruse almost instantly. However, despite this awareness, his inner defenses ultimately crumbled completely. He was acutely aware that in order to genuinely confront Qin Chuan, he first needed to dismantle his opponent's technique. However, his understanding of this particular knowledge was utterly lacking, compelling him to journey to the Sabaody Archipelago in search of the legendary man. At that moment, a man with long, wavy hair, a distinctive white beard adorning his chin, and silver strands of hair entered the tavern. He wore glasses, and his right eye bore a prominent scar. Upon seeing this individual, Shanks immediately rose to his feet. The other crew members, witnessing this unexpected display, were taken aback. "What is it, Shanks?" The first mate, Ben Beckman, inquired with a puzzled expression, extinguishing the cigar he had been holding. Meanwhile, the man who had entered the room immediately caught sight of the red-haired Shanks and his companions. What brings you here?" He instinctively adjusted his glasses and, maintaining an air of composure, began to speak slowly. "Mr. Rayleigh, there is a matter I wish to consult with you." Upon the utterance of this name by the red-haired Shanks, the atmosphere in the room erupted with excitement. All members of the red-haired pirates turned their attention toward the man. Chapter 69. The Art of Peering into One's Heart? It was evident that the name Rayleigh held immense significance, for in the entire world of pirates, there was only one individual named Rayleigh who could prompt Shanks to rise and greet him. He was none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, famously known as the Dark King. In the past, Shanks served as an apprentice in the Roger Pirates, thus he naturally became acquainted with Rayleigh himself. Furthermore, in recent years, as the most prominent figure in the post-Roger era, he has undoubtedly attracted Rayleigh's attention. This time, the red-haired Shanks specifically journeyed to the Sabaody archipelago, not with the intention of traversing the underwater tunnel to enter the New World, but rather to personally pay a visit to the erudite Rayleigh, who, even in comparison to the likes of Douglas Bullitt, possesses greater experience. "Rayleigh, these fellows have been waiting for you for quite some time." At that moment, the bar owner, a striking woman with short black hair, exhaled slowly and addressed Rayleigh as he approached the door. She is the proprietor of this bar, known as Xiachi. Following Roger's demise, she began cohabiting with Rayleigh and established a bar in the archipelago of Sabaody. However, her primary endeavor does not revolve around the bar. Rather, she engages in clandestine intelligence transactions, earning her the moniker of information broker within the industry. Rayleigh nodded in acknowledgement before turning to shut the bar's entrance, subsequently approaching Shanks and his crew. At that moment, every member of the red-haired pirates, save for Shanks, became palpably tense. Even the seasoned Ben Beckman instinctively rested his hand on the firearm at his waist. "Calm down. We are not here to cause trouble. I merely wish to have a private conversation with Mr. Rayleigh." Shanks felt compelled to reassure his anxious crew. Upon hearing their captain's words, the others slightly eased their taut nerves. Nevertheless, in the presence of a legendary figure akin to Roger, they remained vigilant. "I heard you lost your arm while rescuing a child. Is that the reason your ship was commandeered?" Rayleigh remarked, casting a glance at Shanks' empty left sleeve. It's merely an arm. I wagered it for the new era." The captain of the illustrious red-haired pirates displayed remarkable fortitude, even with the loss of a limb. "But what is it that you wish to discuss with me today? May I have a word in private?" Shanks desired this confidential dialogue not out of concern for his reputation before his crew, but to prevent unnecessary alarm. "Come with me inside. Xiachi, please prepare a fine meal and drink for our guest. I wish to properly entertain this former intern of the ship." After addressing Xiachi, Rayleigh led Shanks into a small room at the back of the bar. Once inside, Shanks laid his cards on the table. "Mr. Rayleigh, are you familiar with the concept of illusions?" "Illusions?" Upon hearing this term, Rayleigh's brow furrowed. "Indeed, that individual possesses the ability to conjure illusions. When I faced him, he fabricated an incredibly realistic virtual realm. Within that world, I was rendered utterly defenseless. Not even my haki could be utilized. Yet he could torment me at will in this world, even though many days have passed since the battle ceased." The mere recollection of that past still sends tremors through Shanks' heart. Such immense power? But if it were merely an illusion, couldn't one simply regard it as a figment? Initially, I held that belief, yet the vividness of this illusionary realm was overwhelming. I could genuinely feel the pain. Furthermore, and perhaps most crucially, he could conjure forth figures and events from the depths of my own psyche. Shanks refrained from disclosing the terrifying circumstances he encountered, for there existed a clandestine agreement with the celestial dragons. Even in the presence of Rayleigh, he could never divulge this matter. In truth, it was the illusion of the 5 elders fabricated by Qin Xuan that ultimately shattered Shanks. He did not believe that these 5 elders truly existed. Rather, what astonished him was the fact that even the other crew members were utterly oblivious to this matter. How could someone who had never met him and had always remained inconspicuous possess knowledge of the connection he had with the 5 elders? This revelation was the fundamental reason for his instantaneous collapse, leaving him devoid of any combat prowess upon returning to reality. Are you suggesting that he conjured entities and events known only to you or a select few, utilizing them against you, thus leading to your mental breakdown? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Rayleigh's face. Clearly, he too had not anticipated that Qin Chuan possessed such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, and most importantly, at such a tender age, that individual has displayed astonishing prowess. Should he continue to evolve, he may very well become one of the most formidable figures in the age of great pirates. Indeed, this is why I sought you out to inquire if there exists a devil fruit with such capabilities, or if there are individuals who specialize in the mastery of such illusions. It is likely that the situation is not as straightforward as merely possessing a devil fruit, and it appears to me that he may not have truly penetrated your innermost thoughts. At this juncture, Rayleigh, after a brief silence, suddenly spoke up. What? Hasn't he penetrated my innermost thoughts? Then how does he know everything about me? Shanks questioned, perplexed. It is possible that all of this is merely a figment of your own imagination, and he has simply nudged you, allowing you to manifest everything through your own perception. Rayleigh suggested. That is impossible. He was clearly within this illusion as well, and he explicitly conveyed those words to me. Shanks vehemently refuted. It was evident that he did not concur with Rayleigh's perspective. I maintain that even he is a construct of your own imagination. In essence, the entire illusion has been crafted by you from beginning to end. Rayleigh continued his analysis. Upon hearing Rayleigh's explanation, Shanks began to waver in his conviction. If what you say holds true, do you possess any means to dispel his enchantment? Shanks pressed further. At present, I do not. However, based on my previous experiences, such illusions cannot be conjured at will. Otherwise, would he not be invincible? Furthermore, it is crucial to note that if he is casting an illusion upon you, he must be wholly focused on you. At this moment, should someone take the initiative to attack him, the illusion might very well shatter without confrontation. Rayleigh, renowned as the Dark King, despite having never encountered Qin Chuan or experienced the prowess of the moon reading, could discern the crux of the matter solely based on Shanks' account. Although his earlier conjectures were not entirely accurate, they did not hinder him from identifying the flaw in the moon reading. Suddenly, Shanks' eyes brightened, only to darken in an instant. Mr. Rayleigh, I appreciate your insights, but I am still perplexed as to why you would choose to remain in such a humble tavern, with your strength and experience. Surely there would be a place for you in the New World should you wish to return to the fray. Shanks inquired once more. I have grown old. This era belongs to you. More importantly, there is nothing or no one that has piqued my interest, Rayleigh replied with a chuckle. Thus, rather than engage in such pursuits, I prefer to enjoy my twilight years here. Isn't Qin Chuan capable of igniting your interest? That fellow has recently recruited another member of the Warlords of the Sea. His momentum now surpasses even that of the three formidable figures in the New World. I shall meet him, then I can personally gauge his depth. At that moment, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, revealing a characteristic smile. Upon hearing this, Shanks felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that Rayleigh could foresee his impending encounter with Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Force, Bartolomeo was persistently entangled with Boa Hancock. Hancock, what do you think of me? Get lost. In the face of Bartolomeo's incessant advances, Boa Hancock merely gazed calmly into the distance, softly uttering a single word. Oh, you have personality. I like it. How about we date? Upon witnessing Hancock's reaction, Bartolomeo felt not a trace of anger. Instead, his excitement intensified. Does that fool have a tendency for masochism? At that moment, Douglas Barrett, who was situated not far away on the deck, interjected with a question. Although he had witnessed Bartolomeo's prowess, he had also learned from Qin Chuan about the weaknesses of Bartolomeo's devil fruit powers. Since he became aware of the other's vulnerabilities, he no longer regarded Bartolomeo with such esteem. He chuckled softly. Do you comprehend why I have gathered all of you here? Instead of providing a direct answer, Qin Chuan countered with a question. It is because we possess exceptional abilities that can assist you. Douglas Barrett responded without hesitation. Incorrect, he replied. It is because your backgrounds are untainted, which grants me peace of mind in recruiting you. In this world, there are numerous formidable pirates. Yet many of them are entangled with other forces lurking in the shadows. Not only do I aspire to establish a pirate crew, but I also seek to forge one that is distinctly my own. Although that fellow possesses only mediocre strength and is rather young and impetuous, he is nonetheless quite loyal, which gives me a sense of assurance in his presence. As for his abilities, I am not particularly concerned, for in the ultimate battle, the role of each of you will merely be to draw fire away from me, and nothing more. Qin Chuan candidly expressed this truth without reservation. Upon his declaration that everyone could merely assist him in diverting the fire, even the ever-composed Sir Crocodile could not help but furrow his brow. It was evident that, to this point, Qin Chuan had yet to genuinely acknowledge their capabilities. This realization was undeniably disconcerting for them. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. There, one could see Bartolomeo incessantly pestering Boa Hancock with his relentless chatter. Yet, in the next instant, Boa Hancock unexpectedly graced him with a slight smile. The smile elicited from Hancock led Bartolomeo to believe that she was finally inclined to engage in conversation, prompting him to let down his guard entirely. After all, they were both on the same ship, and it seemed implausible for her to resort to violence against him. However, he miscalculated. Die, you fragrant foot. In that instant, Boa Hancock abruptly raised her right foot and delivered a swift kick towards Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo could hardly anticipate the sudden assault from his adversary and was instantly taken aback. However, just as he attempted to evade, Boa Hancock's foot struck him forcefully in the abdomen. In the next moment, his body was instantly rendered to a petrified state. Following that, he was propelled out of the ship, plummeting with a resounding splash into the vast expanse of the sea. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Xuan and the others were utterly astonished. For Bartolomeo was indeed a devil fruit user, and such individuals are inherently incapable of swimming. In light of this revelation, Douglas Barrett immediately shouted, "Are you insane? He is a devil fruit user." To which Boa Hancock, undeterred even in the presence of the renowned Douglas Barrett, responded with an air of nonchalance, "So what?" Chapter 71. A desperate rescue, damn it. Everyone on this ship is a devil fruit user. How can we possibly save him now? Meanwhile, the expression of Crocodile darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation, with everyone aboard being a devil fruit user. It meant that at this critical juncture, no one could plunge into the sea to effect a rescue. Moreover, Bartolomeo had already plunged into the depths of the sea. At this juncture, there was no alternative but to leap into the water to retrieve him. Witnessing Boa Hancock genuinely harbor intentions of murder, Qin Xuan's expression turned icy. Clearly, while she might have contemplated inflicting torment upon Bartolomeo, the thought of extinguishing his life crossed a line that Qin Xuan could not abide. Nevertheless, he had no time for idle chatter with her. Bartolomeo was someone he had personally chosen, and he had taken him away despite the peril of a naval ambush. Thus he could not allow Bartolomeo to perish. With this resolution in mind, Qin Xuan suddenly dashed towards the direction where Bartolomeo had fallen, and then, with a powerful leap, he plunged directly into the ocean. The remaining three on the deck were taken aback at this spectacle. By heavens, if Captain Qin Xuan encounters any misfortune, you shall not leave this vessel alive today. Douglas Barrett glared at Boa Hancock, his face a mask of fury. At that moment, it was evident that he had completely accepted Qin Xuan as his captain. He remains unaware of whether Qin Xuan is a wielder of the devil fruit. If he is, then this leap could not only result in a failure to rescue anyone but could also cost Qin Xuan his life. More importantly, although he possesses formidable strength, he finds himself utterly powerless in this moment. After being reprimanded, a flicker of concern crossed Boa Hancock's face. She had indeed contemplated eliminating Bartolomeo, yet she harbored no intention of allowing Qin Xuan to perish. Having officially abdicated and declared her allegiance to Qin Xuan's pirate crew, she realizes that if Qin Xuan were to die now, regaining the trust and appointment of the world government would be utterly impossible. Thus, she too begins to feel a sense of urgency. Just as the three of them are at a loss, a colossal splash erupts from the water's surface. In the next moment, Qin Xuan emerges, dragging the petrified Bartolomeo with him. "Come on, Crocodile, throw down a sand rope quickly." He calls out to Sand Crocodile as he struggles to break through the water's surface. In that moment, Sand Crocodile swiftly cast down a sand rope, akin to the one that had previously ensnared the Sea King. As the rope reached Qin Xuan, he grasped it firmly. Immediately, with a surge of strength from above, Sand Crocodile propelled both Qin Xuan and the stone-like Bartholomew out of the water and back onto the deck of the ship. Once aboard, Qin Xuan could not help but gasp for breath. The endeavor of rescuing someone from the depths was physically demanding, especially when the individual in question was entirely petrified, rendering the challenge abundantly clear. At one point, he nearly succumbed to exhaustion and thought of giving up, yet he ultimately persevered. At that moment, Boa Hancock hurried over, her expression tinged with regret. "Captain, I apologize, I acted on impulse," she admitted, fully aware that her actions had caused significant trouble. She bowed her head in contrition. "Now that the rescue is complete, let it be known that should anyone dare to harm a comrade again, I shall not extend a second chance. Furthermore, this ship will dock tomorrow at the port of Alugia in the West Sea. Anyone who wishes to leave is free to do so. I will not impose any hardship. However, should we encounter each other once more in the future, do not expect me to show leniency," Qin Chuan stated, his gaze icy as he surveyed the others. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's ominous threat, the others felt an icy chill run down their spines. It was evident that they were aware of Qin Chuan's capabilities and that he was indeed capable of such actions. After delivering his chilling words, Qin Chuan rose and departed from the deck, retreating to his quarters to change his attire. Boyne Hancock swiftly lifted Bartolomeo from his petrified state. Once freed, Bartolomeo was suddenly struck by a searing pain in his lower abdomen. Having been turned to stone immediately after being kicked by Hancock, he had felt no discomfort at the time. Now, with the spell lifted, the pain surged through his nerves to his cerebral cortex. "Ah, it hurts." Bartolomeo could not help but complain, casting a resentful glare at Boyne Hancock. "Both of you, behave yourselves moving forward. If you stir up trouble again, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you before the captain decides to throw you overboard." At that moment, the increasingly exasperated Douglas Barrett admonished the two before him. Among this group, even united, they posed no threat to him. Thus, in Qin Chuan's absence, he had assumed the role of their leader. Upon witnessing Douglas Barrett's fury and recalling the recent events, the two implicated individuals fell silent. However, it was at this juncture that the previously quiet Sir Crocodile unexpectedly spoke up. "Setting that aside, I am astonished to discover that Captain Qin Chuan is not a devil fruit user. This truly exceeds my expectations. From where, then, does his strength originate? Can it be that a human can attain powers surpassing those granted by devil fruits through sheer effort alone?" After hearing the words of SHK Liu KDR, the crowd suddenly recalled that it was Qin Chuan who had leapt into the water to rescue Bartolomeo. This revelation unmistakably indicated that Qin Chuan could not possibly have consumed a devil fruit. In this world, only fishmen or merfolk are capable of entering the water after having ingested a devil fruit. However, Qin Chuan bore none of their characteristics. Thus this situation was naturally dismissed by the crowd. Chapter 72, The Precedence of the Supernova. With this development, no one had the heart to argue anymore. All attention shifted to speculating about Qin Chuan's background. Nonetheless, even after an extensive discussion on the deck, no conclusive outcome emerged. For although this world is vast, if any faction were truly powerful, it would be impossible for them to remain entirely shrouded in secrecy without a trace of information. They are all individuals of considerable renown, possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding the affairs of the world. Thus, if Captain Qin Chuan were affiliated with any particular faction, they would undoubtedly be aware of it. Nevertheless, it is prudent to refrain from excessive speculation. As Captain Qin Chuan previously mentioned, he would reveal the truth to us when the time is ripe. In the following days, indeed, there were no further complications. Aware of his missteps, Bartholomew exhibited a marked change in demeanor, while Boa Hancock occasionally initiated conversations with Qin Chuan. However, their discussions predominantly revolved around the path that lay ahead. Time passed swiftly, and the five of them finally arrived at the largest port in the West Sea, the illustrious Alusia port. Here, they found the most expansive and bustling city in the West Sea, the vibrant Alusia town. The most prosperous places inevitably signify an increase in peril, although the town of Illyria also boasts a naval presence. Akin to the naval institutions in the East Sea's Rog Town, the naval establishment here is merely a branch. In the branch, the highest-ranking officer is merely a colonel. A naval colonel might manage to contend with a few pirates numbering in the millions or tens of millions, but when faced with notorious pirates like Crocodile, who boast bounties in the thousands or even millions, they are rendered insignificant, akin to mere ants. Fortunately, the city of Alusia, being the most prosperous urban center in the West Sea, receives considerable attention and protection from the world government and the Navy. Consequently, it is rare for any foolhardy pirates to dare to create disturbances here. As the ship docked, the crew promptly disembarked from the Red Force. After days of sailing the open sea, they were naturally weary, and thus, upon reaching the shore, they made their way directly to the most opulent restaurant in town. It is undeniable that the splendor of the West Sea far surpasses that of the East Sea, which explains why the pirates in the West Sea exhibit a markedly superior strength. Upon entering the restaurant, one could immediately perceive its luxurious design. The lofty ceiling and spacious interior were adorned with grand and exquisite chandeliers suspended in midair, while ancient clocks embellished the seating areas. The combination of leather seats and dark wooden elements created an ambience of opulence and grandeur. Qin Chuan surveyed the surroundings and noted that, although the establishment was bustling with patrons, they were predominantly well-dressed individuals, lacking any unmistakable pirate presence. Perhaps the exorbitant prices deterred pirates. Or perhaps they felt out of place in such an establishment. At that moment, a restaurant attendant approached them promptly. "Good sirs, would you like to dine here?" he inquired. "Yes, 5 of us." "Please lead the way," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. "Fortunately, we have one large table available." "Please follow me," the attendant responded, guiding them towards a sizable round table on one side. However, just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the restaurant. Turning to look, Qin Chuan and his companions saw a group of men clad in black suits, all sporting sunglasses, entering the hall. In the next moment, a short man dressed in a hat and scarf, wearing a pinstripe suit and holding a cigar, resembling a character straight out of a mafia film, leisurely walked into the foyer. Upon encountering this individual, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated running into this character here. It seemed the situation was growing increasingly intriguing. Qin Chuan scoffed inwardly. The man in question was none other than Capone Beige, the captain of the fire tank pirates, one of the 11 supernovas who had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago prior to the significant upheaval. Although his bounty at that time was not particularly high, surpassing 100 million, it still indicated considerable strength. However, at this moment, Capone Beige was not yet widely recognized. Yet, a glance at the entourage behind him suggested he was faring reasonably well in this locale. Indeed, as he entered the hall, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Numerous guests began to lower their heads and murmur among themselves, clearly aware of Capone Beige's considerable reputation. Shortly thereafter, a figure resembling the restaurant's manager rushed towards him, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "Mr. Capone Beige, may I ask if you are here to dine?" Upon hearing this question, Capone Beige's expression darkened, and he turned to glare at the manager. In the next moment, he raised his foot and delivered a kick directly to the manager's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the manager was sent sprawling onto the polished wooden floor. "Isn't that an obvious question? Am I here for anything other than a meal? Hurry up and lead the way." Capone Beige replied with a disdainful expression, his voice cold and commanding. Despite being kicked, the lobby manager endured the excruciating pain and rose to his feet once more, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face as he said, "I apologize, please follow me." He then hastily turned around, scanning the area for an available seat. At that moment, he spotted an empty table in front of Qin Chuan and his companions. Without hesitation, he strode towards their direction. Witnessing this, the onlookers furrowed their brows in discontent, clearly perceiving the manager's intent to seize the table they had just acquired. As anticipated, upon reaching them, the lobby manager promptly stated, "My apologies, everyone, but this table has been previously reserved. We are fully booked today, so please do come earlier next time." Chapter 73. Wait, did I permit you to leave? At this point, Boa Hancock had already taken her seat, and upon hearing the manager's words, she shot him a cold glare. However, despite his interruption, she showed no inclination to rise from her chair. Moreover, Qin Chuan and the others remained motionless, standing their ground. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have made it abundantly clear that this table is already occupied." The manager of the hall, observing the seemingly amiable faces of these individuals unmoving, felt a tinge of displeasure, and his tone grew considerably more severe. "When we arrived, the waiter did not inform us that this table was taken. How is it that as soon as we sit down, you come to tell me it has been reserved by someone else?" In the bustling city of Shanghai, Qin Chuan was reluctant to create a scene. After all, he had an agreement with the world government. He could cause a commotion on Daughter Island or defeat other warlords of the sea. However, to engage in a grand brawl in a territory belonging to the world government, much like in Logtown, would undoubtedly bring disgrace to both the world government and the Navy. Such actions would be a blatant disregard for etiquette, and naturally, one would not receive a warm reception in return. Thus, at that moment, Qin Chuan composed himself and spoke with a calm demeanor. As Qin Chuan began to speak, even Douglas Barrett, who was poised to take action, restrained himself. In truth, every individual present was formidable in their own right. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's initiative to address the situation, they might have already turned the restaurant upside down. The server, clearly lacking discernment, had erred in judgment, urging them to leave before the manager could finish his statement. Suddenly, the manager lunged forward, tumbling awkwardly to the other side. Once again, it was the formidable Capone himself who delivered a powerful kick, exclaiming, "It seems you have no desire to live." Even after the forceful blow, Capone remained unsatisfied and boldly drew his pistol, aiming it directly at his adversary. Witnessing this alarming spectacle, the manager of the establishment was rendered weak with fear, promptly rising to kneel in a plea for mercy. "Are you intent on causing a disturbance?" At that moment, Qin Chuan calmly directed his gaze towards Capone and inquired. It was only at this moment that Capon Beiji became aware of Qin Chuan and his entourage. When he turned to look at Qin Chuan, his previously stern visage abruptly froze. He then cast a swift glance at the individuals surrounding Qin Chuan. Douglas Barrett, Shaw Crocodile, and Boa Hancock were all present. Only one person could amass such a multitude of notorious pirates, and that is the recently renowned Qin Chuan, who was rumored to be negotiating with the world government. Upon realizing that he had drawn the attention of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, Capone Beach swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss on how to defuse the standoff. However, before he could utter a word, a man behind him could no longer contain himself. "Father, stop wasting time with these scoundrels. Let me take them out with a single shot, so they understand the might of our fire tank pirate crew." The young man, similarly attired in a suit, prepared to draw his pistol aimed at Qin Chuan and his companions. Yet, before he could lift his firearm, Capone Beach swiftly raised his own and fired a shot directly at the young man who had just called him father. The deafening gunshot reverberated throughout the restaurant, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Even the members of Qin Chuan's crew were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the ruthless execution of what appeared to be his son. "Hey, I'm talking to you, Capone Beach." Having long been aware that Capone Beach was not a person of benevolence, Qin Chuan once again spoke in a subdued manner. This time, he not only questioned the other party anew, but even called out their name. Are you the Qin Chuan pirate crew?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Capone Beach immediately responded with an awkward expression, countering with a question of his own. Upon hearing the words spoken by Capone Beach, the onlookers behind him were left in a state of utter astonishment. Many instinctively took a few steps back, attempting to create distance between themselves and Capone Beach. Consuming a paramecia-type fruit yet being oblivious to one's own surname? After observing Capone Beach stammering, Qin Chuan retorted once more. Although this individual possessed a certain level of strength, he was, in Qin Chuan's eyes, utterly insignificant. "My apologies, it seems I have been blind to your worth. I shall take my leave immediately." During this period, Qin Chuan's reputation had resonated far and wide. He was a man intent on challenging the 7 warlords of the sea, and Capone Beach, recognizing the futility of confronting him directly, resolved to turn and depart after uttering those words. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan called out to him once more. "Hold on. Did I permit you to leave?" Hearing the other's intent to turn away, Qin Chuan promptly summoned him again. "Is there something else?" Capone Beach cautiously inquired as he turned back. "You are a ruthless individual, known for your penchant for taking the heads of your enemies. Which leads me to worry that after today, you may seek revenge against me. How about this? You incapacitate your right hand with your pistol and then take your leave with your men." Originally, Qin Chuan had no intention of causing a ruckus. Yet since Capone Beach had provoked him, he could not simply let him go. At this juncture, Qin Chuan was in the midst of building momentum, and every action he took in front of the public would be scrutinized and exaggerated. Furthermore, Capone Beach was inherently a cruel man, one who would not hesitate to eliminate even his own flesh and blood. Thus, upon returning, he would undoubtedly seek a way to reclaim his honor. However, Qin Chuan was not one to be trifled with, and thus he would not easily let his opponent off the hook. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan intended to sever his own arm, Capone Beach's expression darkened instantly. Despite being a ruthless individual, he harbored no tendencies towards self-harm, nor would he ever consider inflicting injury upon himself. "Can we perhaps negotiate? After all, I still hold a certain standing in the West Sea. If this escalates, it would be detrimental for all parties involved. Moreover, I am well aware of your intentions for this endeavor. Should you resort to violence here, it is likely that someone would quickly become alert and prepare all necessary defenses. At that point, wouldn't you be incurring more losses than gains?" Capone Beach, a true mob boss, contrasted sharply with Bartholomew, who, while also a figure of the underworld, operated under vastly different principles and methods. Bartholomew relied solely on brute strength to dominate others, whereas Capone Beach commanded the underworld of Alugia Town through a combination of power and extraordinary intellect. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan struck him across the face, retorting coldly, "What makes you think you can bargain with me? Merely allowing you to lose an arm is already showing you considerable leniency. Do you understand?" The individual Capone Beach referred to as none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. At this juncture, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would have deduced that he was indeed referring to Gecko Moria, rendering the notion of alerting him irrelevant. Furthermore, the idea of employing tactics against someone as inconsequential as Gecko Moria seemed absurd to him. Additionally, he held no favorable feelings towards Capone Beach. Despite their shared status as pirates, there existed a fundamental distinction between them. Capone Beach relished in preying upon innocent civilians, as evidenced by his earlier murderous intentions, which Qin Chuan found utterly contemptible. Thus, Qin Chuan harbored a desire to rid this pirate world of such loathsome characters. After being publicly slapped, Capone Beach's face bore the immediate imprint of 5 fingers. Even though he recognized the evident disparity in their strengths, he could not swallow his pride. Realizing that his opponent would not simply allow him to leave, he steeled himself and dramatically flung open his suit jacket. At this, Qin Chuan understood that Capone Beach was preparing to unleash his devil fruit powers. Qin Chuan was acutely aware of the capabilities endowed by his adversary's devil fruit. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and murmured softly, "Ding." The host has successfully utilized the character card of Kazuki Oden, decrementing the usage count by 1. In the next instant, before anyone could react, Capone Beach bellowed, "Castle. Full-size boss." Suddenly, the surroundings darkened for a moment, only to reveal that they had materialized upon a stone platform. Concurrently, all of his subordinates appeared before Qin Chuan and his companions. This abrupt turn of events startled several members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. "What is happening?" Bartolomeo was the first to voice his confusion. "This is a castle. We are now trapped within," Qin Chuan remarked, his gaze fixed on the figures clad in black ahead. "What? How could we possibly find ourselves in this castle?" Boa Hancock exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment upon hearing Qin Chuan's words. Even the seasoned Crocodile and Douglas Bullet furrowed their brows, casting wary glances at Qin Chuan. This matter brings us back to his devil fruit. His devil fruit is of the paramecia type, known as the stronghold fruit, which allows him to anchor all objects, including himself, within his own body, much like a fortress. Furthermore, any entity that enters his body diminishes in size, reverting to its original form once it exits his sphere of influence. "Humph. Amirwal thinks it can confine us? Such delusions are laughable." Crocodile scoffed dismissively after listening to Qin Chuan's explanation. Meanwhile, the figures clad in black ahead seemed to have received the command from Capone Becky, who had not entered, and immediately drew their handguns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Qin Chuan and his companions. Bang, 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 seizing the moment while they were still engaged in conversation. Dozens of bullets were fired at high velocity. Even in the face of these bullets, Qin Chuan and his companions stood motionless, as if oblivious to the impending danger. Just as the projectiles were about to strike them, a transparent barrier materialized before them. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets collided with this ethereal shield, producing a metallic resonance. Subsequently, they swiftly descended to the ground. The group of individuals clad in black were taken aback upon encountering the transparent barrier before them, their astonishment quickly giving way to thoughts of launching another attack. However, at that moment, Bartolomeo, having already formed the common's fingers gesture, let out a soft snort. Barrier, charge of the bull. In the next instant, Bartolomeo propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, utilizing the curved transparent shield that obstructed his path. The transparent barrier surged forward like a bulldozer. Upon witnessing this, the black-clad figures dared not remain stationary, lacking any powers of the devil fruit. They were little more than mere gangsters. Thus, when confronted by formidable pirates, they found themselves utterly defenseless. As the barrier launched its attack, their only recourse was to flee in every direction. However, the speed of the transparent barrier was astonishing, charging at them like a raging bull, swiftly closing the distance. With a resounding crash, the barrier sent all the black-clad individuals standing before Qin Chuan and his companions flying through the air. Subsequently, they fell to the ground like raindrops, and it was evident that they had already met their demise. Chapter 75. The Return of the Water Shadow. Just as everyone believed that their escape from the castle would be effortless, a tremendous upheaval occurred within the castle-esque structure. In the next moment, the once impregnable floor began to ooze a murky fluid. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan and his companions found their feet ensnared in it, rendering them immobile. "What is happening?" Bartolomeo exclaimed in astonishment. This is his unique devil fruit technique. Castle Swamp. He manipulated the castle structure with his devil fruit powers, transforming it into a swamp to torment all who were trapped within. At this moment, Qin Chuan coldly cautioned, "Damn it, even with my hockey, my legs cannot escape this muddy ground." Douglas Barrett lamented after making several attempts. Soon after, Sand Crocodile and Boa Hancock, among others, employed their own techniques in a bid to escape, yet all efforts proved futile. Moreover, a viscous green liquid began to seep from the surrounding walls. Clearly, confined intended to trap them here for good. Observing this, Qin Chuan scoffed, "Such trivial skills. You lack the qualifications to kill us." Boiling release, vapor technique. In the next instant, he exhaled a torrent of scalding vapor. This vapor immediately made contact with the green viscous liquid oozing from the walls, swiftly consuming it. Simultaneously, the vapor pressed forward against the fortress's walls. When the high-temperature vapor touched the sturdy walls, it began to gradually evaporate and dissolve them. This astonishing spectacle left the others utterly astounded. Aside from Sand Crocodile and Douglas Barrett, who had witnessed Qin Chuan's prowess in Alabasta, the other two were entirely unprepared for such terrifying strength. They looked at Qin Chuan in disbelief. For the ability to corrode solid walls with mere vapor suggested that it was no ordinary mist. Furthermore, considering that Qin Chuan possessed no devil fruit abilities, it implied that the vapor he expelled could be stored within him. This revelation piqued their curiosity about Qin Chuan even further. They were not the only ones taken aback. Confined, who was monitoring everything from outside, was equally astonished. He was compelled to seal the castle and simultaneously release Qin Chuan and his companions. However, although they returned to reality, the luxurious dining hall had been reduced to ruins due to Beej's earlier activation of fortress mode. Additionally, a multitude of onlookers had gathered, including soldiers clad in white navy uniforms. Yet, at this critical juncture, these lowly figures dared not intervene in the unfolding conflict, likely having notified their headquarters at the first opportunity, now awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Karpen Baiki's body had significantly weakened. The castle, just moments ago, could be considered an integral part of his being. However, after being eroded by the mist conjured by Qin Chuan, his form had suffered tremendous damage. Water release, hidden mist technique. Following this, Qin Chuan expelled a copious amount of dense fog from his mouth. This thick mist rendered the surrounding environment obscure, enveloping even his own comrades in a shroud of uncertainty. Originally, Shakelu Okita intended to disperse the thick fog instantly with a desert storm. However, he suddenly realized that this phenomenon was deliberately conjured by Qin Chuan to confront his adversaries. If he were to dissipate the mist, he would inadvertently thwart Qin Chuan's stratagem. Upon this realization, he resolved to summon his own armament haki as a precaution against any impending peril. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett and Boa Hancock, both wielding armament haki, swiftly prepared themselves to face the situation at hand. Without the enhancement of armed color dominion, Bartolomeo resorted to his signature gesture, subsequently encasing himself within a transparent barrier. This maneuver, born from his own spontaneous ingenuity, allowed him to evade lethal attacks by isolating himself in times of peril. Meanwhile, on the side of Confined, a sense of panic began to set in as the thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Being heavily reliant on the abilities granted by his devil fruit, he found himself at a loss as his powers proved ineffective against his adversary. Contemplating his predicament, the thought of retreat began to take root in Confined's mind, prompting him to hastily flee in one arbitrary direction amidst the haze. However, after merely a couple of strides, he sensed a fleeting shadow darting past him. Startled, Confined halted abruptly, drawing his handgun and aiming in the direction of the disturbance. Yet, just as he prepared to fire a blind shot, a water column, shaped like a dragon, surged towards him with a thunderous roar. With a resounding crash, Confined was sent hurtling backwards, violently thrown off balance. Meanwhile, the dense fog had completely dissipated. At this moment, everyone beheld Qin Chuan standing steadfastly in place, alongside the distant figure of Confined lying on the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Sir Crocodile experienced a sense of déjà vu. Even though Qin Chuan had employed the same technique before him for the second time, he remained at a loss for a strategy to counter him. At that moment, Confined felt as though his very insides were in turmoil, the excruciating pain rendering him breathless. Just then, Qin Chuan finally received a long-awaited notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully vanquishing your foe. You have earned a total of 15,000 prestige points as a reward. Chapter 76, Accepting the Interview. This time, Qin Chuan received a reward of 15,000 prestige points, which was well within his expectations. After all, the opponent would only become a supernova several years later. For now, he was merely a crime lord endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. His strength was considerably inferior to that of Bartolomeo, thus rendering his reputation unlikely to soar to great heights. When the system's voice echoed, Qin Chuan realized that his opponent confined beach, had undoubtedly lost all combat capability. At that moment, the local naval forces finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and his companions, along with the incapacitated confined beach on the ground, a middle-aged man in a naval coat gasped in shock. Once he learned that Qin Chuan's pirate crew hailed from the West Sea, he fervently hoped he would not encounter them. After all, his position represented the Navy. If he were to confront them amidst chaos, should he intervene or not? If he chose to intervene, he would surely be easily defeated, potentially even facing life-threatening peril. It is worth noting that Smoker, who possessed the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit, had been grievously beaten by Qin Chuan and his crew in the past. Moreover, it was fortunate that the Admiral arrived at the scene just in time. Otherwise, it is likely that Smoker would have had no opportunity to ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral. Currently, I find myself in the West Blue, several days' journey from the Navy headquarters in Marineford. If a confrontation were to occur today, my demise would be inevitable. However, if I choose to remain passive, the news of such cowardice would undoubtedly tarnish both the Navy's and my own reputation. It is worth noting that reporters have already made their presence known at the scene, necessitating that my every action be executed with utmost caution. Thus, at this critical juncture, I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. At this moment, Qin Chuan also observed the gathering Navy soldiers and calmly addressed them, saying, "This individual is a notorious local crime lord known as Capone Becky. Today, while he was intent on committing senseless slaughter in the restaurant, I happened upon him. Driven by a profound sense of justice, I resolutely intervened at that moment, ultimately vanquishing the adversary. I earnestly hoped that the naval forces would apprehend him and ensure his proper confinement. Furthermore, I proposed the organization of substantial manpower and resources for a comprehensive search throughout the city of Irussia, aiming to eradicate his remaining followers. This endeavor would also contribute to a more joyful and prosperous existence for the local populace." Upon my declaration, all onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Capone Becky and his notorious gang were well known in the area, yet here was Qin Chuan, taking action against them. This unexpected turn of events instilled a newfound admiration for the Qin Chuan pirate crew among the gathered crowd. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the naval commander let out a profound sigh of relief. As Qin Chuan had articulated, despite the considerable commotion he had caused, his intentions were not to provoke the world government or the Navy, but rather to eliminate threats to the people. Moreover, given his intricate connections with the upper echelons of the world government, the commander found himself with even less justification to oppose him. With this thought in mind, the naval officer promptly stepped forward and declared, "Mr. Qin Chuan, as the local security chief, I extend heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the people of Irussia. Furthermore, we shall exert every effort to eradicate these nefarious elements." As the naval officer's words echoed through the crowd, a wave of astonishment swept over the gathering. At present, Qin Chuan still operated under the banner of a pirate, making it unprecedented for a naval commander to publicly commend a pirate in such a manner. And now, Qin Chuan has accomplished this. This signifies that his identity has been completely redeemed in the hearts of the people here. After all, prior to this, all the commotion Qin Chuan had caused elsewhere bore no relevance to them. Thus, naturally, they harbored no animosity towards him. In the next moment, someone in the vicinity spontaneously began to applaud. Gradually, the applause grew louder, accompanied by enthusiastic shouts celebrating the might of Qin Chuan's pirate crew. At that moment, a journalist wielding a microphone seized the opportunity and boldly approached Qin Chuan. Simultaneously, a man beside him, equipped with a camera, clearly identified himself as a fellow reporter. In the realm of journalism across the globe, the only intrepid reporters unafraid of peril seem to be those from the World Economic News Agency. After all, this agency was established by none other than Morgans, a titan of the shadowy underworld. Even the Navy and the global government often find themselves compelled to show him a modicum of respect, let alone the ordinary pirates. Furthermore, at this juncture, Qin Chuan had already garnered recognition from the local Navy, making any violent confrontation with them all the more implausible. At that moment, a bold reporter approached and promptly introduced himself. "Greetings, Mr. Qin Chuan. I am George, a journalist from the World Economic News Agency stationed in Irussia. May I request an interview with you?" "Certainly, feel free to ask." Qin Chuan was eager to seize this opportunity to promote himself and his crew, and it was indeed a splendid moment for such an endeavor. Concurrently, several of his crew members gathered around, positioning themselves behind him in the camera frame. "Mr. Qin Chuan, it is said that you escaped from the deep-sea prison. Can I assume that you have been a pirate up until now? George audaciously posed this provocative question. You may certainly think so, Qin Chuan replied candidly without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's response, the individuals behind him suddenly appeared somewhat disconcerted. Clearly, declaring oneself a pirate before the entire world was an unprecedented occurrence for them. Chapter 77, Redemption of Identity. I would like to inquire further, one reporter began. You mentioned that your defeat of Capone Beach was for the sake of the local populace. As a pirate, what was your true motivation in undertaking such an endeavor? Is it indeed, as the outside world suggests, that you are on the verge of negotiating with the world government and submitting to its authority? Thus, are your actions against the warlords of the sea and minor pirates a means of atoning for past deeds and establishing a commendable new persona? At this juncture, Douglas Barrett, standing behind, felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. Unaccustomed to interviews, he was unaware of the reporter's incisive inquiries. Yet, as he stole a glance at Qin Chuan, sensing no trace of anger, he opted to restrain himself. This topic is rather intriguing, Qin Chuan mused. In the eyes of the Navy and the world government, I am a pirate, while within the confines of the deep-sea prison, I am but a prisoner. However, before the citizens of Alusia, I am their savior. This illustrates that I embody different roles in the hearts of various individuals. Although our identities may differ, it does not impede our ability to engage in righteous deeds. Who says that pirates cannot uphold justice or eradicate tyranny? The majority of pirates are merely in search of that legendary treasure, rather than indulging in wanton destruction and plunder. Furthermore, can we truly assert that the Navy and the world government are free from corruption? Under the guise of justice and service to the people, what clandestine and unscrupulous acts do they perpetuate behind the scenes? If we are to speak candidly, I would contend that I am far superior to them. At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly unleashed a bombshell revelation. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's remarks, the naval commander was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He hastily instructed his subordinates to swiftly escort Captain Beiji away from the scene, thereby distancing themselves from the situation. Consequently, Qin Chuan felt liberated to vociferously denounce both the Navy and the world government without concern for repercussions. Meanwhile, the journalist was taken aback by Qin Chuan's audacious statements. Despite their audacity, to the journalist, these words presented a sensational topic ripe for exploration. Are you aware of any scandals involving the world government and the Navy? Could you briefly elucidate on them? The journalist then began to subtly coax Qin Chuan into divulging more explosive revelations. Yet Qin Chuan was not a fool. He understood that one must tread carefully with such matters. If he were to expose all the trivialities concerning the world government and the Navy, would it not plunge the world into chaos? To say nothing of the demon-slaying order, which alone was sufficient to incite public outrage. Thus, after a brief pause, Qin Chuan slowly began to articulate his thoughts. Everything I am undertaking now is aimed at rectifying their transgressions. The warlords of the sea is fundamentally a flawed system. And my journey to the West Sea is to vanquish the captain of the nefarious three-masted pirate ship, one of the warlords, Moonlight Moria, who has been wreaking havoc in the region. With this declaration, Qin Chuan boldly announced the matter to the entire world. Upon hearing Qin Chuan actively mention Moonlight Moria, the journalist's eyes gleamed with intrigue once more. How did you come to know that Moonlight Moria has been wreaking havoc in the West Sea? Were you not imprisoned for many years? It is well known that he is the wielder of the Shadow Fruit, a power capable of forcibly seizing another's shadow. Should the original owner of the shadow be exposed to sunlight, they would vanish completely, leaving these individuals to exist in perpetual darkness, under the ethereal glow of the moonlight. Moria has the uncanny ability to conjure these shadows into what is referred to as a legion of zombies. Subsequently, he employs his undead army, alongside his fearsome three-masted vessel, to capture passing ships, thereby seizing a considerable amount of gold and silver, while also causing the demise of numerous souls. The veracity of these claims is something you can easily ascertain with a bit of inquiry. Moreover, the president of your newspaper should possess ample knowledge regarding this matter. Should you muster the courage, you might inquire with Morgans about the truthfulness of my statements. The mere mention of Morgans by Qin Chuan left George somewhat astonished. He recognized that delving deeper into this issue could potentially implicate his own president, Morgans, which would spell disaster. He then resumed the conversation, asking, now that you have exposed your intentions and whereabouts, do you not fear that Moria will be thoroughly prepared to confront you? We are not the sort to engage in underhanded tactics. We stand tall and unafraid of shadows, naturally unconcerned about encountering any obstacles. My sole apprehension lies in the possibility that upon learning of my intent to seek him out, that scoundrel may hastily retreat with his subordinates. In that case, I would truly be at a loss as to where to locate him. Qin Chuan provocatively provoked Moria in front of the journalist. Given the character of Moonlight Moria, it was entirely improbable that he would flee upon hearing such words. After all, he had once engaged in battle with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors in Wano country, and thus would never easily retreat in the face of Qin Chuan and his companions. Therefore, I would like to extend my best wishes for your triumphant return on behalf of everyone. Additionally, is there anything else you wish to convey to the camera? I would also like to mention that I will be residing here for 2 days, and at dawn the day after tomorrow, I shall set forth towards the Alesia port. At that time, those who are willing to lend their strength to the Qin Chuan pirate crew can gather at this port, and together, let us unite our efforts to overthrow that nefarious 3-masted pirate crew. As he spoke these final words, Qin Chuan became fervently impassioned. What initially seemed like mundane remarks transformed into something profoundly inspiring and powerful as they flowed from his lips. Even the renowned pirates standing behind Qin Chuan were almost swayed by his words. After George departed, Bartolomeo, in a daze, finally inquired, "Captain, have we become righteous men?" Chapter 78, Commanding the World Ha. In this world, where can one find absolute darkness or absolute light? Everything is relative. Thus, we cannot claim to be righteous. For I once caused a tremendous upheaval in the depths of the great undersea prison, simultaneously unleashing a great demon. However, that matters little. History is written by the victors. And as long as we act with a clear conscience, that is all that truly counts. After speaking, Qin Chuan deliberately cast a glance at the formidable demon, Douglas Barrett. Beside him, Douglas Barrett feigned ignorance, directing his gaze elsewhere. I harbored another query. Given our formidable strength, we could easily vanquish Moonlight Moria and his pirate crew. Why then? Do you choose to boldly recruit allies in front of the press? Should this information circulate, would it not lead others to believe we are fearful of that individual? At this juncture, Sir Crocodile could not help but interject. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was undoubtedly well aware of Moonlight Moria's true capabilities. Long before, he had heard that the world government was rather dissatisfied with the capabilities of Gecko Moria and had been contemplating appointing a new warlord of the sea to replace him. However, Moria had always been exceedingly cautious, remaining firmly entrenched in his territory in the West Sea, thus denying others the opportunity to challenge him. My intention in this endeavor is not to seek external assistance, but rather to firmly establish our banner. If a considerable number of individuals are willing to rally to our cause, successfully capturing Gecko Moria would undoubtedly amplify our influence within the world government. Moreover, it would transform the public perception of you few, making it a mutually beneficial situation, Qin Chuan elucidated. His reasoning was also influenced by the fact that the reputation of those aboard his vessel, including himself, was rather tarnished. If he wished to impact the world situation in the forthcoming period, he would require not only strength but also the recognition of the populace. Otherwise, he would find himself constrained to living in seclusion like those emperors of the sea. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone finally grasped his objective. After spending a night in the town of Alesia, the next morning, a fresh wave of discussions erupted globally. In this instance, the protagonist remains Qin Chuan and his pirate crew. Unlike previous occasions, he has not only made headlines but also had his fierce battle against Capone Beach documented and swiftly disseminated. Consequently, the enigmatic veil surrounding Qin Chuan has begun to lift. Furthermore, while his victory over the mob boss Capone Beach may not have caused a significant uproar, his subsequent public denunciation of the world government and the Navy before a global audience certainly did. He boldly rallied capable individuals from the West Sea to join his cause against Gecko Moria. By publicly criticizing the world government, he has undoubtedly transgressed a significant taboo, compounded by his audacity to recruit personnel independently of the Navy headquarters. To the high-ranking officials of the Navy, it appeared that Qin Chuan sought to leverage this situation to bolster his forces. Nevertheless, the world government and Navy headquarters exhibited no intention of defending themselves, primarily because they found themselves in a position of silent humiliation. At present, Qin Chuan is enjoying a moment of ascendancy. His defeat of Capone Beach has led to widespread skepticism regarding the Navy's competence. Why, after years of being stationed in Alesia, has the Navy failed to eradicate the local gang? In merely half a day, Qin Chuan had successfully defeated the opposing leader, a blow that resonated as a slap to the face of the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, Qin Chuan's recruitment of soldiers was aimed at confronting the notorious Moonlight Moria. whom he explicitly accused of long-standing misdeeds in the West Sea, a situation that had been tolerated by both the Navy and the world government. Should the Navy claim they did not condone such actions, they would inevitably have to justify their inaction over the years, during which they failed to send forces to eradicate Moonlight Moria, instead granting him a legitimate status. Thus, Admiral Sengoku found himself once again seething in frustration. I have long asserted that this individual should not be allowed to remain. Now, it seems the Navy's reputation is at stake. At this moment, Sakazuki stood before Sengoku, visibly displeased and voicing his complaints. He had always been a staunch proponent of militaristic action and yearned for another opportunity to confront Qin Chuan. After all, during their brief encounter, he had discerned that Qin Chuan was not as formidable as the outside world portrayed. Had it not been for the peculiar abilities of a subordinate who ensnared him, he was confident he could have dispatched him swiftly. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. Qin Chuan had become a hero in the eyes of the public, and in the town of Alushia, the people had begun to lose faith in the Navy. Consequently, seeking to again mobilize forces against the Qin Chuan pirates had become an even more daunting task. Sakazuki, now is not the time to deliberate on this matter. I believe we should immediately instruct Colonel Ischias, stationed in Alushia, to gather his forces and join the Qin Chuan pirates early tomorrow morning to advance into the depths of the West Sea and confront Moonlight Moria. At this moment, Carp, who had been silently lounging with his legs crossed, finally spoke up. What? You wish for the Navy to follow him? Wouldn't that imply to the world that Qin Chuan has risen above us? Upon hearing Carp's words, Sakazuki was left astounded. I find Admiral Carp's proposal rather astute. We are currently under tremendous pressure. If we remain passive now, it will only incite further public outrage. Since we cannot reverse the situation at hand, we might as well take decisive action. Let the world government revoke Moonlight Moria's status as a warlord of the sea, and then we shall deploy forces against him. This way, we might salvage some semblance of our image in the eyes of the people of the West Sea. Borsalino interjected. Chapter 79. The Expedition into the Depths of the West Sea. Indeed, this proposal holds merit. Kazan, the West Sea falls under your jurisdiction. You shall directly issue the order to attack to the Navy forces stationed in Alushia in your capacity as Admiral. Additionally, ensure that Ischias understands this battle must be executed flawlessly, otherwise he shall be dismissed. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku arrived at his final decision. Once again, Sakazaki faced defeat. You will all reap the consequences. With that fierce proclamation, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Oh dear. It seems Sakazaki's temper has flared even more. Clearly, Qin Chuan has thoroughly provoked him. Observing Sakazaki's demeanor, Borsalino could only watch with an amused expression, as if it were a spectacle. You all may leave. I wish to discuss the matter of removing Moonlight Moria with the 5 Elder Stars. At this moment, Sengoku issued an order for everyone to depart. It was imperative that he swiftly persuade the 5 Elder Stars to expunge Moonlight Moria from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea under the banner of the world government. Otherwise, the Navy could never publicly align themselves with Qin Chuan in their campaign into the depths of the West Sea. Meanwhile, aboard the fearsome 3-masted ship, Moonlight Moria seethed with rage upon reading the newspaper's humiliating remarks from Qin Chuan. He was not one to shy away from confrontation, and now, with the world's gaze fixed upon him, he felt cornered. Should he choose to flee, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. He had no avenue of retreat. Qin Chuan, I vow that you shall forever remain my shadow, Moria shouted, clenching the newspaper tightly as he faced the thickening fog ahead. His voice reverberated throughout the ship, startling the busy crew members who were already under considerable stress from the looming threat. The sudden outburst left them utterly shaken. The following morning, Qin Chuan and his companions arrived early at the port of Alushia. As they approached the harbor, they were utterly mesmerized by the scene before them. A multitude of vessels had docked along the narrow coastline, among which several warships were anchored alongside the Red Fourth. Simultaneously, the decks of the ships lining the shore were teeming with people. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and his companions arrive, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Down with Moonlight Moria, justice shall prevail. Down with Moonlight Moria, justice shall prevail. Clearly, these individuals had been summoned by Qin Chuan's fervent call to join the expedition into the depths of the West Sea. Witnessing this spectacle, not only were the others astounded, but even Qin Chuan himself was taken aback. He had anticipated that his shout would attract merely a handful of aspiring pirate crews or grassroots organizations seeking notoriety. However, It appeared as though towns from across Alusia and its surroundings had dispatched a considerable number of people. Moreover, the naval officer who had been present the previous day was now at the harbor, accompanied by a large contingent of soldiers clad in white naval uniforms. As Qin Chuan and his group approached, the officer took the initiative to greet them. "Greetings. I am Colonel Isis, stationed here in Alusia with the 25th Naval Division. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully and then inquired with curiosity. "I have received notification from my superiors regarding the notorious three-masted pirate crew terrorizing the West Sea. They have not only breached the agreements established with the world government, but they have also posed a significant threat to the surrounding waters. Consequently, this morning, the world government issued an announcement stating that one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria, has been officially removed from his position. He is no longer recognized as a warlord of the sea. Thus my division must embark in the name of the Navy to confront the three-masted pirate crew in the depths of the West Sea." At this, Isis promptly elaborated. Upon hearing Isis's explanation, Qin Chuan nodded with profound understanding. The crowd behind him was equally taken aback. Initially, they were astonished by the overwhelming support he garnered within a single day. However, what truly astonished them was the world government's unexpected response. Rather than publicly denouncing and refuting Qin Chuan's remarks, they chose to follow his lead. They swiftly removed Moonlight Moria from his position and openly dispatched the Navy to support Qin Chuan's endeavors. This action unequivocally signaled to the world that Qin Chuan had gained the endorsement of the world government, and the Navy was seeking to rectify its past transgressions. As anticipated, numerous journalists had gathered around them, summoned by issues to report on this extraordinary campaign. With the Navy aligning itself with Qin Chuan, it was only natural for them to desire that this event be widely recognized. Upon boarding the deck of the Red Force, surrounded by nearly 100 vessels, Qin Chuan was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of power and dominion over the world. This marked his inaugural encounter with the seductive allure of power. Due to the presence of Qin Chuan, the naval branch colonel, Igius, was relegated to a mere backdrop during this operation. The 3 fully armed naval vessels under his command stood quietly at the ready, awaiting Qin Chuan's orders. Concurrently, countless cameras on the shore were trained upon Qin Chuan, who stood resolutely on the deck of the Red Force. In that moment, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill. Subsequently, Qin Chuan unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. "Set sail. Let us denounce the pirate, Moonlight Moria." At his command, a fervent cheer erupted from the surrounding ships. In the next instant, the Red Force led the charge out of the harbor, closely followed by the 3 naval vessels. Chapter 80. The Onslaught of the Hurricane. Such a formidable coalition of forces had never before graced the annals of history in the West Sea. Moreover, the leader of this united army is, surprisingly, a pirate who has only recently escaped from prison. Soon, under the guidance of Qin Chuan, the united forces swiftly reached the outskirts of the fog-laden sea. At this moment, the surroundings were completely shrouded in dense mist. "Captain, the fog here seems quite reminiscent of the tactics you employed against me and that gang leader." At this juncture, SHK Liu KDR could not restrain himself from speaking. His intention was to probe Qin Chuan further. "Humph, it is different. My fog is of my own creation, whereas this fog is entirely natural, likely influenced by the local terrain." "Oh, I had assumed it was the work of Moonlight Moria." Upon hearing this, Boa Hancock became curious. She felt a twinge of envy, envisioning how advantageous it would be if her daughter's island were enveloped in mist within the calm belt, greatly enhancing her nation's defensive capabilities. Fog can indeed be likened to clouds near the ground, influenced by the seasons and local temperatures. The significant temperature variations between day and night in this vicinity likely contribute to the formation of such dense fog. "Captain, what shall we do now? We have only just arrived at the outskirts, and visibility is nearly non-existent. If we recklessly venture in, we might easily fall into the enemy's trap." At this moment, after analyzing the surrounding conditions, Douglas Barrett turned to Qin Chuan and inquired. Qin Chuan glanced at the vessels behind him, where everyone was looking at him, seemingly awaiting his command. Meanwhile, even before fully entering the dense fog ahead, his vision had already begun to blur. The Moonlight Moria was inherently a cunning individual, and coupled with the imposing size of his formidable 3-masted ship, it was all too easy to be unwittingly engulfed by it. His vessel, the Red Force, fared relatively well, yet other ships might not withstand the onslaught of his zombie legion. The united army fought under his command, and should the casualties be severe, it would not only fail to enhance his reputation but would also diminish it. After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to open his system store. At this juncture, due to his painstaking accumulation over time, his store's reputation value had once again reached 230,000. He was determined to seek out a ninja with formidable wind release abilities. After much contemplation, his gaze fell upon the character card of Shimura Danzo. Clearly, in the world of Naruto, the one with the most potent wind release prowess was none other than Shimura Danzo. Moreover, Qin Chuan noted that the exchange requirement for this character card was a mere 100,000 points of prestige. For someone like Qin Chuan, who was relatively affluent, this was hardly a concern. Thus, he decisively exchanged for the Shimura Danzo character card. Ding! The exchange for Shimura Danzo character card was successful, and the system automatically deducted 100,000 points of prestige from the host. At this moment, Qin Chuan had exhausted his uses of possession, compelling him to once again opt for an increase in possession attempts. Ding! The exchange for possession uses X10 was successful, and the system automatically deducted 50,000 points of prestige from the host. After this transaction, Qin Chuan's prestige had dwindled to 5 figures, but he was no longer concerned with such matters. Ding! The host successfully utilized the Shimura Danzo character card, reducing possession attempts by 1. As he invoked the Shimura Danzo character for the first time, an extraordinary energy surged into his being. In the next instant, he positioned himself at the bow of the ship, spread his arms wide, and shouted, "Wind release! Tornado!" As the words left his lips, a tremendous gust of wind suddenly enveloped the Red Force ship. This gale swiftly began to whirl in place, rapidly coalescing into a powerful hurricane. Witnessing this tempest, everyone on the decks of the various ships was momentarily rendered speechless, their expressions a mix of astonishment and dread. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, with eyes wide in disbelief fixed upon Qin Chuan. Even the crew members who had accompanied him thus far stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the spectacle. Damn, how can this guy conjure a storm? Mused Sir Crocodile, his thoughts racing at the sight before him. Moreover, the hurricane unleashed by Qin Chuan is on an entirely different scale compared to the desert storm he had previously conjured, exhibiting a power that is vastly superior. It is evident that the hurricane created by Qin Chuan possesses a broader scope, and its might is correspondingly formidable. The ability to summon water, fire, and wind, could this truly be the legendary force of nature? Even Captain Roger, in his prime, did not wield such extraordinary powers, did he? Is he truly a denizen of this world? At this moment, Douglas Barrett, who has always prided himself on his extensive knowledge and experience, found himself utterly bewildered. He had never witnessed anyone capable of effortlessly commanding the forces of nature. It was simply unfathomable to him. On another warship, Ischias gazed at the gradually expanding colossal storm, unable to suppress a gulp. Fortunately, during the events in Elusia, he had refrained from decisively acting against Qin Chuan and others. Otherwise, he would likely have met his demise in the line of duty by now. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. If his naval forces excelled in this battle, he could not only redeem himself but might also earn a promotion. Meanwhile, on a small vessel adorned with a black flag, George, representing the World News Agency, was astonished yet swiftly activated his camera to document this miraculous moment. Yet miracles continue to unfold. Chapter 81, The Terrifying Three-Masted Ship. In the next moment, Qin Chuan spread his arms and thrust them forward. Whoosh! In an instant, the hurricane surged forth, roaring through the layers of dense fog ahead. Its momentum swept across all directions, rapidly expanding. Subsequently, the once tranquil sea surface was abruptly transformed by this tempest, giving rise to monstrous waves. Torrential waters were violently lifted and crashed down upon the decks of all vessels. Simultaneously, wherever the hurricane passed, even the densest mists were swiftly dispersed. In a mere moment, the previously impenetrable darkness of the sea transformed into an astonishing brightness. At that instant, startled gasps erupted from some of the ships. Look, what is that? Everyone turned their gazes forward. As the fog dissipated, a colossal ship loomed ahead, its foregate resembling a gigantic maw, as if it could devour anything that dared to approach. At this moment, the vessel was enveloped by a formidable wall, appearing from the outside like a grand castle. This was none other than the so-called largest ship in the world, the formidable three-masted sailing ship. On board this magnificent vessel stood a tall and striking figure who immediately turned his gaze towards Qin Chuan and the others. Was the ship not exceedingly vast? It was nearly the size of an island, and why was it so towering? Could it be inhabited by giants? Upon catching sight of Moonlight Moria in the distance, Douglas Barrett, meeting him for the first time, could not help but express his astonishment. Typically, the average height of ordinary humans is just over 1 meter. Yet Moonlight Moria stood at an astonishing 7 meters, making him appear as a giant in the eyes of common folk. Furthermore, upon the expansive deck of this formidable three-masted ship, countless silhouettes were already present. These figures were clearly the zombie legion he commanded. Upon witnessing Moonlight Moria and his undead army, the once-spirited united forces were instantly subdued into silence. Even the naval commander Ischias felt his legs weaken at the sight, nearly collapsing to the ground. He was well aware of Moria's rampant actions in the West Sea. Yet he understood that confronting such power directly would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, at this moment, he could only await the orders of Qin Chuan, offering his support from the sidelines, while hoping the media would portray him as valiant. If he performed admirably, he might even ascend from the rank of commander to that of a rear admiral, much like Smoker. With this thought, Ischias regained a measure of his courage. At that moment, aboard the terrifying three-masted ship, several of Moonlight Moria's trusted aides were thoroughly stunned by Qin Chuan's maneuver. A woman with pink twin tails, adorned with a crown and holding a wine-red umbrella, widened her eyes and inquired of Moonlight Moria, "Master Moria, what shall we do now?" "Humph. I did not expect our natural barrier to be breached so swiftly. It appears this fellow possesses some genuine skill. However, do not be overly concerned, Perona. As long as you can adeptly command the army of zombies, our defeat is out of the question." Moonlight Moria replied with a grim expression, though internally he was engulfed by tumultuous waves of anxiety. Clearly, he held little confidence in this battle. The figure referred to as Perona is one of the three strange subordinates of Moonlight Moria, possessing the powers of the ghost fruit, a type of paramecia devil fruit, and serving as the commander of the zombie legion. "Allocate a portion of zombies to me. I intend to personally confront the Qin Chuan pirates." At that moment, one of the three, Hogback, cast a glance at the rapidly approaching red force and immediately issued commands to Perona. Although their statuses were ostensibly equal, Hogback was a prodigious surgeon, having miraculously revived numerous patients through his surgical prowess, and he was the architect behind the zombie legion. Thus, Moonlight Moria held him in considerable esteem and entrusted him with the authority to command the zombies. When Hogback spoke up, Perona, albeit reluctantly, promptly allocated a batch of zombies for his use. Meanwhile, the allied forces, under the banner of the Qin Chuan pirates, raced towards the ominous three-masted ship. As the distance between the two parties diminished, all beheld the expressionless zombies aboard the terrifying vessel. What on earth are those? They appear so unsettling. Bartolomeo, hearing of such creatures for the first time, swallowed hard and could not restrain himself from speaking. These zombies, also known as the nobody type, are created by Hogback, who scavenges graveyards around the world, stealing corpses to modify and preserve them. By infusing them with shadows, they transform into true zombies. These creatures possess the personality and combat abilities of their shadow masters. Moreover, if a pact is established to sever the original owner's essence, the memories of the original owner will be irrevocably lost. The longer the shadow merges with the corpse, the zombie will transition from initial defiance to complete subservience. Additionally, the greater the combat prowess of the shadow master, the more formidable the resulting zombie will become. At this moment, Qin Chuan urgently shouted to Bartolomeo and the individuals aboard the surrounding vessels, striving to elucidate to all what this so-called zombie truly is. "What shall we do?" In response to Qin Chuan's declaration, Ischias, who was closest to him, hastily called out from the warship, "There is nothing we can do. They are merely shells, with the essence residing within the shadows of these shells. The shadows are conjured by Moonlight Moria. Hence defeating or eliminating him will cause the entire legion of zombies to collapse instantaneously." Qin Chuan shouted once more. In truth, Qin Chuan was aware that these creatures were particularly vulnerable to salt. Zombies, animated by the power of the devil fruit, would be purified if salt infused with the energy of the sea were inserted into their mouths. Furthermore, should the master of the shadows perish, the shadows would vanish as well. However, both methods are ill-suited for large-scale combat, especially the latter. The notion of slaying the individual deprived of their shadow to induce its disappearance would undoubtedly lead to widespread condemnation. Therefore, the paramount objective remains to confront Moonlight Moria head-on. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone understood that the fate of this battle rested heavily upon the shoulders of the few members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Chapter 82, Battle. Moonlight Moria, nevertheless, everyone had drawn their weapons, preparing for the impending melee. As the Red Force ship approached the deck of the terrifying three-masted schooner, Moonlight Moria finally parted his lips. "You truly dare to come and meet your demise. bringing such a plethora of specimens for me to forge into new zombies. I must express my gratitude. Even in the face of overwhelming adversity, Moonlight Moria spoke with unwavering confidence. Enough with the pretense. You are all too aware of your own worth. I presume you have also received the notice of expulsion from the world government? Does the sensation of being forsaken not weigh heavily upon you? At that moment, Qin Chuan exhibited no trace of anger, instead addressing him with a tone of amused detachment. Originally intending to provoke his opponent, Moonlight Moria found himself unexpectedly incensed by a remark from Qin Chuan. Indeed, earlier that morning, the world government had personally contacted him via a Din Din Mushi, formally announcing his permanent expulsion from the ranks of the warlords of the sea. Subsequently, they issued a bounty against him, which had escalated to a staggering 320 million berries. This figure was indeed monumental, especially considering that the combined bounties of the former warlords, Boa Hancock and Crocodile, did not even amount to half of his. The treachery displayed by the world government left him feeling not only abandoned, but also belittled. While he could tolerate abandonment, he could not endure being underestimated. Years ago, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Since that day, he had relentlessly strived to enhance his strength, driven by a desire to reclaim his lost dignity. Now, that opportunity had presented itself. If he could vanquish the renowned Qin Chuan pirate crew and the formidable allied forces he led, the world government would undoubtedly be compelled to acknowledge him once more. The world shall come to a profound realization that Moonlight Moria is not a figure to be trifled with. Thus, this battle is one he must engage in, and he must emerge victorious. With this thought, a sudden smile graced the corners of Moonlight Moria's lips, and he bellowed to all the conscious beings around him. These fellows are entrusted to you. In the next moment, Perona and Hogback sprang into action simultaneously. The vast army of zombies they commanded began to surge forth like a tidal wave, charging towards the allied forces that had already disembarked and reached the shore. At this moment, Issues seized the opportunity before Qin Chuan could speak and called out to those around him. All of you, advance and eliminate Moonlight Moria. Following his command, countless soldiers from the United Army raised their weapons and charged towards the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Navy promptly lifted their firearms. Fire! Under Issues' directive. A torrent of bullets erupted from their muskets. In an instant, a multitude of advancing zombies was pierced by the onslaught of gunfire. However, an eerie scene unfolded. Rather than collapsing, these zombies, upon being shot, became even more ferocious in their assault. Witnessing this, all but a select few, including Qin Chuan, who understood the nature of these creatures, felt a chilling dread creep down their spines. You few, deal with those three monstrosities, the rest I shall handle. Shimura Danzo, a formidable character in his own right, required no further prompting for others to channel their abilities. He immediately surged forward, leading the charge. Simultaneously, SHK, Liu KDR, and others swiftly enveloped themselves in the crimson aura of Haki. In an instant, both parties plunged into a brutal melee upon the expansive deck of the formidable three-masted ship. Moonlight Moria, your adversary is I. Behold, wind release, vacuum sphere. Qin Chuan bellowed as he surged forward, and with a fierce exhalation, he unleashed the energy he had amassed, propelling it forth like bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several projectiles hurtled toward Moonlight Moria. Yet, at that very moment, an enigmatic smile graced Moonlight Moria's face. In the next heartbeat, as the bullets were about to strike his colossal form, his body suddenly became ethereal. Consequently, the bullets seemed to pierce through the very air, continuing their trajectory into the distance before ultimately vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Moria appeared on the opposite side of the shadow that was cast by his own body. Humph, a shadow warrior. To switch the positions of your shadow with your corporeal form is indeed an impressive defensive tactic. Observing this scene, Qin Chuan was not the least bit astonished. Instead, he began to mock once more. The fact that Qin Chuan had named his technique and its effect startled Moonlight Moria once again. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure. Now it is my turn to act. Bat Swarm. In the next moment, it was Moonlight Moria's time to strike. He swiftly caused the shadow that stood before Qin Chuan to split, ultimately forming a multitude of bat-shaped shadows. These bat-like shadows then surged forward with a frenzied eagerness, as if they aimed to devour everything in their path. Very well, since you can manipulate shadows, why not take a guess at which one is my true form? Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding thud, a thick fog enveloped Qin Chuan, and when the mist dissipated, three identical figures of Qin Chuan suddenly emerged in place. This unexpected phenomenon startled the onlookers who had been intently observing the battle. After puncturing a zombie's skull with a single punch, Douglas Barrett widened his eyes in astonishment at the sight of the three Chinchwants. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock and Crocodile displayed expressions of sheer incredulity. Goodness, Lord Ishus. How is it possible for that individual to possess three identical bodies? At that moment, not far away, members of the Navy, engaged in a desperate battle, also began to grasp the unfolding situation. Let us not dwell on the details for now. We can only pray that he swiftly eliminates Moonlight Moria, or else these seemingly invincible zombies will exhaust us to our demise. At this juncture, Ishus stood resolutely, wielding his great sword against a relentless assault from 5 zombies. As he spoke, a zombie suddenly lunged out from the side and aimed to strike directly at his face. Ishus was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm, and he hastily attempted to evade. However, the opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him unable to sidestep in time. Chapter 83. The Terrifying Dominance in an Instant. A gash appeared across Ishus's chest, blood gushing forth from the wound. "Madre, come to my aid," Ishus shouted, clutching his injury as he called out to the surrounding naval soldiers. Yet, at that moment, everyone was ensnared by the relentless assault of the zombies, leaving them incapable of providing assistance to Ishus. At that moment, a translucent barrier surged towards him with great force. With a thunderous roar, dozens of zombies along the path were sent flying, some even plunging directly into the depths of the ocean. Upon plunging into the depths of the sea, these zombies lost all semblance of mobility and sank without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Ishus's face lit up with joy as he bellowed to those around him. "Push them into the sea." Upon hearing Ishus's fervent call, the beleaguered United Army suddenly caught a glimmer of hope, and they began to drive the zombies toward the ominous three-masted ship's periphery. Observing the zombies cascading into the water, one of the trio of oddities and the second most formidable member of the terrifying three-masted ship's pirate crew, Absalom, could no longer remain idle. He immediately raised his hands. Hand of the dead. In the next instant, a barrage of powerful projectiles erupted from his fully transparent rocket launcher. Boom. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, sending numerous individuals flying in all directions amidst the chaos. The zombie legion, impervious to cannon fire, left Absalom unconcerned about harming his own comrades. This is precisely one of the abilities bestowed by his supernatural, transparent devil fruit. This particular fruit enables the bearer to render their own body transparent, while also bestowing the same effect upon anything or anyone they touch. However, transparency does not equate to non-existence. It merely causes the essence of individuals and objects to neither reflect nor absorb light, thus presenting an invisible state to the eyes of all surrounding observers. Just as he prepared to strike once more, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura rapidly approaching. Absalom immediately turned his head, only to behold a shadow hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Upon witnessing this scene, Absalom's eyes turned icy as he raised his fist and struck fiercely at the approaching figure. The hand of the monster. This move was one of his devil fruit abilities, capable of unleashing a ferocious attack with a weight of 300 kilograms in an instant. In the midst of cautious hand-to-hand combat, this technique proved immensely powerful, marking it as one of his trump cards. However, in the next moment, as the shadow drew near, it too extended its fist. Yet, this fist was infused with a torrent of red and black energy. The momentum surged forth, seemingly enveloping everything in its path. Upon witnessing the true visage of the figure before him, Absalom could not suppress a gasp. Douglas Barrett. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided instantaneously. Following that, a sickening crack reverberated from Absalom's fist. With the formidable weight of 300 kilograms behind his punch, Absalom found it woefully inadequate against the devilish form of Douglas Barrett. Ignoring the searing pain radiating from his right hand, Absalom swiftly rendered his body translucent. This maneuver rendered Douglas Barrett unable to immediately lock onto him. Indeed, as Absalom fully entered his transparent state, Douglas Barrett lost sight of his target in an instant. He halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized his surroundings with unwavering attention. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual movement behind him. He swiftly pivoted and unleashed another punch. Boom. Another thud resonated, this time striking Absalom's fist. However, this blow incapacitated Absalom's left hand. Consequently, both of his hands were rendered useless by Douglas Barrett's assault. "Damn it, how could you possibly know of my presence?" Absalom exclaimed, retreating several steps in frustration. "Humph, are you unaware of the ability known as observation hockey?" Douglas Barrett responded calmly, brushing off the dust from his attire. Curse it. He possesses observation haki as well. Observation haki is a formidable ability that allows one to perceive their surroundings broadly, thus enabling the user to anticipate their opponent's actions with remarkable foresight. What he remained unaware of was that Douglas Barrett's Kinbunshika haki had grown terrifyingly powerful. With this realization, Absalom swallowed hard, his face betraying a hint of panic. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable. The zombie army had already suffered significant casualties, and Perona and the others were entangled with various members of the Qinchuan pirate crew. Most critically, the disparity in strength between the two sides was overwhelmingly vast. Although Absalom's own abilities were formidable, he found himself utterly incapacitated after merely 2 exchanges with Douglas Barrett, the fabled descendant of demons. Continuing to fight seemed futile at this juncture. Thus, he disregarded Douglas Barrett and rendered his body completely transparent once more. Upon witnessing Absalom's renewed invisibility, Douglas Barrett had no intention of letting him escape easily. He unleashed his Kinbunshika haki in its entirety, seeking to sense Absalom's position through its immense power. Indeed, as Absalom attempted to flee after vanishing entirely, Douglas Barrett accurately tracked his escape route. In the next instant, Douglas Barrett surged forward like a wraith. A resounding crash echoed as Absalom crashed heavily to the ground once more. This time, his invisibility dissipated entirely, for he was now drenched in blood, crimson staining his entire form almost instantaneously. Under such dire circumstances, his transparent state had utterly failed. Coughing violently, Absalom struggled to rise, but rather than facing Douglas Barrett, he turned to his master, Gecko Moria. "Master, flee," he urged. Yet, the moment he uttered those words, his expression froze in horror. Chapter 84. Execution. Gecko Moria afterward. He forced a pained smile toward Gecko Moria before collapsing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, Gecko Moria, who was engaged in fierce combat with Qinchuan, turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. His countenance shifted drastically upon seeing his subordinate with a gaping wound in his abdomen. "Absalom!" Gecko Moria shouted, preparing to rush to his aid. However, at that moment, Qinchuan let out a cold laugh. "Want to escape? Then descend into hell together." Would release. Violent gun tree. Qinchuan extended his right hand, causing a colossal tree trunk to sprout rapidly from his arm. The trunk surged toward Gecko Moria, and its branches ensnared him completely. Gecko Moria, already anxious, was unable to evade the approaching tree in time. As the branches constricted around him, he felt a jolt of alarm. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, even in his immobile state, he managed to utter a grunt. "Shadow Mage." Instantly, a massive shadow clone separated from him, rushing toward Qinchuan. With one arm firmly binding Gecko Moria, Qinchuan stood steadfast, unable to move swiftly. Upon seeing the shadow hurtling towards him, he smiled slightly and exerted force with his right arm. The branches wrapping around Gecko Moria instantly tightened. At that moment, the shadow, which was nearly upon Qinchuan, came to an abrupt halt, for its master was enduring the most harrowing torment. The intertwined branches quickly enveloped Gecko Moria entirely. "Master!" cried Hogback and the others, who were desperately holding on. In that moment, the towering figure of Gecko Moria vanished completely from sight. As the trunk extended by Qinchuan began to ooze a copious amount of blood, even the shadows cast by Moonlight Moria dissipated in an instant. At that moment, the previously fierce battleground fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned toward Qinchuan, for it was evident that the fate of the battle hinged crucially on whether Moonlight Moria had perished. The master remained alive. The presence of these zombies indicated that he was unharmed. Just then, Hogback lost his composure. The death of Absalom had already dealt a severe blow to their morale. And if their spiritual pillar, Moonlight Moria, were to fall, there would be no reason to continue this conflict. However, no sooner had he spoken than the trunk of the great tree contracted rapidly once more. In the next moment, a torrent of blood erupted forth. Subsequently, the very zombie army they depended upon began to collapse en masse. Such a phenomenon among the zombie legion could only signify 2 possibilities, either the one controlling them, Moonlight Moria, had voluntarily relinquished his hold, or he had been rendered incapable of maintaining control. Should it be the latter, it would mean that Moonlight Moria was either dead or grievously wounded. "Everyone, cease your actions. Anyone who dares to resist shall face merciless retribution." At that moment, Qinchuan roared imperiously at those around him. Hogback's inner world crumbled entirely, and he fell to his knees, tears of despair streaming down his face. As Perona found herself pinned helplessly to the ground by Boa Hancock, She closed her eyes in despair upon witnessing the state of Moonlight Moria. Subsequently, Qin Xuan completely withdrew the massive tree. Once the entangling branches were entirely released, a Moonlight Moria with his features grotesquely distorted from compression emerged before the onlookers. His face, already unsettling, now startled everyone with its terrifying visage. However, at this moment, Moonlight Moria was utterly devoid of life. In an instant, he collapsed dramatically before the eyes of the crowd. A chime echoed, "Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the enemy. You have received a reward of 30,000 prestige points." This time, Qin Xuan unexpectedly gained 30,000 prestige points, indicating that Moonlight Moria possessed a certain degree of strength. Alas, he was simply too unfortunate to encounter a being as formidable as Qin Xuan. As matters stand, this battle has unequivocally reached its conclusion. With the cessation of the zombie horde and the absence of a supreme leader, the remaining living pirates aboard the terrifying three-masted ships dared not resist any longer. They began to surrender their weapons to the united forces. The two remaining officers of the fearsome three-masted pirate crew, Hogabak and Perona, were firmly bound by the navy with chains made of sea stone. Sea stone, akin to the crystallization of the ocean, possesses a composition similar to that of the sea, rendering it a solid form of the ocean itself. Consequently, those endowed with the powers of devil fruits harbor a profound fear of sea stone, in addition to the ocean's depths. When the Navy initially forged sea stone, it was explicitly intended as a countermeasure against those with devil fruit abilities. Thus, for someone like Perona, who primarily relies on her devil fruit powers, being shackled by sea stone rendered her combat prowess nearly non-existent. However, while sea stone is primarily utilized to restrain those with devil fruit abilities, its extraordinary hardness makes it effective against formidable foes who do not possess such powers. For instance, an individual like Douglas Barrett, who, despite having a devil fruit ability, can unleash remarkable combat strength even without it. What shall be done with the ship? Once the battlefield was secured, Issues eagerly approached Qin Xuan with his inquiries. Although this victory was resounding, he was acutely aware that it was solely due to the efforts of the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Therefore, regarding the disposition of the spoils, he felt it prudent to heed Qin Xuan's counsel. Prior to this, he had come to terms with the notion that if Qin Xuan insisted on claiming the ship, he would acquiesce, as capturing 2 officers and the corpse of Moonlight Moria was sufficient for him to report back successfully. You may take these spoils back for your report, but it is inevitable that this ship harbors immense wealth. Thus, it would be fitting for you to allocate a portion of it to the other participants in this battle. Furthermore, for those who perished, an additional sum should be given to their families as a form of burial compensation. Chapter 85, The Return of the King. Very well. That is agreeable. Upon hearing this, Issues was immediately filled with elation. Now, he realized that the spoils he had acquired were considerable, and even with a portion allocated to others, he would still be able to report back satisfactorily. However, I must assert my caveat. These spoils shall be distributed under our joint authority, and should I discover any attempt on your part to embezzle funds for personal gain, I will unearth you, even if you hide in Marineford. You should be well aware of my strength and determination. Indeed, we embody justice and shall not engage in the nefarious acts typical of pirates. Issues promptly replied, "What did you say?" Upon hearing Issues' words, Boa Hancock suddenly turned her head and shot him an annoyed glare, exclaiming, "No, nothing. Humph. Without us so-called pirates, you Navy scallywags would be cowering in the city, barely surviving." At that moment, even Douglas Barrett scoffed dismissively, "Indeed, you have a point." Issues, recognizing his earlier blunder, refrained from retorting as he faced their ire. Thus, a highly anticipated battle finally reached its conclusion. Within a mere day, the news of the Qin Xuan pirate crew's joint forces successfully slaying Gecko Moria swiftly spread across the globe. This time, the dominance displayed by Qin Xuan once again astonished the world. In particular, the footage captured by World Economic News reporter George, showcasing Qin Xuan's lethal strike against Gecko Moria, incited a wave of panic worldwide. A bounty of 300 million berries, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the commander of a vast pirate crew, had fallen victim to slaughter without even a semblance of resistance. The narrative does not conclude there. Following the demise of Moonlight Moria, the Navy, under the guise of a united military force, allocated a substantial portion of the spoils to the various factions involved in the conflict. This action sparked widespread debate across the globe. In a remarkable turn of events, the World Economic News Daily featured a philosophical discourse on whether Qin Xuan should be regarded as an angel or a demon. Some argue that Qin Xuan, in his journey not only eradicated pirates but also upheld local law and order, asserting that such an individual ought not to be labeled a pirate. Conversely, others contend that once a person has traversed the path of darkness, they remain tainted for life, having escaped from prison. He will forever be deemed a fugitive unless specifically absolved by the world government. The discourse did not merely revolve around Qin Chuan himself. His entire crew began to attract public scrutiny as well. Consequently, the renown of the Qin Chuan pirate crew had eclipsed that of contemporary dominators of the seas, both in the Grand Line and the New World. At this juncture, on Fishman Island, a formidable pirate crew happened to dock at the harbor. On land, a multitude of fishermen had gathered, with jinbei, adorned in a patterned yukata and traditional wooden sandals, at the forefront. As the crew of the pirate ship successfully disembarked onto the island, jinbei promptly approached them. "Captain Bista, you have worked hard on this journey. This vessel belonged to the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with the esteemed division commander, Flower Sword Bista, at the helm. Indeed, Father sent me to assist you. If those blind fools dare to set foot on Fishman Island, I shall ensure they meet their eternal demise beneath the waves," Bista stated coldly, stroking his beard. "However, Captain Bista, you may be unaware that we have just received word that the Qin Chuan pirates have successfully slain Gecko Moria, resulting in the complete annihilation of the terrifying Three Sails pirates." Jinbei continued, "Thus, this group of individuals is far from ordinary. Given our strength, do you believe we might struggle to contend with them?" Though Jinbei recognized that he should not express such doubts before Bista, as it might imply a lack of faith in Bista's capabilities, the stark reality before him led him to question whether his own strength surpassed that of Gecko Moria. And he was certain that the prowess of an average division commander would not be significantly formidable. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, a look of discontent unmistakably emerged on Vista's face. Nevertheless, a pang of unease gripped his heart. Given that Fishman Island dwells 10,000 meters beneath the sea, his vessel had traversed the waters for a full 3 days. During this time, no external news had reached him. Now, having just set foot on Fishman Island, he was confronted with this explosive revelation, which inevitably stirred concerns about his ability to withstand the Qin Chuan pirate crew. Setting aside such worries, he resolved to have his father circulate information. If Qin Chuan became aware of his arrival and dared to harbor intentions against him, it would be a clear declaration of war against the entire Whitebeard pirate crew and his father. At that juncture, no amount of strength would avail him. Though Vista felt a twinge of apprehension, as a division commander, he knew he could not show weakness at this moment. Thus, he steeled himself to offer words of reassurance to Jinbei. When Jinbei learned that his father would personally make an announcement, he felt a sense of solace. After all, the name Edward Newgate alone held the power to intimidate most of the world. In the office of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku was engaged in a significant phone call. Was it truly prudent to summon the fleet admiral to Mariehua at such a critical juncture? There was nothing reckless about it. The 5 elders had already made their decision. His capabilities had been thoroughly validated, and following this recent campaign, he had not only emerged victorious, but had also garnered the support of the people. Indeed, citizens across the West Blue had begun to chant the praises of the Qin Chuan pirate crew, so it seemed fitting to seize this opportunity to invite him in. At that moment, the voice on the other end of the line spoke gravely. As the supreme commander of the Navy, Army, and Air Force, he possessed the authority to request anything of Sengoku. Very well, I shall do my best to discuss it with him. With the higher-ups having made their resolution, Sengoku chose not to prolong the conversation. After hanging up, he immediately prepared to contact Isius. At this moment, the United Army had just returned to the port of Elusia. The entire populace of Elusia was brimming with anticipation, eager to welcome the heroes back from their triumphant journey. A multitude of citizens lined the streets, creating a corridor to greet the arrival of Qin Chuan and his comrades. Leading the way was Issues, accompanied by the naval forces and the bound prisoners, including Perona. Chapter 86, An Invitation from the World Government. In an instant, a wave of enraged citizens hurled their meals towards the members of the notorious Three Sails pirate crew. Ischius, with a radiant smile, fervently waved to the crowd gathered around him. This was an experience he had never encountered before. Yet, despite his enthusiastic gestures, the onlookers remained largely indifferent to his presence. However, when Qin Chuan and his companions officially approached, a thunderous cheer erupted from both sides of the road. The crowd spontaneously chanted the names of Qin Chuan, Douglas Barrett, Crocodile, and the other members of their group. In that moment, it was not only Qin Chuan who felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Even the notoriously cold-hearted Douglas Barrett and Crocodile were visibly moved. Previously, they had been universally vilified, recognized as villains across the globe. But now, everything had changed. They had transformed into heroes in the eyes of the world. Even during the time when Roger had claimed the treasure and stood atop the world, the Roger pirates had not attained such heights. Among the group, only Boa Hancock maintained a serene demeanor. After all, she had been a sovereign of her own nation, and her reputation and prestige in the kingdom of Lily had been such that the entire populace would bow in reverence before her. Hence, she looked down upon these mere townsfolk with disdain. After receiving the adoration of the townspeople, Qin Chuan and his companions arrived at the Navy's 25th branch base. Here, Qin Chuan received a call from Admiral Sengoku. "Hello, Admiral Sengoku. We finally have the chance to speak." Qin Chuan greeted with a playful tone as soon as the call connected. "Qin Chuan, you have truly impressed everyone. It's astonishing what you have accomplished in such a short span of a month. I have good news for you. The world government has made a decision today. We would like to formally invite you to Mary Geos to discuss a series of collaborative matters. What do you think?" Sengoku stated straightforwardly. "Oh, so the world government has agreed to my previous proposal?" Qin Chuan responded, maintaining a composed demeanor. For it was evident to even the most oblivious that his strength was now formidable enough to challenge any of the 7 warlords of the sea. "I cannot guarantee that. But the world government's invitation signifies our sincerity. If negotiations don't go well, you will let me go, right? After all, I am somewhat concerned that you might turn against me." "Humph, are you really worried about that?" Sengoku retorted. "Haha, who can say? If the Navy were to mobilize en masse, with so many admirals and vice-admirals rushing in, I doubt I could take down many of them. Therefore, do not fret too much. At least the Navy has not received any orders to deal with you. Moreover, if you agree to go to Mary Geos, I will personally dispatch an admiral to escort you," Sengoku added, emphasizing his point. Rather than designating a general to lead them, it would be more accurate to say that the intention is to monitor them. "Very well, but I implore you not to send Sakazuki, for I cannot guarantee that I won't end up taking his life," Qin Chuan warned meaningfully. His words were deliberately aimed at informing Sengoku that if he were to send a general this time, he should certainly refrain from considering Sakazuki. Otherwise, if a disagreement were to arise, it could lead to a catastrophic escalation. "Understood. In 3 days, I will have Admiral Borisolino await you in the city of Orhaz on the Red Earth continent. There, he will personally escort you to the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent, the holy land of Mariewa." Sengoku spoke in a grave tone. He was well aware of Qin Chuan's intentions, and without Qin Chuan's reminder, he would never have considered sending Sakazuki. After thorough contemplation, he decided to dispatch a more compliant general, one who did not harbor an intense grudge against pirates. Upon hearing that Borisolino himself would be coming to escort them, Qin Chuan couldn't help but let out a laugh. Among the 3 admirals, Borisolino's identity was the most questionable prior to his arrival in this world. The anime narrative had not disclosed whether he was indeed an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. Thus, Qin Chuan was genuinely eager to meet him in person. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan gathered everyone once more. Their faces were alight with smiles, clearly still basking in the cheers of the townspeople. "So, what did Sengoku say?" Crocodile inquired. "He mentioned that the world government wishes to discuss matters with us and instructed us to wait for Admiral Borisolino in Orhaz City on the Red Earth continent in 3 days. At that time, he will personally take us to the holy land of Mariewa." Qin Chuan replied. "What? Are we truly going to negotiate there? Isn't that a bit too perilous? I believe it would be wiser for us to find a nearby island and have the world government send representatives to meet us instead." Boa Hancock immediately opposed. She was all too familiar with the machinations of the world government. In light of Qin Chuan's situation, they were playing a duplicitous role. On one hand, they acknowledged Boa Hancock's status, yet on the other, they incited Qin Chuan to defeat her. Thus, heading to Mariewa as pirates would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. Indeed, even we, the officially recognized Shichibukai, would not dare to approach Mariewa in our pirate identities. It was only after the world government publicly appointed us that we were able to enter Mariewa under a legitimate guise. Now, not to mention myself and Boa Hancock. You two are still fugitives. If we were to recklessly proceed, should a conflict arise, we would have no justification. At that moment, even if something were to happen to us, no one would come to our aid or sympathize with our plight. Crocodile added a cautionary note. After all, the world government is hardly known for its integrity. Huh? Is it a lack of faith in me, or in yourselves? It's merely Mariewa. After all, no one in this world shows mercy to the weak. Moreover, Let us not forget that the holy land of Mariewa is home to the celestial dragons, who are truly unafraid of our resistance should we capture a few of their kin. Qin Chuan remarked dismissively. Chapter 87. A familiar encounter. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago and are the absolute rulers of this world. Even the world government and the marine headquarters hold them in the highest regard. Thus, if a conflict were indeed to erupt in Mariewa, the celestial dragons residing there would inevitably be endangered. That makes sense. Let us meet with those representatives of the world government and discern their true capabilities. Douglas Barrett interjected. After Qin Chuan's assertion, the atmosphere lightened for those present. 3 days later, Qin Chuan and his companions finally set foot on the fabled Red Earth continent. At the port of Orhaz City, a contingent of naval soldiers had been awaiting their arrival. Upon disembarking, a man clad in a navy coat over a black suit approached them. Mr. Qin Chuan, I am Rear Admiral Jibian, stationed here. Greetings. Where is Admiral Borisellino? Qin Chuan glanced around, not spotting the admiral in his signature yellow suit, and inquired curiously. Admiral Borisellino's fleet will arrive tomorrow due to a storm at sea near Marineford. Today, I shall host you. Jibian explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded. After all, in this era, storms pose a significant threat to everyone. Even the most formidable pirate crews cannot withstand the devastation wrought by nature. Once inside the city, Jibian promptly arranged accommodations for Qin Chuan and his companions at a luxury hotel. Although this may not be Mariewa itself, it is still the final stop before reaching it. And thus, celestial dragons occasionally visit here. If you happen to encounter them, I implore you to avoid any conflict to evade unnecessary troubles. At that moment, Jibian suddenly cautioned them. Clearly, in this place, the Navy and ordinary citizens would not provoke these individuals, but the same could not be said for the celestial dragons. Before the arrival of Borisellino, all matters concerning Qin Chuan and his companions were solely their responsibility. Thus, should any disturbance arise, it would indeed be impossible for him to account to the higher-ups. Very well, I understand. Qin Chuan nodded. As long as the celestial dragons refrain from provoking trouble, he genuinely does not wish to engage in a full-scale war with the world government at this juncture. However, after Gibeon concluded his remarks and turned to leave, Boa Hancock found herself trembling involuntarily beside him. Qin Chuan could not discern whether her shivering stemmed from anger or fear, so he approached her and gently patted her shoulder. Regardless of the circumstances, this is not the opportune moment to wage an all-out war against them. Our numbers are insufficient, thus you must endure a while longer. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Boa Hancock's previously trembling form gradually relaxed. How about we take a stroll? This place connects the 4 seas and serves as a commercial hub, reputed to possess treasures from various lands. Therefore, we might as well venture out for a leisurely walk, as we have nothing pressing to attend to. Just then, Bartolomeo, unable to contain his impatience, proposed. He was not one to remain idle, and being his first visit here, he certainly could not be expected to stay confined within the hotel. As he spoke, the others showed no signs of dissent, although Gibbon had indirectly warned them earlier. Apart from Bartolomeo, the rest were not to be trifled with, and thus they naturally dismissed the words of their counterpart. Well then, let us proceed with our activities freely, Qin Chuan declared after much contemplation. Subsequently, the group departed from the hotel and ventured onto the bustling streets. Upon reaching the main thoroughfare of Olahozi City, they were struck by its vibrant splendor. The streets were alive with a cacophony of vehicles, and elegantly attired women strolled arm in arm, while an array of exquisite shops lined both sides of the road. Such a scene was unparalleled in either Rog town of the East Sea or Iruja town of the West Sea. Once on the main street, Qin Chuan expressed his desire to explore, and the ever-feminine Boa Hancock, upon spotting some accessory shops, immediately developed an interest, thus deciding to part ways with the group. Observing Boa Hancock's eagerness to shop, Bartolomeo readily volunteered to accompany her. Douglas Barrett and Shaw Clockter were not particularly inclined to indulge in shopping, so they decided to accompany Qin Chuan for a leisurely stroll. However, Qin Chuan harbored concerns that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, these two might not make the most prudent decisions. After a brief moment of hesitation, he proposed that Shaw Clockter follow the two of them as a precaution. Initially, Old Shaw was utterly unwilling to be assigned to accompany the two on their shopping expedition, yet he understood that they were currently in the Red Earth continent, where the duo had already caused quite a stir aboard the ship. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to Qin Chuan's request, recognizing that without oversight, they could very well land themselves in further trouble. With that settled, the two parties parted ways on the street, and Qin Chuan led Douglas Barrett in another direction. As they walked, Qin Chuan inadvertently caught sight of a man standing at the entrance of a tavern. In an instant, his pupils dilated, and he froze in place. "What is the matter?" Douglas Barrett inquired, noticing Qin Chuan's unusual demeanor. "Let us go meet someone. Perhaps we can directly challenge the world government," Qin Chuan exclaimed with sudden exhilaration. He then strode purposefully toward the man. "Sir, would you care to share a drink with me?" Qin Chuan proposed as he approached the individual. Upon the approach of Douglas Barrett, he encountered a man with short black hair, adorned with a circle of facial hair around his mouth, his eyes closed, and a distinctive X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead. Dressed in a delicate lavender kimono and cinched with a black and purple belt, he wielded a cane. Instantly, suspicion arose within Barrett. It was evident that this man, in both attire and the aura he emanated, did not exude the presence of a formidable individual. "Do you recognize me?" the man inquired, maintaining his closed eyes while speaking in a remarkably calm tone. "Humph. If you were to acquiesce to my request, wouldn't he that imply we are acquainted?" Qin Chuan responded with a smile. "Haha, splendid. I, too, would relish a drink. Please, lead the way." Chapter 88, A Major Incident. After this exchange, the man erupted into laughter and gestured invitingly. Upon entering the tavern, the trio sought a secluded booth where they settled comfortably. From that moment on, they appeared to share an unspoken understanding, continuously raising their glasses and toasts, indulging in libations without uttering a single superfluous word. Douglas Barrett found this particularly perplexing, after all. If Qin Chuan had invited the man to drink, why was there not a single inquiry exchanged at the table? The other party appeared even more perplexed. When others offered him a drink, he seemed utterly oblivious to the necessity of expressing gratitude. After an inexplicable hour of drinking, the table was completely cluttered with empty glasses. "Well, I believe we've had enough. Shall we part ways?" At this juncture, the man could no longer restrain himself and made the suggestion. "Mr. Yishao, are you in such a hurry to leave?" Just then, Qin Chuan unexpectedly interjected with a sudden remark. As soon as the words left his lips, the other man's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately turned his gaze towards Qin Chuan, though his eyes remained closed. The staff that he had previously set aside was once again firmly gripped in his hand. Noticing the atmosphere had turned oddly tense, Douglas Barrett couldn't help but furrow his brow, preparing himself for any unforeseen developments. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan spoke again. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. You must be aware of our identities and the purpose of our visit, correct?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Douglas Barrett was left even more bewildered. In his view, the individual before him was merely a blind man leaning on a cane. If he couldn't see them, how could he possibly know their identities? Yet at that moment, the man referred to as Yishao finally spoke. "Mr. Qin Chuan, what do you mean? How could your intentions concern an ordinary citizen like myself?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's name spoken by the other, Douglas Barrett was taken aback. Had he not been present throughout the entire encounter, anyone would have assumed these two were longtime acquaintances based solely on their conversation. Yet he alone knew that they had only known each other for a mere hour, during which they had exchanged no words. "Do you not desire to change this murky world? Particularly to eliminate the so-called warlords of the Seven Seas system once and for all?" At that moment, Qin Chuan proposed once more. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, the words sent a chill down Douglas Barrett's spine. In the realm of the Red Earth, beneath the sacred Marijoya, the audacity to proclaim the overthrow of this murky world could indeed stir considerable unrest if overheard by others. Fortunately, the tavern was sparsely populated during the day, with patrons engrossed in their own beers, oblivious to the unfolding dialogue. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's declaration, Yishao finally opened his eyes, yet even then, only the whites were visible. It was evident he was truly blind. "What do you desire? Do you wish for me to join your ranks? Indeed, what are your thoughts?" You believe that the ruckus you have caused outside is sufficient to persuade me to join your cause? You must think far too little of me. Although you have stirred a great deal of commotion, to me it amounts to mere trifles and fails to sway my interest." At this juncture, Yishao laid his cards on the table, making it clear that despite the strength and noise surrounding Qin Chuan, he regarded it all as insignificant. Upon hearing these words, Douglas Barrett's face immediately betrayed a hint of anger. It was quite disconcerting for him that such an inconspicuous blind man could harbor disdain for them. However, "Barrett, do not be hasty. This individual possesses strength rivaling that of a naval admiral. Though his words may seem somewhat audacious, they are not entirely unfounded. At that moment, Qin Chuan calmly spoke up, taking it upon himself to defend Yixiao. When he heard Qin Chuan mention that the blind man before them possessed strength rivaling that of a great admiral, it took him by surprise. Indeed, throughout their journey, aside from the two quasi-admirals encountered in the city, they had not come across anyone of formidable power. Even during their confrontations with Sakazuki, they had not gained a distinct advantage. Thus, if this individual truly possessed the strength of a Navy admiral, he could certainly boast. However, Douglas Barrett was not one to be underestimated. He too believed his strength was on par with that of an admiral. Do not be too arrogant, in my eyes. Admirals are of little consequence, Douglas Barrett declared. Though you are powerful, you remain oblivious to the existence of beings even stronger than admirals in this world. When that time comes, you shall realize that your strength is still inadequate. At that moment, Yixiao spoke in a calm tone. Are you referring to those 5 individuals? Before Douglas Barrett could respond, Qin Chuan interjected. There are even greater powers above them, although I am uncertain of that individual's true strength. However, it is evident that those 5 elders are deeply obedient to him, indicating he possesses remarkable abilities. At least at this stage, your strength cannot contend with his. Yixiao cautioned. I know who you speak of. He indeed appears quite formidable. However, my arrow has already been loosed, and there is no turning back. This is why I personally came to extend an invitation to you. Until tomorrow, I shall remain here. Should you have any thoughts, feel free to find me at the Osman Hotel, Qin Chuan stated. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan seemed to know who he was referring to, Yixiao's expression shifted slightly. Yet, after a moment, he simply nodded. The 3 of them then exited the tavern. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they spotted Bartolomeo rushing towards them in a frenzy. Not good, Captain Qin Chuan. We are in trouble. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and the others, Bartolomeo shouted as if he had seen a savior. What happened? Noticing Bartolomeo's panic, Qin Chuan felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Something significant must have transpired to cause such urgency. Indeed, after catching his breath, Bartolomeo began to explain. Chapter 89, Assault on the Celestial Dragon. It all began when the 3 of us were idly browsing in a jewelry shop, and suddenly, a celestial dragon walked in. Initially, we thought it best to avoid confrontation, so Boa Hancock set down her jewelry, preparing to leave. But at that moment, the celestial dragon spotted Boa Hancock and began to ogle her with lecherous eyes. Unable to contain herself, Boa Hancock shot him a glare. Yet, that single glare incited the celestial dragon's wrath, prompting him to command his subordinates to seize Boa Hancock. Just then, Crocodile intervened, swiftly stopping 2 of the celestial dragon's henchmen. This only fueled the celestial dragon's fury, and he ordered them to surround us and prevent our escape. Taking advantage of the moment, I swiftly slipped out to find you all. Bartolomeo elaborated for quite some time before finally elucidating the entire sequence of events. After he finished speaking, the 3 present couldn't help but furrow their brows. Here, one might offend a marine admiral or even the world government. But offending the celestial dragons is an entirely different matter. Come, let us confront them. I am eager to witness the audacity of the celestial dragons, Qin Chuan declared. Striding forward with determination, following closely behind, the others trailed after him. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the jewelry store, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, Qin Chuan boldly pushed through the onlookers and entered. Upon stepping inside, he beheld several men clad in black, encircling Sir Crocodile and Boa Hancock. Amidst the cloaked figures stood a rotund man adorned with a bubble helmet. His visage twisted in a grotesque manner. Upon sighting him, Qin Chuan immediately recognized the individual as one of the celestial dragons, Charlemagne Saint. At that moment, Qin Chuan comprehended that the events of the day would not conclude easily. Indeed, Charlemagne Saint drew his pistol without uttering a word and promptly fired a shot at Crocodile's head. Bang! The bullet swiftly pierced through Crocodile's skull. In that fleeting moment, Sir Crocodile completely elementalized his head, successfully evading the bullet. The next instant, his head returned to its original form. Yet, despite enduring such humiliation, Sir Crocodile merely gazed coldly at his adversary, exhibiting no intention to retaliate. Beside him, Boa Hancock also watched the unfolding scene with a tense expression. My goodness, a user of the devil fruit powers. No wonder they dare to oppose me. But do you even realize who I am? I strongly advise you to kneel before me and allow that woman to serve me for 3 days and nights. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you can never leave this place. At this moment, Chalmako Saint felt no fear towards Sir Crocodile, the wielder of the devil fruit, but instead intensified his menacing threats. Upon hearing these words, the gathered crowd could not help but draw in a sharp breath. In the eyes of all present, whatever the celestial dragon wished to accomplish must inevitably come to fruition, especially in the presence of such a multitude. Should he make a declaration and subsequently fail to fulfill it, would it not be a disgrace to the celestial dragon's dignity? In stark contrast, Sir Crocodile had already positioned his hook before his chest, clearly unwilling to allow his adversary to proceed unchecked. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. Hey, do you believe you are invincible? Do you dare to lay a hand on my people? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd turned their attention in unison. It was then that Qin Chuan leisurely emerged from the throng, making his way to stand beside Sir Crocodile and his associates. At that moment, Charlemagne, like the others, cast a dubious glance at Qin Chuan, only to suddenly darken his expression and exclaim fiercely, "Dare you insult me? I care not who you are. You must perish at once." After uttering these words, he pulled the trigger once more. However, just as the bullet was about to strike Qin Chuan, his form inexplicably transformed into countless crows, scattering in all directions. Witnessing this spectacle, Charlemagne was taken aback. As he prepared to aim his pistol at the flurry of crows, they vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, a chilling sensation crept up his back, and a shadow materialized behind him. "You are truly courting death," Qin Chuan declared, delivering a powerful punch to his head. With a resounding thud, Charlemagne's bubble helmet shattered, and he crashed violently to the ground beside him. The sight left everyone present, including his bodyguards, rooted in shock. Their faces were etched with horror and disbelief. Even the seasoned Douglas Barrett and Yi Shao stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Qin Chuan had completely lost his composure, daring to strike against a lofty celestial dragon noble who ruled this world. Moreover, the act was committed right at the foot of Mariewa. With this, the most perilous situation has unfolded. Publicly assaulting the celestial dragons is tantamount to declaring war on the world government. Furthermore, this is no longer a matter that can be resolved through calm negotiations. For throughout the span of 8 centuries, none who have dared to lay a hand on the celestial dragons have met a favorable fate. Moina Hancock was evidently rendered speechless by Qin Chuan's actions, her mind becoming a blank slate. Initially, she had assumed that Qin Chuan's declaration of intent to eradicate the celestial dragons was merely a jest. However, within less than a month, he had indeed accomplished this feat right before her eyes. Though it was merely a single punch, it was sufficient to astonish the entire world. After all, even among the most formidable pirates in the New World, there had never been an instance of assaulting the celestial dragons. Charlemagne had never anticipated that Qin Chuan would suddenly strike him. As he fell to the ground, he could not suppress the torrent of blood that spilled from his mouth, while tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. After so many years, he had never endured such humiliation, especially in front of a crowd. For a noble of the celestial dragons, swallowing this insult was simply inconceivable. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he rose to his feet and glared at Qin Chuan, uttering, "You wretched scoundrel. I shall have the world government eliminate you." Chapter 90, Slaying the Celestial Dragon Kill Me? Then you shall perish first, Qin Chuan retorted, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him. In an instant, he lunged forward, closing the distance to Charlemagne once more. With a swift kick, he struck. A resounding thud echoed as Charlemagne sank to his knees on the ground. In that moment, the atmosphere turned utterly silent. It was as if time itself had frozen, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Eventually, Charlemagne could no longer restrain himself and cried out, "Stop, please. No more." The agony was unbearable. In the face of overwhelming strength, even the exalted celestial dragon could not withstand the blow. As Charlemagne uttered these words, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Parting the crowd, Kivin quickly spotted the kneeling figure of Charlemagne. As he discerned who had the audacity to wreak havoc in this place, he was greeted by several familiar faces. Standing before Charlemagne was Qin Chuan, along with a few other members of the Qin Chuan pirate crew not far away. At that moment, Gibbon's mind was a blank slate. He could not have anticipated that after departing for such a brief interval, his greatest fears would indeed come to fruition. "Did you not just declare your intent to kill me?" Qin Chuan remarked coldly, tugging back on his hair. "Mr. Qin Chuan, Captain Qin Chuan, Brother Qin Chuan." In unison, those around him immediately called out to Qin Chuan, their voices filled with concern. Clearly, they were apprehensive that this fearless individual would truly dare to slay a celestial dragon on this red line. Particularly Boa Hancock, for this predicament had indeed originated with her, and she was acutely aware of the dire consequences that Qin Xuan's actions might entail. If all went as expected, the forthcoming negotiations would be exceedingly challenging. However, as long as the celestial dragon remained alive, there was still a glimmer of hope. Yet, should Qin Xuan proceed to take that life, they would have no choice but to flee immediately. The world government would never allow the murder of a celestial dragon, especially in such a public setting on the Red Line. Everyone, shut your mouths. Upon hearing their shouts, he suddenly erupted with a commanding roar. In that moment, his dominance was unmistakably revealed. Even Rear Admiral Gibbons found himself rendered speechless at that moment. It was not fear of being physically assaulted by Qin Xuan that silenced him. Rather, he was genuinely apprehensive that Qin Xuan might, in a fit of displeasure, resort to taking the life of this celestial dragon. After all, a man capable of obliterating the deep-sea prison and executing those legendary pirates confined in the 6th layer of infinite hell was certainly capable of any deed. Douglas Barrett and others were momentarily taken aback by Qin Xuan's thunderous voice, and soon thereafter, silence enveloped the crowd. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Qin Xuan. "Hey, I'm addressing you, Charlemagne. Did you not just proclaim your intent to kill me?" Qin Xuan inquired, lowering his gaze to the nearly breathless Charlemagne. "If you truly intend to end my life, know that you shall not evade the consequences." Though Charlemagne, as a celestial dragon, was unable to issue further threats, a flicker of defiance still lingered within him. Upon hearing Charlemagne's words, Qin Xuan's smile vanished, and he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed throughout the entire street. Immediately, 5 red marks appeared on the face of Chalmako Saint. The force of the slap was not particularly severe, yet it nearly rendered the completely defenseless Chalmako Saint unconscious. "I ask you, do you wish to kill me?" Qin Xuan pressed on with his inquiry. I Chalmako Saint was unable to finish his words before another slap from Qin Xuan landed. Smack. Each time Qin Xuan delivered a blow to Chalmako Saint, the hearts of all those present would race violently. Even Yi Xiao, known for his composure, furrowed his brow in concern at the unfolding scene. "Captain Qin Xuan, please stop. This could truly end poorly." At that moment, Boa Hancock, visibly distressed, rushed to Qin Xuan's side, attempting to grasp his hand in a bid to prevent him from striking again. At this moment, Charlemagne had been thoroughly beaten by Qin Xuan. "Are you afraid?" Qin Xuan released his grip on Charlemagne and turned his calm gaze towards Boa Hancock. "I am not afraid. It is merely that we are currently in the midst of negotiations. If we proceed in this manner, the world government will not let us off lightly." Boa Hancock replied softly, lowering her head. "The world government will not spare us. You may be mistaken. My purpose in negotiating with the world government is out of respect for them. If they wish to wage war over a celestial dragon, then I, Qin Xuan, shall stand firm to the end." As soon as Qin Xuan's words fell, he suddenly steeled his resolve and lifted his foot with great force. At that moment, everyone realized what Qin Xuan intended to do. Douglas Barrett and Crocodile were acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences if Qin Xuan were to stomp down, prompting them to rush forward immediately. However, as a naval officer, Jibin could not afford to ponder further and immediately lunged forward. Yet, they were still a moment too late. For Qin Xuan's murderous intent had already been firmly established. No one could impede him now. Just as the crowd surged towards Qin Xuan, his foot came crashing down upon Charlemagne's face with tremendous force. Bang! In that instant, Qin Xuan unleashed the monstrous strength akin to that from the world of Naruto, channeling all his energy into his right foot. With a forceful kick, the once tranquil earth was abruptly transformed, creating a deep pit. Charlemagne's head was instantly engulfed by this newly formed cavity. In that moment, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Qin Xuan would actually take action upon uttering the words. From the collective assessment of the onlookers, it is evident that the powerless celestial dragon is destined for demise. Consequently, the atmosphere in the vicinity has transformed into something profoundly eerie. Many spectators have quietly dispersed. In this land, the death of a few individuals is not an uncommon occurrence. However, the death of a celestial dragon is an immensely terrifying prospect for those who inhabit this territory. Uncertainty looms regarding what may transpire next. Yet it is clear to them that if they do not hasten their retreat, they may very well share in the impending misfortune. "Captain Qin Xuan, have you truly taken a life?" Sir Crocodile has long been acquainted with the world government and is well aware of their thresholds. At this juncture, Qin Xuan has undoubtedly transgressed their limits, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 91. Escalation of Events. nationwide manhunt. He has just declared his intent to kill me. Since he has voiced such threats, I shall simply expedite his journey to the afterlife. In doing so, he will no longer suffer the torment of being unable to eliminate me, Qin Chuan stated with remarkable composure. At this moment, although his tone remained tranquil, the aura emanating from him was undeniably formidable. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sir Crocodile found himself at a loss for words. After all, his assertion held merit. The adversaries sought his life, and should they release Charlemagne, the opposition would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. Given this situation, Qin Chuan's decision to take a life is entirely justifiable. However, they have lived their lives without witnessing a celestial dragon's murder, especially one executed before their very eyes. The spectacle is indeed breathtaking. At this moment, Boa Hancock stood there, still holding onto Qin Chuan's hand, utterly bewildered. She was so astonished that she found herself at a complete loss. However, in the next instant, an enraged voice erupted from Kijin's lips. "Come forth, encircle them all. Not a single one shall escape." The voice emanated from Kibin, a rear admiral and currently the highest-ranking naval officer in the city of Olhos. Thus, regardless of how formidable Qin Chuan's abilities may be or the stature he possesses, he could not simply allow them to depart unobstructed. Otherwise, he would not only face severe repercussions personally, but the Navy would also suffer disgrace. The soldiers behind him, after a moment of astonishment, swiftly raised their rifles, aiming them at Qin Chuan and his companions. At that moment, Douglas Barrett and several others gathered around Qin Chuan, leading to a tense standoff on the street. "General Gibbons, refrain from any violence, or you shall meet your demise. I have no desire to shed innocent blood," Qin Chuan stated calmly, releasing Boa Hancock's hand. "Since the moment you took the life of Lord Charlemagne, I have been left with no means of retreat," Gibbons replied seriously, gripping the hilt of his dagger. "How utterly absurd. You, a mere rear admiral of the Navy, bowing before the celestial dragons and addressing one as Lord Charlemagne. These imbeciles wreak havoc daily. Do not delude yourself into believing you are unaware of their transgressions. Their actions fall beyond my jurisdiction. Thus I am powerless to address any of their misdeeds. You don the Navy's coat emblazoned with the word justice, yet in the presence of the celestial dragons, you willingly become their lapdog. If you truly seek your demise, then by all means, strike. However, my patience is finite, should you choose to engage. I assure you that this naval base will be drenched in blood long before the admirals arrive." At this point, Qin Chuan was utterly enraged. The actions of the celestial dragons could not possibly be unknown to the Navy, yet they turned a blind eye to such behavior. This was one of the many reasons Qin Chuan held the Navy in contempt. Faced with Qin Chuan's threat, Gibbons hesitated. A glance at the other Navy personnel revealed their expressions of palpable fear. Some soldiers were even trembling while holding their firearms. The naval soldiers stationed so close to the holy land of Mary Geos are undoubtedly among the elite, for only the finest would be assigned to such a pivotal location. Their evident trepidation underscores the formidable threat posed by Qin Chuan. After a moment of silence, Kibin sighed in resignation and implored, "Please do not harm anyone else in this city, I beg you." As soon as he uttered these words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the gathering. Clearly, he had capitulated. Yet, apart from Qin Chuan, no one else could find joy in the moment. Qin Chuan nodded, and then unexpectedly approached Mr. Xiao, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Mr. Xiao, will you accompany me, or remain here, drifting through life in a haze?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Xiao offered a wry smile and replied, "Mr. Qin Chuan, you have publicly slain a celestial dragon, and now you come to me with such camaraderie. In this situation, I could not possibly cleanse my name, even if I plunged into the Yellow River. And what is your decision? Ah, well, since it has come to this, I shall indulge in a moment of madness with you, and I am also curious to behold what the new world truly entails." Haha, as expected of Mr. Xiao. "You discern my thoughts so well. Let us set forth, then, towards the new world." With Qin Chuan's laughter echoing, the entire Qin Chuan pirate crew promptly departed from the city of Oralhas. Upon returning to the Red Force ship, Qin Chuan immediately commanded that they sail at full speed towards the Sabaody archipelago. They must reach the New World waters without delay, for there, the Navy would have no means to hinder them. However, traversing directly above the holy land of Mary Geos was utterly infeasible. Thus, their sole path lay in first reaching the Sabaody archipelago to apply the resin of the Yarkament tree, coating their vessel in a special film. From there, they would dive 10,000 meters beneath the sea, navigating through a vast cavern located beneath the Red Continent. passing by Fishman Island before finally arriving in the New World. Yet, this route was fraught with peril, as the Sabati archipelago was under the jurisdiction of the world government, heavily guarded by numerous naval forces. Moreover, the underwater routes are exceedingly perilous. A considerable number of individuals have ventured into them only to never return. Consequently, many have lived their lives without ever reaching the waters of the New World. The following morning, just after narrowly evading a storm, Pallusolino, at the helm of his fleet, was poised to dock at the port of Orhez when he unexpectedly received a call from the naval headquarters. Upon answering, Pallusolino, with a contented demeanor, inquired, "What is it?" "I have arrived in Orhez, and will soon seek out Qin Chuan and the others." "Humph, seeking them out? Are you unaware of the situation?" The voice on the other end belonged to Admiral Sengoku, ominously grave. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Pallusolino's brow furrowed in concern. The messenger pigeons had failed to deliver news all day due to the maritime tempest. What turmoil could have arisen now? Charlemagne has been slain, killed by Qin Chuan. What? He has slain a celestial dragon? This revelation jolted even the typically languid Pallusolino into a state of alertness. Clearly, the news was profoundly shocking, even for one seasoned in the trials of the sea. Chapter 92. Departure, the Shambati archipelago. Indeed, just yesterday, he had publicly executed Charlemagne on the streets. And now they were in flight. Damn it, what is the world government's stance on this? What stance? The situation in Mariewa is in utter turmoil. The celestial dragons are rising in protest, demanding that the world government take the most stringent actions to ensure that Qin Chuan and his companions are captured and executed. Sengoku replied, ire evident in his tone. Understood, I shall intercept them immediately. Pallusolino recognized the gravity of the situation. According to the regulations between the Navy and the world government, if a celestial dragon is attacked, the Navy is obliged to dispatch a general for assistance. Thus, Pallusolino assumed this responsibility. According to reliable intelligence, they had set course for the Shambati archipelago, intending to enter the underwater realm from there and proceed to the New World waters. Understood, I shall turn back at once, Pallusolino declared before promptly terminating the call and issuing orders. At that moment, Kibben, who had been anxiously waiting on the shore, witnessed the astonishing sight of Borsalino's warship abruptly turning around and departing. This sudden turn of events left all the soldiers in the port in utter disarray. Captain Shanks seemed to have set his sights on the Sabati archipelago. Would we be able to reclaim our ship this time? Giuseppe immediately proposed after reading the newspaper. His assertion was not unfounded. If we failed to retrieve the Red Force, we would inevitably become the laughingstock of the world, making it exceedingly difficult for the red-haired pirates to rise again. Ben Beckman, the first mate, concurred. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates, still lingering in the Sabati archipelago, were fervently engaged in discussions about this matter. However, Shanks sat in silence, his brow furrowed. The previous night, he had received a clandestine call from the highest command of the world government, the Five Elders. In the call, they insisted that he must intercept Qin Chuan at all costs in the Sabati archipelago. Yet, at this juncture, Qin Chuan's prestige had reached unprecedented heights. Prior to this, he had effortlessly led the vast coalition army of the West Sea to defeat Moonlight Moria, earning himself immense renown in the West Sea. Furthermore, he had audaciously slain the Celestial Dragon, the very aristocrats who ruled the world and instilled fear and disdain in the hearts of humanity. Consequently, although no one openly expressed their opinions worldwide, it was evident that, after this act, Qin Chuan had ascended to the status of a deity in the eyes of all. At this moment, he had to confront Qin Chuan as a member of the pirate crew, which would inevitably subject him to immense public scrutiny, something he wished to avoid. Furthermore, the entire crew of the red-haired pirates was eager to reclaim their honor, compelling him to face Qin Chuan. With these thoughts in mind, Shanks slowly parted his lips. Issue a directive, keep a close watch on Qin Chuan and his group. If they dare to set foot on Sabati archipelago, notify me immediately. Upon hearing Shanks's words, the gathered crowd buzzed with excitement. This signified that Shanks was indeed prepared to engage Qin Chuan in battle. In contrast, Rayleigh, seated at the tavern counter, furrowed his brow. Is that old fellow finally making his move? He pondered. Beside him, Shaki offered him a beer and inquired softly, it's been over 20 years. I wonder how much his strength has evolved. Is he still the fearsome descendant of the devil that instilled terror in others? This truly piques my curiosity. Rayleigh sighed with a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, the incident involving Qin Chuan reignited global discourse. What? Qin Chuan actually killed a celestial dragon? On Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea, Jinbei was once again seated with Vista. Indeed, not only did they slay a celestial dragon, but they are also advancing towards the Sabaody archipelago. It seems they are preparing to traverse the underwater tunnel to the New World. Jinbei stated gravely. What does the world government have to say about this? Vista inquired. No official statements have been released yet, but traditionally, the world government would not let them slip easily. Nor would they engage in further negotiations. Jinbei continued, in that case, they have no reason to battle us either. It is likely they will pass through Fishman Island, where we may encounter each other unexpectedly. However, if their agreement with the world government is broken, that could be advantageous for us. Jinbei analyzed further. Regardless, you must ensure that your subordinates remain vigilant during this period. Even a mere ordinary vessel should not be allowed to pass without scrutiny. At this juncture, the world government issued its latest announcement. In the proclamation, the world government vehemently condemned Qin Xuan and the pirate crew he leads for their numerous atrocities committed during this period. Furthermore, it specifically highlighted their heinous act of slaying the celestial dragons in the city of Orhus. Ultimately, the world government resolved to empower the Navy, mandating them to apprehend Qin Xuan and his cohorts with utmost urgency and bring them to Justice Island for trial. Additionally, the latest bounty for Qin Xuan and his crew once again captured the public's attention. Qin Xuan, captain of the Qin Xuan pirate crew, bounty, 5 billion berries. Douglas Barrett, member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew, bounty, 2 billion berries. Shad Crocodile, member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew, bounty, 500 million berries. Boa Hancock, member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew, bounty, 460 million berries. Bartolomeo, member of the Qin Xuan pirate crew, bounty, 160 million berries. Notably, the name of Ishu did not appear on this bounty list, for to date, the world government remains unaware of his true identity. Moreover, he had not participated in any of the Qin Xuan pirate crew's endeavors thus far, hence the absence of a corresponding bounty. Upon gazing at the announcement issued by the world government, Bartolomeo could not help but voice his grievances. What does it mean? A bounty of 160 million berries? How is it possible that the two of you are worth 4 or 500 million? He was not incensed by his own wanted status. Rather, he was furious that his bounty was so disappointingly low. What more do you expect? As a leader of a criminal syndicate, had it not been for our association, you would likely still be languishing in the confines of Lobetown. Observing Bartolomeo's insinuation regarding the inflated bounties, Sir Crocodile was equally unyielding in his retort. Chapter 93. Target, Rayleigh. In truth, Sir Crocodile's bounty was a mere 81 million berries prior to his induction into the 7 warlords of the sea. Subsequently, upon becoming a warlord, the world government rescinded his bounty, rendering him devoid of any reward. However, astonishingly, within the span of a mere month, his bounty has surged to 500 million berries. This dramatic increase is evidently attributed to their recent public execution of a celestial dragon. The bounty of a pirate is not solely reflective of their individual prowess. Rather, it is predominantly determined by the extent of their threat to the world. Should an ordinary pirate engage in indiscriminate slaughter, their bounty is likely to skyrocket. Presently, with the assassination of a celestial dragon by Qin Xuan and his crew, his personal bounty has skyrocketed to 2,500 million berries. Such a reward places him among a select few whose bounties, residing in the New World, surpass his own. What do you mean by that? I single-handedly detained Admiral Sakazuki in Lobetown. Otherwise, would you not have been reduced to a mere Sith? Upon hearing Sir Crocodile's words, Bartolomeo immediately retorted. Humph. Do you truly believe your transparent barrier renders you invincible? Enough. Let us cease this bickering. Are we not all aware of the current situation? The world government has openly declared its intent to confront us. I suspect they will dispatch Admiral Paulusolino to intercept us at Sabaody Archipelago, and yet you continue to squabble? At this juncture, the perpetually furrowed brow of Douglas Barrett could no longer contain his admonition towards the two. As a figure of authority, his words silenced their discord. Nevertheless, Bartolomeo remained visibly unconvinced. Captain Qin Xuan, I fail to comprehend why you would announce your intentions to head to the Sabaody Archipelago before everyone. Although it falls under the jurisdiction of the world government, its unique geographical characteristics render it a veritable den of mixed fortunes. With your collective bounties amounting to 50 billion, it is uncertain whether the Navy will deploy heavy forces there, but surely many pirates will attempt to thwart our passage. At this moment, a previously silent member, Isao, could not help but voice his curiosity. He too was baffled as to why Qin Chuan would reveal their impending movements to the entire world. It is simple. From beginning to end, I have never believed we were in the wrong. Since we have committed no wrongdoing, why should we be concerned about revealing our whereabouts? Qin Chuan retorted. Initially, he had no intention of slaying the celestial dragons. It was merely the sight of Boa Hancock being harassed that compelled him to take action. Due to the temperament of these celestial dragons, Qin Chuan understood that injuring them was equivalent to killing them. Even if he spared their lives, they would undoubtedly seek revenge with even greater ferocity whenever the opportunity arose. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them entirely without hesitation. As for the next course of action, we find ourselves in the Sabaody archipelago, where we have no acquaintances. If we recklessly proceed, it might prove challenging to locate someone capable of coating our ship. At that moment, a smile illuminated his face as he grasped Qin Chuan's intent. Evidently, he did not regard the world government's bounty with any seriousness. Who says we lack connections? The old captain of Douglas Barrett is awaiting us there. With this remark, Qin Chuan cast a deliberate glance at Douglas Barrett beside him. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's statement, Douglas Barrett was taken aback, his expression transforming into one of incredulity as he turned to Qin Chuan. Captain, is Roger not already? At this juncture, Crocodile could not help but interject. I did not imply he was the captain. The first mate, perhaps? Is it Silver's Rayleigh? Bartolomeo immediately seized the conversation. Captain Qin Chuan, how do you know Silver's Rayleigh is in the Sabaody archipelago? Douglas Barrett inquired, his curiosity piqued by the mention of the name. Equally astonished upon hearing that name was Boa Hancock. It was none other than Rayleigh himself who had once led them away from that infernal place. Hence her profound concern for her benefactor. There is much I know, yet there remains much that eludes me, such as whether any other pirates might be awaiting us at this very moment. Qin Chuan replied with remarkable composure. The Sabaody archipelago consists of 79 trees, which translates to 79 distinct regions. Since Silver's Rayleigh is present, do you have any inkling as to which region he occupies, Captain? Smiled and inquired once more. He is in Region 13. Region 13? That is notorious as the lawless territory of the Sabaody archipelago. Upon hearing Qin Chuan mention Rayleigh's presence in Region 13, Smiled immediately expressed skepticism. Throughout the Sabaody archipelago, Regions 1 to 29 are rife with human trafficking establishments and auctions, truly a haven for illicit activities. This is largely due to its proximity to Fishman Island, where merfolk and fishmen are among the most sought-after commodities in the human trafficking trade, resulting in an exceptionally lucrative business. The more chaotic the environment, does it not provide a better cover for concealing one's identity? Qin Chuan countered. Upon hearing his words, Smiled found herself unable to refute him. Thus, the Qin Chuan pirate crew, under the gaze of the entire world, successfully reached the outskirts of the Sabaody archipelago 2 days later. At this moment, the naval soldiers stationed in various regions of the Shambodi Islands were fully armed and on high alert. Due to the immense size of the Shambodi Islands, even the formidable navy could not exert complete control over the 79 territories. Consequently, each area housed only a limited number of naval personnel. At this juncture, nearly all the naval soldiers fervently hoped that the Qin Chuan pirate crew would refrain from landing in their territories. Eventually, the Red Force ship docked at the port of Area 13. The conspicuous nature of this pirate crew ensured that news of their arrival swiftly reached Area 13. Subsequently, various factions within the area began to stir restlessly. Just as they stepped into the streets of Area 13, an uproar suddenly erupted in the distance. In the next moment, a group of menacing figures obstructed the path of Qin Chuan and his companions. Ah, is this not the recently renowned Qin Chuan pirate crew? It seems we are fortunate to encounter you here. This saves us the trouble of searching for you, exclaimed a one-eyed man, who appeared to be the leader. One of his eyes was completely obscured by a military patch, and his attire bore an uncanny resemblance to the archetypal pirate captain depicted in films. Indeed, such a figure could truly be considered a pirate in every sense of the word. Behind him, a throng of pirates wielding large sabers gathered. Did they find us so swiftly? Douglas Barrett remarked skeptically. Little did he anticipate that the very first skirmish upon stepping onto this island would be against a motley crew of insignificant foes. It was truly disheartening. At that moment, Qin Chuan could not restrain himself from delivering a scathing remark. Youngster, being audacious in the grand line does not equate to possessing genuine prowess. I have fought my way back from the New World, he asserted. That is where true hell resides. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's derision, the man scowled darkly and, with a sinister chuckle, finally spoke. The Ghost Eye Pirates? At that instant, Boa Hancock beside Qin Chuan suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in astonishment. The Ghost Eye Pirates? Are you familiar with them? Crocodile inquired, turning his head with curiosity. The Ghost Eye Pirates are actually a long-established pirate crew that has risen in the South Sea. Their captain, known as the Ghost Eye Baigus, claims to communicate with human souls. Currently, if I am not mistaken, the bounty on this individual has soared to a staggering 360 million berries, explained Boa Hancock. Oh, is that not Boa Hancock from the Land of Flowers? The few women we captured from the Land of Flowers were quite delightful. I wonder how proficient the king of the Land of Flowers is in bed? Aha. Upon seeing Boa Hancock, Baigus suddenly recalled something, and then he let out a raucous laugh. The moment his words left his lips, Boa Hancock's expression darkened instantly. Clearly, Baigus had brought up a part of her past that was best left undisturbed. What is going on? Qin Chuan queried, turning to her in confusion. They had previously launched a surprise attack on a naval base and subsequently fled to the daughter island in the Land of Flowers. Coincidentally, I was receiving an appointment from the world government at Mary Geos at that time, which left the entire Snake Pirates crew absent from the island. Consequently, the defense of Daughter Island became exceedingly weak, providing them with an opportunity. By the time I returned, they had already abducted several female residents from our Daughter Island. Boa Hancock explained through clenched teeth. That shouldn't be possible. Daughter Island is situated in a windless zone. How could they infiltrate the Land of Flowers? Bartolomeo inquired, curious. After all, Qin Chuan and his companions had only managed to capture the Sea Kings due to the collaboration between him and Sir Crocodile. Did I not mention earlier? That fellow's obscured I can communicate with the souls of living beings. Thus, I surmise that he must have controlled the Sea Kings in a similar manner, utilizing their immense power to transport them to Daughter Island. Upon hearing Boa Hancock's words, the group descended into deep contemplation. They were not strangers to the manipulation of souls. After all, during their time in the West Sea, the formidable captain of the thriller bark, Gecko Moria, could control people's shadows. However, while Gecko Moria extracted and manipulated shadows, this Baigus seemed capable of directly commanding souls. If that were indeed the case, the level of terror associated with the two would be entirely different. Controlling souls, is it? Bartolomeo, have you not always lamented your meager bounty? Why not seize this opportunity to shine? If you manage to defeat this individual with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, your own bounty should ideally reach 4 to 500 million. At this, Qin Chuan let out a dismissive snort and turned to Bartolomeo, who stood not far from him. Bartolomeo, upon being called upon by Qin Chuan, displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, his eyes now gleamed with fierce determination. He boldly strode towards the opposing group with an air of arrogance. Today, I shall entertain you thoroughly. Humph. Sending such a minor character to confront me, it seems you truly underestimate my Ghost Eye Pirates. Witnessing such disdain from his adversary, Baigus could not help but feel a surge of anger. Captain, do you think it might be a bit too much to face him alone? Boa Hancock softly inquired nearby. She was somewhat aware of his strength and had a general understanding of Bartolomeo's devil fruit abilities. Clearly, it appeared that Bartolomeo's devil fruit might not have a significant effect on their opponent. Let him give it a try. It will also allow us to observe what peculiar abilities that fellow possesses. Qin Chuan replied with narrowed eyes. In reality, he was acutely aware that if what Boa Hancock claimed were true, then Baigus might indeed possess the same ability to conjure illusions as the Sharingan in the world of Naruto. If that were the case, it was highly likely that Bartolomeo would be unable to defeat him. At that moment, he resolved internally that should his opponent truly wield such power, he would have no choice but to once again summon the character card of Itachi Uchiha. Just then, a skirmish broke out ahead. With a commanding shout from Baigus, the pirates behind him brandished their weapons and charged fiercely towards Bartolomeo. TCH, a bunch of useless fools. Bartolomeo exclaimed as he swiftly adopted the common's fingers gesture. In the next instant, a transparent square barrier materialized before him. Suddenly, he abruptly spread his arms wide. Subsequently, the transparent barrier surged forward with astonishing speed. With a thunderous roar, the barrier resembled a bulldozer, effortlessly sweeping away all members of the Ghost Eye pirate crew in its path. At that moment, Baigus swiftly evaded to the side. Although he managed to escape, more than half of his subordinates had perished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the ground was strewn with corpses, a grim tableau of the fallen members of the Ghost Eye pirate crew. These casualties were the devastating result of Bartolomeo's devil fruit technique. Barrier, bull charge. From the first round of confrontation, it was evident that Bartolomeo had established a significant advantage. Upon witnessing this, Bartholomew could not help but reveal a hint of a triumphant smile. However, at that very moment, not far ahead, Vigas finally sprang into action. He removed his military eye mask. In the next instant, an incredibly terrifying eye emerged into the view of all present. Chapter 95. A Smile Before the Strike. Vigas' right eye was astonishingly of a pale green hue. Suddenly, his pale green iris began to spin at an alarming speed, and a strange smile crept across Vigas' lips. The once proud Bartholomew was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, his entire body began to tremble violently. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone at the scene, except for Qin Chuan, was utterly astonished. Just then, Vigas unleashed his power, and in a swift motion, he lunged forward, directly confronting Bartholomew. Yet Bartholomew stood foolishly in place, failing to activate the protective barrier upon which his survival depended. In the next moment, everyone watched in shock as Bartholomew was struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch from Vigas. A dull thud echoed. Bartholomew was sent flying backwards, ultimately crashing into an ordinary residential building. In an instant, that unremarkable structure collapsed with a resounding crash. Thick clouds of smoke billowed upward, obscuring the view for those outside, leaving them in suspense regarding Bartholomew's fate. At this juncture, Sir Crocodile intended to confront the sinister-eyed Vigas, but was abruptly halted by a wooden staff that barred his path. "What do you intend to do?" Sir Crocodile had never quite trusted this smile, especially after learning that it belonged to an individual of admiral caliber. His skepticism only deepened. After all, in this world, how could someone wield such formidable power yet remain in obscurity for so many years? Faced with the obstruction, Sir Crocodile expressed his displeasure. "Young man, you all should step aside. That individual has a peculiar condition with his eyes. If I am not mistaken, his pupils can emit a certain type of radioactive substance. This substance can temporarily paralyze the opponent's neural pathways, leading to a state of confusion and a loss of bodily control. To unravel the enigma of his devil fruit abilities, the solution is surprisingly simple: avoid direct eye contact with him. If my conjecture holds true, then it is indeed most fitting for a blind man like myself to confront him." At that moment, Xiao astoundingly discerned the essence of the opponent's devil fruit powers in just a few words. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a shiver run through him, subsequently casting an approving glance towards Xiao. While Xiao's assertions may not be infallible, his theoretical approach is undeniably sound, even in the realm of the most formidable illusions. As long as the adversary does not meet the caster's gaze, they shall remain untrapped within the realm of illusion. Yisha has always relied on her formidable perceptive abilities in combat, rendering her lack of sight inconsequential. At this moment, although Sir Crocodile harbored doubts regarding Yisha's assertion, he turned to Qin Chuan, seemingly seeking his counsel. Qin Chuan, however, merely nodded slightly, indicating that Yisha should proceed with her actions. Observing this exchange, Sir Crocodile fell silent and took a step back. With a faint smile, Ishiu subtly nodded towards Qin Chuan, then slowly advanced with his staff towards Biggs. At that moment, having just defeated Bartholomew with a single strike, Biggs was brimming with confidence. However, upon encountering a blind man, he exhibited a flicker of anxiety rather than elation. Clearly, no one understood the weaknesses of his devil fruit abilities better than he did. Subsequently, Xiao spoke in a tranquil tone, declaring, "Receive my strike, if you can still stand. I shall concede defeat." Upon hearing Xiao's words, Biggs, who had initially displayed a hint of panic, suddenly relaxed. "Haha, Lord Biggs. This old man seems to be overly arrogant, claiming he wishes to defeat you with a single strike. Lord Biggs, swiftly eliminate them to avenge our fallen comrades." At this moment, the remaining members of the Ghost Eye Pirates began to incite chaos around them. Even the esteemed Biggs could not suppress a trace of disdain upon hearing Xiao's words. "Old man, no one in this world has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. But now, you have." After Ishiu concluded his statement, he slowly raised the staff in his hand. "Very well, let me witness the true power of your move. Prepare to meet your demise." Upon uttering these words, Biggs's eyes began to whirl with fervent intensity once more. Yet this time, Xiao remained utterly unperturbed, standing resolutely in his position. In the next moment, Biggs charged forward again, employing the same predictable tactic. However, at this juncture, Ishiu finally sprang into action. He swiftly lifted his staff, and in that instant, a surge of dark purple energy enveloped both his palm and the staff. Gravity Blade. Ferocious Tiger. With this proclamation, Ishiu wielded his staff, channeling the dark purple energy into a fierce strike. The energy, akin to a roaring purple tiger, hurtled toward the advancing Biggs with alarming speed. Along its path, the spectral tiger cleaved through the solid stone pavement with effortless precision. Biggs, taken aback by the spectacle, hastily raised his fist to counter the oncoming purple tiger. The clash resounded with a thunderous roar. The energy of the purple tiger collided violently with Biggs's fist, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated outward, prompting all bystanders to instinctively avert their gaze. As the crowd turned their heads once more, everyone stood frozen in place. To their astonishment, Biggs had collapsed directly before Ishio. Was this truly victory? Upon witnessing this, Shakelo Okita's lips twitched, followed by a quiet murmur. Meanwhile, Douglas Barrett finally comprehended why Qin Xuan had once remarked that this individual possessed strength rivaling that of an admiral. It was evident that he could sense that Ishao had not exerted his full power. Subsequently, as Ishao rested his scepter against Biggs's forehead, he calmly stated, "It seems that the pirates of the New World are not as formidable as they claim." Upon hearing these words, Biggs could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was only then that he truly grasped the disparity in strength between himself and the members of the Qin Xuan pirate crew. Hastily, he began to plead for mercy, exclaiming, "I apologize. I was overestimating myself. Please, I beg you, spare me." Upon uttering these words, the members of the Ghost Eye pirates behind Biggs were utterly stunned. Chapter 96, Encountering Shanks Again. In the next moment, all the members of the Ghost Eye pirates instinctively knelt down. The myth they revered had been effortlessly shattered by their opponent, leaving them devoid of any thoughts of resistance. "Captain Qin Xuan, how should we handle this fellow?" A laugh did not respond to his words, but instead turned to the distant figure of Qin Xuan. "Captain Qin Xuan, I beg you for mercy. Please give me a reason not to kill you. I can serve as your crew member, and I am well acquainted with the waters of the New World. If you allow me to guide you, your journey will undoubtedly be much easier." Seizing the glimmer of hope for survival, Biggs completely cast aside his pride and spoke once more. "Oh, is that so? My apologies, but I have no need for useless trash. Kill him." As soon as Qin Xuan's voice fell, a smile swiftly swung his staff down onto the head of Biggs. He harbored no particular disdain for pirates. His primary concern lay with the welfare of the people. The sight of Biggs, clearly a notorious criminal, left him unburdened by the thought of killing him. With a resounding thud, the staff struck Biggs' head, causing blood to erupt instantaneously. The scene was profoundly chilling, prompting even the battle-hardened Boa Hancock to furrow her brow in dismay. "What are you waiting for? Eliminate the remaining pirates." At that moment, Qin Xuan abruptly turned to the others and commanded coldly. Upon receiving Qin Xuan's order, Douglas Barrett wasted no time. He propelled himself forward with a push from the ground, darting like a specter towards the kneeling members of the Ghost Eye pirates. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of despair and pleas for mercy from the crowd. Simultaneously, Crocodile and Boa Hancock followed suit in the next heartbeat. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the Ghost Eye pirates, Qin Xuan's crew fought with the prowess of 100 men. In the blink of an eye, the streets of Area 13 were awash with blood. At that juncture, a scarred figure, Bartolomeo, emerged slowly from the ruins of a collapsed building, his shirt riddled with holes and his face bearing bruises. Upon witnessing the carnage and the lifeless Biggs, he was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Bartolomeo lowered his head and approached Qin Xuan and the others, clearly having been knocked unconscious by Biggs just moments before. When he was knocked unconscious, others had swiftly vanquished that individual. This outcome left him profoundly disheartened. However, Qin Xuan patted him on the shoulder and chuckled, "Do not be dismayed. Your mission was merely to test the capabilities of the opponent's devil fruit. Among us, aside from Yixiao, anyone else would likely have met with the same fate." Initially, Bartolomeo felt quite despondent, but upon hearing Qin Xuan's comforting words, a glimmer of hope illuminated his expression, and his gloom vanished without a trace. Although this place is a den of iniquity and devoid of any permanent naval presence, we have undoubtedly stirred considerable commotion, and it is likely that someone has reported our activities to the naval forces stationed in nearby areas. Therefore, I suggest we hasten to find Mr. Rayleigh. At that moment, Ishii returned to Qin Xuan and the others, proactively voicing his thoughts. In truth, he harbored little interest in encountering Riley. The primary reason for their hurried departure was his desire to avoid an encounter with naval soldiers in this locale. The two parties were now at odds, and should they cross paths here, a bloody confrontation would be inevitable, with the naval soldiers likely to bear the brunt of the injuries. At that moment, however, Qin Xuan cast a fleeting glance at an unremarkable house nearby, and then slowly remarked, "Since we are already here, why not come out and meet?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone was taken aback, just as Douglas Barrett and the others were about to voice their thoughts. The door of the adjacent house was suddenly kicked open with force. The door flew towards Qin Chuan, yet in the next instant, Douglas Barrett, positioned beside him, swiftly shattered it to pieces with a powerful punch. Following this, the one-armed Shanks was the first to emerge from the dwelling. Upon encountering the crimson-haired Shanks in person, all present, save for the already acquainted Qin Chuan and Douglas Bullet, momentarily found themselves taken aback. Even the remarkably powerful issue felt compelled to tighten his grip upon his staff at the sight of Shanks. As for Bartolomeo, he instinctively swallowed hard and took 2 steps back. And this is the formidable pressure emanating from the strong. After Shanks emerged, several of his crew members followed suit. When adversaries meet, tensions run high. The moment the opposing group appeared, their gazes fixated intently upon Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan gazed at Shanks with an air of calmness. "Hey, take it easy," he remarked, noticing the grave expression on Shanks's face. No sooner had Qin Chuan spoken than Shanks swiftly drew his renowned sword, Griffin, with his right hand. In the blink of an eye, both parties were fully prepared for battle. A fierce confrontation was on the verge of erupting. In that moment, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was nearly suffocating. Even the ordinary residents hiding in the modest houses felt their breaths quicken as they witnessed the scene through their windows. The opposing parties were once formidable figures, and even in the face of an impending fierce battle, there was no trace of fear upon their countenances. "Do you seek to reclaim your honor? Or do you wish to retrieve your ship?" Qin Chuan inquired with a demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze. "I desire both," Shanks retorted with unwavering strength. "Having just vanquished a pirate crew returning from the New World, I would not mind eliminating another notorious pirate who commands respect in that realm." Upon uttering these words, Qin Chuan's aura radiated with intense vigor. At this moment, Qin Chuan once again embodied the character card of Uchiha Itachi. The formidable strength of Shanks compelled Qin Chuan to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Currently, the most effective asset in his possession was still the Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi. However, activating the infinite Tsukuyomi would place a considerable strain on his eyesight. Thus, Qin Chuan resolved not to initiate the illusion unless absolutely necessary. His current confidence in being able to repel the Shanks pirates without the use of illusions stems primarily from the recent addition of a formidable ally, Yixiao. In Chapter 97, as Rayleigh takes action, it becomes evident that, in terms of overall strength, Qin Chuan's side is now sufficiently capable of overwhelming the Shanks pirates. Shanks appeared to sense that the unfamiliar figure beside Qin Chuan was not to be underestimated, which is why he refrained from making a hasty move. Consequently, both parties found themselves in a stalemate. Especially in such a pivotal battle, if the captains did not take the initiative, their subordinates would never dare to act. "If you hesitate to strike, allow me to shatter this impasse." With that thought, Qin Chuan decided to break the silence. He initiated with a standard B-rank ninjutsu to test the waters. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and unleashed a colossal fire dragon that surged toward Shanks. Just as Shanks was poised to raise his sword to intercept, a white figure suddenly emerged from a distance, moving with a speed akin to light, positioning itself beneath him. Then, under the gaze of all present, this ethereal figure wielding a long sword struck downwards towards the oncoming fire dragon. The roaring fire dragon was instantly cleaved in two upon contact with the sharp blade. In that moment, everyone widened their eyes, fixated on the white figure ahead. Rayleigh. Subsequently, Rayleigh's old comrade, Douglas Barrett, was the first to shatter the silence of the scene. It was none other than the legendary pirate Silver's Rayleigh who had just intercepted Qin Chuan's attack. If the sight of Shanks was not enough to astonish her, then witnessing the first mate of the Roger pirates, Silver's Rayleigh, left Boa Hancock nearly breathless. "Long time no see, Barrett," Rayleigh remarked with a smile, adjusting his glasses after sheathing his sword. The presence of Rayleigh, who had personally intervened, rendered the situation even more awkward for both parties. Initially, with Qin Chuan's aggressive advance, everyone was prepared for a fierce confrontation. However, with Rayleigh's arrival, the atmosphere suddenly grew uncertain and enigmatic. Were it not for the presence of Douglas Barrett, it was likely that Rayleigh's intervention was intended to assist Shanks and his crew. Yet, with Barrett in the mix, it was improbable for Rayleigh to draw his sword against his former comrade. Consequently, which side Rayleigh chose to side with became crucial. Even the exceedingly confident Qin Chuan hesitated, uncertain if they could prevail should Rayleigh stand against them. According to my reliable intelligence, Admiral Kizaru is approaching the Sabaody archipelago. Furthermore, Admiral Akainu has already departed from Marineford with several warships, clearly heading in your direction. At that moment, Rayleigh suddenly turned to Qin Xuan and spoke in a grave tone. Are you genuinely concerned for me, or merely trying to intimidate me? Given the current predicament, Qin Xuan was uncertain of Rayleigh's intentions, thus his tone lacked cordiality. Both sides have my crew members. As the former first mate, I naturally do not wish to see you slaughter one another, Rayleigh declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, the others in attendance exhaled in relief. His words indicated that he did not intend to favor either party. This could prove somewhat troublesome. That red-haired fellow behind you seeks both retribution and the return of his ship. However, I neither wish to lose face nor relinquish the only pirate vessel I possess. Thus the matter is rather complex, Qin Xuan remarked pensively. His stance was clear. Seeking vengeance and reclaiming the ship was unequivocally out of the question. Mr. Rayleigh, please step aside. I intend to settle this matter here, Shanks interjected, his demeanor unyielding. He was not one to shy away from challenges. And although he had previously experienced Qin Xuan's terrifying power, after an in-depth conversation with Rayleigh, he felt he had discovered a means to counter Qin Xuan's illusions. Especially amid the chaos of battle, he doubted Qin Xuan would dare ensnare him in a mirage. Let us postpone this conflict. At least grant me this courtesy, Rayleigh said. Observing that neither side appeared inclined to withdraw. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the street. In an instant, everyone present felt the weight of this intangible pressure. Upon sensing Rayleigh's imposing presence, Qin Xuan was immediately taken aback. It was evident that this was the manifestation of Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki, yet he was able to flawlessly unleash the Conqueror's Haki, which signifies his mastery of this power has reached an extraordinary level. Captain, might you grant me a favor today? At this moment, Douglas Barrett, standing nearby, could not contain himself. After all, Rayleigh was his former captain, and at such a critical juncture, if Qin Xuan insisted on taking action, it would bring disgrace upon him. Seeing that Douglas Barrett had spoken up, Qin Xuan felt compelled to refrain from further remarks and stated, since everyone is in agreement, it would be rather unreasonable for me to act otherwise. However, how do you intend to resolve our grievances? At this point, Qin Xuan posed the dilemma to Rayleigh. If he wished to play the mediator, he must find a resolution to the conflict at hand. It's quite simple, Rayleigh replied. The Red Force shall be returned to Shanks and his crew, and as compensation, I will personally provide you with a large vessel. While this ship may not quite compare to the Red Force, it will certainly be of substantial quality. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Qin Xuan felt a flicker of interest. After all, the Red Force had been seized out of desperation, and he never truly relished holding on to what belonged to another. However, throughout his journey, he had yet to find a suitable pirate ship to replace it, thus he had no choice but to utilize it for the time being. Given that Rayleigh is willing to provide them with a brand new vessel, he is naturally inclined to return the Red Force. Moreover, this arrangement serves a dual purpose. Should Qin Xuan voluntarily return the Red Force, it would undoubtedly lead to speculation among the uninformed that he was compelled to do so under the pressure exerted by Shanks. In this manner, although Shanks may not have succeeded in directly defeating Qin Xuan, he would regain a modicum of respect. Chapter 98. Exposed Movements. Thus, the crux of this proposal hinges on whether Qin Xuan is willing to accept it. Indeed, as soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, Shanks, standing nearby, exhibited no dissenting thoughts. Instead, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Qin Xuan across the way, clearly awaiting his response. As for Qin Xuan, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Should Qin Xuan decline Rayleigh's proposal, the negotiations would likely end in discord, and they might soon find themselves confronting the combined forces of the red-haired pirates and Rayleigh. Thus, Qin Xuan's forthcoming words would indirectly determine the fate of all present. After a brief moment of silence, a subtle smile emerged on Qin Xuan's otherwise serene face. Since you, an esteemed elder, have made such a suggestion, and considering the long-standing camaraderie between my crew and you, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. However, let me be clear, should any issues arise with the seaworthiness of my vessel, I would not hesitate to visit your old haunt to discuss the matter personally, Qin Xuan remarked with a significant undertone. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's words, it was now Rayleigh's turn to be utterly astonished. He and Shaki had lived incognito here for many years, and aside from a select few old crewmates, no one else was aware of this place. Even one of his former subordinates, Shanks, had only discovered it after extensive inquiries. Yet, at this moment, Qin Xuan unexpectedly knew his hiding spot. Instinctively, Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Douglas Barrett, who stood beside him. At that moment, Douglas Barrett's face was adorned with question marks. Upon noticing that his old crew member seemed unaware of the situation, Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Qin Xuan. Surprised that I know your hiding place, are you? Would you like me to elaborate on your affairs further? Old Ray, the one with the coating. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's last remark, a twitch crossed Rayleigh's face. Old Ray with the coating was a moniker used by ordinary people he worked with, and even Xia Qi was oblivious to this special title. Yet, Qin Chuan seemed to be aware of it. Furthermore, Rayleigh was certain that Qin Chuan had only just set foot in Area 13 today. This indicated that there was no possibility of Qin Chuan having arrived in the Sabaody archipelago prior to this to gather information about him. Consequently, Rayleigh's curiosity regarding Qin Chuan's identity began to peak. Initially, when Shanks informed him of Qin Chuan's illusionary abilities, he did not pay much heed. However, upon witnessing Qin Chuan in person today, it became evident that he possessed a unique charisma. Even with his extensive experiences, Rayleigh had only encountered one other individual in his life who bore such magnetic charm, but that person had already been executed by the Navy. Qin Chuan. You are truly intriguing. No wonder you dared to slay a celestial dragon, Rayleigh replied, narrowing his eyes. As soon as he uttered those words, Qin Chuan immediately grasped his intention, which was to put an end to discussions regarding his matters. Subsequently, the two returned to Xia Qi's tavern. Xia Qi, who had originally been seated at the bar enjoying a cigarette, could not help but reprimand upon seeing Rayleigh enter with such a large entourage. Rayleigh, are you wishing for my demise? The combined bounty of these individuals exceeds 100 billion. Furthermore, that one just caused quite a commotion in Area 13. Are you truly so naive as to think the Navy and other factions would not locate me? As the head of intelligence, Xia Qi had been aware of this news the moment she dispatched the Ghost Eye pirates. Thus, upon seeing Qin Chuan and the others enter, she could no longer contain her outrage. The same applied to the red-haired pirates. After all, Xia Qi had initially taken them in precisely because their visit was discreet and not widely known. However, both parties had now completely exposed their identities. And barring any unforeseen events, the stationed Navy forces in the Sabaody archipelago must have already commenced their operations. It matters not. I had already revealed my presence when I took action. Although this is not a Navy base, you should be aware that the Navy has established a network of spies throughout these regions, especially given how lively it has been here lately. It is likely we have long been under their watchful gaze. As for why they have hesitated to approach, it is likely that they are awaiting reinforcements. After taking a seat, Rayleigh could not help but jest. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Shaki curled her lips and resumed her solitary indulgence in smoking. Indeed, as Rayleigh had surmised, when Shanks and his companions entered Shaki's tavern, the spies planted by the world government promptly relayed the situation to the five elders. However, the sole miscalculation made by Rayleigh was in believing that the informant was an agent of the Navy. In truth, it was the legendary CP9 organization. CP9 operates as a clandestine intelligence agency directly under the world government, characterized by its stringent organizational structure, where all personnel appointments must receive the endorsement of the highest echelons of the world government. Even the Navy headquarters remains oblivious to the exact number of operatives within this secretive agency. Consequently, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to gain employment within CP9. This is one of the reasons why CP9 can place informants here without detection. Upon receiving intelligence, it was promptly relayed to Commander Spandam of CP9, who wasted no time in reporting the information to the Gorosei. After all, this matter not only involved the notorious pirate Shanks, but also the long-hidden Silvers Rayleigh. Little did he know, however, that Shanks actually maintained a certain connection with the Gorosei. Thus, when the Gorosei learned that the red-haired Shanks was in search of Rayleigh, they were taken aback. Initially, they intended to have CP9 continue monitoring Shanks and Rayleigh, seeking to discern the intentions behind their meeting. However, Qin Chuan unexpectedly dispatched a celestial dragon on the Red Line, boldly declaring his intent to journey to the Sabaody archipelago and subsequently venture into the New World. This development left the five elders utterly unsettled. They promptly reached out to the red-haired Shanks through covert channels, urging him to intercept Qin Chuan to mitigate any potential risks. They also relayed this information to the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral, Sengoku. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku immediately convened a high-level meeting. This particular assembly was so exclusive that even vice admirals were deemed unworthy to attend. Only Sengoku, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Garp were present among the naval ranks. In this crucial discussion regarding the strategy to encircle the Qin Chuan pirate crew, the pro-war faction, led by Sakazuki, ultimately gained a decisive advantage. He was once again authorized to lead the naval fleet to the Sabaody archipelago to assist Porcelino in battle. Chapter 99. The Rising Tides of the Shambadi Archipelago. However, this time, Sakazuki did not direct the fleet towards the Shambadi Archipelago, but instead steered the vessels towards the sacred land of Mariawa on the Red Soil continent. Mr. Rayleigh, I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this situation. At that moment, after hearing the conversation between Shaki and Rayleigh, Shanks, who was nearby, expressed his regret. Yet, this may not be entirely a negative outcome. As Shanks finished speaking, Qin Chuan unexpectedly interjected with this remark. What do you mean? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's startling comment, Shaki immediately cast a suspicious glance in his direction. The others present also turned their gazes toward Mr. Rayleigh. With your prowess, Mr. Rayleigh, you undoubtedly possess the capability to contribute significantly to the transformation of this world, much like when you once aided Fisher Tiger in rescuing Minnie from Mariawa. Upon Qin Chuan's mention of this past incident before Boa Hancock, both Rayleigh and Shaki exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Evidently, this matter was shrouded in secrecy, yet Qin Chuan seemed to possess knowledge that piqued their curiosity regarding his true identity. Qin Chuan, it appears you are privy to some information, Shaki inquired after exhaling a ring of smoke. It's nothing much. I must admit, I know little about you both, considering you haven't accomplished anything of significance in over 2 decades. However, perhaps it is not entirely unfavorable to bring you into the limelight this time. At the very least, Mr. Rayleigh, you can no longer indulge in a serene existence here, sipping wine and living as an ordinary man. Qin Chuan chuckled. In reality, he truly does not.